Lu Chong has traversed to a martial arts realm that bears a striking resemblance to his home planet, where he awakens a system for automatic cultivation of martial skills. The Qi gathering technique is practiced relentlessly for 365 days without interruption, allowing his cultivation to progress without encountering any bottlenecks. The stone-breaking hand, spurred by a sense of shame, doubles his cultivation speed, enabling him to break through to a greater mastery. The Golden Bell Shield believes it can still be salvaged, evolving into a divine-level martial art through self-deduction. The global evolution and the resurgence of monstrous beasts are all within my grasp. An alien civilization is on the brink of invasion, with a countdown of 20 years. Prepare for their arrival. After a century, deities will descend, enslaving the Blue Star. Is the Blue Star merely a first-level civilization? The extraterrestrial races retort. Who dares to claim so? Step forth and test your resolve. With the invasion of myriad races, travel is forbidden in Huaxia. Chapter 1. A High Martial World, Automatic Cultivation of Martial Skills. Ding. The Qi gathering technique awakens, perceiving the instability of its master's foundation, and begins self-reflection, refining the master's physique anew. Ding. The Qi gathering technique is insatiably thirsty, lacking in strength. Please, master, replenish energy swiftly. Gurgle, gurgle. In a haze, Lu Chong is awakened by a cacophony of voices in his mind, particularly the overwhelming sensation of hunger emanating from his stomach, causing him considerable distress. It feels as if he has been starved for 3 days and nights, yearning to devour an entire pig. As he rises from his desk, Lu Chong sees a youthful, delicate face leaning in, curiously inquiring, Chong Ge, did you skip lunch? Who is this? Where am I? Who am I? Lu Chong jolts, as he does not recognize the student before him. However, a flood of immense information suddenly materializes in his mind, nearly causing him to faint. Blue Star, Huaxia, Hudong Base Province, Guanyin City, Yunqing No. 1 High School. Here, alongside modern technology, exists a flourishing realm of martial arts and formidable mutated beasts. To put it succinctly, it is a modern high martial world with technological civilization, akin to his previous life, yet vastly different. His current identity is that of a senior student, an orphan just like in his past life, sharing the name Lu Chong, and even possessing the same handsome visage. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that Lu Chong has discovered he has traversed realms, bringing along a martial arts program he developed in his former life. It is akin to a gaming cheat that enables automatic cultivation of martial arts, now manifested within him. With this thought, Lu Chong hastily directs his attention to the data panel materializing in his mind. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Disciple, 3rd Stage, 95. Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Steps Minor Achievement, 83. Stone Breaking Hand Major Achievement, 1. Lu Chong is exceedingly familiar with this data panel, for it is of his own design. With the hints from earlier resonating in his mind, he understands that these martial arts can indeed cultivate autonomously. The cultivation level is enhanced through the Qi gathering technique, while martial skills are the methods employed in practical combat. As he ponders, the 3 progress bars continue to increment slowly. Upon sensing an extraordinary surge of physical strength, entirely unlike the suboptimal health of a former programmer, Lu Chong suddenly perceives that this crossing may not be an ill fate after all. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growls once more, drawing Lu Chong's attention back to his classmate across from him. This is his deskmate, more accurately, the close friend of his former self, Chen Yufei. Chong Ge, you haven't lost your memory and forgotten who I am, have you? Chen Yufei remarks half-jokingly. Lu Chong's thoughts are still somewhat disordered, yet he musters his spirits to respond. Yufei, stop joking. I'm merely a bit lightheaded from hunger. Chen Yufei is instantly vexed. I told you not to skip lunch. You always hesitate to eat. As he speaks, Chen Yufei retrieves a popsicle-like treat from the drawer of the desk and unceremoniously places it into Lu Chong's hand. If you continue to be so polite with me, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my brother in the future, Chen Yufei declared with unwavering conviction. Lu Chong, drawing from the memories of his predecessor, recognized that popsicle was a product of this world, a nutrient bar imbued with high energy. Just one of these costs over 1,000. The former self was an orphan who could only receive a meager 2,000 yuan monthly in school scholarships and aid, making it impossible for him to afford such luxuries, often struggling to secure 3 meals a day. Lu Chong refrained from hesitating, unwrapped the nutrient bar, and consumed it in a few bites while proclaiming, I shall repay you. One trait he shared with his predecessor was an aversion to owing anyone. However, at this moment, he was genuinely famished and in dire need of this nutrient bar. Chen Yufei stared in disbelief as Lu Chong devoured the entire bar, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid of overindulging? It is important to note that this single nutrient bar contains an extraordinarily high amount of energy, sufficient to sustain martial artists like them for 3 days. Lu Chong remained silent, quietly digesting the energy while feeling the ravenous hunger dissipate rapidly, replaced by warm currents nourishing his body. Ding! Upon satiating oneself with the energy absorption technique, continue to solidify the foundation for the master. Energy absorption and refinement complete. With renewed vigor, assist the master in breaking through. In that moment, Chong realized he had made a breakthrough, advancing from the third to the fourth stage of martial artistry. This means that supplementing with high-energy nutrients can expedite the cultivation of the energy absorption technique, he noted to himself. At this juncture, he sensed the speed of energy absorption beginning to decelerate, reverting to the routine pace of automatic cultivation. Level, 4th stage martial artist 5. His deskmate, Chun Yufei, noticed the anomaly and exclaimed, "Chong, you have broken through?" Chong did not conceal the truth. He nodded in affirmation. "I fortuitously achieved a breakthrough to the 4th stage." "Damn!" Chun Yufei exclaimed dramatically. "We agreed to lag behind together. Why have you suddenly outshone everyone?" Nevertheless, Chong discerned that this steadfast friend of the former self was genuinely pleased for him. "So, you aim for a breakthrough. No wonder you were so ravenous, swallowing that nutrient bar whole." Chun Yufei continued to chatter. "Well, now I'm in trouble. My father will undoubtedly reprimand me, especially since you have outperformed me in martial arts class." Both Chong and Chun Yufei consistently ranked at the bottom of their martial arts class. Chong's lack of funds hindered his training, while Chun Yufei was simply too indolent. However, Chong excelled in his academic courses, ranking first in the entire school, as this was the only way he could secure a monthly scholarship. The stark contrast of being poor in academics, yet affluent in martial prowess, was vividly illustrated in his case. Thus, if I wish to pursue martial arts, my foremost objective must be to earn money, Chong quickly realized. In this world, the weight of martial arts class scores far exceeded that of academic subjects. Furthermore, as he prepared to enter society, martial cultivation would be the prevailing trend. With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, with his martial arts scores, he would not qualify for a prestigious martial arts university. At that moment, a remarkably imposing figure, a 2-meter-tall behemoth, strode into the classroom. He was barefoot, his large feet adorned with a dense layer of hair. Standing at the podium, he struck the desk with one hand, causing it to resonate. "Class, the lunch break is over, awaken." "Isn't this supposed to be math class? Why has the homeroom teacher come in?" Chun Yufei cast a timid glance at the burly man and murmured softly. Chong, filled with astonishment, cast a glance at the barefoot giant and realized that this was their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, from class 5 of their senior year. He was no ordinary educator. He was a true 8th-stage martial artist, capable of lifting heavy weights and shattering the earth with his feet. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial sect leader. Each stage represents a significant milestone. For an average high school student at the martial apprentice level, an 8th-stage martial artist is a towering figure. Ahem. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat, sounding as thunderous as a storm. "Students, the math teacher is ill, so we will conduct our martial arts practical lesson on the playground instead." A chorus of lamentations erupted from a class. "What is this? Another encroachment on our math class. I can barely remember what the math teacher looks like. I saw the math teacher practicing punches downstairs this morning. How could a proper martial artist fall ill so easily?" Hearing the grievances of his classmates, Chong felt a strange sense of déjà vu, yet something about it seemed slightly off. Alas, even the mathematics teacher cannot save us. It seems we are destined to face punishment once more. Even the underachiever Chun Yufei, standing nearby, sighed deeply, reminiscing about the mathematics teacher. Chapter 2. A Heart Unburdened by Women. The practical training session took place on the expansive grounds of the first high school, where they discovered that nearly all 10 classes of the senior year had gathered. It seemed that not only their class, but others had their academic lessons usurped as well. Chun Yufei, with his eyes darting about, gleefully remarked on the situation. Chong nodded, feeling a surge of excitement at the sight of the bustling playground. He knew precisely what Chun Yufei was searching for, merely the beautiful girls from other classes. Indeed, it wasn't long before Chun Yufei spotted his target, shouting in exaggerated disbelief, "Look over there, class 1 the senior year is here too, and that's the school beauty, Xiang Yuya." It seems she's stealing glances at me again. "Brother Chong, could you check if that is true?" Abruptly, Chun Yufei withdrew his gaze, puffed out his chest, and averted his eyes. Chong, slightly exasperated, followed Chun Yufei's indication and saw a striking girl standing out from the crowd 100 meters away. Standing at 175 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting white training outfit, she exuded a curvaceous elegance that was indeed remarkable among her peers. However, it was rather absurd since she had her back turned toward them. What could he possibly see? Is it true? Is it true? Chen Yufei pressed on, casting furtive glances in that direction. Yes, she has been peeking at you with the back of her head, Lu Chong replied with mild sarcasm. Nevertheless, he was certain that at least 100 bashful eyes on the playground were occasionally glancing toward that girl. Such was the fantasy of student life, Lu Chong mused philosophically. From the memories of his former self, Lu Chong understood that this so-called school beauty, Xiang Yue, was no mere ornament. Not only did she hail from a prominent family, but she was also a formidable martial artist, boasting a 9th-tier rank, far ahead of her peers, with aspirations directed toward one of the top martial arts universities in North China. A girl with such lofty ambitions would hardly concern herself with these naive and inconsequential flirtations. As for individuals like him and Chen Yufei, who were deemed martial arts underachievers, they would certainly not capture her attention. In Lu Chong's view, the so-called school beauty was merely the source of turmoil, and he had no interest in approaching her. In this martial arts world, one must adhere to the fundamental principle of a heart unburdened by women. All right, students, let's all focus. At that moment, the teacher's commanding voice brought the distracted students back to reality. Warm up for 10 minutes, then pair off for practical combat, as usual. I will provide guidance as needed, the instructor declared with authority. The students began to practice their punches lethargically, with only a few, including the still novice Lu Chong, displaying earnestness. As he warmed up, he also took stock of his own progress. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 4th tier martial artist 6. Martial techniques, minor completion of the 9 shadow steps, 85. Major completion of the opening stone hand, 2. In just half an hour, he noticed improvements in his Qi gathering technique and both martial skills. With progress, that was quite encouraging. Lu Chong calculated his advancement. 2 for Qi gathering each hour, 6 for 9 shadow steps, and 2 for opening stone hand. With 24 hours of uninterrupted practice and no external assistance, he estimated that he could reach the 5th tier within 4 days. Moreover, he could achieve a major completion of the 9 shadow steps by tonight. With this realization, his future appeared promising. By the time of the college entrance examination, there might indeed be an opportunity to challenge the prestigious martial arts universities. In a martial examination, both the level of cultivation and the advancement in martial techniques held equal importance, with neither being dispensable. Especially martial techniques, which tested students' comprehension and practical application skills, cannot be overlooked. The martial skills learned during high school were mostly the most basic forms of human-level martial arts, unarmed combat techniques. For instance, the 9 shadow steps and opening stone hand that Lu Chong practiced were such. To gain admission to a prestigious university, at least one martial technique must be mastered to the subtle level, which posed a significant challenge for students. The journey from entry-level to minor completion, then to major completion and subtlety, culminating in perfection, was fraught with obstacles. Many could only reach major completion. What are you thinking about, Brother Chong? You don't have a crush on Xiang Yue, do you? Chen Yufei inquired, his focus wavering as he trained. Lu Chong ignored him, instead immersing himself in the sensations of his powerful physique. He was currently practicing the offensive martial technique, opening stone hand, which consisted of 18 moves, each an aggressive advance, with the focus primarily on his arms. His opening stone hand had achieved major completion during his nap, effectively doubling his strength. However, he needed to keenly perceive his physical condition, so he refrained from showcasing it. Enough! The instructor suddenly bellowed. Time's up. Pair off for combat. Students with better grades, remember to provide one-on-one assistance to others. Damn it, that kid Sun Zhe is here again. What bad luck, Chen Yufei grumbled, visibly irritated. Lu Chong turned his attention to the student Chen Yufei mentioned, a burly figure with a fierce appearance. He was aware of Sun Zhe, a notable bully in their class, whose academic performance was dismal but excelled in martial arts, having reached the 5th tier. However, Lu Chong was puzzled. Yufei, why does he seem to target you in these lessons? Chen Yufei cast a glance toward Class 1, sighing, is it not because of Xiang Yue? Just because she thanked me for giving her my seat in the cafeteria, this brat has set his sights on me. Lu Chong was genuinely unaware of this and asked with curiosity, what did Xiang Yue say to you? Chen Yufei replied proudly, she thanked me for giving her my seat in the cafeteria. Lu Chong nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly a cause for such trouble? As they spoke, the towering Sun Zhe approached, glaring down at Chen Yufei with an air of arrogance. Yufei, come on. The instructor has asked me to help this poor student. Chen Yufei scoffed. Spare me. I don't need your help. You're just afraid. aren't you? With your cowardice, how dare you even think about Xiang Yuya? You're like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, Sun Ze taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Chen Yufei could no longer contain himself, defiantly shouting, "Come at me." Who's afraid? Lu Chong shook his head inwardly, recognizing the youthful folly of his friend. Not only Chen Yufei, but he too, as a martial arts underachiever, had a designated student to guide him, a pretty girl, the class representative. "Lu Chong, please guide me." The class representative, Lu Qingqing, approached shyly, cupping her fists. There was little he could do. After all, Lu Chong was indeed the most handsome in the class, and with the highest academic performance in the entire school. Even the class representative blushed upon meeting him. "Please." Lu Chong returned the gesture to Lu Qingqing, not having the time to console the glum Chen Yufei. He was eager to test his abilities now that he had reached the 4th tier and achieved major completion of the opening stone hand. However, before he could engage with Lu Qingqing, a painful cry erupted from Chen Yufei, who was sent flying 2 meters away. The one who had struck him down with considerable force was none other than the coldly smiling Sun Ze. The slap had landed squarely on Chen Yufei's face, delivering both physical pain and humiliation. "Yufei, are you all right?" "My apologies. I didn't control my strength earlier," Sun Ze sneered, refusing to assist him, clearly reveling in his own superiority. Lu Chong glanced at the stern instructor on the high platform, noting his indifference to the unfolding drama. He suddenly realized that this school environment was no longer the serene ivory tower he had once imagined. Chapter 3. The 9 Shadow Steps Breakthrough in Fury. Although the high school strictly prohibits weapons and forbids students from engaging in private fights, it nonetheless encourages martial arts competitions within a reasonable and controlled framework. After all, the school primarily focuses on martial arts courses, aiming to cultivate a group of warriors capable of battling against beasts and alien races on the battlefield, rather than nurturing delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Thus, the practical combat between individuals like Sun Ze and Chen Yufei, even if overlooked by their homeroom teacher, is not surprising. As long as no one is severely injured or killed, the school generally remains indifferent. In the realm of literature, there's no foremost, and in martial arts, there is no second. It is under pressure that spirited warriors are forged. Of course, unless Chen Yufei voluntarily concedes. However, in the perception of high school students, conceding equates to defeat, an act that would invite ridicule from peers. Just like at this moment, Chen Yufei, fueled by anger from slap, scrambles to his feet, roaring, "I'll fight you, grandson." Yet, awaiting him is another resounding slap from Sun Ze, striking him squarely on the shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground with blood streaming from his nose. "Will you submit now, Toad?" Sun Ze taunts, refusing to relent. Lu Chong observes the vast disparity between the two. Chen Yufei is merely a 3rd-tier martial artist, with one skill at the entry level and another at minor mastery. In contrast, Sun Ze, as a 5th-tier martial artist, possesses physical attributes that far surpass Chen Yufei, and his signature technique, the opening stone hand, has reached mastery. To put it bluntly, Chen Yufei cannot even touch the hem of his opponent's garment. However, much to Lu Chong's surprise, his stubborn friend quickly rises again, cursing as he charges forward once more, only to be knocked down again, then back up and then down again. Even with his face covered in dirt and blood flowing from his nose, he remains resolute, rising again and again, growing increasingly silent yet refusing to yield. This boy possesses a fierce determination. Many onlookers pause their sparring to watch, while the homeroom teacher remains unmoved. By the time Chen Yufei stands for the 6th time, he appears somewhat unsteady but still charges forward undeterred. Sun Ze is momentarily taken aback by Chen Yufei's sudden ferocity, but merely mutters "madman" under his breath before preparing to strike harder. After all, even if he knocks this kid unconscious, the school nurse can patch him up. Just then, a slender yet upright figure appears beside Chen Yufei, grabbing him. "Yufei, that's enough. It's unnecessary." It is Lu Chong, who recognizes that Chen Yufei has been blinded by rage and that it's not wise to continue. "Feng Yi, step aside." Chen Yufei raises his swollen eyes, barely regaining his composure, exclaiming, "We can't let others look down on us, or he'll bully us every day." Sun Ze has not only bullied Chen Yufei, but has often ridiculed Lu Chong as well. Recently, perhaps due to the school beauty, this fellow has become even more brazen. Lu Chong ponders for a moment, firmly forcing Chen Yufei to sit aside while reassuring him. Let me take care of this, if you don't agree. It means you don't recognize me as your brother. Hearing Lu Chong's words, Chen Yufei finally begins to cool down a bit, saying, but you're not his match. Forget it. We'll have plenty of opportunities later. Lu Chong pats Chen Yufei on the shoulder and turns to the class representative beside them, saying, please keep an eye on him. Chen Yufei has a point. If they cannot display a strong front, Sun Zhe will only escalate his bullying in the future. Most high school students do not yet understand the importance of knowing when to back down, and they lack the discretion to know when to ease up. Without waiting for Lu Qingqing to respond, Lu Chong turns, his gaze fixed sternly on the smug Sun Zhe. TSK, what is this? Do you two cowards want to line up and offer yourselves? Sun Zhe cracks his knuckles, mocking with a grin. Lu Chong does not directly respond to his taunts, but simply clasps his hands together, saying, Yufei is a bit tired. I'll practice with you, if you please. In martial arts practical classes, as long as both parties agree, the homeroom teacher generally does not intervene. Sun Zhe laughs heartily. Then I'll send you both to the infirmary. With that, the two of them assume their stances, facing off against each other. Lu Chong does not underestimate this arrogant class bully. After all, Sun Zhe is a fifth-tier martial artist with superior physical capabilities. Moreover, Sun Ze's opening stone hand is also at mastery, leaving Lu Chong at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Chen Yufei has now fully calmed down, looking at Lu Chong with concern, calling out, be careful, Chongge, this guy fights hard. If it gets tough, just concede. Lu Qingqing, standing beside Chen Yufei, watches Lu Chong with bated breath, biting her lip, hesitant to speak. Farther away, homeroom teacher Wang Tong silently observes, having realized that Lu Chong has advanced to the fourth tier. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath Lu Chong's right foot sinks, propelling him forward as he thrusts his palm, generating a gust, aimed at Sun Ze's chest. It is the first move of the opening stone hand. Push stone to ask for the path. In response, Sun Zhe mirrors the action perfectly, executing the same first move of the opening stone hand, and they collide with a resounding impact. Both are jolted back 2 steps. Sun Zhe glances at Lu Chong in surprise, realizing he is a fourth-tier martial artist with a mastery of the opening stone hand. So he has broken through. No wonder he dares to provoke me. However, I was holding back earlier. Otherwise, you would have undoubtedly lost. Lu Chong is equally astonished, as he had not put forth his full strength in that last exchange. Yet, as a fourth-tier martial artist, he seems evenly matched with Sun Zhe. He suddenly remembers that he had recently refined his body anew with the breath-focusing technique and wonders, has my physical foundation improved compared to others of the same tier? Boom! This time, Sun Zhe takes the initiative, employing a slicing palm strike with the opening stone hand. The strike descends like a blade. Lu Chong recognizes the move and hastily counters, their palms meeting in rapid succession. They exchange blows, each responding to the other's techniques, creating a vivid spectacle. Lu Chong cannot push Sun Zhe back, yet Sun Zhe, for a moment, cannot gain the upper hand either. Onlookers speculate that Sun Zhe is holding back, but in reality, he is becoming increasingly alarmed because he is not. Despite being a fourth-tier martial artist, why can Lu Chong endure for so long? The presence of so many classmates watching only adds to Sun Ze's pressure. Failing to defeat Lu Chong would be quite embarrassing. With this thought, Sun Zhe steels himself and discreetly employs another martial technique, the 9 shadow steps. In an instant, his figure accelerates, creating afterimages that are difficult to track. Conversely, Lu Chong, though quick to react and also using the 9 shadow steps, cannot match Sun Ze's agility. It is evident that Sun Zhe has also mastered the 9 shadow steps. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Sun Zhe delivers a powerful strike to Lu Chong's shoulder. This time, Lu Chong cannot evade the blow, nor can he retaliate in time. He only feels a dizzying sensation, nearly losing his balance as he stumbles back several steps to regain his footing. Haha, Lu Chong, you can't hit me, so you can only take the hits. Let us see how many more you can endure, Sun Zhe exclaims, charging at him with renewed vigor. Lu Chong feels a sense of helplessness. After all, there is still a gap between them. But just then, a voice suddenly echoes in his mind. The 9 shadow steps. Feeling a surge of anger and determination, accelerates in its training speed, breaking through to mastery. 9 shadow steps mastery progress. 310-3060. The opening stone hand, unwilling to lag behind, achieves a deeper understanding, with training progress increasing by 50. Such a phenomenon? Lu Chong cannot help but be astonished. Suddenly, he perked up, turning his gaze towards the approaching Sun Tze. At this moment, he was no longer intimidated by this opponent who came to offer him experience. Chapter 4. Too Late to Surrender. Name: Lu Chong. Level: Martial Apprentice, 4th Stage, 6. Martial Skills: Mastery of the 9 Shadow Steps, 60. Mastery of the Stone-Breaking Palm, 52. Without further contemplation, Sun Tze's slicing palm strike was already within inches of him, enhanced by the 9 Shadow Steps, rendering it elusive and difficult to capture. However, to Lu Chong, Sun Tze's footwork now seemed less inscrutable. His own 9 Shadow Steps had also reached a high level of mastery, even beginning to approach the realm of subtlety, and was certainly on par with Sun Tze's. With a swift motion, Sun Tze executed a decisive downward strike, which unexpectedly passed through Lu Chong's form. It was merely an afterimage. Sun Tze gasped in astonishment, while the onlooking classmates wore expressions of bewilderment. How could Lu Chong have evaded it? Indeed, at the crucial moment when the palm strike was about to descend, Lu Chong had employed the 9 Shadow Steps, narrowly dodging the attack and leaving behind an afterimage at the spot. Just a stroke of luck, Sun Tze thought, believing Lu Chong had merely fortuitously avoided his strike. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Chong appeared like a specter behind him, delivering a palm strike directly to Sun Tze's back. This blow was as unexpected as an antelope's horn, leaving Sun Tze no opportunity to react. Bang! Lu Chong's full-force strike sent Sun Tze flying 3 meters away, the look of shock on his face unmistakable. With swift precision, Lu Chong followed up, not giving Sun Tze a chance to regain his footing, delivering another palm strike that landed squarely on Sun Tze's right cheek. Sun Tze cried out in pain, spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. 4 shadows, gasped the classmates around them, realizing that Lu Chong's 9 Shadow Steps had reached great mastery. The 9 Shadow Steps, when executed, leave behind 1 afterimage for the beginner, 2 for minor mastery, and 4 afterimages signify great mastery. Lu Chong's rapid maneuvers had resulted in 4 afterimages due to the speed and seamless transitions he had demonstrated. From a distance, the homeroom teacher, along with Chun Yufei and Lu Qingqing, stood in stunned silence. They were the ones most familiar with Lu Chong and had no inkling of his newfound prowess. The one who felt Lu Chong's progress most acutely, however, was none other than Sun Tze, who, having underestimated Lu Chong, found himself utterly outmatched. In terms of strength, Sun Tze and Lu Chong were relatively equal, perhaps even with Sun Tze holding an advantage. However, his earlier arrogance had granted Lu Chong the opportunity to execute a series of 3 consecutive strikes. Now, with the upper hand, Lu Chong would not pause to bask in his triumph. After the 3rd strike, he advanced silently. Smack! Another palm strike landed heavily on Sun Tze's left cheek. These strikes were far more savage than Sun Tze's previous ones, causing both sides of Sun Tze's face to swell significantly, even dislodging 2 of his teeth. Having endured continual blows, Sun Tze's consciousness began to wane. Yet Lu Chong showed no signs of relenting. Strike the snake, but fail to kill it, and it may turn against you. He raised his palm once more, preparing to deliver a final blow to render Sun Tze unconscious, ensuring he would pose no further threat. With mastery of the stone-breaking palm, Lu Chong could expertly control his strength, guaranteeing that the blow would only incapacitate, not endanger Sun Tze's life. After all, Sun Tze had yet to concede defeat. Wait, I yield. At the moment of desperation, Sun Tze finally reacted, calling out in terror. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish his plea, Lu Chong's palm came crashing down, striking Sun Tze into unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back. The surrounding classmates erupted into a murmur of shock, staring at Lu Chong as if he were a monster. Confirming that Sun Tze showed no signs of awakening, Lu Chong quickly bent down to support him, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Sun Tze? My apologies, I didn't realize my strength would be so overwhelming." Sun Tze's body seemed to convulse slightly as Lu Chong continued to shake him. "Come on, wake up, Sun Tze. Wake up." The onlooking classmates were momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for Sun Tze. However, they quickly recalled that he had bullied many of them in the past. Nevertheless, the sudden emergence of Lu Chong seemed even more ruthless than Sun Tze. A chill crept into the hearts of several classmates as they reflected on whether they had ever bullied Lu Chong, including his close friend Chun Yufei. Chun Yufei nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that his friend would have such a fierce side. How much had he been suppressing before? Yet, unlike others, Chun Yufei felt a sense of satisfaction. It was only right to teach that scoundrel a hard lesson. What a good brother. The frustration he had experienced earlier was now entirely forgotten. Lu Chong's clumsy act could not be maintained for long, as the homeroom teacher soon approached. Speaking in a deep voice, "All right, Lu Chong and Lu Qingqing, you are responsible for taking Sun Zhe and Chun Yufei to the infirmary. The rest of you, continue your sparring exercises." "Yes, teacher," Lu Qingqing promptly responded. Subsequently, Lu Chong effortlessly lifted the towering figure of Sun Zhe with one hand while supporting Chun Yufei with the other, heading straight for the infirmary. Lu Qingqing followed cautiously behind, casting furtive glances at Lu Chong's upright silhouette, lost in her thoughts. "Couldn't you give me an opportunity for some close interaction with a beautiful girl?" Chun Yufei muttered with a hint of complaint. "Aren't you only enamored with the school beauty? I'm merely concerned that Xiang Yua might get jealous." Lu Chong feigned ignorance. Chun Yufei was speechless, muttering about jealousy. In this world, medical technology was remarkably advanced. With Chun Yufei's injuries, a simple treatment would suffice for him to recover by the end of the day. Even someone as severely injured as Sun Zhe would be bouncing back to school the next day after hospitalization. After a series of events, when the three finally returned to the playground, the 2-hour practical class was nearing its conclusion. As for Sun Zhe, he would, of course, remain in the infirmary for recovery. Unable to return today. Today's practical class ends here. "Class dismissed," proclaimed the homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, prompting the students to scatter like birds and beasts. "Lu Chong and Chun Yufei, please come to my office after school," the teacher called out to the two. "Yes, teacher," Lu Chong and Chun Yufei responded promptly. It seemed the homeroom teacher had taken note of his training progress. Lu Chong thought to himself as he walked back, considering that just yesterday he was a martial apprentice at the 3rd stage, with both martial skills at minor mastery, and today he exhibited such extraordinary strength. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. He had yet to devise an explanation for this transformation. "Huh, that was exhilarating, Brother Chong." Once we were alone, Chun Yufei exclaimed excitedly, "You really saved face for us today. No one in the class will dare to look down on us from now on." Lu Chong did not respond, but he could sense that the gazes of his classmates had shifted. What was once disdain was now tinged with a hint of respect. Chapter 5. Another breakthrough, dual subtlety. After school that afternoon, in the homeroom teacher Wang Tong's private office, he remarked, "Lu Chong, your situation appears to be a rare instance of sudden enlightenment or a second awakening. Such a transformation may likely stem from your approaching adulthood. As your cerebral capacity is further developed and your body matures, thereby unlocking certain latent potentials in martial arts." Lu Chong was quite taken aback by his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, who demonstrated remarkable understanding. Without waiting for him to concoct an excuse, Wang had already provided a plausible explanation for his consecutive breakthroughs. Moreover, the incident in which he severely injured Sun Zhe during class did not seem to provoke any inquiry or reprimand from Wang. In fact, he had not mentioned it at all. Grateful for the teacher's guidance, Lu Chong had little to say other than to express his thanks. Wang Tong nodded thoughtfully before reminding him with a serious tone, "In the coming days, you must pay close attention to your physical condition and strive to maintain this newfound potential. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me." "Understood, teacher. I will remember," Lu Chong replied earnestly. He was acutely aware of his situation, though he found it difficult to elaborate. However, the misunderstanding on the part of his homeroom teacher proved to be a fortuitous circumstance, as it provided a semblance of justification for his sudden prowess and remarkable outbursts. "You possess a commendable level of comprehension, but you have hitherto focused too heavily on academic subjects, which has hindered your progress," Wang Tong continued, his tone becoming earnest. "With just over 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, if you exert yourself, there may still be a chance for you to gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Should you perform well in the upcoming mock exam, I can advocate for you to receive a higher scholarship and nutritional support or even new martial skills." Lu Chong felt a surge of excitement. These are precisely what he needed at this juncture. Without such resources, even with his automatic cultivation ability, he would find it challenging to make significant advancements. "I will remember this and will not disappoint you, teacher," he assured with sincerity. Suddenly, Lu Chong realized that this seemingly robust an aloof teacher harbored high hopes for him. Or perhaps he simply refused to give up on any underperforming student. At that moment, Wang Tong turned his gaze toward Chen Yufei, who was lost in thought with his head bowed, and his expression shifted to one of sternness. Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei quickly raised his head and donned a cheerful smile. Yes, teacher, I am nearing adulthood. Is it possible for me to experience a second awakening of my potential? Lu Chong could only shake his head in bemusement, for it seemed that this boy had indeed taken the teacher's words to heart. Chen Yufei's birthday was a few months after Lu Chong's, meaning he had yet to turn 18. Wang Tong was momentarily taken aback before retorting with a hint of annoyance. Let us hope so. But I expect you to reflect on today's lesson. Consider why others are able to bully you. And look at Lu Chong. If he gains admission to a prestigious martial arts university while you find yourself entering society prematurely, how much interaction will you have in the future? The weight of Wang Tong's words was unmistakable, and even the typically carefree Chen Yufei fell silent. That will be all. You may leave now, the teacher concluded, signaling the end of their conversation. In this world, high school did not have evening study sessions, or rather, it truly allowed students to manage their post-dinner time as they pleased. One could squander time playing various virtual games, seek advanced private coaching at external martial arts academies, or engage in self-study of academic subjects. Naturally, Lu Chong lacked the funds to attend a martial arts academy. He could not even afford the professional facilities or equipment. Upon returning to his modest relief housing in the eastern slums of the city, he felt somewhat out of place in this new world and identity. Yet he quickly reassured himself that, at the very least, there was much excitement to be found here, and he possessed unique advantages. The small one-bedroom apartment, though not spacious, had all the essentials. After preparing a meal for himself, Lu Chong settled cross-legged in the cramped living room to review his personal panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Disciple. Fourth stage, 12. Martial skills. Mastery of 9 shadow steps, 66. Mastery of opening stone hand, 58. Not bad. I made progress, Lu Chong thought with delight. In just 3 hours, both the breath control technique and the 2 martial skills had each gained a 6-point advancement. It was evident that he was growing stronger with each passing moment, a feeling that was immensely gratifying. However, he was not yet satisfied. Lu Chong was acutely aware that his aspirations extended beyond an ordinary martial arts university. He aimed for a prestigious institution within the top 10 rankings in the nation. According to the memories of his previous self, admission to such esteemed schools required at least the cultivation of an 8-stage martial disciple and mastery of at least 2 martial skills at the minor realm. At present, Lu Chong was far from meeting these prerequisites. Thus, in the 3 months leading up to the college entrance examination, he needed to accelerate his progress in addition to his automatic cultivation. Based on his observations from the day, he deduced that to hasten his advancement, he required higher energy nutritional substances, such as the nutritional bars used by Chen Yufei or the nutrient solutions mentioned by his teacher. If not, the faster his cultivation progressed, the more likely he was to exhaust himself. These nutritional substances were vastly different from ordinary food, derived from mutated plants or the essence extracted from the corpses of extraordinary beasts. Only such resources could genuinely sustain the needs of a martial artist. However, these items tended to be exceedingly expensive. The nutritional bar Chen Yufei had presented earlier could only be classified as a low-grade, inexpensive product. Consequently, Lu Chong felt the pressing weight of poverty. Additionally, he needed to perform exceptionally well in the upcoming mock examination to vie for school support. Regarding martial skills, he recalled the unexpected turn of events during his confrontation with Sun Tzu earlier that day and pondered, it seems feasible to accelerate my understanding through practical combat with others. But what if I also actively engage in my own training? With that thought in mind, Lu Chong did not waste time daydreaming at home. Instead, he ventured out to an abandoned construction site not far from his residence. With the mastery of the 9 shadow steps and the equally advanced opening stone hand, he moved with vigor, infusing the spring night with newfound energy. Approximately 15 minutes later, lost in concentration, Lu Chong suddenly heard a notification chime in his mind. The 9 shadow steps, witnessing their master's diligence, felt a surge of satisfaction, and their cultivation's speed quadrupled. The opening stone hand, unwilling to lag behind, likewise saw its cultivation speed multiply 4-fold. Consequently, the training speed of both martial skills jumped from 2 points per hour to a staggering 8. Indeed effective, Lu Chong rejoiced internally. He did not cease his practice, but instead intensified his focus. This session lasted until past midnight, interrupted only when his stomach protested in hunger. At that moment, his personal panel underwent another transformation. Name: Lu Chong. Level: Martial Disciple, 4th Stage, 22. Martial Skills: 9 Shadow Steps, Minor Realm 2. Opening Stone Hand, Minor Realm 1. In less than a day, both martial skills had ascended to the Minor Realm, a feat that surely had no parallel in the history of his school. With these two skills, it was as if he had one foot firmly planted in a prestigious martial arts university. As long as his cultivation kept pace, success was assured. The only remaining issue was his financial constraints. Lu Chong rubbed his flat stomach, feeling the familiar pangs of hunger, and hastened home to devour everything edible he could find. Despite this, he still felt unsatiated, acutely aware of the physical toll on his body. The path of martial arts was indeed an insatiable abyss. And Lu Chong once more recognized the urgency of earning money. Lying in bed, Lu Chong refrained from succumbing to sleep immediately. Instead, he continued to silently count the passing time, calculating the velocity of his cultivation and martial arts training. He soon discerned an interesting fact. After mastering his 2 martial arts techniques, the rate of automatic cultivation had decreased from 2 units per hour to 1. Conversely, the speed of his Qi Absorption Technique, aimed at enhancing his cultivation level, remained steady at 2 units per hour. This indicated that as one progresses further, the challenges become greater, and naturally, the speed of advancement slows down. Lu Chong found no surprise in this. It was a perfectly normal phenomenon. Rather, he felt a sense of optimism, realizing he had uncovered a method to expedite his training, not only through practical combat, but also through diligent effort. With a sense of hunger gnawing at him, he drifted into a hazy slumber, awakening only when dawn broke at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was inevitable. He had been roused by hunger. The relentless demands of the Qi Absorption Technique resulted in a continuous drain of energy. From a scientific perspective, this phenomenon aligns with the principle of energy conservation. Lu Chong had no luxury of lingering in bed. He rose, donned his slightly faded blue school uniform, and hurriedly washed up before stepping outside. Fortunately, his predecessor had been frugal, leaving him with over 2,000 in savings. After devouring 5 jean of meat buns at a breakfast shop near his home, he sprinted off to school. This was the inherent drawback of relying on ordinary food. While it filled the belly through sheer volume, it could not sustain one for long, lacking the concentrated nutrition found in specialized sustenance. Of course, in terms of taste, it surpassed most nutritional options. Covering a distance of several kilometers, Lu Chong arrived at school in just 15 minutes, witnessing a 2-unit increase in his 9 shadow steps training progress. Upon entering the classroom, he was taken aback to find Chen Yufei, who usually arrived just in time for class, had beaten him there today. "Chong Gu," Chen Yufei exclaimed, turning to Lu Chong with a serious demeanor. "I've made a decision. Starting today, I will study diligently in hopes of being admitted to a prestigious university alongside you." Lu Chong recalled Chen Yufei's lackluster performance in both martial arts and academic classes, but refrained from discouraging him, simply responding, "Let us work hard together." Then, he noticed Chen Yufei extracting a mobile phone from the middle of his textbook, tapping into a virtual warfare game interface. The class bell had yet to ring, and students continued to file in while Lu Chong immersed himself in reviewing the history of aberrant beasts in this world. It was said that such mutations had commenced over a century ago, heralding the dawn of humanity's martial era. There were also rumors that this was an incursion from an extraterrestrial civilization, advancing in a manner akin to ecological invasion. Prophecies foretold that genuine alien visitors were likely to arrive within the next decade. Consequently, nations on Blue Star had been preparing in recent years. Some awaited the arrival with anticipation, while others resisted. As Lu Chong pondered these matters, a shadow unexpectedly loomed over him. It was Sun Tze, the individual he had incapacitated the previous day, who had remarkably recovered after merely a day's stay in the infirmary, though his teeth had yet to be restored, causing his speech to be somewhat slurred. "Lu Chong, let us have another spar today, if you dare," Sun Tze challenged. "Yesterday, you caught me off guard and won. That doesn't count." Upon awakening last night, Sun Tze had been livid, not only because he had been defeated by Lu Chong, but also due to the severity of Lu Chong's actions, which had resulted in 2 of his teeth being knocked out and the humiliation of being carried across the entire playground to the infirmary. His embarrassing photo had even been circulated on the school forum, subjecting him to ridicule. How could he, Sun Tze, hold his head high in the first high school after this? How would Xiang Yue view him? Lu Chong glanced at Sun Tze, disinterested and engaging. While it was true that he had narrowly won the previous day by exploiting Sun Tze's overconfidence, today he had no intention of taking this man seriously. What? Are you afraid? Sun Tze advanced menacingly, pressing his hand against Lu Chong's desk. If you're scared, admit defeat before the entire class and apologize. Sun Tze, what do you mean? It's clear that you are the inferior one, yet you still wish to assert your dominance? Chen Yufei interjected, unable to contain himself, as he tucked away his phone and exclaimed angrily. Mind your own business, Sun Tze retorted, even more disrespectful, nearly forgetting that Chen Yufei was his designated assistant. Fine. If Lu Chong doesn't wish to spar with me, then I'll just continue to beat you up today. Sun Tze declared vehemently. Rest assured, you'll fare much worse than I did. That won't be necessary. I will accompany you for another match in today as practical class, Lu Chong responded, raising his head to speak. Although he initially did not wish to engage with this defeated foe, he realized that this matter would not end easily, and he could not escape. If Sun Tze refused to back down, then they would simply have to fight again. It was also an opportunity to see if he could further accelerate his training through combat. Now, that's more like it. Unlike some useless individuals, Sun Tze replied with satisfaction, rising and departing while not forgetting to taunt a visibly distressed Chen Yufei. However, Chen Yufei paid no heed to Sun Tze's jibes. Instead, he turned to Lu Chong and asked, Chong, do you feel confident? You need not engage in a fierce struggle on my account. I'm fine. Consider it a mere dog bite, Lu Chong replied, shaking his head slightly. I believe you are correct. It is necessary to subdue him so that we can have some peace moving forward. As the class bell rang, the classroom door swung open to reveal their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, causing several students' expressions to shift dramatically. Students, Wang Tong stated calmly from the podium, the teacher for the virtual esports class had an upset stomach this morning, so this class will be replaced with practical training. A chorus of discontent arose from the students, genuinely at a loss for words in response to their homeroom teacher's habitual routine. Lu Chong felt indifferent, while Chen Yufei, particularly enraged, resembled a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, nearly rising to protest. This is too much. However, when confronted with their homeroom teacher's gaze, Chen Yufei managed to restrain himself. Lu Chong sensed something amiss and glanced towards the back row, recognizing Sun Tze's silent lip movements. You're finished. Chapter 7. A staggering display of skill at the commencement of the practical class. As Wang Tong issued his command, the students dispersed in an orderly manner. Before Lu Chong could survey the scene, Sun Tze had already made a beeline for him. He did not forget to create a spectacle, declaring, Fellow classmates, please bear witness. Today I shall duel Lu Chong for supremacy. Simultaneously, Sun Tze summoned his two close friends, who promptly retrieved their phones to record the event. His intentions were clear. He aimed to upload the footage of his anticipated triumph on the school forum to reclaim his reputation. Naturally, it wasn't just his friends, other classmates, and even students from neighboring classes gathered around, eager to document the unfolding drama. Lu Chong cast a glance at their homeroom teacher on the platform. He noted that, in the face of this chaos, the teacher remained unmoved, neither supporting nor opposing the spectacle. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, it was a practical class, allowing students to observe combat and glean insights. In fact, within Class 5 of their senior year, Sun Tze was regarded as one of the top fighters. Even before the match commenced, murmurs circulated among the students nearby. It seems Sun Tze is still unwilling to accept defeat. After being humiliated yesterday, he dares to provoke Lu Chong again. You don't understand. Sun Tze was merely overconfident yesterday. If we consider true strength, he still has the upper hand over Lu Chong. Some students, usually intimidated by Sun Tze's reputation, began to cheer him on. Go Sun Tze, you got this. Sun Tze reveled in the attention, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Chong. See, the eyes of the students are clear. Don't think that a fleeting victory proves you are superior to me. Chen Yufei, observing Sun Tze's smugness, could no longer contain his frustration. Lu Chong, however, interposed himself, leisurely removing his school jacket and handing it to Chen Yufei before addressing Sun Tze with a respectful fist salute. Please, before the battle commenced. Any words seemed superfluous. Sun Tzu clenched his fist, his expression turning grave. He recalled the lessons of yesterday, vowing not to underestimate his opponent again. Today, he was determined to exert himself fully and redeem his previous disgrace. With a fierce shout, Sun Tzu was the first to strike, employing the 9 shadow steps of the great accomplishment realm, leaving behind an afterimage in his wake. He leaped before Lu Chong, delivering a powerful palm strike with all his might. Although his movements were swift, to Lu Chong's discerning eyes, they appeared riddled with flaws. After mastering the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone palm, Lu Chong's perception had significantly sharpened. The essence of mastery lay in the ability to discern the minute details, a realm entirely distinct from mere accomplishment. Just as Sun Tzu's palm wind approached, Lu Chong deftly sidestepped with a slight shift, effortlessly evading the attack. Unperturbed, Sun Tzu followed with the 9 shadow steps, leaving yet another afterimage as he executed a horizontal palm strike. However, Lu Chong performed another subtle withdrawal, skillfully avoiding the blow, not even allowing the edge of his clothing to be touched. Sun Tzu attempted a series of varied techniques, his mastery of the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone palm reaching its zenith, yet he still could not land a hit on Lu Chong. The most daunting aspect was how Lu Chong remained within a mere yard of movement, effortlessly evading Sun Tzu's every attempt. The surrounding classmates were in a state of uproar. Is this also the 9 shadow steps? They wondered. There are no afterimages, and it doesn't seem particularly impressive. Why does he always manage to evade? Some speculated that it felt like mere coincidence, but such frequent strokes of luck seemed too improbable to be mere chance. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, leaped down from the platform with eyes gleaming, exclaiming, "This is certainly not coincidence. Observe closely. This is the 9 shadow steps at the level of mastery, where true skill reveals itself in the minutiae." Wang Tong was astounded. It had only been one night since Lu Chong had made another breakthrough, achieving the level of mastery. While there were indeed students capable of refining a martial technique to this level, he had never witnessed such rapid progress. He distinctly recalled that Lu Chong had only reached the small accomplishment realm 2 days prior, and then the great accomplishment yesterday. That could be explained by prior accumulation. But to leap from great accomplishment to mastery within a single night was unfathomable. Could it be a second awakening, marking him as a prodigy of exceptional insight? Wang Tong's heart swelled with excitement. If this were indeed the case, Class 5 of the senior year could potentially witness a candidate for a prestigious martial arts university. With their teacher's revelation, the surrounding students erupted in chatter. Mastery of the 9 shadow steps? I don't think any of us have achieved that level yet. They speculated about the possibility of gaining admission to a top martial arts university, astonished at Lu Chong's newfound strength. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sun Tzu remained oblivious to the discussions, fully focused on pursuing Lu Chong. Though he appeared to have the upper hand, internally he felt immense frustration. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet not only had he failed to subdue Lu Chong, but he hadn't even managed to land a blow. His stamina was rapidly depleting. He could not continue like this. Realizing this, Sun Tzu hastily retreated, his face flushed as he shouted, "Lu Chong, what is the meaning of this? How can I fight if you keep dodging? If you're afraid to face me head-on, you might as well concede." Lu Chong was immersed in contemplating the nuances of his mastery of the 9 shadow steps and the workings of his automatic training system. His intention in provoking Sun Tzu was to see if he could further accelerate his training speed. Unfortunately, after dozens of exchanges, neither the 9 shadow steps nor the opening stone palm showed any signs of advancement. They continued to progress at their original pace. Was it merely that Sun Tzu was too weak to provide any challenge? Lu Chong pondered. He speculated that to enhance his training speed through combat, certain conditions must be met. At the very least, he needed an opponent who could present him with a modicum of pressure. When Sun Tzu's inquiries went unanswered and Lu Chong appeared lost in thought, Sun Tzu's frustration boiled over, and he charged forward once more with a furious shout. Lu Chong, regaining his focus, had lost interest in dancing around Sun Tzu. As Sun Tzu launched his palm strike, Lu Chong's figure suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Sun Tzu moments later. Without a hint of struggle, Lu Chong delivered a casual palm strike, hitting Sun Tzu squarely on the back. Boom! Sun Tzu barely had time to react or cry out, tumbling forward to the ground in an undignified manner. Did you not wish for a head-on confrontation? Why turn your back to me? Come now. Today I shall give you the chance to face my full strength. Lu Chong said expressionlessly. Sun Tzu scrambled to his feet, shouting in anger, "I'll fight you with everything I have." Boom! This time, Lu Chong did not evade, meeting Sun Tzu's palm strike head-on. However, the 1 cent reeling was still Sun Tzu, who had poured all his strength into the attack. After mastering the opening stone palm, the amplification of his palm strike was doubled, and Lu Chong felt no fear. Mastery! Wang Tong's eyes gleamed even brighter. The opening stone palm had also reached mastery. His heart surged with excitement, overwhelmed by the surprises that bordered on shock. Chapter 8. The Reward of New Martial Techniques. Shame. It was utterly humiliating. Sun Tzu was certain he had given his all, yet Lu Chong had not taken advantage of him this time, nor knocked him unconscious. However, he would have preferred to be knocked out than to endure the stares of so many eyes, lying helplessly on the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered by Lu Chong's opening stone palm, and the mortifying position he found himself in, captured on the phones of the classmates he had invited, filled him with a seething embarrassment. This was truly a case of bringing disaster upon oneself. What could he possibly say now? Chun Yufei, sitting nearby, couldn't help but utter smug remarks, relishing the sight even more than Lu Chong, who had struck Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu buried his head in the ground, unable to utter a word. He had just verbally conceded. Otherwise, he feared Lu Chong might actually knock out all his teeth. All right, the homeroom teacher interjected. Chun Yufei, take Sun Tzu to the infirmary. Lu Chong, come with me. The rest of you, continue with your lessons. Lu Chong knew he could not hide his mastery from the teacher and was relieved he had prepared an explanation, following Wang Tong to the office. On the playground, Chun Yufei showed no inclination to help Sun Tzu, merely observing with a cold gaze. Sun Tzu's loyal friends instinctively approached, phones in hand, asking Brother Sun, "Shall we keep filming? Film your mother. Do you not see what state I'm in?" Sun Tzu grumbled, struggling to roll over while cursing fiercely. At the same time, he did not forget to threaten the other students nearby. "If anyone spreads news of today's events, I'll settle the score with them." Wow, how imposing. Why didn't you dare speak up in front of Brother Chong earlier? Chun Yufei continued to focus his phone's camera on Sun Tzu, mocking him further. Sun Tzu shot a fierce glare at Chun Yufei, then turned to his friends. "What are you waiting for? Help me to the infirmary." He understood that any further words would be superfluous and only serve to deepen his shame. Moreover, even if his classmates refrained from filming or posting the incident on the school forum, students from other classes would inevitably do so. Sun Tzu only wished to escape this humiliating scene as quickly as possible and avoid all contact with others. As Sun Tzu left the playground, a wave of laughter erupted from Class 5. In the homeroom office, Wang Tong fixed his copper-ringed eyes upon Lu Chong, inquiring with utmost seriousness. "Lu Chong, when did you truly master the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone hand?" Lu Chong replied candidly, "Last night, while practicing near my home, I suddenly had an epiphany, and it just clicked." Wang Tong was taken aback for a full 10 seconds before regaining his composure. For an average high school student, mastering such rudimentary martial arts techniques typically takes about a month from initiation to minor proficiency. However, progressing from minor proficiency to major proficiency requires a longer duration, averaging around a year. Furthermore, advancing from major proficiency to the realm of mastery is even more arduous, with the vast majority of students struggling to achieve even one technique at this level by the time of the college entrance examination. Of course, those with expert private tutors or exceptionally gifted prodigies are exceptions to this rule. Yet, even the most extraordinary students have never experienced a leap from minor to mastery in a single night like Lu Chong. Not even in the elite class one of the senior year, which has never witnessed such a phenomenon since its establishment. At that moment, Wang Tong felt he had stumbled upon a treasure, a prodigious talent indeed. He recognized that Lu Chong could not possibly afford a private tutor. Reflecting on this, Wang Tong looked at Lu Chong earnestly once more, realizing that his prior conjecture was accurate. "You have awakened a second time upon reaching adulthood, particularly in terms of your extraordinary understanding. Teacher, is there any problem?" Lu Chong feigned ignorance. Wang Tong shook his head decisively and replied, "This is a fortunate development for you. There is no need for concern. However, there is one matter I must discuss with you beforehand." Suddenly, Wang Tong became serious. "Please, go ahead, teacher." Lu Chong's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness, recognizing that his insights were far inferior to those of his homeroom teacher. Wang Tong nodded and continued. Your talent will soon become known throughout the school, and I do not advise you to conceal it. After all, the school tends to allocate more resources to students with potential. As I mentioned before, the resources I can request for you can be applied for now, without waiting until after the mock exams. Chong nodded in agreement with his homeroom teacher's words. His public displays of ability had been motivated by this very consideration. Without the school's resource allocation, it would be challenging for him to fully leverage his advantages. However, Wang Tong changed the subject, saying, "You now have the opportunity to choose to transfer to Class 1, the elite martial arts class." Wang Tong gazed at Chong with a hint of tension. "What do you mean, teacher?" Wang Tong explained calmly, "Class 1 has always been our school's elite class, filled with exceptional students like Xiang Yuya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan, all of whom are at the 9th stage of martial discipleship. I must inform you that Class 1 indeed boasts the best faculty in the entire school. Moreover, given your current displayed potential, I can assist you in applying for a transfer." He added, "In fact, once the teachers in Class 1 learn about you, they may very well come seeking you out themselves. Hence, I felt it necessary to consult your opinion first." Only then did Chong comprehend, and after some contemplation, he replied, "Thank you for sharing this with me, teacher. May I inquire if the scholarships and resources in Class 1 surpass those in our current class?" Chong countered. Wang Tong quickly grasped Chong's intent and responded firmly, "I can guarantee you that there will be no disparity in this regard. As long as you demonstrate your potential, I can secure you the same, if not greater, resources than those available there." With this assurance, Chong no longer hesitated, decisively stating, "In that case, teacher, I shall not transfer." His decision was not born of impulsiveness, nor was it due to any profound attachment to Class 5. Rather, Chong's choice was grounded in practicality. With less than 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he could not afford the uncertainties and potential delays that a transfer to a new class might entail. Additionally, considering Wang Tong's candor in their two encounters, Chong had developed a level of trust in this homeroom teacher. If he were to transfer to another class, what if he did not get along with a new teacher? Since he could receive the same resources and support here, he would remain and continue to strive for success in the college entrance examination. In a class filled with martial arts prodigies, even with superior faculty, would there be a teacher who could offer him one-on-one guidance like this? Excellent. Wang Tong suddenly slapped his thigh. "Since you're so loyal, I shall not be stingy. I now reward you, in my personal capacity, with a new martial technique. This was a reward I earned during my time in the military, middle grade technique." Chapter 9. Fame Brings Wealth. The Wind Cleaving Leg. Upon returning to the training grounds, Chong discovered a new middle-grade martial technique added to his personal panel. According to his homeroom teacher, this technique, derived from a ground-level axe technique, emphasizes offensive capabilities and can be better paired with the 9 shadow steps. Furthermore, it was the only technique Wang Tong had fully mastered, allowing him to provide Chong with precise guidance. Wang Tong specifically emphasized that Chong should practice this leg technique with him every afternoon after school for personalized instruction. This technique is grand and dynamic, focusing on power rather than form, and is significantly more challenging than lower-grade techniques. As long as he can grasp the basics within 10 days, he stands a chance to excel before the college entrance examination. As Wang Tong stated, that lacking a fully developed middle-grade technique would make it exceedingly difficult to gain admission to a prestigious national school. However, Chong now faced a dilemma. He was uncertain whether he should disclose his progress to his homeroom teacher. As he walked from a homeroom office to the training grounds, he realized that he had already officially entered the basics of the wind-cleaving leg. The technique had bonded and awakened, responding to the pressure of a newcomer, and he had instinctively begun to master it. Thus, Chong's personal panel underwent a transformation. Name, Chong. Rank, Martial Disciple Stage 4, 33. Martial Techniques, 9 Shadow Steps Mastery, 10. Opening Stone Hand Mastery, 7. Wind-Cleaving Leg Basics, 1. Indeed, the wind-cleaving leg, which Wang Tong had suggested would take at least 10 days to grasp, was now within Chong's preliminary execution capabilities. After some contemplation, Chong chose to remain silent, concerned that revealing this might unsettle his teacher. He decided to wait until their evening session for guidance to bring it up. The practical training course occupied all the cultural classes that morning, and by the time it concluded, it was already lunchtime. "Haha, Brother Chong, you're incredible. Without further ado, today's lunch is on me." Eat whatever you like, Chen Yufei exclaimed, throwing his arm around Lu Chong's shoulder exuberantly. Is this really something worth celebrating? Lu Chong casually asked while discreetly assessing his own training progress. Chen Yufei exaggeratedly replied, that kid Sanze has definitely been humbled this time. Isn't that worth a celebration? Moreover, Chen Yufei mysteriously pulled out his phone, presenting the screen to Lu Chong. Look, Brother Chong, you've really become famous in school. Lu Chong glanced and indeed saw photos and videos of his triumph over Sanze had become the top trending post, complete with an eye-catching title, Martial Disciple Stage for Dual Mastery Techniques. A genius who has hidden his talent for years finally shines. Lu Chong shot a look at Chen Yufei and asked, did you post this? Chen Yufei replied proudly, of course. How cool is that? And what about Sanze? Lu Chong inquired, shifting the topic. That kid is utterly deflated. Whatever he does now is irrelevant. Not mentioning him in the post's title is already quite magnanimous of me, Chen Yufei nonchalantly stated. Certainly, he is not worthy of being compared to you, Brother Chong. He is merely a stumbling block. The two, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way toward the cafeteria of the first middle school. Lu Chong felt the weight of many curious gazes upon them along the way. Apparently, Chen Yufei was indeed correct. Due to this morning's practical training, he had garnered a certain level of notoriety within the school. Amidst their laughter, a soft voice suddenly called out from behind, Lu Chong. Turning around, Lu Chong was taken aback to see the representative of the practical training class, Lu Qingqing, blushing as she gazed at him. Is there something you need? Lu Chong inquired. Puzzled, Lu Qingqing nodded, raising her eyes to meet his. Lu Chong, I would like to discuss something with you privately. Chen Yufei, standing nearby, quickly stepped aside and, with a conspiratorial grin, whispered to Lu Chong, well, the class beauty has summoned you. I shall take my leave. Brother Chong, I shall wait for you in the cafeteria. Upon finishing, Chen Yufei turned and dashed away. Lu Qingqing, clearly having overheard Chen Yufei, blushed even deeper and explained, please do not misunderstand, Lu Chong. I merely wish to seek your guidance on martial arts training. Lu Chong, not possessing such a level of vanity, replied calmly, you have assisted me often in the past. If you have any questions, we can discuss them during practical class. That's not what I meant, Lu Qingqing interjected hastily. What I mean is, I would like to request you to be my private instructor. I aim to utilize the time after school to intensively practice martial arts in preparation for the college entrance examination. Rest assured, Lu Chong, I can compensate you hourly. Would 1,000 for each hour suffice? Lu Qingqing mustered the courage to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's interest was piqued. Although the homeroom teacher had promised to expedite his access to resources, he was in dire need of funds and could hardly refuse such an opportunity. Earning just 1 hour's worth of training would allow him to purchase a nutritious bar like the one he had last time. It was a lucrative deal. He could train while earning money. He might refuse a woman's advances, but he could not turn down the financial support necessary for martial arts training. However, he remained curious. Why don't you seek out a professional martial arts instructor at a dojo? Lu Qingqing replied candidly. I do have a private instructor at a dojo, but the gap in our skills is too significant for me to gain further insights. Lu Chong understood then. It was evident that both he and Lu Qingqing were merely martial apprentices, with his own two primary techniques only having reached the threshold of proficiency, making him a suitable training partner. No problem, I can spare some time for practice after school each day, Lu Chong readily agreed. He also needed to allocate an hour to meet with the homeroom teacher for additional training. What private instruction? What practice partner? Brother Chong, it seems you are rather oblivious. The class beauty is clearly enamored with your physique and covets your attractiveness. In the cafeteria, Chen Yufei could no longer contain his excitement and whispered with a smirk. Don't say I didn't warn you. Boys must always protect themselves when outside. Get lost. Lu Chong kicked the overindulged Chen Yufei away and quickly finished his meal. After school, Lu Chong arrived first at the apartment building where the homeroom teacher resided. He intended to practice the wind-cleaving kick for an hour before meeting Lu Qingqing for some extra earnings. Wang Tong stood barefoot in the courtyard below, calmly instructing Lu Chong. Begin by practicing the wind-cleaving kicks movements. I will correct your posture. Yes, Lu Chong responded promptly. He then assumed the starting position and executed the 36 variations of the wind-cleaving kick in the courtyard, his movements flowing like water, powerful and seamless, without any hint of hesitation. Wang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands clasped tightly at his chest. Has he truly mastered the basics? He mused, feeling his heart race. Yet, the boy before him appeared genuinely to have entered the first stage of mastery, executing each move flawlessly. Indeed, teacher, I practiced a bit this afternoon and just felt I had grasped the basics, Lu Chong admitted, having concluded his movements. In truth, he had progressed even further, having achieved an entry level of 18 in his training. With just a few more hours of practice, he could likely reach a small mastery by morning. This pace was indeed slower compared to the 9 shadow steps and the stone-breaking hand techniques. Do not disclose this leg technique for now. Save it for the college entrance exam. There will be practical assessments, and if others decipher your skills, you may easily become a target. After taking several deep breaths, Wang Tong finally composed himself and solemnly cautioned Lu Chong. Understood, teacher, Lu Chong nodded in acknowledgement. The college entrance examination comprised both written and martial assessments, and the teacher wished for him to retain a tactical advantage. Now, I will demonstrate the wind-cleaving kick. Simply follow my lead. Wang Tong stood barefoot on the grass, assuming the starting stance as he spoke. Do not be complacent. The movements of the wind-cleaving kick are not difficult, but the challenge lies in the technique of channeling energy and the momentum required to cleave through all obstacles. As Wang Tong demonstrated, it was evident that his execution was on an entirely different level. His legs sliced through the air like 2 formidable axes, cutting through the wind with a thunderous roar. Lu Chong followed Wang Tong's lead, repeating the movements and diligently sensing the nuances in their execution. Observing the demonstration of the wind-cleaving kick was immensely beneficial, amplifying his training speed 5-fold. The notification in his mind brought him renewed joy. Clearly, the guidance of a master could indeed expedite one's training. With the training speed enhanced to 5 times, would have been 3 per hour now, soared to 96. In just 1 hour here, I could achieve small mastery of the wind-cleaving kick, Lu Chong calculated in astonishment while continuing to practice alongside Wang Tong. He felt his comprehension of the technique surge at an astonishing rate. This sensation was truly exhilarating. After more than half an hour, Lu Chong's kicks began to generate a sound reminiscent of axes cleaving through the air. Wang Tong, who was engrossed in his demonstration, suddenly sensed something and felt as if he might burst with excitement. Could he be on the verge of small mastery? Teacher, please continue. Your guidance has been incredibly beneficial, Lu Chong urged, noticing the teacher's momentary hesitation. Don't stop. It would disrupt the rapid progression of my wind-cleaving kick. Am I truly that exceptional? Wang Tong hastily resumed his movements, forcing himself to remain composed, though his mind raced with thoughts. This was no mere benefit. It was akin to enlightenment. He had never encountered someone who grasped techniques at such a rapid pace. When the hour concluded, Lu Chong's wind-cleaving kick had evidently reached the threshold of small mastery, and his training speed had slightly decreased. Wind-cleaving kick small mastery 15. He contemplated that if he were to practice with the teacher for a few more hours, he might very well achieve great mastery or even reach a profound understanding. Let us conclude for today. Moderation is key. Ensure you consolidate your skills at home, Wang Tong said, taking the lead and winding down. He too needed to return and reflect. When he had trained in the wind-cleaving kick, it had taken him a full 6 months to achieve small mastery, earning him the title of a genius elite within the entire battalion. Yet Lu Chong had accomplished in a single day what had taken him months. Thank you, teacher. See you tomorrow. Lu Chong expressed his sincere gratitude. Wait, Wang Tong suddenly called out, retrieving a nutritional bar from his pocket. This is a basic nutritional supplement I have arranged for you. You will receive 1 each day. Be sure to practice the Qi gathering technique diligently at home. With your profound insight, there is no need to worry about your martial prowess. However, your cultivation at the 4th stage of a martial apprentice is still woefully inadequate. After Wang Tong finished speaking, he turned and headed back, fearing that he might not withstand the emotional upheaval. After expressing his gratitude once more, Lu Chong departed the teacher's dormitory alone. Another 1,000 or so in hand, Lu Chong felt a surge of joy. With the remuneration agreed upon with Lu Qingqing, he could earn over 2,000 in just 1 day, which should suffice for his expenses. Having just exhausted himself in practice, he took a bite of something, instantly feeling warmth enveloping his entire body. With his Qi nourishing technique fully replenished, his cultivation speed quadrupled. Indeed, with such nourishing sustenance, the difference was remarkable. Lu Chong felt a sense of elation. At this rate, he could break through to the 5th stage by morning. Upon exiting the school gate, he noticed Lu Qingqing waiting for him at the entrance. "Shall we go, or shall we study?" Lu Chong asked with a cheerful smile. Lu Qingqing, affected by his charming and sunny demeanor, flushed crimson and quickly replied, "Let us go to my house. My parents aren't home anyway." Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback, but didn't dwell on it, agreeing casually. However, as he followed Lu Qingqing around the corner past the school gate, he saw a luxurious black van waiting there. "Miss, please get in," said a woman dressed impeccably in a black suit, sunglasses shielding her eyes, appearing to be a bodyguard. Yet, Lu Chong noticed that this capable woman, seemingly just over 30, exuded the aura of a martial artist, her oppressive presence rivaling that of their homeroom teacher. Goodness. Lu Qingqing's background is extraordinary. Even her bodyguard is a genuine high-level martial artist, Lu Chong mused inwardly. In society, high-level martial artists hold a revered status. They can even become esteemed guests in ordinary martial arts schools or earn millions as elite personal trainers. One could only imagine the wealth required to employ such a bodyguard. In comparison, the top students from Class 1, who drove flashy sports cars to school, seemed utterly inferior. Once Lu Chong entered the vehicle, he realized there was also a middle-aged male driver dressed similarly, whose presence was just as formidable as the woman's. 2 high-level martial artists escorting Lu Qingqing. She truly led a remarkably understated life, Lu Chong thought, astonished. "Uncle Zhong, let us go home," Lu Qingqing said, her demeanor shifting to one of authority in front of the two. "Yes, Miss," Uncle Zhong replied, starting the van. The vehicle sped through the streets with remarkable stability, and after more than half an hour, they arrived at a manor in the western suburbs of the city. This estate spanned over 10 acres, featuring pavilions, towers, and flowing streams, all in a quintessential Chinese architectural style. As they traveled, although Lu Chong didn't see any sentries, he could feel no less than 10 oppressive gazes sweeping over him from within the estate. This manor was indeed a hidden den of dragons and crouching tigers. The van halted in front of a 3-story wooden building, and Lu Qingqing turned to Lu Chong, saying, "Classmate Lu Chong, we've arrived. This is my family's training room. I apologize for bringing you here, but my family doesn't allow me to train at a martial arts school. It's quite all right. It's a perfect opportunity for me to broaden my horizons," Lu Chong replied half-jokingly, not truly intimidated. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Chong encountered an elderly man with white hair and a stooped posture waiting at the door. "Miss, is this the classmate Lu Chong?" The elder greeted Lu Qingqing with a smile, then turned to Lu Chong and inquired. "Hello, I am Lu Chong." Lu Chong stepped forward to introduce himself. "I apologize." "Young man," the elder said with a slight bow, "my young lady can be somewhat willful. I hope we haven't caused you any inconvenience. However, to ensure you're truly qualified to be the young lady's personal trainer, we must conduct a test." The elder spoke courteously, yet with an air of authority. Chapter 11. Martial Techniques Emerge Under Pressure. "Old Chen, how can you do this?" "He is my classmate, here to assist me in my training," Lu Qingqing interjected anxiously, clinging to the elder's arm before Lu Chong could respond. It was evident that before this elder Chun, Lu Qingqing could only resort to coaxing, too timid to issue a direct command. Elder Chun chuckled softly, reassuring her, "My dear lady, the master entrusted you to my care, and I must take responsibility. Rest assured, it is merely a simple test, and he will not be harmed." After speaking, Elder Chun turned to Lu Chong. "I trust this young man won't mind, will you?" Lu Chong smiled and replied, "No problem, it's only natural." What could he do if he didn't mind? Since he had come this far, it would be foolish to act petulantly and leave empty-handed. After all, one does not bite the hand that feeds them. Cooperating was simply part of the deal. "Excellent. You are quite agreeable. Please follow me," Elder Chun beamed, leading the way into the wooden building. Sore, Lu Chun. "I had no idea Elder Chun would be this way," Lu Qingqing said, coming to Lu Chong's side and apologizing, sticking out her tongue at the stooped figure ahead. Lu Chong entered the wooden building without casting a glance aside, saying, "It's fine." Inside, Elder Chun led Lu Chong directly down to the lower level, where a completely different world awaited. Rather than the antiquated decor, this space was a modern training facility covering at least 300 square meters, equipped with all kinds of training apparatus. This place surpassed even the facilities of the Xiong family S martial arts school in the city center. Lu Chong was once again astounded. Classmate Lu Chong, our test is quite simple. If you can withstand 10 moves from Xiaoyu, you may stay on as the young lady's personal trainer, Elder Chun stated directly, turning to face Lu Chong. Xiaoyu? Lu Qingqing interjected, apprehensive. Xiaoyu is a 9th-stage martial artist, and how could Lu Chong possibly contend with her? Lu Chong glanced at the coldly composed woman in a suit and sunglasses who had entered with them. Xiaoyu was indeed the one Elder Chen referred to. A 9th-stage martial artist, she was even stronger than their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong. However, Lu Qingqing was right. There was no way Lu Chong could hold his ground against a 9th-stage martial artist. To be precise, he couldn't even withstand a single move at this moment. Elder Chen chuckled. Do not fret, my lady. Allow me to finish. Xiaoyu will restrain her strength and will not exceed your classmate's level. She will only use the most fundamental opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps. Should classmate Lu Chong endure 10 moves without defeat, I can assure you that your remuneration will be doubled. If you manage to turn the tables on Xiaoyu, it will be doubled again. Elder Chun looked at Lu Chong with a twinkle in his eye. How splendid. Lu Chong immediately began calculating his potential earnings. A 1-hour session as a sparring partner was 1,000. Doubling it would amount to 2,000, and doubling it again would make it 4,000. This was akin to striking gold for him, allowing him to practice while earning a substantial sum. No problem. I accept, Lu Chong declared, having no reason to refuse. Though he understood that even with her restrained abilities, Xiaoyu would not be an easy opponent, given her years of experience in both training and real combat. He felt a surge of confidence and was eager to test himself. Excellent. Classmate Lu Chong demonstrates great courage. In that case, let us begin, Elder Chen exclaimed. As he stepped aside with Lu Qingqing, the previously silent Xiaoyu finally revealed her intensity, coldly addressing Lu Chong. I have always accompanied the young lady in her training. Let me see what skills you possess to replace me. You won last 10 moves before I force you to concede. Lu Chong pondered. With the meticulous care they showed Lu Qingqing, it was no wonder she sought him out as a sparring partner. Please, he said, offering a respectful nod to the woman. First move, Xiaoyu coldly counted, transforming into a whirlwind, leaving behind mere afterimages as her true form surged towards Lu Chong. Indeed, she had mastered her cultivation, equally at the 4th level of martial discipleship, employing the 9 shadow steps. Lu Chong discerned that this 9th-tier martial artist's 9 shadow steps were already in the realm of subtlety, almost approaching perfection. As they drew closer, Xiaoyu's pushing palm unexpectedly arrived, aimed directly at Lu Chong's shoulder. The opening stone hand, too, was nearing completion. The class instructor had previously remarked that the further one progresses in martial arts, the more arduous the path becomes, especially the final step to flawless perfection, which many can scarcely aspire to achieve. Even those high-tier martial artists may not necessarily refine a lower-grade martial technique to its utmost level. It requires not only diligent practice, but also a profound affinity with the technique. Just like the instructor, Wang Tong, who had only reached the subtlety in both opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps, but achieved perfection in the mid-tier technique, the wind-splitting kick. Similarly, the present Xiaoyu had 2 fundamental martial techniques nearly perfected, yet still fell short by a single step. Nevertheless, even so, she had already surpassed Lu Chong. He dared not be careless, immediately employing the 9 shadow steps to retreat swiftly, leaving behind successive afterimages. However, Xiaoyu was not to be compared to the likes of Sun Zeke in their class. She followed closely, her seemingly soft jade hand perpetually looming over Lu Chong's shoulder. Let us test it. Lu Chong realized he could not evade. Resolute, he retaliated with the opening stone hand, confronting Xiaoyu head-on. Bang! As their palms collided, Lu Chong felt as though his strike had landed on emptiness, devoid of any point of leverage. Just as he found this perplexing and his strength waned, he noticed a smirk form at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, and a torrent of force suddenly erupted from her hand. Lu Chong inwardly cursed his misfortune and quickly summoned all his strength to execute the 9 shadow steps, attempting to withdraw and dissipate the force. Yet even so, he felt a persistent numbness creeping into his right hand and arm. Was this truly the opening stone hand? Lu Chong mused in doubt, but soon he comprehended that she was indeed employing both the opening stone hand and the 9 shadow steps. However, this high-tier martial artist had already transcended such limitations, adeptly adapting in combat. At the moment of their exchange, she skillfully retracted her force and, taking advantage of his waning strength, launched a powerful counterattack. This was not merely a deficiency in technique, but a significant gap in practical experience. No wonder she exuded such confidence. While Lu Chong contemplated, Xiaoyu again surged forward with renewed vigor. Her speed intensified, her figure becoming elusive, preparing to deliver another strike to secure victory over Lu Chong. The latent threat was far more daunting and exhausting. Lu Chong continuously employed the 9 shadow steps, attempting to find a flaw in her defenses. Yet, the disparity in martial techniques and experience left him feeling overwhelmed. This was untenable. If this continued, he would likely be defeated not after 10 strikes, but perhaps even after the second. Lu Chong acknowledged the dual pressure of strength and psyche weighing upon him. Just then, a familiar notification sound echoed in his mind. The 9 shadow steps felt immense pressure and underwent explosive growth, reaching a state of perfection. The opening stone hand, unwilling to lag behind, experienced a series of epiphanies, achieving completeness. Chapter 12. Who gave you the courage? Miss, you see, although this student Lu Chong possesses decent aptitude, he lacks experience. Xiaoyu is far more suited to accompany you in training, which will also put the master at ease. The observing elder Chen smiled, seemingly having anticipated the outcome of this battle. Lu Qingqing retorted, Xiaoyu is a formidable 9th-tier martial artist. It's no surprise Lu Chong lost. You all simply do not wish for me to seek an external tutor. Yet, when Xiaoyu trains with me, she always holds back, causing my progress to be painfully slow. Lu Qingqing spoke the truth. Elder Chen, with a solemn tone, replied, My lady, with the master and us here, you will not encounter danger. The master solely desires your lifelong safety, not to have you, like him, venture into peril. Thus, my lady, why must you endure such hardship? I knew you thought this way. Lu Qingqing turned her head in annoyance, refusing to acknowledge the elder. At that moment, Elder Chen suddenly exclaimed in surprise, This lad? Has he actually broken through in the midst of battle? Hearing this, Lu Qingqing's spirit surged, and she quickly focused her gaze. On the field, Xiaoyu was poised to strike, and with her seasoned experience, she knew that with just one more blow, victory would be assured. However, she abruptly noticed that the boy, who had been defensively reactive, had undergone a transformation in momentum. Particularly, the movement that had seemed so full of flaws in her eyes now appeared fluid and harmonious, leaving her with an unsettling sense of being at a loss for how to proceed. At the very least, under the constraints of only utilizing the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone hand, it was difficult for Xiaoyu to find that unwavering confidence of certain victory. Is this the perfection of the 9 shadow steps? Watching the youthful figure before her, replete with afterimages that flowed seamlessly, Xiaoyu realized that this recently turned adult had indeed comprehended the 9 shadow steps to a state of perfection. But how could this be? Just a moment ago, he was merely at the subtlety stage, and even within that realm, he was far beneath her. How could he leap directly to perfection? An epiphany in the heat of battle, rapid advancement? Wasn't he that a bit far-fetched? Yet the evidence lay before her, and Xiaoyu could no longer deny it. In that moment, she recognized that the chances of her winning had significantly diminished, though she was but a hair's breadth from the perfection of the 9 shadow steps. That single step in combat could create a vast chasm of disparity. Perfection signifies a mastery so profound that there are no flaws. To break through it would require overpowering tenfold. Yet, at equal levels of cultivation, Xiaoyu lacked that strength. Most critically, the agility and finesse Lu Chong now displayed had rendered her unable to reach him, let alone secure a victory. Let's call it day. At this moment, Elder Chen, standing at a distance, interjected, continuing this way would only result in a stalemate. Elder Chen felt a twinge of emotion, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Moments ago, he had been assessing the contest, only to find it reversed by a young lad. Xiaoyu, though filled with reluctance, had no choice but to cease her movements. She understood Elder Chen's words were true. As long as Lu Chong continued to evade, victory would remain elusive. Reflecting on her earlier boast of certain victory within 10 strikes, even this usually stoic Xiaoyu felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she still believed that if Lu Chong dared to take the initiative and present her with an opportunity, she would ultimately emerge victorious. Lu Chong, too, halted, but he harbored no intention of conceding. He turned to Elder Chen, stating earnestly, I still wish to see if I could turn the tables. Lu Chong was not driven by pride, but was reluctant to forfeit the double reward. The difference between 2,000 and 4,000 per hour was substantial. Elder Chen paused, gazing at Lu Chong with a bemused expression, and gently remarked, "Are you certain? 10 strikes have yet to pass, and should you lose again, you might miss your opportunity." Lu Qingqing, standing nearby, felt a surge of anxiety. Her previously eased heart now raced again, but she was at a loss for how to dissuade Lu Chong. Xiaoyu's chest heaved, clearly agitated by Lu Chong's audacity. This boy was far too dismissive of her prowess as a high-tier martial artist. While he might stand undefeated with his perfected 9 shadow steps, he still dared to envision a reversal against her. "Who gave you such courage?" Xiaoyu coldly questioned. Lu Chong humbly smiled and remarked, "I merely wished to take a bold gamble." Naturally, he would not reveal to his opponent that he had concurrently perfected his opening stone technique. In the face of this seasoned high-level warrior, he could only hope to achieve victory through an unexpected maneuver. "Well then, let me see if your bravado is truly warranted." With a cold command, Yu Jia assumed her stance for the opening stone technique. She did not intend to launch a proactive attack. But if Lu Chong dared to confront her head-on, she would ensure that this naive youth understood just how misguided he was. "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Chong politely clasped his fists once more. In an instant, however, the smile on his face faded, transforming into a tranquil demeanor. He executed the 9 shadow steps, leaving behind a residual image as he swiftly traversed 3 meters, arriving before Yu Jia. Opening stone technique. He thrust forward, targeting Yu Jia's elevated chest. Seeking death, Yu Jia bellowed, her palms slicing through the air like a tempest. One hand aimed to intercept Lu Chong's strike, while the other sought to slice across his neck. This furious attack was intended to make Lu Chong experience the bitter sting of defeat, rendering him unable to continue the fight. "Huh!" Lu Chong chuckled inwardly, seemingly employing an old tactic when suddenly he fainted, leaving behind another afterimage. This distraction caused Yu Jia's fierce barrage to miss its mark. Seizing the opportunity with the perfected 9 shadow steps, he shifted to a parallel position beside her. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chong executed a horizontal strike aimed at the back of Yu Jia's neck. The move was executed with such ferocity that it even produced a sound akin to breaking air. In contrast, Yu Jia, caught in her furious assault, had no time to evade or defend. With a resounding thud, Lu Chong's palm struck the back of Yu Jia's neck like a knife's edge. However, contrary to his expectations of a decisive victory, he felt as though his hand had collided with reinforced steel, nearly causing injury to himself. "You trickster!" Yu Jia spun around, ready to retaliate. At that moment, Elder Chen's voice rang out from a distance, laced with a hint of coldness and ire. "Enough! You have already violated the rules by employing another martial art. There is no need to continue." Elder Chen admonished, his brow furrowed. This remark was clearly directed at Yu Jia, who had indeed utilized a higher-grade martial technique to block Lu Chong's strike. Faced with Elder Chen's sternness, Yu Jia's face paled slightly as she withdrew her stance, respectfully acknowledging, "Yes, Elder Chen." Seizing the moment, Lu Chong quickly took his leave, clasping his fist before Yu Jia and saying, "I appreciate your kindness. I apologize. Had I not provoked you, I might have lost my only chance to win." Yu Jia merely huffed dismissively, choosing not to respond, yet she understood the implication of his words. At that moment, Elder Chen approached, accompanied by the visibly delighted Lu Qingqing, exclaiming, "How formidable! There is no need for this student to be modest. If I am not mistaken, your opening stone technique has also reached perfection, has it not?" Yu Jia stared in astonishment at Lu Chong, struggling to comprehend. Chapter 13. Ambitious Aspirations Toward the Top Scholar. While Yu Jia discerned that Lu Chong had perfected his 9 shadow steps, she failed to realize that his opening stone technique had also attained the same level. Achieving perfection in a basic low-tier martial art is commendable, but mastering 2 martial techniques simultaneously to such a degree is exceedingly rare. What was most astonishing was Lu Chong's youth. He was merely a newly adult high school student. Such students, even across the entire nation, number less than 100 each year. Moreover, when she initially faced him, he had only recently entered the realm of entry-level proficiency. How had he suddenly attained perfection? Yu Jia found herself perplexed, but she understood that she had made a grave miscalculation today. Elder Chen spoke again to clarify. "If it were not for the perfection of your opening stone technique, how could Lu Chong's earlier strike have been so fluid even posing a threat that elicited an instinctive response from you. Furthermore, Elder Chen's discerning gaze fixed upon Lu Chong, if I am not mistaken. You achieved your breakthrough during the recent battle, did you not? Indeed. Lu Chong conceded without reservation, aware that he could not hide anything from the astute Elder Chen. He humbly added, I must credit you Jia for her guidance, which illuminated my understanding and allowed me to break through. He had to acknowledge that this was the most significant gain from his endeavor. Without such an opportunity, it might have taken him another 10 days to reach perfection in both the opening stone technique and the 9 shadow steps. Truly a talented youth. As Miss Yu has noted, Elder Chen smiled. In that case, I shall not go back on my word. You may remain to train alongside Miss Yu. However, it is imperative that Xiao Yu accompanies you. Elder Chen stated imperatively. Before departing, he added as an afterthought, by the way, according to our previous agreement, your remuneration can be increased. Please collect it from Xiao Yu after each class. With that, Elder Chen left the training room, hands clasped behind his back. Lu Chong, are you all right? Once Elder Chen's figure disappeared, Lu Qingqing exhaled in relief and hurried to Lu Chong's side. I sincerely apologize. Had I known it would unfold this way, I would not have troubled you. I am fine, Lu Chong replied with a smile. Had it not been for this opportunity, I would not have achieved my breakthrough. I owe you my gratitude. Meanwhile, Yu Jia, displaying signs of impatience, interjected, if you continue to waste time here, I cannot guarantee that your remuneration will not be deducted. Having said this, she moved to a corner and sat cross-legged, yet her eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, remained fixed on Lu Chong, as though fearful he might abscond with her precious Miss Yu. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and whispered, do not hold it against Yu Jia. Though she appears fierce, she is actually quite kind to others. It is likely that her demeanor is solely directed at you. The young lady. Lu Chong mused quietly, recognizing that a formidable 9th-tier warrior would not deign to concern themselves with ordinary individuals. Shall we begin? Lu Chong, mindful of his remuneration, was anxious that Yu Jia might withhold it. Thus, the two engaged in practical sparring within the spacious, well-lit training room, aimed at enhancing Lu Qingqing's martial skills. With both of Lu Chong's techniques now perfected, guiding Lu Qingqing became an effortless endeavor. Even Yu Jia, who observed coldly from the sidelines, found herself at a loss for words. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 hours had elapsed. Lu Chong successfully received his remuneration of 8,000 yuan as he exited the Lu family estate. Lu Qingqing intended to have Uncle Zhong escort Lu Chong home, but he felt it would be inappropriate to trouble a high-level warrior for such a task. Instead, he opted to run home, simultaneously practicing the Qi gathering technique to accelerate his cultivation. While instructing Lu Qingqing, Lu Chong had not neglected his own training. With the nutritional bars provided by his homeroom teacher, Lu Chong felt confident in advancing his cultivation. In just those 2 hours, his progress in the Qi gathering technique surged by 30. It seems I have underestimated my own cultivation speed. I should be able to break through to the 5th tier before bed tonight, Lu Chong thought, secretly elated as he reviewed his personal data. Running swiftly, Lu Chong returned home in under an hour, covering nearly 100 miles. This time, he did not venture out to practice martial skills, but instead sat cross-legged in the living room, actively cultivating the Qi gathering technique. Thus, 3 hours later, as Lu Chong exhausted the nutritional bars given by his homeroom teacher, his cultivation finally reached fruition, and he smoothly ascended to the 5th tier of martial apprentices. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 5th tier martial apprentice 1. This truly burns through cash. I've spent 1,001 night, he reflected. Moreover, with the increase in his cultivation level, the automatic training speed of the Qi gathering technique would likely decline, making it even more costly in the future. In addition to the wind-splitting leg technique, once a certain level of mastery is attained, the speed of self-cultivation has become an automatic rate of 1 per hour. However, Lu Chong did not feel disheartened. This was merely a normal occurrence, regardless of whether it pertains to cultivation or martial skills. The challenges of advancement become increasingly arduous over time, requiring greater resources. Lu Chong was not anxious about his training in the wind-splitting leg technique, for his homeroom teacher was providing him with personalized guidance, which was far more efficient than his solitary practice. As for his cultivation, Lu Chong had now discovered a means of generating income, alleviating any immediate concerns. Lying on his bed, Lu Chong pondered whether his aspirations were perhaps a tad too modest. Given his current rate of growth, Gaining admission to a prestigious university by the time of the college entrance examination seemed almost assured. So, why not aim to challenge himself and strive for admission to the illustrious North China Martial Arts University or the Jiangnan Martial Arts University? These institutions are revered as the pinnacle of academic excellence, coveted by students across the land. Additionally, there existed another formidable contender, the Central Plains Zhenwu Military Academy, which was equally distinguished. However, accustomed to freedom, Lu Chong promptly dismissed this school from consideration. Both North China Martial Arts University and Jiangnan Martial Arts University were his top choices. It was rumored that securing a place at one of these three esteemed institutions would entail substantial scholarships from both the school and the city, which would significantly alleviate his financial needs. Lu Chong contemplated further. Or perhaps, why shouldn't he aspire to be the top scorer in the city, or even in the entire province? As Lu Chong's ambitions grew, he unwittingly fell into a daydream. The following morning, Lu Chong was awakened not by hunger, but by the jarring sound of his mobile phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw it was Chun Yufei. "Hey, Hong Yi, wake up quickly. Something big has happened. Class 1 has issued a challenge to our class." This was clearly an act of bullying. The school forum was in an uproar. Chapter 14. In critical times, unity is essential against external forces. Upon hearing Chun Yufei's words, Lu Chong hurriedly opened the school forum. Indeed, a post made at 6 in the morning had already risen to the top of the trending topics. Class 1 boldly proclaimed a friendly combat exchange with Class 5, each side to send 5 members, with victory going to the team that remained standing last. Given that Class 1 had always been a key class, this peculiar challenge quickly attracted countless students to observe and comment, including those from other schools. What's going on with Class 1? Isn't this just bullying? Moreover, Haven T, they always looked down on engaging with other classes. The details were murky, but it was said that Class 1 would only dispatch students of the 5th rank of martial disciples, which could hardly be considered bullying, as that was their weakest cohort. Yet, who was unaware that the students of Class 1 possessed the highest comprehension abilities? Even with the same level of cultivation, their martial skills were formidable. Various comments flooded in, predominantly disparaging Class 5. There was little to be done. In Yunqing No. 1 High School, and indeed throughout the entirety of Guanyin City, Class 1 was renowned as the elite class, holding a formidable reputation. Lu Chong was somewhat perplexed, but after receiving a call from his homeroom teacher, the situation became clear. This incident had originated from him. It turned out that after his rise to fame yesterday, the teachers of Class 1 had intended to recruit him to their ranks. It was only after his homeroom teacher argued fiercely that he remained in Class 5. He recalled that a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office had also inquired about his stance yesterday afternoon. However, he had not anticipated such a significant reaction from Class 1. Was it truly necessary? Just because he chose not to transfer to Class 1, they felt compelled to assert their dominance to prove their worth? Yet, reflecting on his experiences at school over the past few days and the prevailing atmosphere of martial competition, it seemed rather natural. Without delay, Lu Chong quickly got up, washed up, took a bite of the nutritious bar he had purchased the previous night, and jogged to school. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the bustling classroom. "Chongge, come quickly. Everyone is waiting for you to make a decision," Chun Yufei exclaimed, standing amidst the crowd, his excitement palpable. Feng Yi, Feng Yi. The 56 students of Class 5 had gathered, and many classmates, upon seeing Lu Chong, voluntarily made way, joining Chun Yufei in calling out for him. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. After Lu Chong had decisively defeated the former class bully, Sun Zhe, these students had come to respect him. "Lu Chong, the challenge from Class 1 has been delivered. What are your thoughts?" asked Lu Qingqing, the class representative, as she presented a challenge letter to Lu Chong. Among those present, only she understood that Lu Chong was not merely a dual practitioner of martial arts. He had indeed attained true mastery, making him the undisputed leader of Class 5. "Chongge, to hell with them. Who's afraid? If it comes to it, we'll all end up in the infirmary together," Chun Yufei declared boldly. "Yufei, it's easy for you to say, you won't be the one fighting," retorted another classmate, dissatisfied. Indeed, each class would send forth 5 members, and it was only natural that the best would be selected. Chun Yufei would hardly make the cut. Chun Yufei boisterously replied, "So what? With my Chongge holding the fort, who could possibly pose a threat?" Lu Qingqing, ignoring Chun Yufei, turned her attention back to Lu Chong, Continuing, the homeroom teacher has given us the autonomy to decide whether to accept the challenge or not. Clearly, as the class representative, Lu Qingqing was now willing to follow Lu Chong's lead. Lu Chong contemplated for a moment. This could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity, and given that it pertained to the honor of the class, evading the battle would be unwise. To shy away would equate to conceding defeat, inviting mockery from the entire school. Fine, let us fight. They're all just fifth-rank martial disciples anyway. I'll sign up first. At that moment, a rugged voice emerged from the back of the classroom, prompting all the students to turn. It was none other than Sun Zhe, who had just emerged from the infirmary. Sun Zhe stood up, stepped forward, and addressed Lu Qingqing without glancing at Lu Chong, declaring, "I will be the first to fight. Then I'll be second." Another fifth-rank martial disciple volunteered. "I'm third." A third student stepped forward. Lu Qingqing looked around and said, "I'll take the fourth spot." Afterward, all eyes turned to Lu Chong. There was no other option. Class 5 had only these 4 fifth-rank martial disciples, followed by Lu Chong, who had the ability to defeat Sun Zhe, despite being a 4th-rank martial disciple. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lu Chong had already attained the 5th rank. In contrast, the weakest among Class 1 were all 5th-rank martial disciples. Lu Chong smiled. "Then I shall be the last." He thought it wise to allow his classmates a chance to showcase their skills and learn. Otherwise, a 1-against-5 scenario would lack any sense of challenge. With the open stone hand and 9 shadow steps perfected, and having surpassed the 5th rank in cultivation, Lu Chong felt confident that there was no student within the school capable of defeating him within the same rank. "Excellent," Lu Qingqing affirmed. "It is settled then. The battle will take place during the afternoon martial arts class. I shall report this to our homeroom teacher." "No need for that. I've already heard," came the calm voice of their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, as he entered the room. His demeanor was serene, yet his voice carried a hint of fervor. "I am very pleased with your response. You have been together for 3 years, and, although you may have had your disputes, it is vital that you unite in the face of external pressures. This is the most important lesson. I hope you remember today. This is what I wish to impart to you as you approach graduation. It is of little consequence to have disagreements in daily life, but when confronted with external threats, you must stand united." The homeroom teacher spoke earnestly. "It is this very spirit that allows our China to stand tall at the pinnacle of the world, repelling all invading foes, be they foreign tribes or beasts." The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence. As the students appeared taken aback by the unexpected words of their typically cold and brusque homeroom teacher, Lu Chong, in a moment of contemplation, recalled the teacher's military background, which led him a newfound understanding of the teacher's sentiments. "Lu Chong, step outside with me," the teacher directed, turning his gaze toward Lu Chong. Promptly, Lu Chong exited the classroom, following the teacher to a secluded corner of the hallway. "Lu Chong, this challenge from Class 1 is essentially directed at me, or rather, a suppression of the ordinary class. Of course, the primary root of this lies with you," the teacher stated, fixing his eyes on Lu Chong. Lu Chong shook his head, wondering if it wasn't merely to produce a top university student from Class 5. The teacher, with a weighty tone, replied, "It is because I wish to instill hope in more children, to convey that there is always hope in life, and that success should not be judged solely by immediate gains or losses." In an instant, Lu Chong comprehended the teacher's intention. He aimed to use Lu Chong as an example, encouraging the more average students in the ordinary class not to easily relinquish their opportunities for self-improvement. "Rest assured, I can guarantee that you will not be sidelined here. Furthermore, you must give your all in this challenge. I have arranged for the principal to observe. Should you perform admirably, there may be unexpected rewards," the teacher added. Chapter 15. The Sense of Oppression from the Elite Class. Lu Chong gained a renewed appreciation for the teacher's broader perspective. He had not anticipated that this burly individual possessed such a delicate and noble spirit of a true educator. However, was it not a bit exaggerated to have the principal attend? After all, the principal of the prestigious Guanyin City High School was no ordinary figure. It was said that he was a formidable martial artist. While one could not definitively claim he was the strongest in the city, Principal Wei, at over 80 years of age, was undoubtedly the most seasoned and had a multitude of disciples. "Lu Chong, your situation is quite unique. It may be more formidable than you realize." The teacher seemed to sense Lu Chong's thoughts and solemnly cautioned. Thus, receiving guidance from the principal would hold profound significance for you. Moreover, The teacher continued with a hint of mischief. The principal possesses numerous valuable insights, particularly regarding martial techniques, which only he can grant access to. Chong felt a flicker of realization as he grasped the teacher's thoughtful intentions. He understood best that with his automatic cultivation system, he was indeed suited to practice a broader range of martial arts, especially now that he had perfected both the stone tablet hand and the 9 shadow steps. The only technique he needed to cultivate was the wind cleaving leg. It would be no easy feat to procure a suitable martial arts inheritance in the market with his meager earnings. Ultimately, he would have to rely on the school. "Thank you, teacher. I will do my utmost." Chong expressed his gratitude sincerely. "No need for thanks," the teacher replied nonchalantly. "Remember, the path of martial arts is defined by the word strive. In the end, it is your own efforts that will matter." After imparting a few more words of advice, the teacher allowed Chong to return to class. Interestingly, the homeroom teacher did not commandeer Class 5's cultural lesson that morning, allowing the students to relax. However, throughout the morning, the school forum buzzed with discussions regarding the upcoming exchange between the two classes, creating quite a stir. It was not just Class 1 and Class 5. Even other classes from the senior and junior levels were rumored to be preparing for an afternoon gathering at the playground to observe the event. This was the atmosphere fostered by a society that revered martial prowess. Before long, the morning passed, and after lunch, the students of Class 5 opted not to rest, but instead gathered at the playground to warm up and practice. As class time approached, the playground became a lively hub, drawing nearly 2,000 students from all 32 classes. Numerous school leaders and teachers took their seats in the stands. When Principal Wei Jiangwo finally made his entrance and settled down, the atmosphere was already electric. Amid the throng of students, Chong gazed at the principal seated in the center of the stands. The elderly principal, sporting a rosy complexion and a youthful demeanor despite his advanced age, still appeared remarkably robust. Flanking him were the homeroom teachers of the senior classes, Li Changjun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, and Wang Tong, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, occupied positions on either side of the principal, primarily for the purpose of introducing the students who were about to compete. "Old classmate, are you truly willing to let this prize student take the stage?" Li Changjun chuckled, glancing at Wang Tong. "What if he suffers a setback or decides to transfer to our Class 1? You mustn't be offended." Wang Tong responded with a stoic expression. "Aren't you simply seeking to suppress us, assert your dominance, and perhaps poach Chong in the process? I'm giving you this opportunity." Li Changjun immediately cried out in protest, his face contorted in dismay as he appealed to the principal. "Old Wei, you must intercede on my behalf. Class 1's actions are entirely in response to the school's call, urging students to strive for college entrance exams." Wang Tong rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging in banter with his old comrade. The principal took a sip from his thermos cup before leisurely stating, "Let's wait and see. The children are the true stars of the show." In the center of the playground, under the guidance of teachers and class leaders, a spacious area was cleared. The students from Class 1 and Class 5 lined up on opposite sides, with the 10 participants preparing to step forward. They stood approximately 10 meters apart. And compared to the fierce determination of Class 1 students, Class 5 appeared noticeably timid, with many unable to meet their opponent's gaze. Chong silently shook his head. Regardless of the outcome, their morale was already significantly diminished. This was a clear demonstration of a dimensional disparity. "Hong Ye, it seems that Xiang Yuya is looking at me again. Can you check if that's true?" Chen Yufei, standing behind Chong, asked excitedly while helping him loosen up his shoulders. Chong found himself at a loss for words, but he nonetheless glanced at the radiant girl, surrounded by admirers, and couldn't help but momentarily lose focus. This student, lauded as the school beauty, indeed appeared flawless from the front, embodying both grace and beauty. A 9th-grade martial artist, she was undoubtedly a cut above her peers in the senior class. Among the numerous high schools in Guanyin City, only Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan from her own class could be considered her equals. As for their relative strengths, based on the previous month's exam results, Xiang Yuya still held the upper hand. Standing beside Xiang Yuya were the 2 towering boys, clearly Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan. It was evident to all that they were both suitors vying for her attention, although relationships were prohibited among high school students. The fervor of youth could not be easily contained. In contrast, Chen Yufei, who fancied himself to be secretly in love with Xiang Yuya, appeared rather unremarkable. As if sensing Chong's gaze, Xiang Yuya suddenly turned her eyes toward him, locking onto his with her sharp, phoenix-like gaze, as if daring him to yield first. Chong smiled faintly and turned his head away, choosing not to engage with her. "What's going on, Chong-gu? Is she still looking at me?" Qin Yufei pressed anxiously. "She's been watching you. You should go confess your feelings," Chong replied with a hint of annoyance. Of course, Qin Yufei lacked the courage. If he couldn't handle Sun Zhe, how could he possibly confront formidable figures like Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan? "Once you clear the obstacles for me, I will personally rescue my princess," Qin Yufei vowed earnestly. "Shameless," Chong retorted, choosing to disregard him. At that moment, Zhao Longfei stepped forward, addressing Class 5's martial arts representative, Lu Qingqing, with an air of arrogance. "Are you all ready? Let us get started. Finish it quickly. Do not let it affect our training." This remark was uttered with a casual nonchalance, as if they had merely come to partake in a meal before wrapping up their day. After speaking, Zhao Longfei arrogantly surveyed the crowd from Class 5, challenging, "Who among you is Lu Chong? Step forward and let us see what grounds you have for your pride." Chong merely smiled, disregarding the provocation, while inwardly vowing to find an opportunity to teach this braggart a lesson before the college entrance examination. Chapter 16. A single move to defeat the opponent under collective scrutiny. Name: Chong. Level: Martial Disciple. 5th Stage. 13. Martial Techniques: Perfected 9 Shadows Step. Perfected Stone Breaking Palm. Minor Accomplishment in Wind Cleaving Leg. 32. Chong glanced at his statistics and mused that he would likely achieve a major accomplishment in the wind cleaving leg by tonight. He needed to seize the opportunity to acquire more martial techniques. Otherwise, he would be squandering the benefits of his automatic cultivation enhancement. He was increasingly aware of this necessity. Thus, during this sparring session between the two classes, he intended to showcase his abilities to secure access to superior martial techniques. In the open space, Sun Zhe was the first to step forward, his towering figure standing tall as he faced the strong warriors of Class 1, unlike his classmates who shrank back in fear. "Come on," Sun Zhe roared, seemingly rallying himself. Zhao Longfei scoffed dismissively and called out to his comrades preparing for battle. "Zhou Feng, you go. If you cannot win within 10 moves, you shall practice with me today." Immediately, a lean boy from Class 1 stepped forward, grinning at Zhao Longfei. "Don't worry, class leader. 5 moves will suffice. If I fail, I'll practice on my own afterward." Throughout his speech, Zhou Feng completely ignored his opponent, Sun Zhe, as if he were of no consequence. When they stood facing each other, Zhou Feng taunted Sun Zhe. "It seems you've forgotten the pain of your past injuries to dare challenge us from Class 1. Sun Zhe, having suffered at Zhou Feng's hands before, stood unflinching this time. "Let us fight. Who is afraid? Worst case, I'll spend another day in the infirmary." "Well said," cheered the students behind Sun Zhe, invigorated by his bravado. Chong had to concede that while Sun Zhe's demeanor was often unruly, he displayed genuine courage when confronted with a challenge. If today, bout counted, he might very well be spending 3 consecutive days in the infirmary. "Please." Zhou Feng, now serious, clasped his fists toward Sun Zhe and initiated the attack. It was the perfected 9 Shadows step. Chong immediately recognized the martial technique employed by his opponent. Zhou Feng also used the perfected stone-breaking palm, likely on par with Sun Zhe's capabilities. Both fighters unleashed their perfected techniques, clashing fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 3 moves. Although Sun Zhe was slightly at a disadvantage, he could still hold out for a while. However, at that moment, Zhou Feng unexpectedly altered his approach. His palm thrust transformed into a heavy punch. This strike was executed with such cunning that it deftly evaded Sun Zhe's palm wind and landed forcefully on his chest, sending him flying 3 meters away. The surrounding students could almost hear the sound of ribs cracking. Zhou Feng's punch was undeniably powerful, leaving Sun Zhe unable to retaliate. Chong could only conclude that this was another martial technique at the perfected level, but he could not identify its precise nature with his current knowledge. "For moves," Zhou Feng boasted, blowing on his fist triumphantly. "Send Sun Zhe to the infirmary." Class 5 students rushed to assist Sun Zhe. "I won't go. I'll wait until you finish," Sun Zhe insisted stubbornly, forcing himself up. Zhou Feng then turned his attention to the other competitors from Class 1. "Who's next?" Another martial disciple from Class 5 stepped forward, clasping his fists before launching an attack at Zhou Feng. Unfortunately, This student was even weaker than Sun Tze and was swiftly defeated within 3 moves by Zhou Feng's unexpected punch. The same fate befell the third student. None could stand against Zhou Feng. Truly pathetic. Is there not a single capable fighter in your class? Zhou Feng surveyed Class 5 with growing arrogance. The morale that had just begun to coalesce among the students of Class 5 evaporated entirely. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. With just one opponent, Zhou Feng had vanquished 3 of their members, each within 5 moves or fewer. In the stands, the old principal appeared drowsy, while Class 1's homeroom teacher, Li Changjun, feigned reproach. Zhou Feng is too ruthless. He should show some consideration for the students of Class 5. Alas, it is my failure to teach. I will have him apologize to his classmates later. Wang Tong raised his eyelids, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, and silently refilled the principal's teacup. You can't fall asleep before Lu Chong even steps onto the field. On the playground, whispers spread among the observing students from various classes, all recognizing the considerable gap in strength between Class 5 and Class 1. There was simply no match for them. This sparring session held no suspense whatsoever. Luo Qingqing prepared to take the stage, her expression somewhat grim. Her strength was comparable to Sun Tze's, and she lacked confidence in overcoming Zhou Feng. At that moment, Lu Chong stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Luo Qingqing, saying, "Allow me to go first. You can take the final spot." It was not out of chivalry, but rather a concern that if this reckless youth were to injure his employer, he would forfeit his earnings for the night. "You are Lu Chong?" Zhou Feng's interest peaked, and even the students behind him from Class 1 turned their attention to Lu Chong. Their challenge to Class 5 was not only to assert dominance over the ordinary class, but also to provoke Lu Chong, who was rumored to be arrogant enough to reject the homeroom teacher's invitation and willingly remain in the ordinary class, which they perceived as a slight against them. Lu Chong calmly clasped his fists. "It is I, please." "Good," Zhou Feng replied, somewhat exhilarated. "Let us keep it to 5 moves. If you can still stand afterward, I'll concede defeat." With a smile, Lu Chong activated the 9 Shadows step, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he thrust his palm towards Zhou Feng's chest. "You're as weak as the rest." Zhou Feng scoffed dismissively, launching a heavy punch aimed at Lu Chong. Although his iron wire fist was also of inferior quality, it had a certain countering effect against the stone-breaking palm, and Zhou Feng had honed it to near perfection, which had served him well in previous battles. Against what appeared to be an unremarkable stone-breaking palm from Lu Chong, Zhou Feng expected no surprises. Bang! As their fists and palms collided, a dull thud echoed, accompanied by a sharp crack. Zhou Feng, once brimming with confidence, let out a cry of anguish and was sent hurtling back into the crowd of Class 1. Upon inspection of the arm he had just struck with, it was now hanging limply, clearly fractured. A wave of gasps erupted from the students. Lu Chong's palm strike seemed to possess a potency that was distinctly different from the stone-breaking palm they were familiar with. Though it was the same technique, how could it yield such formidable power? In the crowd of Class 1, Xiang Yuya gazed at the composed Lu Chong, questioning her own judgment. In the stands, the old principal finally lifted his head, placing down his teacup with a smile. "Now, this is getting interesting. Wang Tong, you never mentioned that this child had perfected his stone-breaking palm." Wang Tong was equally taken aback. He had no idea when this had occurred. Chapter 17. The principal joins the fray. Lu Chong's stone-breaking palm has reached perfection. Moreover, his cultivation has also advanced to the 5th stage. As a homeroom teacher, Wang Tong found himself in a state of cognitive disarray. Hadn't he just offered guidance to Lu Chong the night before? How was it possible that he now had to reevaluate his perspective so soon? Wait a moment. Wasn't Lu Chong's achievement in the opening the monument technique just a breakthrough into the subtleties yesterday? Wang Tong couldn't help but indulge in some self-doubt. Was his judgment truly accurate? Was Lu Chong's second awakening perhaps a bit excessive? Meanwhile, Li Changjun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, had also fallen into a contemplative silence. The culmination of the opening the monument technique and yesterday's understanding of the subtleties were entirely distinct concepts. A straightforward comparison revealed that nearly half the students in Class 1 had achieved mastery in at least one martial art. Exceptional talents like Xiang Yuya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan boasted mastery in at least 2 martial techniques. Thus, while he felt a twinge of temptation to recruit Lu Chong, it did not incite overwhelming excitement. However, mastery in martial techniques was an entirely different matter. Currently, within Class 1, or even throughout the various high schools in Guanyin City, there was not a single student capable of perfecting a martial technique. The conditions to achieve such mastery were exceedingly rigorous. It transcended mere talent and effort, requiring serendipity as well. Yet, here was an ordinary student from Class 5 at only the 5th rank of martial disciple, who had accomplished it. This was truly preposterous. I must secure this student, Li Changjun mused. To let him languish in Class 5 would be a travesty. The old principal, of course, understood what mastery represented, but he expressed some regret, saying, "It's a pity his cultivation is still somewhat weak. Otherwise, gaining admission to the prestigious northern and southern academies would be quite feasible." Wang Tong was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He vividly recalled that just a couple of days prior, Lu Chong was merely at the 3rd rank of martial disciple, and now he had reached the 5th rank. While his current cultivation was indeed unremarkable given his meteoric rise, it was not impossible for him to become a martial artist before the college entrance examinations. Perhaps the nutritional supplements I provided him have had an effect? Wang Tong pondered, wavering in his decision to withhold too much information from the old principal, primarily out of concern that he might not believe it, and more so, that Li Qingjun might harbor ulterior motives. On the playground, the vast majority of students failed to discern Lu Chong's mastery of martial arts. Only a select few with keen insight harbored faint doubts, yet they dared not fully believe. The students of Class 5 erupted in cheers, having endured several setbacks, finally able to hold their heads high. "Chong, you're amazing. Keep up the good work. We're cheering you on. Feng Yi. The ladies are watching you. Look even more dashing." The last remark was, of course, shouted by the flamboyant Chen Yufei. In stark contrast, even though Zhou Feng from Class 1 faced a setback, he quickly regained his composure. Stepping forward was a robust young man. They were confident and could afford to lose. "Mo Bai, it's your turn." The second student appeared far steadier than Zhou Feng, refraining from making grandiose claims. Upon taking action, he executed the 9 shadows step at the level of subtleties, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he circled around Lu Chong, poised to deliver a decisive strike. This kid's 9 shadows step is also at the level of subtleties. He clearly fears Chong's opening the monument technique, hence he dares not engage directly. Chen Yufei analyzed with utmost seriousness. However, this meant that Chong had no way to counter him either. If this dragged on, he would eventually exhaust his stamina, especially with 3 opponents remaining. Some students from Class 5 expressed their concerns. Within the ranks of Class 1, Xiang Yuya fixated intently on every movement of Lu Chong, seeking to validate her earlier assessment, lacking the discerning eyes of the teachers. She could not determine from a fleeting glance whether Lu Chong's opening the monument technique had indeed reached perfection. Under her scrutiny, Lu Chong suddenly moved. His motion was subtle, seemingly casual as he stepped back slightly, then executed a seemingly effortless palm strike. In an instant, Mo Bai's afterimages dissipated, and Lu Chong's palm, impeccably poised, halted at Mo Bai's throat before shifting to a grip, lifting him off the ground. "You have lost," Lu Chong stated calmly, releasing him without malice. "Thank you," Mo Bai expressed gratefully, clasping his fists in acknowledgement as he retreated. Cheers erupted once more from the crowd in Class 5, with even students from surrounding classes murmuring in astonishment, despite most being unable to discern how Lu Chong had accomplished it. Was that the advantage of the opening the monument technique? Or was it the 9 shadows step? Xiang Ya inhaled deeply, feeling increasingly perplexed. It was evident that Lu Chong had not relied on the advantage of the opening the monument technique. He had merely executed a simple palm strike. Yet, the timing of his strike was so exquisitely precise that it seemed he had anticipated Mo Bai's movements, as if he had been waiting for him. To achieve such precision necessitated a deep understanding of the 9 shadows step. This indicated that Lu Chong's mastery of the 9 shadows step was not merely at the rudimentary level, but had far surpassed Mo Bai's martial prowess. Even the teachers who had attained the martial artist level could not accurately gauge his mastery due to Lu Chong's understated display. Only the old principal in the stand smiled broadly, remarking, "Not bad, not bad. He's a promising talent. It's rare to see both the opening the monument and the 9 shadows step reach perfection." Li Changjun, standing beside him, was utterly bewildered. How has another perfected martial technique emerged? Wang Tong, though equally perplexed as Lu Chong's teacher, could not reveal his ignorance. Thus he struggled to maintain composure. This boy should have informed me beforehand. Is he trying to frighten someone? Wang Tong resolved to interrogate him thoroughly upon returning. Li Xinjun, quick to respond, eagerly echoed the old principal. Indeed, he is a remarkable talent. It's a shame he wasted in Class 5. If he were in our class, his cultivation would undoubtedly exceed this. Old Wei, with only 3 months until the college entrance exams. I, Li Changjun, am willing to make a solemn pledge. Li Changjun turned to the old principal, resolutely declaring, I will ensure he reaches the 9th rank before the exams, facilitating his admission to the 3 great academies. The 3 great academies referred to the North China Martial Arts University, the Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and the Central Plains Martial Arts University. Hearing this, Wang Tong laughed in exasperation. Li Changjun, do you have no shame? I would dare make a pledge for Lu Chong to secure the top spot in the city. Of course, if Old Wei fully supports this, I would believe Lu Chong could even achieve the top rank in the province. Old Wei, leisurely sipping his tea, smiled as he glanced at Lu Chong, who had just won another 2 matches. Ultimately, it depends on the boy's own wishes. It has been quite some time since I took on a student. Perhaps I should personally guide him. Upon hearing this, both Li Qingjun and Wang Tong fell silent. Damn it, I almost forgot that the old principal's fortitude far exceeds ours. Amid the struggle between the clamoring teachers, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Chapter 18. The principal's superior body refinement martial technique on the playground. Lu Chong faced the last opponent from Class 1, effortlessly securing victory with a single technique. Although this final contestant had achieved subtlety in the 9 shadows step and had mastered 3 martial techniques, he was still no match for Lu Chong's 2 perfected techniques. If Class 1's defeat of Class 5 was an overall dimensional suppression, then Lu Chong's performance against his 5 opponents was likewise a dimensional disparity. With both parties at the 5th rank, their practical combat capabilities were not even on the same level. The students of Class 5 were nearly hoarse from cheering, as they excitedly surged forward to encircle Lu Chong, celebrating his triumph. This victory was not merely Lu Chong's. It represented a remarkable comeback for the ordinary class students, allowing them, at long last, to hold their heads high. It is certain that his 2 martial arts skills have reached a state of perfection. Xiang Yuya had been attentively observing the match, and only at this moment did she ascertain that Lu Chong's 9 shadows step and opening monument hand had both attained an impeccable realm. The self-proclaimed foremost martial artist among all students, Xiang Yuya, now found herself momentarily disoriented. Hailing from the largest martial arts school in Guanyin City, she had been immersed in rigorous training from a young age, yet had not achieved such a level. Despite possessing 3 profound martial arts techniques and being a 9th grade martial artist, far ahead of her peers, it was precisely this that made her acutely aware of the rarity of perfected martial skills. Even among the high-level private instructors at her martial arts school, few had mastered martial arts at the pinnacle of perfection. Yuya, what are you pondering? Inquired Huang Junyan, who had remained taciturn until this point. Nothing. Let us return to class, Xiang Yuya replied coolly, casting one last glance at the crowd surrounding Lu Chong before turning to leave. Zhao Longfei shot a sidelong glance at Lu Chong and scoffed, just a petty person reveling in his moment of glory. If not for his weak cultivation, I would certainly send him to the infirmary personally. If he were on par with you in cultivation, you would only be able to rely on your body-refining techniques to withstand him. Huang Junyan chuckled lightly, following Xiang Yuya as they departed. The anger on Zhao Longfei's face flickered briefly as he called out to Huang Junyan's retreating figure. Aren't you also relying on other techniques to counter him? Besides, neither the mock exam nor the college entrance examination will limit cultivation levels. At the gathering place of Class 5, Lu Chong finally managed to extricate himself due to the homeroom teacher's summons. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such attention. Lu Chong, Principal Wei wishes to see you, the homeroom teacher announced as they left the playground, heading straight to the principal's office. Teacher, what does the principal want with me? Lu Chong inquired with curiosity, primarily eager to ascertain what benefits he might gain. Wang Tong glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering. The principal may want to provide you with personal guidance. Seize the opportunity and ask for as much as you can. He has a self-created body-refining martial art that is quite remarkable. With a hint of mystery, Wang Tong added, just express your desire to learn body refining and see if you can secure it. Body refining martial arts. Lu Chong's eyes sparkled. He had only heard of such techniques, but had never encountered them. Body refining martial arts are exceedingly precious, capable of significantly enhancing physical strength, explosive power, and defensive qualities based on one's current cultivation level. However, they are particularly challenging to master, requiring not only exceptional comprehension, but also many special supplementary items, such as the blood of specific exotic beasts and extracts from mutated plants. Wang Tong offered no further explanation, simply advising him to handle it himself, as the principal's decisions were beyond his influence. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Tong rapped on the door of the principal's office, and a robust voice called from within, "Come in." "You go ahead. I'll wait outside," Wang Tong said, ushering Lu Chong inside. Upon entering, Lu Chong found himself in a spacious office where the principal sat alone behind his desk, a bookshelf brimming with volumes behind him. "Lu Chong, is it? Cool, me. Take a seat." The principal gestured invitingly after setting down his thermos. Lu Chong dutifully occupied the chair before the desk and respectfully greeted, "Good day, Principal." Principal Wei responded with a warm smile. "No need for formality. Although I am the principal, I am first and foremost a teacher. You may simply call me teacher from now on." "Yes, good day, teacher," Lu Chong promptly replied, grasping the principal's intent and, combined with the homeroom teacher's earlier hint, understood that the principal had taken note of his aptitude and potential, wishing to take him under his wing. It was not the archaic notion of a master-disciple relationship akin to that of a father and son, but rather a closer bond than the typical teacher-student dynamic, resembling the mentor-mentee relationship of graduate studies in his past life. "You are quite impressive. I hear from Teacher Wang that you have recently undergone a second awakening, leading to your remarkable insights?" The principal inquired, clearly pleased with Lu Chong's demeanor, but refraining from making any direct assertions. Lu Chong felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew better than to speak carelessly in the presence of a formidable figure in feigned ignorance, saying, "Honestly, I am unsure of my situation. I simply feel that I have suddenly gained many insights in a martial arts training." "Do not be anxious. Such occurrences are not unheard of among students at this stage," the principal remarked casually. "In fact, I have seen even more extraordinary students. However, as a teacher, I must caution you, do not become complacent. There are many individuals in this world far more talented than you. With over 1 billion people in China, the exceptional are never in short supply. Yet, how many of these prodigies have truly grown into towering figures?" He continued, "I have witnessed far too many outstanding individuals falter along the way, falling short of their potential. Therefore, while having talent is commendable, should you abandon effort and succumb to arrogance, you will inevitably burn out like a fleeting meteor." The principal spoke earnestly. "Do you understand?" Lu Chong quickly adopted a receptive posture, affirming, "I understand. Thank you for your reminder, teacher." "That is good to hear." The principal shifted the conversation. "With your current qualifications, the school will naturally prioritize your development. Even if you remain in Class 5, you will not lack resources. Teacher Wang has already requested these for me, and he will provide them to you. However, as your teacher, it is only natural for me to offer you some personal assistance." The principal's gaze turned serious as he asked, "Tell me, what do you wish to learn?" "I wish to learn body-refining martial arts," Lu Chong replied without hesitation, recalling the homeroom teacher's earlier suggestion. The principal was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Ah, Wang Tong, that rascal has truly sold me out," he thought. "Very well, I happen to have a superior body-refining technique here called the Golden Cicada Garment. I shall impart it to you for your trial. However, I must inform you in advance that the materials required for body refining will be your own responsibility." Chapter 19. I want to learn everything. In the realm of martial arts inheritance, it is regarded as a strategic resource under official control in the Wuxian nation. Generally, places where one can obtain inherited martial arts skills include schools, military institutions, and martial arts academies. As for personal inheritance, such as the wind-splitting leg pass from Wang Tong to Lu Chong and the golden cicada garment currently being imparted to him by the principal, they too cannot escape official oversight. These martial skills can only be taught through inheritance jade slips, which contain not only the superficial techniques, but also the intrinsic insights and rhythms of perfection. The production conditions for such jade slips are exceedingly stringent, requiring not only advanced technology, but also the cooperation of those who have attained mastery in the respective martial arts. Most crucially, these jade slips can only be passed on to registered individuals who have undergone official approval and documentation. There are exceptional cases, such as the principal, who has the autonomy to pass down his self-created martial arts and enjoys similar benefits to intellectual property royalties. Lu Chong had some understanding of these matters and recognized their value. According to official pricing, an upper-tier human-level martial art is worth at least over 100,000, and it requires various political and qualification audits before approval for inheritance. Only during one's time at school is there a possibility of receiving such teachings without charge. As for upper-tier body-refining martial arts like the Golden Cicada Garment, they are even more expensive and rare, with most individuals lacking the qualifications to purchase or practice them. He couldn't help but ponder how much profit the principal's self-created martial art must have accrued over the years. Indeed, knowledge transforms destiny. If only I could devise a practical martial art, I could earn money while lounging at home. However, martial techniques are invaluable, and loyalty is priceless. Since this gift was bestowed by my mentor, I find it difficult to decline. Go ahead, and should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. The old principal remarked, observing as Lu Chong utilized the precious jade slip. After expressing his gratitude once more, Lu Chong left the principal's office, gently closing the door behind him, only to find his anxious homeroom teacher waiting at the entrance. How'd it go? Wang Tong inquired quietly after they had walked a few dozen meters. Lu Chong replied with a smile, I have acquired it. Excellent, Wang Tong exclaimed, patting Lu Chong on the shoulder. With this body-refining martial art, you'll have a greater chance of gaining admission to a prestigious school. Teacher, Lu Chong interjected. Foregoing his class, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Are you not attending class? Wang Tong glanced at his watch, momentarily taken aback before concluding. Never mind. Your participation in practical combat with them holds little significance. Come, let us speak in my office. Wang Tong personally escorted Lu Chong, cutting class to reach his own office. Upon arrival, Wang Tong poured Lu Chong a cup of hot water and asked, What challenges do you face? Speak freely. I will assist you as best I can. Teacher, Lu Chong began, foregoing the water, I would like to enroll in additional martial arts courses offered by the school. Lu Chong was aware that the high school's foundational martial arts education encompassed more than just the stone-breaking hand and the 9 shadow steps. However, students in ordinary classes typically only had access to these two. It was not due to the school's stinginess, but rather a concern that students might be overwhelmed by too much information. Only elite classes, such as Class 1, would offer a broader array of martial techniques tailored to individual circumstances. For instance, the iron wire fist employed by Zhou Feng was among them. The iron wire fist, also a low-grade human martial technique, belonged to the offensive category, yet it differed significantly from the stone-breaking hand. In simple terms, the stone-breaking hand was more comprehensive and foundational, while the iron wire fist emphasized singular, powerful strikes, focusing on force and impact. What Lu Chong desired was to learn martial techniques similar to the iron wire fist, which would enhance his combat abilities comprehensively, leaving no weaknesses. Especially after sparring with students from Class 1 today, he would not underestimate any martial technique. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tong furrowed his brow before responding earnestly. I have already submitted your request, and the Academic Affairs Office has approved it. The school currently offers 5 martial techniques: Iron Wire Fist, Eagle Claw Technique, Piercing Cloud Finger, and Mountain Pressing Stance, all of which are low-grade human techniques. Which one would you like to learn? Upon hearing this, Lu Chong smiled sheepishly and admitted, Teacher, to be honest, I wish to learn them all. Wang Tong sputtered, water spewing from his mouth as he coughed twice to recover. Lu Chong, he said, his expression turning serious. Though your comprehension is commendable, do remember not to be greedy. At this stage, accumulating too many martial techniques is not necessarily beneficial. Furthermore, you still need to cultivate the wind-cleaving leg and the techniques from the old principle. Also, you cannot neglect your cultivation, where you find the time for mastering more martial arts. Wang Tong earnestly cautioned him, genuinely fearing that Lu Chong might become complacent and hinder his own progress. Lu Chong understood the homeroom teacher's concerns, but the teacher remained unaware that he possessed an automatic cultivation enhancement. With this advantage, Lu Chong could confidently assert that even if presented with 10 additional martial techniques, he could assimilate them without significant time investment. Even if he lacked time for accelerated cultivation, he could still progress gradually. After all, these martial arts were innately diligent. Yet, he wondered whether there was a limit to the number of techniques he could absorb. Contemplating this, Lu Chong realized he would need to test it. The automatic cultivation enhancement functioned like multiple programs running simultaneously, and he speculated whether an overload might lead to a system crash or lag. However, such thoughts were not something he could share with his teacher. He could only patiently assure him, "Rest assured, teacher, I am not acting impulsively. You have seen that both my stone-breaking hand and 9 shadow steps have reached perfection, and I did not require excessive time for that. As for the wind-cleaving leg, I have already achieved minor success and believe it will not take long to reach mastery, perhaps even refinement. At that point, I will run out of martial techniques to practice. Moreover, I merely wish to experiment. It will not hinder my progress. Perhaps the interplay of various techniques will even expedite my cultivation." Wang Tong's expression shifted as he suddenly realized that Lu Chong had perfected 2 martial techniques, which meant he would not need to spend time cultivating them further. Moreover, given Lu Chong's recent performance, it seemed plausible that he could master several more techniques. "I must remind you," Wang Tong's tone softened, "that the difficulty of cultivating different categories of martial techniques varies for each individual. Some techniques may come easily to you, perhaps due to a natural affinity, but that does not imply that all techniques will be so accommodating." Continuing, Wang Tong gritted his teeth and declared, "Here's the deal. I will permit you to cultivate 2 additional martial techniques. If you can refine the wind-cleaving leg to mastery and concurrently reach the 6th stage of cultivation within a month, I shall approve the remaining martial techniques offered by the school for you." Lu Chong felt resigned, knowing that no amount of words would suffice to prove himself. Action was the only way forward. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of mastering the wind-cleaving leg, and 3 days should suffice. In the end, Lu Chong chose to learn the piercing cloud finger and the mountain pressing stance. The rationale was simple. These 2 techniques had almost no overlap with his existing martial arts and could effectively fill his gaps. The piercing cloud finger focused on the dexterity and piercing power of the fingers, while the mountain pressing stance involved close-quarters combat, utilizing body parts such as elbows, shoulders, and knees for a harmonious blend of force. Wang Tong's efficiency was commendable. After half an hour of waiting in the office, he returned with the inheritance jade slips for Lu Chong to accept in person. Ding! As Lu Chong absorbed the 2 jade slips, a notification resonated in his mind. The piercing cloud finger has arrived, granting entry to its fundamentals. The mountain pressing stance, not to be outdone, also grants immediate access. Lu Chong mused as expected. Both the piercing cloud finger and the mountain pressing stance granted immediate entry, while the golden cicada garment received from the old principal showed no progress. After accepting the inheritance, he had not received any notification, leading him to momentarily question the efficacy of his enhancement. It appeared that the body-refining martial arts indeed required special elixirs or nutritional substances to show progress. Lu Chong pondered, much like cultivation, these techniques demanded not only comprehension, but also external support. In any case, realizing that his enhancement had not malfunctioned was a relief. "Lu Chong, remember your promise. Do not be greedy," Wang Tong reminded him again, seeing the joy on Lu Chong's face, his concern evident. "Understood. Thank you, teacher. May I head to class now?" Lu Chong expressed his sincere gratitude. He recognized that his homeroom teacher was not being miserly, but genuinely looking out for him. "Wait, there is one more thing I must remind you," Wang Tong called out to Lu Chong. "Please, teacher," Lu Chong responded, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to face his homeroom teacher. In 21 days, the final practical simulation exam before the college entrance examination will take place. "You should prepare thoroughly," Wang Tong stated earnestly. "The school is committed this time, allocating substantial educational funds to reward those who excel in the simulation exam. The first prize is a nutritional supplement worth 300,000, and other top-performing students will receive corresponding rewards." Lu Chong's eyes lit up. The school was indeed investing significantly. Although our school, Yizhong, is a key institution in Guanyin City, it does not rank among the top 10 in the entire Hedong base. Therefore, not only the school administration, but also the Education Bureau will lend considerable support to strive for Yizhong's designation as a provincial key school. In an effort to prevent the loss of talent from our city, Wang Tong elucidated. "I understand, teacher. I will do my utmost," Lu Chong responded with newfound vigor, as the prospect of the reward was exceedingly enticing, especially since he was not born into a wealthy family. Furthermore, Wang Tong continued, after each year's mock examination, the school selects 30 outstanding students to participate in a pre-exam training camp organized by the Education Bureau. This camp lasts for a month and represents an invaluable opportunity for you. So do not relax your efforts. We cannot allow the students from the key classes to monopolize all the spots. Understood, teacher. I will strive to excel, Chong declared with determination. Go on then. Remember to seek me out after school for your training in the wind-splitting kick, the homeroom teacher remarked, satisfied to see Chong taking it to heart before allowing him to leave. Upon returning to the classroom, the second period began, which was history class. Although Chong was late, the teacher merely greeted him with a smile and allowed him to take a seat. The worries that plagued mediocre students were entirely foreign to academic elites, given that his history grades had always been perfect. Chong-gu, you're trending again, Chun Yufei leaned over, suppressing his excitement as he displayed his phone. Look, even students from other schools know your esteemed name now, claiming you to be a prodigy of martial arts. A potential gem with dual martial skills perfected. There's even a beautiful classmate confessing her feelings for you from afar. Chong chose to ignore this exuberance, propping open his textbook and beginning to contemplate his forthcoming training regimen, pondering whether he could secure that substantial reward through the mock examination. Chun Yufei. The history teacher hurled a piece of chalk at him, commanding, take your phone and stand by the podium. Do not disrupt Chong's studies. Chun Yufei winced, gritting his teeth as a small bump formed on his forehead. After all, this nearly 70-year-old history teacher was also a true martial artist. Chong stifled a laugh as he watched Chun Yufei leave, feeling a sense of peace return to his surroundings. With 21 days remaining until the mock exam, Chong realized he needed to seize the opportunity. This was a chance to earn a significant amount of money, which could alleviate his current predicament. Whether in terms of enhancing his martial abilities or training in the Jinshan garment, both required substantial funds, compelling Chong to prepare in advance. Merely tutoring Lu Qingqing would not suffice. Moreover, he was determined not to miss the pre-exam training camp. Thus, over the next 20 days, he resolved to devote considerable time to actively training in both his martial cultivation and the Jinshan garment. He mused that with the homeroom teacher's personal guidance on the wind-splitting kick, his progress would be swift. Additionally, the newly acquired cloud-piercing finger and mountain-leaning technique were both low-grade martial skills, which would naturally advance at a decent pace, allowing him to refine them before the mock exam without needing to set aside special time. As 2 history classes flew by the time school was dismissed, Chong had made notable advancements in both his martial cultivation and skills. Name, Chong. Level, Martial Disciple Stage 5, 38. Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Steps perfected. Stone Tablet Hand perfected. Wind-Splitting Kick, Minor Achievement, 36. Jinshan Garment, not yet begun, 2. Cloud-Piercing Finger, initiated 9. Mountain Leaning Technique, initiated 9. Indeed, supported by the nutritional supplements, the growth rate of my Qi gathering technique surged, increasing by 8 points in just 2 hours. Chong keenly noted the elevation in his martial cultivation. At this pace, he would reach Martial Disciple Stage 6 well before the month's end. However, to avoid alarming his homeroom teacher, he decided to delay discussing this until tomorrow. First, he would seek out his homeroom teacher to train the wind-splitting kick, which should reach great perfection within 2 days. Chapter 21. I hold no interest in the school bell. Observing the exhibition of the wind-splitting kick proved immensely beneficial, accelerating his training speed 5-fold. Indeed, as Chong trained the wind-splitting kick under Wang Tong's tutelage, the system notification appeared once more. However, upon achieving minor accomplishment in the wind-splitting kick, the automatic training speed decreased to 1 point per hour, translating to an impressive 32 points per hour after the 5-fold increase. Today, however, it seemed insufficient for achieving great perfection. An hour later, Chong's progress in the wind-splitting kick reached minor accomplishment 68. Although he still had some distance to cover before reaching great perfection, he did not feel rushed. With his homeroom teacher providing personalized guidance, the efficiency would be high. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Wang Tong was taken aback. After Chong departed, he murmured in disbelief, "This kid is surely nearing great perfection. Has he traversed in mere hours what took me over a year? Is this truly the distinction between genius and mediocrity?" Unaware of his homeroom teacher's contemplations, Chong hastily exited the school, preparing to earn money at Lu Qingqing's residence. However, just as he stepped outside, a figure obstructed his path. "Zhao Longfei, what does he want with me?" Chong recognized the individual and thought to himself. Chong, Zhao Longfei approached with his usual air of arrogance, commanding, "Come with me. Someone wishes to meet you." Lu Chong chose not to confront the other's rudeness and replied calmly, "I have matters to attend to. If you have something to discuss, let us address it tomorrow at school." As he spoke, Lu Chong attempted to bypass Zhao Longfei to get to Lu Qingqing's luxury vehicle, but was once more blocked. "You'd best think this through carefully. I, Zhao Longfei, am here to extend an invitation for you to teach at the Xiang Martial Arts School as a private instructor. This is a splendid opportunity for you to improve your circumstances. Do not be ungrateful." Zhao Longfei spoke with an air of condescension, as if he were genuinely assisting a fellow student. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Lu Chong found this method of invitation quite rare. "Then I can tell you right now, I'm not interested." With that, he deftly employed the 9 shadow steps and sidestepped away. What audacity! Does he truly believe himself to be someone of importance? Lu Chong had no intention of indulging such an overbearing student. As for the private instruction at the Xiang Martial Arts School, it might be related to Xiang Yuya. But so what? With such an attitude, it would be futile no matter who extended the offer. Zhao Longfei was momentarily stunned. In the entirety of Guanyuni Zhong, no student had ever dared to disregard him so boldly. Furthermore, this was a task entrusted to him by Xiang Yuya, and failure was not an option. Lu Chong. Zhao Longfei did not lower his stance, but rather threatened coldly, "I will grant you tonight to reconsider. Come find me at school tomorrow. Otherwise, you will learn what consequences await." With a chilling remark, Zhao Longfei turned away with a flourish, confident that once the budding young man had contemplated the situation, he would know the proper course of action. He cannot be that foolish. Muttering to himself, Lu Chong slipped into the parking alley and directly boarded Lu Qingqing's vehicle. With this little heiress around, he had no desire to take on the role of a private instructor at the martial arts school. Even high-level private instructors earned less than he did. Moreover, he truly lacked the time to spare. After spending over an hour at Lu Qingqing's estate, Lu Chong returned home with an additional 4,000 yuan. Notably, with his expertise as a dual martial skill practitioner, Lu Qingqing's martial progress had indeed been commendable. From Lu Chong's discerning perspective, it was highly likely that Lu Qingqing would perfect both martial skills within a week. The money was well earned. Upon returning home, Lu Chong did not rush into practicing the Qi gathering technique, but instead opened his phone and entered the official martial arts marketplace. Here lies an array of essentials required by martial artists, encompassing various public martial arts techniques, nutritional supplements of all grades, and an assortment of materials harvested from exotic beasts, alongside rare herbs and flowers collected from wild. Moreover, there exists a plethora of video materials documenting performances and battles by formidable martial artists, available for a fee. However, Lu Chong had previously attempted to watch these videos, only to find them lacking in any significant impact on his training speed. At best, they merely broadened his horizons. He concluded that only personal instruction or face-to-face combat would yield tangible results. Lu Chong's entry into the martial arts marketplace was driven by a clear objective. The nutritional supplements, having been awarded by the school, were already sufficient. Yet, in order to cultivate the golden cicada cloak imparted by the old principal, he was compelled to procure the necessary body-refining materials himself. He soon located the refined blood of the level 2 blade-winged golden cicada, as well as the level 2 herb, phoenix tailgrass, both of which were available. Lu Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon finding his targets. The cultivation of the golden cicada cloak relied heavily on these two materials, which needed to be combined in a specific ratio to concoct a bathing solution that would facilitate the training process. However, when Lu Chong beheld the price, despite his mental preparation, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. A single drop of the blade-winged golden cicada's refined blood commanded 2,000, while one stalk of phoenix tailgrass was priced at 1,000. Lu Chong winced at the thought, for to concoct a single bathing solution, he required 1 drop of cicada blood and 3 stalks of phoenix tailgrass, amounting to 5,000 in total. Although the martial arts inheritance suggested that such a solution could last for several days, Lu Chong, with his unique advantages, did not anticipate needing that long. Resolute, he decided to purchase a batch and proceeded to spend 5,000 online with a determined bite of his teeth. With a mere slip of his finger, this newly minted 10,000 dare saw his assets halved. Fortunately, with no worries about sustenance, and supported by the school's provisions, he sighed in relief, knowing he would not face immediate financial ruin. In the interim before his order's arrival, Lu Chong could not resist glancing at other items, feeling a thrill of trepidation. It was only when he observed a low-grade martial skill priced at over 30,000, a mid-grade at over 80,000, and a high-grade body-refining technique exceeding 200,000 that he could not help but beam with joy. This, indeed, counted as an intangible asset earned from school. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. "Hello, your order from the martial arts marketplace has arrived," came the delivery person's voice from outside. "How swift," Chong mused, momentarily taken aback before eagerly opening the door to retrieve his package. Next, he would determine how rapidly he could progress through this body-refining martial art. After unboxing his delivery, he diligently set about preparing the medicinal bath. Half an hour later, Chong cautiously submerged himself in the tub. The water within shimmered a fiery crimson, resembling a pool of wine aglow with flames. Ding! At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 22, Disdain to Associate with Them. With the golden cicada cloak aided by external support and abundant nutrition, his confidence surged, and his training speed experienced a remarkable acceleration. 31050, 2 hours later, Chong had successfully entered the preliminary stage of the golden cicada cloak, resuming his training speed. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that he had indeed made progress. The medicinal liquid in the tub had lost its vibrancy, and the fiery sensation on his skin began to wane. Simultaneously, he noticed that a layer of old skin had shed from his body, revealing a new skin with a metallic sheen, robust and resilient. "Is that it?" Chong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the 5,000 worth of concocted liquid had been entirely consumed in just 2 hours. Thankfully, he had successfully entered the preliminary stage of the golden cicada cloak, ensuring his expenditure was not in vain. According to the old principle, even with the aid of the medicinal bath, it would typically take at least 2 months to reach this stage. The principal had never expected Chong to master this high-grade body-refining technique before the college entrance examination. Considering the efficiency gained through monetary investment, Chong felt he had indeed come out ahead, saving a significant amount of time. Satisfied, he chose not to purchase more medicinal liquid, planning to continue tomorrow evening, as he simply could not afford further expenditure. How effective was the entry into the golden cicada cloak? Chong ran his fingers over his skin, now gleaming with a metallic luster, and felt its remarkable toughness akin to leather. This was merely the beginning. What would it be like upon reaching minor or major completion? Chong's anticipation grew. The high-grade body-refining martial art had indeed not disappointed him. With a slight mental shift, the metallic sheen on his skin receded, revealing an even healthier complexion beneath. Collecting his thoughts, he resolved to dedicate time to practicing the breath control technique before bed. As his homeroom teacher advised, while mastering martial skills, one must not neglect their cultivation. Taking a bite of a nutritional bar he had received from his teacher that day, Chong settled into a meditative posture to practice the breath control technique. In a moment, the speed of his practice doubled, now reaching 8 per hour. Over the course of 3 hours, his progress soared by 24. After a restful sleep, he would be poised to break through to the 6th stage. The sleep of a martial artist in training must be safeguarded, and Chong did not push for an immediate breakthrough, knowing that even in slumber, the breath control technique and martial skills would continue to cultivate autonomously. March 9th, 2136, Friday, sunny. At 6:30 in the morning, Chong was roused by a warm sensation. Name, Chong. Level, martial artist 6th stage 1. As expected, he had indeed progressed after a night's rest. Both his cultivation and martial skills had improved. What a delightful feeling. Chong was not surprised. He arose, washed up, and jogged to school, feeling his physical condition was more than double that of the previous day. After 4 classes in the morning, as Chong was about to head to the cafeteria for a meal, he noticed several students from Class 1 at the entrance to his classroom, with Zhao Longfei, his face stern, at the forefront. Chong, step outside, called out a classmate behind Zhao Longfei, who remained silent. Don't go, Chonggo. Chun Yufei, perceiving the hostility, immediately stood up to dissuade him. He then turned to the 5 students from Class 1 and loudly declared, "What's the matter? Can't Class 1 students handle defeat? Are you seeking revenge privately?" The students from Class 5 also stood up, their gazes blazing at the 5, for while they might not match Class 1 in individual strength, it did not mean they would allow themselves to be bullied by outsiders. Zhao Longfei fixated on Chong, his eyes imbued with a sense of threat. "It's fine. He merely wishes to discuss something with me. Lu Chong reassured his classmates with a smile before stepping out of the classroom alone. Chen Yufei, still uneasy, resolutely followed. A group of students ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, where Zhao Longfei finally turned to Lu Chong, his voice cold. I gave you a chance to consider. Why didn't you come to me today? Lu Chong replied calmly. I told you yesterday that I have no interest in what you proposed. Zhao Longfei scoffed. Do you know the terms we offered? Accompany Xiang Yuya in her martial training, earning 1,000 for each hour, plus an additional 1,000 as a bonus. This is your privilege, an opportunity to improve your living conditions. Zhao Longfei maintained an air of condescension, as though bestowing charity upon the impoverished. Chen Yufei stood dumbfounded at the prospect, an opportunity to closely accompany the school goddess while earning easy money. What's not to love? However, Lu Chong merely smiled. His current role as a sparring partner for Lu Qingqing offered far more generous rewards than this arrangement. The crux of the matter was that Lu Qingqing treated him with respect, unlike Zhao Longfei, who was utterly incapable of uttering a civil word. The thought of that elusive Xiangya lurking in the shadows was equally disconcerting. The fact that such matters required a third party's intervention suggested she was not someone easy to deal with. Merely possessing a pleasing exterior would not entice Lu Chong to lower himself to beg for her attention. As I've said before, I'm not interested. Maintaining his composure, Lu Chong resolved to leave with Chen Yufei. Suddenly, the students from Class 1 obstructed their path. My patience is limited, Lu Chong. Are you aware of the consequences of refusing me? Zhao Longfei stepped forward, his tone menacingly cold. Lu Chong chuckled lightly. Do you wish to engage me in a fight here at school? By all means, feel free to try. The school strictly forbids unauthorized combat, with expulsion being the penalty. Even someone with Zhao Longfei's considerable background would not escape such a fate, and his eligibility for college entrance examinations would be jeopardized as well. Very well, Zhao Longfei replied, his face a grim shade of blue. I shall not confront you here, but the mock exam is fast approaching. We shall see if you can retain your bravado by then. Lu Chong did not wait for Zhao Longfei to finish speaking, already leading the bewildered Chen Yufei downstairs. He had no desire to associate with such company. As for the mock exam, should he encounter Zhao Longfei, it would be a welcome opportunity, for he had long yearned to give that brat a good thrashing. On their way to the cafeteria, Chen Yufei sighed, Brother Chong, you really don't need to concern yourself with my feelings. While I have an affection for Xiang Yuya, I also have feelings for Lu Qingqing, as well as for Chai Yufin from Class 2 and Miao Yuanyuan from Class 4. If you were to seize the chance to pursue Xiang Yuya, I would harbor no resentment. As your brother, I would only extend my congratulations. Lu Chong was momentarily speechless, hastening his pace to avoid the judgment of others. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a student behind Zhao Longfei inquired, Brother Fei, what shall we do? Should we find someone to deal with him? Zhao Longfei glared furiously at the retreating figures of the two below, before retracting his gaze and coldly replying, no need. We must not allow Xiang Yuya to underestimate us. Moreover, Lu Chong is currently a prized asset for the teacher of Class 5, and we cannot resort to underhanded tactics. For someone so self-deprecating, resentful of wealth, and self-righteous, it suffices to defeat him openly in his own domain. This will surely bring him to heel. During the mock exam, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Chapter 23. I have no choice but to aim for first place. The wind-splitting leg technique has proven immensely beneficial as I observe the martial arts demonstration, and my training speed has quintupled. Mastery of the wind-splitting leg technique has been achieved, and I shall continue to strive for excellence. After school that afternoon, Lu Chong resumed his training of the wind-splitting leg technique under the guidance of his homeroom teacher. In a mere 10 minutes, he broke through to the realm of mastery. His teacher, Wang Tong, was taken aback, having to begrudgingly cease the lesson with a wry smile. You've surpassed yourself today. Not only have you achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation, but you've also mastered the wind-splitting leg technique. It seems that in a few days, I shall have little left to teach you. Lu Chong quickly replied with humility. How could that be, teacher? You have yet to impart the 3 martial arts techniques from the school curriculum to me. Wang Tong felt a wave of frustration. It was truly a slap in the face. Just yesterday, he had warned Lu Chong against overreaching, setting what he believed were stringent conditions. Who could have anticipated that today Lu Chong would surpass those expectations, achieving mastery of the wind-splitting leg technique as well? With such extraordinary talent, It was likely that within 3 or 4 days, he would complete the remaining techniques. Continue your training. We shall discuss things further once your wind-splitting leg technique has reached proficiency. Clinging to the last vestiges of his dignity, Wang Tong proceeded with face-to-face instruction. Lu Chong refrained from saying more. However, with the mastery of the wind-splitting leg technique, the difficulty had escalated. Even with the guidance of a teacher at the pinnacle of achievement, his progress had halved. Now, each hour yielded only a 16-point advancement. It was evident that mid-grade martial skills posed a greater challenge. Lu Chong silently lamented, cautious of voicing his thoughts for fear of inciting his teacher's ire. As the hour concluded, Wang Tong did not hastily dismiss Lu Chong, but rather inquired with curiosity, "I heard that you were threatened by the students of Class 1 today?" Lu Chong nonchalantly replied, "Friend? Not quite, teacher. Rest assured, they merely wish to invite me to be their private instructor." Wang Tong frowned. "What do you mean by a private instructor? I suspect that old Li Qingjun is behind this, attempting to use beauty as a lure, coercing you into their class through threats and temptations. Lu Chong, you need not worry. Focus on your training. If you do encounter any trouble, you still have me and the old principal to rely on," Wang Tong assured him. "Thank you, teacher. I am fine and uninterested in their overtures." Lu Chong reassured his teacher. "That is good. As a martial artist, one must always be prepared to confront disputes. This may not be entirely detrimental to you." After imparting this sage advice, Wang Tong finally allowed Lu Chong to leave. In the following period, Lu Chong's life settled into a serene and regulated routine. He attended classes during the day, taking time to guide his classmates in their martial arts training. After school, he would first train the wind-splitting leg technique with his teacher, then seek out Lu Qingqing for sparring. And upon returning home, he would practice the golden cicada technique through medicinal baths, later engaging in the breath-gathering method before sleep. Even during weekends, Lu Chong did not squander his time. Rather, he seized the opportunity to train or devote additional time to instruct Lu Qingqing, thus earning some extra income. After all, the practice of the golden cicada technique consumed 5,000 daily, and he found himself in a precarious financial situation. During this period, his strength grew at a remarkable pace, both in cultivation and martial skills. 5 days later, Lu Chong successfully reached proficiency in the wind-splitting leg technique. True to his word, Wang Tong, both astonished and resigned, imparted the remaining 3 martial arts techniques from the school curriculum to Lu Chong. Time continued to flow, and while most third-year students faced a grueling sprint towards their examinations, Lu Chong cherished each day, determined not to waste a moment. Before long, it was March 29th, 2136, the eve of the final mock exam before the college entrance examinations. At 10:30 that night, Lu Chong emerged from the bathtub, shedding yet another layer of dead skin. At last, the golden cicada technique had reached proficiency. Achieving this in just over 20 days was no small feat. The surface of his skin gleamed with a rich metallic luster, as if gilded in gold. Lu Chong extended his right hand and tapped it against his left arm, producing a resounding sound. When he had achieved mastery of the golden cicada technique at home, he had once tested it with a kitchen knife, which merely bounced off, leaving no mark on his skin. Now, after attaining proficiency, he wondered how formidable his defenses truly were. The golden cicada technique in this refined state not only fortified his skin and muscles, but also began to strengthen his very bones, a truly remarkable transformation. Though Lu Chong still appeared lean, a height of 183 meters, he weighed nearly 500 pounds, illustrating the remarkable density of his physique. Lu Chong concealed the peculiarities of the golden cicada technique, allowing his body to return to its normal appearance. Yet even in this state, his defensive capabilities and physical strength remained astonishingly formidable. After all, to expedite the proficiency of the golden cicada technique, he had invested nearly 200,000 in the past 20 days, leaving his savings barely exceeding 10,000. During this time, it was not merely the golden cicada technique that advanced. Lu Chong glanced at his personal data. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 8 Dan, 18. Martial Skills, Complete 9 Shadows Step. Complete Stone Tablet Hand. Complete Cloud Piercing Finger. Complete Mountain Lean. Complete Eagle Claw Technique. Complete Iron Wire Fist. Complete Heart Piercing Kick. Complete Wind Splitting Leg. The Subtle Art of the Golden Cicada. 1. In a span of 20 days, what may seem an imperceptible advancement to the average individual for Lu Chong It encompassed a journey that would take others several years, or perhaps even a lifetime, to traverse. His martial prowess ascended to the 8th stage of the martial disciple. And, aside from the golden cicada technique, every one of the 8 martial arts he had mastered reached perfection. After all, those inferior martial skills, even without Liu Chong's active cultivation, would naturally attain completeness within 20 days. This remarkable progress was astonishing, while Liu Chong himself remained unfazed. His homeroom teacher, who witnessed his daily growth, recently began to experience nosebleed from sheer excitement. Nevertheless, the teacher was only aware of Liu Chong's martial level and the advancement of his wind split kick, oblivious to the subtle mastery of the golden cicada and the newfound perfection of his other martial arts. Fearing that his teacher and classmates might not comprehend the magnitude of his progress, Liu Chong had never revealed his other martial skills. However, as time passed, his consumption increased, and the pace of his advancement, both in martial prowess and the golden cicada technique, slowed significantly. Each day, he found himself expending 5 energy bars, and, even with this, the automatic cultivation of the breath control technique progressed sluggishly, yielding only a daily improvement of 5 points. As for the golden cicada, even with the aid of medicinal baths, his growth had dwindled to a mere 1 point per day. With the college entrance examination looming just 2 months away, if this pace continued, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to break through to a true martial artist by the time of the exam, let alone achieve perfection in the golden cicada technique. Liu Chong felt a sense of dissatisfaction and yearned for a means to accelerate his progress, which necessitated additional funds to procure higher-grade nutritional items and more medicinal baths. With no other martial skills available for cultivation, he devoted the majority of his time and energy to enhancing his martial prowess and the golden cicada technique. Thus, for the upcoming mock examination, he had no choice but to secure first place. Liu Chong resolved firmly, determined not to let the substantial reward of 300,000 slip through his fingers. Chapter 24. Has this child taken drugs? March 30th marked the commencement of the mock examinations. The cultural subject mock tests had concluded 2 days prior, and without any surprises. Liu Chong once again claimed the top rank in the school, perhaps more accurately, the entire city. However, aside from a few specialized cultural institutions, domestic martial universities and comprehensive universities placed greater emphasis on martial assessments. In these examinations, the cultural subject scores accounted for only 20%, with martial evaluations being the most critical. The cultural exams spanned 2 days, while the martial assessments would unfold over a full 6 days. The first morning was dedicated to the foundational martial examination, which assessed candidates' fundamental data. This included evaluations of cultivation level, basic strength, basic speed, and neural response, culminating in an overall foundational score. Each category had a maximum score of 100, with a total possible score of 400. A benchmark for full marks generally aligned with the foundational data of a novice martial artist. Naturally, exceeding this threshold would yield additional points. As for the martial skills assessment, it required practical application, and this section held the highest score weight and flexibility. Liu Chong arrived at school early, meeting up with his classmates before heading to the testing site for foundational data assessment. Feng Yi, do you have confidence in making the top 10 for our class and bringing glory to Class 5? Chen Yufei, trailing behind Liu Chong, was in line awaiting testing. His student number was among the later ones, and he didn't care much as he remained at the bottom of the class, a mere third-stage martial disciple. Aside from their homeroom teacher, only he and Liu Qingqing were aware that Liu Chong had already reached the 8th stage, far surpassing their classmates. Liu Chong smiled, but remained silent. His aspirations were singular, though he feared voicing them might alarm others. The foundational testing proceeded swiftly, with Class 5 lacking any particularly remarkable students. Liu Qingqing managed to achieve a cultivation level of the 6th stage, with commendable scores in strength, speed, and neural response, ultimately amassing 268 points, barely meeting the baseline for prestigious martial universities. Soon, it was Liu Chong's turn, and he entered a testing room alone. Outside this room, not only was his homeroom teacher Wang Tong present, but also the homeroom teacher from Class 1 and the academic affairs director of the senior year, Zhou, an old Li. Why are you here in Class 5 instead of your own? Zhou An, a rotund bald man, smiled like a Methriel Buddha. Yet, at the entirety of No. 1 high school, not a single student was unafraid of this seemingly unremarkable academic affairs director. Zhou was a bona fide martial master, reputed to have cultivated some peculiar martial skills that altered his physique. He was the quintessential smiling tiger, the figure most dreaded by students. Li Changjun, however, showed no fear of the academic affairs director, merely chuckling, "Aren't you here as well, director? I just want to see how the student, cherished by the homeroom teacher, is faring now. Just don't let us surpass you," Wang Tong interjected with a huff. The academic affairs director, understanding that these two were old comrades and held no real enmity, chuckled, "You see, I've been sent by Old Wei to observe this child. Moreover, he has received the highest reward in our school and mastered all martial skills. I too am curious about his capabilities." Wang Tong turned his gaze away, no longer paying attention to Li Changjun, fixated instead on the changing data displayed on the testing room screen. This screen showcased all of Lu Chong's testing data and promptly revealed his scores. Li Changjun, still undeterred, continued to grumble, "What a waste of such a fine talent. If he were in our class, he would surely reach the 6th stage by now." Wang Tong chuckled dismissively, uninterested in the short-sighted remarks of this man. Just as Li Qingjun was about to continue provoking his old comrade, Zhou An's expression suddenly shifted, astonished. "This is impossible." Li Qingjun quickly followed their gaze to the screen, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "This can't be right. Is the equipment malfunctioning?" The screen outside the room displayed Lu Chong's cultivation test data. Cultivation level. Martial Disciple 8th stage, 80 points. "Are you kidding me, Li Changjun? You're merely a frog at the bottom of the well. Lu Chong has long surpassed the 8th stage. I have seen it with my own eyes." Wang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, finally finding an opportunity to retort, feeling a rush of exhilaration. He had been guiding Lu Chong daily and was well aware of his current cultivation progress. However, even he could hardly fathom the speed of Lu Chong's advancement. Now, at last, after enduring so long, he could find some psychological balance amidst the astonishment of others, for Lu Chong was still his student, leaving Li Qingjun and Zhou and speechless, each exchanging incredulous glances. Both were familiar with Lu Chong and understood that he had only recently broken through to the 5th stage. How could he now be at the 8th? Old homeroom teacher, you wouldn't have given him any banned substances, would you? Li Qingjun pondered for a moment before realizing the gravity of the implications. Such a path could ruin the child's future, compromising his foundational strength and potential. Zhou, too, cast a suspicious glance at Wang Tong, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Wang Tong, reveling in the moment, felt his face flush with indignation upon being questioned. "How dare you suggest such nonsense? I am not that sort of person. I know better than anyone what banned substances are. Let us not engage in hasty disputes," Zhou suddenly declared with a grave demeanor. However, the child's progress in cultivation is indeed rather extraordinary. It is conceivable that he may have secretly consumed some elixir, thereby jeopardizing his foundational integrity. Zhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Such occurrences are not unheard of. In fact, they are relatively commonplace. As the college entrance examination approaches, students often resort to such substances to achieve rapid advancements in their cultivation, thus gaining an edge, albeit without violating any explicit regulations. Yet, this practice tends to deplete a student's potential, proving detrimental to their long-term development. Wang Tong was confident that Lu Chong would not resort to such measures. Just as he was about to voice his disagreement, he pointed to the screen and exclaimed, "Look at his other scores. They will reveal the truth." If he had indeed taken drugs to enhance his cultivation, his scores in the other 3 categories would surely reflect some discrepancies. "That makes sense. Let us observe further," Zhou then replied, signaling to Li Changjun to refrain from making rash statements as they examined the data together. At that moment, the screen outside the room displayed Lu Chong's next score, basic strength, 945 kilograms, 95 points. As this data appeared, Zhou and Li Qingjun simultaneously blinked in disbelief, rubbing their eyes vigorously before glancing back. It remained unchanged. Wang Tong was tempted to rub his eyes as well, but ultimately restrained himself, adopting a demeanor of knowing amusement. Chapter 25, second in the entire school. How could a martial disciple of the 8th stage possibly achieve nearly 950 kilograms? Li Changjun finally regained his composure, incredulously stating, "Indeed, this strength is difficult for many martial disciples of the 9th stage to attain." Zhou readily concurred. "As far as I know, Zhao Longfei from Class 1, despite being a 9th stage martial disciple, has a basic strength of only around 860 kilograms. Wang Tong interjected nonchalantly. Perhaps Zhao Longfei's foundation is not sufficiently solid. He felt a surge of satisfaction, reveling in the retort. Maintaining an air of composure, he continued, the path of a genius is truly difficult for others to comprehend. Zhou nodded, feeling slightly uncertain himself. Li Qingjun refrained from further rebuttal and ceased to question whether Lu Chong had consumed any prohibited substances. If taking drugs could yield such foundational strength, he would have no qualms about having his students indulge as well. Let us examine Lu Chong's other data, Zhou suggested diplomatically. Moments later, Lu Chong's third data point appeared on the screen. Basic speed, 23 ms, 92 points. Once again, the trio fell into silence. Clearly, this figure surpassed the typical speed expected of a martial disciple at the 8th stage. The foundational speed for those who have truly entered the realm of martial artists is 25 ms, and Lu Chong, being an 8th stage martial disciple, was already approaching that benchmark. These results thoroughly dispelled any speculation regarding Lu Chong's use of banned substances. One might even assert that Lu Chong's foundational stability far surpassed that of his peers. When the final score for neural reaction was revealed, the three of them finally exhaled in relief. 83 points. Fortunately, he is a normal individual. Otherwise, I would have considered capturing him for research, Zhou remarked half-jokingly. Wang Tong, however, was not inclined to let Li Qingjun, who had fallen silent, off the hook easily. With a smile, he asked, "What do you think, Qingjun? If Lu Chong were placed in your class, would he achieve these scores? A 6th-stage martial disciple? You must be joking." Li Qingjun chuckled, donning a smile as he replied, "You know that I simply wish for our class leader not to waste too much time on the ordinary students. I'm off. The practical assessments commence in the afternoon, and I must prepare those little brats," he declared before departing. After his exit, Zhou, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, cast a thoughtful glance towards the testing room where Lu Chong was located before hastily leaving. He intended to inform the principal of Lu Chong's test results, knowing that the principal's keen insight would surely lead to significant realizations. After a while, Lu Chong finally emerged from the room, appearing somewhat disoriented. My foundational strength and speed both exceed the typical standards for an 8th-stage martial disciple. This is likely due to the second refinement of the Qi nourishing technique, as well as the enhancement provided by the golden cicada garment. Lu Chong pondered internally. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that his neural reaction score was relatively unimpressive. This aspect pertains to the development of the cerebral domain, which is indeed not easily improved. Lu Chong merely committed these data points to memory before returning to his class with a lighthearted demeanor. However, upon reuniting with his classmates, he noticed that everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions. "What is it?" Lu Chong inquired of Chun Yufei, who stood nearby. "What else could it be, Brother Chong?" "Everyone's scores have been released," Chun Yufei exclaimed in astonishment. "Your total foundational score is 350 points. Do you realize your ranking?" Lu Chong pondered for a moment and candidly replied, "I suppose I could rank within the top 10 of the entire school." He did not underestimate himself. Although he had yet to reach the 9th stage, his exceptional strength and speed suggested that a top 10 placement was certainly achievable. Chun Yufei bit his lip, raising his thumb in admiration. "Not just the top 10. Brother Chong, you are second in the entire school. Only Xiang Yuya surpassed you by 5 points, while others, including Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan, have been left behind." Even though Chun Yufei had been aware of Lu Chong's attainment of the 8th stage, witnessing the school's ranking left him utterly dumbfounded. Lu Chong had only recently advanced to the 8th stage. Yet Class 1 boasted 9 8th-stage martial disciples and 3 9th-stage martial disciples. Who could have anticipated that Lu Chong, an 8th-stage martial disciple, would gallantly ascend to the 2nd position in foundational scores? Brother Chong, you may very well have achieved the most remarkable progress in the school's history. If the school does not present you with an award, I shall be incensed, Chun Yufei declared passionately. He vividly recalled that just over a month ago, during a test, he and Lu Chong had been nearly neck and neck, ranking around 400 among the high school seniors. Given that the entire senior cohort comprised only slightly more than 500 students, Chun Yufei was astounded, leaving his uninformed classmates from Class 5 utterly bewildered. For instance, Sun Zhe, who had recently been bested by Lu Chong in 2 consecutive battles, found himself averting his gaze upon encountering Lu Chong. He remains a mere 5th-level martial apprentice to this day. Who could have imagined that Lu Chong, whom he once bullied, has now reached such heights? Well, the foundational results have been announced. At this moment, the homeroom teacher approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Students who did not perform well, do not be disheartened. This afternoon, we shall commence a 5-day practical assessment in the hunting grounds. Before we proceed, I must emphasize a few points." Lu Chong perked up. This was indeed his first participation in a genuine practical assessment. In his previous life, he lacked the opportunity, the conditions, and the courage to venture into the wilderness and encounter those bloodthirsty, exotic beasts. This simulated combat was a golden opportunity. Furthermore, this stage was crucial for Lu Chong's chances of securing first place. Chapter 26. Is there no one left in Class 1? The practical assessment venue is neither within the school nor in the city, but rather in the exotic beast hunting grounds on the outskirts of the city. The beasts within these hunting grounds are primarily those captured and domesticated during humanity's struggle against them, differing significantly from the truly wild beasts. Therefore, the hunting grounds remain within the confines of the urban base, posing a controllable level of danger, suitable for high school students to hone their practical skills. These hunting grounds are not open to the public, mainly utilized for studying the behavioral patterns of exotic beasts or providing practical opportunities for students. On this particular afternoon, over 40,000 third-year students from all 108 high schools in Guanyin City gathered at the outskirts of the hunting grounds. This simulated examination encompassed the entire city's high schools, and the hunting grounds would be fully accessible. Most students had never witnessed a genuine exotic beast, and now they were finally able to behold those creatures that had only existed in textbooks or videos, resulting in a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Students, before entering the hunting grounds, you will each receive a protective talisman. You will then be randomly sorted into groups and dispersed throughout the hunting grounds. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, the talisman will automatically activate to ensure your safety, and help will swiftly arrive. However, your scores will cease at that point. The hunting grounds are clearly divided, with increasingly formidable exotic beasts found from the periphery to the core area, ranging from the first-level initial stage beasts to those newly entering the second level. Their numbers dwindle progressively. Your objective is to capture as many exotic beasts as possible. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. There is no need to kill the beasts. Simply obtaining the tracking devices they wear around their neck suffices. While slaying these beasts does not incur a penalty, you cannot take them with you. Remember, safety is paramount. Do not act impulsively. You may compete with other students for prey, but do not intentionally harm fellow candidates. Otherwise, the student who initiates the attack will incur point deductions. You may form teams, but scores will be distributed based on contribution. Outside the hunting grounds, Mr. Wang Tong, the homeroom teacher, tirelessly reiterated the assessment rules, despite the students being well acquainted with them. Once the students from various schools and classes were mixed and transported by military vehicles to disperse around the hunting grounds, Lu Chong was still contemplating the intricacies of the rules. Are these examination rules fair and reasonable? Lu Chong mused, sensing some loopholes. Yet this is the nature of practical assessments. Situations that may arise in real combat will also manifest in this evaluation. Thus, absolute fairness is non-existent. Yet it remains a stark reality. First-level exotic beasts are akin to martial apprentices among humans, also categorized into 9 stages. A first-level initial stage beast scores 1 point, a second stage 2 points, and a third stage 4 points, doubling successively. This means capturing a 9th-stage beast would yield 256 points, equivalent to over 200 initial stage beasts. The further one progresses, the greater the challenge. Yet the efficiency is significantly enhanced, and competitors will diminish, provided one possesses the requisite strength. As Lu Chong engaged in silent analysis, he awaited entry into the examination arena. At precisely 2 o'clock, the energy barrier encompassing a radius of 100 miles vanished, allowing students to enter the hunting grounds from various directions. An alarm sounded, and a voice echoed in each student's earpiece. Attention, all students. You have 10 minutes to enter the hunting ground for the assessment. After 10 minutes, the barrier will reactivate and entry will no longer be permitted. Lu Chong glanced around, finding himself alone. Without further hesitation, he resolutely stepped into the desolate area ahead. 10 minutes later, the energy barrier descended once more, encircling all candidates within the hunting grounds. Before him lay a barren and dilapidated town, with crumbling old buildings scattered about and moss and vines overtaking the remnants of what once stood there. Lu Chong, well-versed in history, recognized that this hunting ground was the aftermath of a desperate urban battle between humanity and exotic beasts 15 years prior. Following a brutal confrontation, humanity had repelled the beast tide, yet half of the city's structures lay in ruin. Rather than demolishing the remnants, it was deemed more prudent to rebuild while preserving the war's scars as a cautionary tale for future generations, resulting in the establishment of the ruins hunting ground on the outskirts of Guanyin City. Just as Lu Chong silently traversed the streets and alleys, a shadow suddenly darted from a window on his left, accompanied by a high-pitched wail, lunging swiftly towards his neck. It was a shadow cat. Lu Chong glanced and saw a pitch-black feline exotic beast, renowned for its speed, agility, and sharp claws. However, this particular cat was merely a first-level initial stage, its speed insufficient in Lu Chong's eyes. At the moment the glowing green-eyed shadow cat revealed its claws, just inches from Lu Chong's neck, he sprang into action. He slightly pivoted, his left hand shooting out like lightning, while his right hand swatted down like a fan. Immediately, a plaque appeared in his left hand, while his right hand, resembling an eagle's claw, seized the shadow cat by its neck, lifting it into the air. So this is the shadow cat. Lu Chong did not rush onward, but instead took the time to scrutinize this so-called exotic beast. It was a pity he couldn't take it back, otherwise it might fetch a decent price. Lu Chong lamented internally. Rather than ending the life of the shadow cat, he held it in his grasp and examined it closely. Finally encountering an exotic beast, he felt it prudent to study it thoroughly, to better confront similar creatures in the future. This shadow cat measured half a meter in length, its fur sleek and glossy, with claws resembling curved hooks, exceedingly sharp. Its teeth, bared as it snarled at Lu Chong, were equally formidable. Its eyes, a deep green with vertical pupils, exuded a fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, while Lu Chong eagerly inspected the shadow cat in his hands like a curious child, in a monitoring hall not far from the hunting grounds, Mr. Wang Tong had shrunk back into the crowd, his face flushed, unable to bear to watch. At that moment, a massive screen at the front of the hall displayed numerous split screens, showcasing live feeds of various students. Particularly, those with outstanding foundational scores had their broadcast images intentionally magnified for the audience's viewing pleasure. Naturally, if a student with lower foundational scores exhibited remarkable performance, staff would promptly switch to their feed. Seated below were individuals of significant influence in Guanyin City, including the homeroom teachers of the third-year classes and the principals of various high schools. Additionally, high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau and military police overseeing Guanyin City were present. The live broadcast here was confidential, prohibited from leaking until after the college entrance examination, and all participants had signed non-disclosure agreements. Principal Wei Jiangwo of Class 1 occupied a central position in the front row, watching the students on a large screen with a smile on his face. "Old Wei, which student do you hold in high regard?" inquired an elder in a long robe, who appeared to be only a few years younger than him. Wei Jiangwo glanced at Lu Chong on the screen, chuckling as he pointed, "Behold my student, his future knows no bounds." The principal of the third school observed Lu Chong, who was indulging in some feline affection, and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, chuckling softly. "Is there truly no one else in the first school?" Chapter 27. The Commencement of My Performance. It was no wonder that Principal Fong of the third school harbored doubts. For anyone with a modicum of discernment could perceive that Lu Chong was evidently a novice in the hunting grounds. To be precise, it was his first genuine encounter with living beasts. This was not solely due to Lu Chong's engagement with the cat, but also because his utter lack of vigilance upon entering the hunting grounds was hardly indicative of an experienced hunter. In fact, he appeared rather juvenile. In contrast, other students, including those with commendable martial arts foundations, exercised extreme caution upon entering the hunting grounds, perpetually alert for ambushes from beasts. Some of the more seasoned students had already begun to carve out their own paths and methods for hunting, scoring efficiently. Conversely, Lu Chong had been meandering around the entrance for nearly half an hour, swaggering without a care in the world. This could not merely be described as audacity born of skill. Rather, it was the fearless naivety of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Those present were acutely aware that even in areas inhabited by lesser beasts, one must remain vigilant. for once surrounded by a multitude of lesser beasts. Even an adept martial artist could find themselves ensnared, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Such knowledge was imparted in the classroom, yet many students dismissed it or forgot it the moment they set foot on the battlefield. Lu Chong, in this instance, epitomized that very scenario. Nevertheless, in response to Principal Fong's skepticism, Wei Jiangwo leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip, grinning as he remarked, "Old Fong, after all these years, you still lack the discernment to recognize talent." Damn! Principal Fong was immediately provoked. "You old rascal, do not flaunt your superiority. Pray tell, what distinguishes your student?" Wei Principal smiled. "How about this? I have heard that your third school has its share of promising talents. Let us compare the practical results of this mock examination. If any student from your school surpasses Lu Chong, I shall address you as big brother from henceforth." Principal Fong's spirits lifted at this, for having been overshadowed by Wei for years. He yearned for a chance to turn the tables. "Bring it on. Who is afraid? Do not think for a moment that we are intimidated by this greenhorn, nor by those from the elite class of the first school." "Wait," Wei Principal interjected. "I am making a considerable sacrifice here. If you happen to lose, you must offer something in return." Principal Fong narrowed his eyes, chuckling. "I knew you were up to no good. Speak, what do you desire?" Wei Principal, with a gleeful demeanor, replied, "Your self-created tiger roar technique is quite commendable. How about passing it on to my student?" "Huh," Principal Fong chuckled. "You think you can simply call me big brother in exchange for my treasure tiger roar technique? You are quite ambitious. Perhaps if you offered your golden cicada robe, we could talk." "Agreed," Wei Principal said nonchalantly. "Let it be settled then, but I want you to personally guide my student during the special training sessions. Is that acceptable? Mutual benefit." Principal Fong hastily added more conditions. "Colonel Huang, you have heard this, right? You can serve as a witness for us two old geezers." Wei Principal turned to the middle-aged officer seated nearby, who promptly stood and saluted. "Understood, teacher." Colonel Huang, once a student of Wei Principal himself, was now over 40 and a true martial arts master. However, he was curious as to why this seemingly immature disciple had captured the attention of such a discerning teacher. In the back row, Li Changjun observed Lu Chong's nonchalance and glanced at the score leaderboard on the right side of the large screen. "Did you see that, class leader?" Li Changjun asked Wang Tong. "Your precious student has only scored 1 point thus far. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuya and Zhao Longfei have exceeded 100 points. This was indeed the case. Not only students from Class 1, but any students with higher cultivation levels had already penetrated the outer regions, entering the territories of 4 to 6 segment beasts for hunting. After all, while the outer beasts were numerous, their score values were too low and scattered, making them difficult to locate and significantly impacting hunting efficiency. Wang Tong scanned the scoreboard and then looked at Lu Chong, who had finally released a shadow cat. He straightened up, saying, "No need to rush. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. We have 5 days left. Let us see who will be smiling in the end." Li Chengjun noticed Wang Tong's tension and refrained from making further sarcastic remarks, fearing he might truly irritate the old class leader. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. This was an examination, even with 5 days. Every second counted. At this moment, Lu Chong was blissfully unaware of the scrutiny he was under. After leisurely releasing the shadow cat, he continued along the predetermined path, venturing deeper. The reason for his time spent studying a mere first segment shadow cat was not due to ignorance of the urgency, nor was it a deliberate act of underperformance or overestimating his capabilities. Rather, he understood that in this mock examination, only the shadow cat species was present. Thus, he aimed to glean insights from this shadow cat, corroborating it with the materials from his textbooks and videos for a more comprehensive understanding of the beast. Now, he felt he had a clearer grasp of the situation. Most importantly, Lu Chong had distinctly memorized the scent or aura of the shadow cat. Ever since donning the golden cicada robe, his senses had sharpened, and, as long as he could recall this essence, it would greatly facilitate and enhance his efficiency in seeking out prey thereafter. As he ventured further along the street, Lu Chong remained unhurried, effortlessly collecting the positioning monitors of those first segment shadow cats. Throughout, he employed only the most fundamental techniques, the opening stone hand and the 9 shadow steps, both of which he had perfected to a remarkable degree, making it difficult for anyone to discern the mastery he had achieved. It was not until nightfall that Lu Chong stepped into the territory of the second segment shadow cats. At this point, his score stood at a mere 36. He could also see on the communication device distributed to all that the leading student had amassed 232 points, none other than Xiang Yuya from the first school. The second place was not Zhao Longfei or Huang Junyan, but rather a student from the third school named Shui Chong, who had scored 218 points. Night had fallen. It seemed it was time for me to commence my performance. Lu Chong glanced at the darkening sky, took a bite of his nutrition bar, and accelerated towards the inner region. Chapter 28. The night is my arena. The shadow cats were nocturnal creatures, adept at hunting in the dark, their eyes capable of easily detecting prey. Consequently, the vast majority of students preferred to hide in pre-prepared corners after nightfall, evading the large numbers of shadow cats that roamed freely at night. Even those with stronger cultivation levels typically adhered to this strategy, as without numerous students to distract the shadow cats, they could easily find themselves encircled. In stark contrast, Lu Chong intended to do precisely the opposite. He planned to take advantage of the night to harvest a bountiful catch. The golden cicada robe not only granted him formidable defense, but his vision was also unhindered in the dark. As for the possibility of being surrounded by shadow cats, he harbored no concerns. With his perfected 9 shadow steps, he was not lacking in speed or agility compared to the shadow cats of the same realm. The night, indeed, was also his domain. With a swift flick, Lu Chong effortlessly sent a rushing 2-stage shadow cat flying, simultaneously snatching the tracking device from around its neck. For him, this was merely rudimentary skill. He could easily intimidate the shadow cats without inflicting any harm upon them. Most of the shadow cats he had dispatched would not dare to charge at him again, having experienced the palpable aura of Lu Chong up close. Indeed, nighttime hunting proved to be exhilarating. As he patrolled the streets, Lu Chong adjusted his combat approach. In the depths of the night, he hardly needed to seek out his prey. Numerous shadow cats would naturally pounce forth to offer themselves up. Even when surrounded by a dozen shadow cats simultaneously, Lu Chong gracefully navigated through their ranks with the 9 shadows step, moving freely as he pleased. By 9 o'clock that evening, Lu Chong had amassed a score of 128 points and had successfully entered the territory of the 3-stage shadow cats. At this moment, the leaderboard reflected a deceleration in the scores of the top 100 students. Xiang Yuya, ranked first, had reached a score of 356, while the student in the 100th position, Qin Chuan, recorded a score of 201. Within the monitoring hall, Wang Tong remained nervously fixated on the split screen of Lu Chong's live broadcast and the leaderboard. Beside him, Li Changjun chuckled, "Don't be so tense. Look at your student. So daring to hunt alone at night. Truly, the fearless spirit of a young bull." Li Changjun mused, "At this rate, I doubt he can last through the night. He'll likely be forced out." Wang Tong ignored Li Changjun's remarks, harboring a degree of concern for Lu Chong. He believed Lu Chong was not a reckless individual. So why would he choose to venture out at night? Even with his martial prowess, nighttime operations were fraught with peril. As the clock approached 10, nearly all students had concealed themselves, not only to evade the multitude of shadow cats that roamed at night, but also to conserve their stamina for the ensuing sprint. The practical assessment was lengthy, and endurance was a crucial factor to consider. Among the front row, Principal Fong from the third school observed Lu Chong's performance, astonished by the perfection of his 9 shadows step, though that was the extent of his admiration. He confidently glanced towards Principal Wei, only to discover that this old acquaintance had already dozed off in his chair. In the darkness, Lu Chong pressed on, delving deeper into the hunting grounds, where no shadow cat could obstruct his path. Upon entering the territory of the 4-stage shadow cats, his score had more than doubled to reach 271 points. Finally breaking into the top 100, he resolved to continue his efforts. As he ventured further, the number of shadow cats charging at him began to dwindle. Yet their strength grew increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, they posed no real threat. The perfected 9 shadows step and the stone-breaking palm allowed him to handle them with ease. In this area, Lu Chong lingered for over an hour, his score climbing to 351, propelling him to second place on the leaderboard. Had there been more 4-stage shadow cats present, and if the previous students had not already harvested a portion of them, his score would have soared even higher. However, Lu Chong remained unbothered, choosing not to rest as he continued to press on. Now approaching 1 o'clock in the morning, the tranquil hunting ground echoed only with the occasional sharp cries of the shadow cats. Their numbers were dwindling, yet they grew increasingly potent. It seemed he would have to seek them out himself. As Lu Chong contemplated this, he began to actively follow the scent of the shadow cats, searching through the dark alleys surrounding him. The higher the level, the greater the intelligence of the shadow cats. Brute strength alone would not suffice. One must also master the art of hide and seek. Scaling a wall overgrown with vines, Chong slipped into a dilapidated 3-story building. Here, he followed the scent of something relatively fresh, arriving at the crumbling living room on the 3rd floor. Who? Came a low voice. Chong cast his gaze and was surprised to find his classmate, Sun Tze. Alongside Sun Tze were 2 unfamiliar boys, suggesting they had teamed up to enter the territory of the 5-stage shadow cats, taking refuge here to recuperate after nightfall. The trio bore various injuries, with crude bandages hastily applied. The energy protection talismans would only activate in the event of a fatal wound, indicating they had managed to endure thus far. If any student felt they could not continue, they could opt to seek help and exit the examination with the points they had already earned. Hong Ye. Sun Tze recognized him, a hint of joy lighting his face. Having suffered at Chong's hands previously and witnessed his swift ascent to the 8th stage of martial artistry, he had long since admitted defeat and joined his classmates in calling him Chong. Chong nodded, then cast a curious glance at the 3 boys, quietly asking, "Can you really sleep here?" Confused, Sun Tze blinked and asked, "What do you mean, Chong?" Chong pointed at the beam behind them, urging them to see for themselves. Sun Tze, sensing something amiss, froze in place, turning his head. Upon seeing, his face turned pale. Heavens! Crouched on the beam behind them was a shadow cat, its eyes glowing green, watching them with predatory intent. They had been entirely oblivious to its presence while on watch. Had Chong not arrived in time, the shadow cat would have struck a deadly blow when they were at their most relaxed. What do we do? If we engage it here, we might attract more shadow cats, one of the other students murmured, now awake and equally alarmed by the lurking shadow cat. This was the terrifying reality of night. Once discovered by a shadow cat, elimination was nearly inevitable, as no one could distract the other shadow cats to aid in their escape. Sun Tze looked to Chong, clearly seeking his guidance. With a smile, Chong reassured them, "It's all right. I believe the reason it hasn't attacked yet is that it's waiting for its companions to arrive." "Perfect. We can catch them all at once." Sun Tze hesitated, struggling to believe that they could encircle the creature with just the 4 of them. "You're insane." The other 2 students were clearly frightened. They had no desire to be eliminated so soon. Chapter 29. A nap and suddenly top of the leaderboard. Rather than wandering aimlessly, it was better to set up an ambush. This was the strategy Chong devised upon spotting the shadow cat beside Sun Tze. The 5-stage shadow cat displayed a modicum of intelligence and caution, aware that facing 3 opponents was a losing battle. Thus it remained hidden, waiting for an opportunity while attempting to summon its allies for support. Chong contemplated this and decided to play along, which would save him a significant amount of time. However, the 2 unfamiliar students clearly did not trust him. One shadow cat in the darkness had already sent them into a panic. How could they dare to summon more? "We should leave here quickly, or resolve this shadow cat swiftly. Perhaps there's still hope," one student urged anxiously. "Exactly. If a whole pack comes, we'll be eliminated tonight," the other student echoed. Chong remained silent, looking at Sun Tze, who had yet to voice an opinion. Sun Tze, now composed, glanced at Chong again and said, "I trust you. But, Chong-gu, could we temporarily team up?" If Chong agreed, they would all stand to gain something from this encounter. Chong contemplated for a moment. Since he needed to rely on these individuals for fishing, it mattered little to him to share some points, and thus he acquiesced. No, we would rather not." The 2 students hastily shook their heads in refusal. "You 2 can form a team. We shall take our leave first." After exchanging glances, the pair prepared to depart, evidently intending to leave Chong and his companion as a diversion. Sun Tze was about to call out to stop them when Chong intervened. "It's fine, let them go," he said with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking. He had already sensed several familiar presences encircling them from all directions. At this point, whether they stayed or left was of little consequence. Indeed, the moment the 2 students descended from the 3rd floor, they were met with the sight of 6 pairs of glistening green eyes, glaring at them with unmistakable ferocity. "They're here. They've all arrived." The duo was so startled that they nearly jumped, hastily retreating back upstairs. However, at that moment, the 3rd floor had also gained 3 additional shadow cats, bringing the total to a staggering 10 5th-tier shadow cats. This was likely an aggregation of all the shadow cats in the vicinity. Meow. With reinforcements arrived. There was no further discussion. The 4 shadow cats on the 3rd floor lunged at the 4 individuals. Simultaneously, the 6 from the 2nd floor wasted no time and quickly sprang from various angles to besiege them. This was precisely the opportunity Chong had been waiting for. His expression brightened as he executed a powerful strike that incapacitated one of the shadow cats, swiftly retrieving the tracking device from its neck. The 2nd shadow cat, attacking from behind, seized the chance to strike at Chong's nape. Its claw was aimed with deadly precision. However, as it swiped, it merely grasped at thin air, passing straight through Chong's figure. It was merely an afterimage. Given Chong's agility, such an attack posed no true threat to him. Conversely, the startled shadow cat that had missed its target attempted to flee, only to be seized by Chong by its tail and hurled against the wall, rendering it unconscious. Seizing the tracking device, Chong then utilized his footwork to reach Sun Tze's side, swiftly resolving his predicament and acquiring 3 additional tracking devices in the process. Help us. At this juncture, the 2 students found themselves in dire straits, facing 5 shadow cats with little more than a defensive stance, on the brink of activating their protective talismans and facing elimination. Chong-gu, please assist them, Sun Tze pleaded, nursing his injured left arm. Without the need for further entreaty, Chong would have acted, not out of a desire to aid the 2, but rather to procure those tracking devices. Without a moment's hesitation, Chong employed the 9 shadow steps to close the distance, utilizing the same technique to dispatch the remaining shadow cats, one by one. Once all the shadow cats lay incapacitated, silence returned to the area, leaving the 2 students in a state of bewilderment. Is that it? What manner of divine classmate is this, to effortlessly resolve such an onslaught of shadow cats? The most astonishing part was that Chong emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dirt on his black training attire. These 5 tracking devices are yours. Chong disregarded the 2 bewildered students, tossing the devices to Sun Tze. Chong-gu, this is too much. I hardly contributed, Sun Tze protested, waving his hands. Since we formed a temporary team, I cannot let you go unrewarded. Take them. I'm not in need of these, Chong replied with a smile. Besides, this is merely a mock exam. With that, Chong collected his own tracking device, turned, and leaped from the 3rd floor, stepping into the quiet of the night. Thank you, Sun Tze murmured as he stowed the tracking device away. Who exactly is that classmate of yours? Why is he so formidable? After Chong had departed, the other 2 students finally regained their senses and inquired. They felt too embarrassed to revisit the earlier topic of teaming up and showed no envy towards the tracking devices in Sun Tze's possession. Envy was futile. Such devices could not be forcibly taken, as any attempt to do so would be ineffective, given that the area was under constant surveillance. Furthermore, their earlier refusal to team up with Chong would have been recorded. However, their curiosity about the identity of this remarkable student was piqued. Sun Tze, somewhat distracted, replied, "He is my classmate, Chong, and he is undoubtedly the strongest among us." Chong, one of the students murmured, recalling that he had not seen that name on the leaderboard earlier in the day. At that moment, another student checked the leaderboard and exclaimed, Chong, this is the top scorer. When did this happen? Sun Tze was equally taken aback, as he had been resting and had not kept an eye on the leaderboard. He hurriedly glanced at the updated rankings on the rescue device, and there it was, the prominent name at the top. First place, Chong, 431 points. Second place, Xiang Yueya, 356 points. Goodness, he had surpassed the 2nd place by nearly 80 points. What a pity we couldn't cling to his coattails. I can only utter 4 words. The big shot is impressive. On the other hand, perhaps due to having lured all the nearby shadow cats earlier, Chong encountered no further shadow cats as he made his way to the territory of the 6th-tier shadow cats. It was still only 3 in the morning. He could continue to reap rewards. In the monitoring hall outside the hunting grounds, Wang Tong had been staring intently at the large screen, his eyes growing red-rimmed, until the moment that name surged to the top of the leaderboard, at which point he excitedly slapped the thigh of his companion, Li Chongjun. Li Chongjun had been meditating with his eyes closed and nearly lost his focus from the sudden impact. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "Quick, look at the leaderboard." Wang Tong replied, grinning. Li Chongjun furrowed his brow and looked over, his eyes widening in surprise. "First place, Chong. What the hell? I took a nap, and he is already at the top?" Wang Tong beamed with pride. "This is just the beginning. Look at the second place. He's 75 points behind. The gap will only widen. Li Qingjun turned away, unwilling to witness Wang Tong's smug expression, and resolutely closed his eyes once more. Chapter 30. The hunt for Lu Chong must commence. As night gave way to dawn, the once silent hunting grounds began to stir with vitality. The shadow cats that had roamed throughout the night returned to their dens to rest, as long as their territory remained uninvaded and they were not provoked. These shadow cats rarely ventured out during the day. In the vast hunting ground spanning 100 miles, the students' scattered efforts could not possibly disturb all the shadow cats, and they too needed to search for their targets one by one. At this time, most of the students in the hunting ground had awakened and were preparing to commence the second day of hunting. However, after a night of searching for shadow cats, at least 20% of the students had been eliminated, although they had hidden during the night, as evidenced by Sun Ze's experience. There was still a probability of being discovered by shadow cats in their hiding spots. Consequently, some had been eliminated in isolation, and their practical examination scores had ended there. It was a game of advance and retreat, a reflection of humanity's prolonged struggle against the otherworldly beasts. The first thing most students did upon waking was to check the refreshed score leaderboard. Even those who were aware they would not break into the top 100 wished to see the extent of their gap from the leaderboard. Who is this? Class 5 of the first high school. Lu Chong? How did he suddenly rise to the top? Wait, what? 680 points? Am I seeing things? That's over 300 points higher than the second place? Who is this extraordinary individual that has emerged from nowhere? The students exclaimed in astonishment, hardly able to believe their own eyes. In the span of a single night, transitioning from obscurity to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. How could such a feat be possible? Was this person functioning without the need for sleep, replenishing their energy instead? Most crucially, according to their instructors' advisories, nighttime should be the most perilous period, rendering the optimal strategy one of concealment and recuperation. Even the more advanced students rarely ventured out at night. Alone and vulnerable, one could easily stumble and falter. The adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant had been reiterated by teachers countless times. Was that student Lu Chong still within the hunting grounds? Some began to speculate. While hunting at night could indeed enhance efficiency, the risk of elimination was significantly heightened. It was likely that he had already been ousted. At that moment, in the student encampment outside the hunting grounds, over 6,000 eliminated students were gathered, receiving treatment from medical personnel. Most of these students had encountered misfortune the previous night, having been discovered in their hiding spots by shadow cats, leading to their expulsion. Chen Yufei and 5 classmates were among them. Chonggu is truly remarkable, Chen Yufei exclaimed, having spotted the leaderboard and now animatedly celebrating as if he himself had ascended to the top. This individual had not been eliminated the previous night. Rather, he had sought aid during an assault by 2 third-tier shadow cats in the afternoon, retreating before he could sustain any injuries. Consequently, his practical combat score was pitifully low, at a mere 25 points. Nevertheless, Chen Yufei was unconcerned, fixated on the leaderboard, eagerly anticipating when his good friend would make his mark. Unfortunately, he had gone to sleep at 8 o'clock the night before without witnessing this moment. To his surprise, upon waking today, he was greeted with such delightful news. In a single night, ascending to the top. Who else could it be but our Chonggu? Chen Yufei jubilantly celebrated with his classmates. He's even surpassed Xiang Yuya by over 300 points. How astounding. His peers enthusiastically echoed. Although he had been eliminated early, was he at a point of pride to have such an exceptional classmate? They chuckled, still doubting whether Chonggu had truly been ousted the previous night, displaying their ignorance. Chen Yufei scoffed upon seeing discussions on the school forum among the eliminated students. He eagerly awaited Lu Chong to continue amassing points, ready to slap the faces of those skeptics. Meanwhile, within the strictly monitored command center guarded by the military, Li Chengjun wore a grim expression, reluctant to witness Wang Tong's smug demeanor. The principal of the 3rd middle school, seated in the front row, appeared equally displeased. He was well aware that this student, cherished by Old Wei, had not faced elimination and was instead nestled comfortably in a basement, sound asleep. In contrast, his own most prized pupil, ranked 3rd, Shui Chong, seemed to be languishing with barely over 300 points. Old Wei, your student is quite self-assured, traversing the shadows like a shadow cat, unafraid of losing control. Principal Fong cast a sardonic glance at the drowsy Wei principal beside him. Wei Principal did not even open his eyes, lazily responding, "No need to fret over my student. Just prepare your tiger roar technique." Principal Fong was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, and glared at the large screen, seething at the sight of that boy's relaxed posture. Principal Huang observed everything with amusement, secretly relishing the confidence of his fellow instructor. With both the 9 shadow steps and the opening of the stone technique perfected, this student of mine is indeed remarkable. However, Huang Principal mused, this should not be the extent of his abilities, for both techniques are merely of low-grade martial arts, limited in potency even at perfection. Should he encounter mid-grade martial arts at the subtle level, he would undoubtedly face severe setbacks. It was akin to a handgun facing a grenade. No matter how precise your aim, a single errant grenade could obliterate you. Let us wait and see. Since he has caught the attention of his instructors, he must possess further undisclosed talents. In the depths of the hunting grounds, within the territory of the 7th-tier Shadow Cats, Xiang Yuya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan had convened. In fact, they had already gathered here the previous afternoon. Although the hunting grounds spanned a vast area of 100 miles, making communication between students nearly impossible, the territory of the Shadow Cats shrank as one ventured deeper. Hence, the three had agreed to meet swiftly within the realm of the 7th-tier Shadow Cats for the sake of cooperative hunting. At present, Zhao Longfei scrutinized the leaderboard on the distress signal device, his expression fluctuating between apprehension and hope. He must have been eliminated by now. It's been half an hour with no change in scores, he surmised maliciously. Huang Junyan, maintaining his composure, replied, that may not be the case. After a night of activity, it is only natural for him to take a moment to rest. Zhao Longfei shot him a glare, but before he could retort, Xiang Yuya coolly interjected, if he hasn't been eliminated, he will surely arrive here promptly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up with realization. Right? We can ambush him then. Losing 100 points is trivial. As long as we can expel him, I am indifferent. I hold no interest in him. With that, Xiang Yuya turned toward the territory of the 8th-tier Shadow Cats. Chapter 31. I've longed to strike you. Lu Chong awoke to find that it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon on March 31st. At his current level as a martial apprentice, he was not yet capable of enduring fasting or sleeplessness indefinitely, thus requiring a certain amount of rest to maintain his condition. After taking a bite of a nutrition bar, Lu Chong finally glanced at the scoreboard. First place, Lu Chong, 680 points. Second place, Xiang Yuya, 635 points. Third place, Xue Cheng, just over 505 points. After a whole morning, Lu Chong still maintained his position at the top. However, the students trailing closely behind him were rapidly closing the gap. Notably, Xiang Yuya displayed remarkable efficiency. Judging by the upward trend of her score, Lu Chong deduced that she must have already entered the territory of the 8th-tier Shadow Cats. Currently, he was situated in the area of the 6th-tier Shadow Cats, having swept through it during the latter half of the night before resting in place. Not lingering any longer, Lu Chong rose, invigorated, and made his way toward the 7th-tier area. The further he ventured into the hunting grounds, the stronger the Shadow Cats became, though their numbers dwindled correspondingly. However, the number of students capable of advancing into this realm was also limited. As he stepped into the territory, Lu Chong immediately sensed a chilling presence enveloping him. A shadow darted forth like lightning, aimed directly at the back of his head. What incredible luck, Lu Chong thought, rather pleased than alarmed. Without turning, he executed a precise kick to the abdomen of a shadow cat, sending it soaring through the air. The shadow cat, in pain, emitted a pained cry, rolling its eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness before it even hit the ground. Lu Chong swiftly seized the shadow cat, removing the tracking device from its neck. His score on the leaderboard instantly surged by 64 points, reaching 744. This refreshed score quickly caught the attention of numerous individuals both inside and outside of the hunting grounds. It's Lu Chong. He has begun again. Students marveled, unable to contain their admiration. This extraordinary individual was not eliminated last night and is only now commencing his activities. Some couldn't help but express their envy. Outside the hunting grounds at the resting area, Chun Yufei erupted into laughter. Look, Chong Ge has struck again. He.S. trending on the campus forum. Thank goodness. If he had waited any longer, Xiang Yuya would have overtaken him. A nearby classmate sighed in relief. Chen Yufei gazed at the name of Xiang Yuya, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yet soon he relinquished his concerns, declaring, "Regardless, a woman cannot surpass the importance of a brother. Long, you are formidable. Do not show mercy." In the hunting grounds, Chong swiftly followed the scent and discovered two seven-segment shadow cats. However, his fortune seemed to wane this time, for the tracking devices around the necks of these shadow cats had been removed. It was evident that someone had already claimed the prize. Rather than contesting with others here, he resolved to delve deeper and savor the spoils alone. Chong made up his mind not to continue searching for prey in the seven-segment area, but instead made a beeline for the territory of the eight-segment shadow cats. The students capable of hunting in the eight-segment area were few, reserved for those truly skilled in the higher tiers. Yet, as Chong traversed the energy wall separating the two regions, he spotted a student from Class 1, who, upon seeing him, turned and fled without uttering a word. Chong recalled that this individual was likely a student of the eighth segment in Class 1. Without further thought, he adeptly followed the scent in search of the eight-segment shadow cats. Having traversed the outer perimeter, he now felt confident in his ability to confront shadow cats of the same realm. The eight-segment shadow cats were swifter, their claws sharper, and their intellects more advanced. Chong sensed that these shadow cats, upon reaching the 7 and 8 segments, had begun to grasp certain tactics. They resembled nocturnal assassins, retreating swiftly after a missed strike before stealthily stalking their prey for another opportunity. Thus, these shadow cats were particularly formidable, even with the strength to confront them. Capturing one proved a daunting challenge. To deal with an 8-segment shadow cat, one either needed to possess the power to strike decisively or to outpace the shadow cat, lest one merely achieve self-preservation. Before long, Chong, guided by the scent, spotted a shadow cat lounging atop the eaves of a dilapidated building, basking in the sun with its eyes half closed. Scaling walls and leaping across rooftops were second nature to shadow cats. In contrast, even with his perfected 9 shadow steps, Chong found it difficult to gain an advantage in such intricate terrain. The most prudent course of action was to lure the creature down. Chong noticed that the shadow cat still bore a tracking device around its neck. Meow. Upon catching a glimpse of Chong, the shadow cat immediately opened its eyes, alerting him with a call. It then rose, stretched lazily, and gazed down at Chong, yet made no move to descend. Such caution was commendable. Chong inwardly shook his head, deliberately ignoring the creature as he strode past with confidence. If he could entice it down, he was certain of a decisive victory. The shadow cat watched as Chong turned into a shadowy alley. Clearly reluctant to let the intruder escape its territory, it recognized that humans made for excellent nourishment, aiding in their evolution. Without hesitation, the shadow cat silently leaped from the eaves, landing on a wall over 3 meters high, and stealthily pursued Chong along the brick wall. However, as it rounded the corner, extending its head to locate Chong, it was met with an enlarged, grinning visage. "I've been waiting for you," Chong thought to himself, unleashing a prepped claw like a thunderbolt. Meow. The 8-segment shadow cat sensed the fierce momentum of his strike, letting out a startled cry as its fur bristled in alarm. It retreated swiftly, only to realize that Chong's hand was ever closer, moving faster than its own retreat. Recognizing there was nowhere left to flee, the shadow cat executed a roll, attempting to use the brick wall as cover to shield its escape from Chong. With a resounding crash, the half-foot-thick brick wall crumbled, and Chong's figure burst through, his hand, resembling an eagle's claw, firmly locking onto the shadow cat that had just landed and scrambled to its feet. Meow. The shadow cat screeched in fury, no longer retreating. Instead, it bared its teeth and rose on its hind legs, extending its front claws to claw at Chong's hand. "Come at me." Chong remained unfazed. His palm felt as solid as steel as it met the shadow cat's claws head-on. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the shadow cat's pained cries, its claws shattered upon collision with Chong's grip. "Now let's have that." Chong extended his other hand, retrieving the tracking device from the shadow cat's neck, and with a swift kick, sent the creature flying as it attempted to bite him. His score reached 128, bringing his total to 872 points, further distancing himself from Xiang Yueya. Just then, a round of applause erupted from nearby, drawing Chong's attention. Zhao Longfei approached, clapping mockingly as he remarked, "One person can handle an 8-segment shadow cat. Impressive, truly impressive. Chong, I must admit I underestimated you. However, I must also inform you that your simulated combat assessment ends here. Accompanying Zhao Longfei were 4 other students from Class 1, converging from various directions. Each one a martial artist of the 8th segment. Upon seeing them, Lu Chong felt a surge of excitement, thinking, they've delivered themselves right to me. I've long wished to teach them a lesson. Chapter 32. Losing One's Dignity. In a monitoring hall outside the hunting grounds, the largest screen broadcasted live footage of the current leader, Lu Chong. The vast majority of senior officials and teachers present were captivated by this once inconspicuous dark horse, especially when they witnessed Lu Chong single-handedly take down an 8-segment shadow cat. Discussions erupted, filled with admiration. While Lu Chong was a martial artist of the 8th segment, facing a shadow cat of the same tier was not particularly extraordinary. However, the ease with which he pursued and captured it, even as the shadow cat attempted to evade, was quite remarkable. Strength is the best testament to one's capabilities. By now, few dare to question Lu Chong's prowess. Perhaps his tactics and experience were still somewhat immature, but his strength was undeniable. Moreover, those with discerning eyes could see that Lu Chong possessed far more than merely the perfected opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps. The heart-stabbing kick and eagle claw technique he had casually displayed, albeit briefly, indicated at least a mastery of the intermediate realm. Indeed, Teacher Wang is truly a hidden gem. Your student Lu Chong is proficient in at least 4 martial arts. An envious high school teacher from another institution remarked towards Wang Tong. Care to share the details? How many martial arts has he mastered? Ah, at such a young age, mastering so many martial arts. He is indeed one of a kind among this year's seniors. Wang Tong chuckled, bowing his head with humility as he proclaimed, "Oh, it's merely this much. This lad truly lacks patience. He doesn't know how to conceal his talents." In truth, even Wang Tong was unaware of Lu Chong's current progress in martial arts cultivation. He only knew that in addition to the opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps, Lu Chong had also fully mastered the mid-grade martial art, Gale Kick. However, this was his secret weapon taught to Lu Chong, and thus could not be disclosed openly. Li Xinjun, Sea Tabazida Bangton, reminisced about the days when he basked in the limelight, feeling a pang of sourness that made him reluctant to speak further. Just then, Zhao Longfei appeared on the split screen, alongside the 4 8th segment students, blocking Lu Chong's path. Under the watchful eyes and actions of the staff, Zhao Longfei's cold pronouncement reverberated throughout the grand hall. Your simulated combat assessment should come to an end here. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The teachers present quickly discerned Zhao Longfei's intention to besiege Lu Chong, willing to incur penalties for violations in order to eliminate him. Li Qingjuan's already dismal mood plummeted to an all-time low. What is the meaning of this in your class? Li Xinjun, Wang Tong, having observed the scene, retracted his smile and confronted him. Li Qingjuan's countenance was even more ashen than Wang Tong's. He had not orchestrated this. The dilemma lay in the fact that the 5 students who confronted Lu Chong were all from his class, rendering any explanations implausible. Old class monitor, please allow me to explain. I had no foreknowledge of this. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Changjun could only muster the courage to clarify. Wang Tong sneered, openly flouting the rules. Even if merely a simulation, is still a disgrace. The shame is not just yours and mine, but that of our esteemed institution. In the front row, Principal Fong of the 3rd High School, with a smile on his face, directed his gaze towards Principal Wei, poised to make a teasing remark, only to notice the latter's tense and fearsome expression, prompting him to wisely fall silent. Principal Wei set down his teacup, his voice booming like thunder. Echoing throughout the hall, Li Changjun, after this assessment concludes, bring Zhao Jingcheng to the school to meet me. Who is Zhao Jingcheng? Many in the room began to piece it together. Zhao Jingcheng was the head of the Zhao Martial Arts School in the city, a revered figure and a 4th-tier martial artist. Moreover, he was Zhao Longfei's father and a former student of the 1st High School. The atmosphere in the hall was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone realized that the venerable principal of the 1st High School, a pivotal figure in Guanyin City, was genuinely enraged. Has it escalated to the point of calling in parents? Surely, it could not be that severe. Only a few, including Principal Huang, Wang Tong, and Li Qingjun, understood that the principal's public fury was not solely due to the institution's loss of face. Given the principal's temperament, a minor setback would be inconsequential. Competition among students is not only normal, but should be encouraged. However, What the principal detested most was the audacity to engage in infighting amidst external threats. At present, the Shadow Cat represented an external enemy, while the students from outside the first high school stood as rivals. Furthermore, Zhao Longfei's collusion with 4 other students to attack Lu Chong was particularly contemptible. Li Xinjun, feeling aggrieved, responded with a subdued acknowledgement, and Wang Tong's expression softened slightly. Principal Fong of the third high school, noticing that Principal Wei had quickly regained his composure, kindly advised, "Old Wei, temper your anger. This matter hardly warrants such ire. Don't let it affect your health. You still have promises to uphold, correct?" "Rest assured," Principal Wei replied with a sardonic smile. "If Lu Chong loses under such circumstances, I shall not resort to dishonorable tactics." In the hunting ground, within the territory of the 8-tier Shadow Cats, Lu Chong stood alone against the 4 assailants of equal rank, unfazed as he inquired, "Is this because I declined your invitation?" "Indeed," Zhao Longfei asserted, exuding an air of strategic superiority. "I warned you that there would be consequences. The top spot on the assessment leaderboard? Lu Chong, do you covet that substantial reward?" Zhao Longfei continued, reveling in his machinations. "I shall ensure you do not attain your desires. I need not even lift a finger to deal with someone as insignificant as you." This was an exploitation of the examination's loopholes. Zhao Longfei himself did not need to take action, nor would he face penalties for violations. "Boring," Lu Chong chuckled dismissively, turning to leave. "Attempt to escape? Stop him." Zhao Longfei bellowed, and the 4 martial students of the 8th tier surged forward to encircle Lu Chong. "Do not allow him to be eliminated too easily. Strike him hard," Zhao Longfei commanded. One student from Class 1 approached Lu Chong first, launching an iron line fist as his opening move. Simultaneously, another student from a left employed the 9 shadows step to close in, executing an opening stone palm in tandem with the assault on Lu Chong. They were aware that Lu Chong possessed the complete opening stone palm and 9 shadows step. Thus, they aimed to overwhelm him with their combined assault to compensate for their technical deficiencies. However, faced with both a punch and a palm, Lu Chong made no attempt to evade. Instead, he countered with a palm strike and a kick, engaging 2 adversaries simultaneously. The formidable force of his perfected opening stone palm and heart-piercing kick was awe-inspiring. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding impacts, the 2 encroaching students were sent reeling backward, quickly regaining their footing, their expressions now fraught with anxiety. They realized they had underestimated Lu Chong's combat prowess. Chapter 33. I come to grant you points. To be candid, this was Lu Chong's first encounter in battle against students of the same rank since reaching the 8th tier, and his initial strikes were merely exploratory. Yet, he soon discerned that these 2 students were, in fact, rather weak. The techniques they employed, he had mastered, and he surpassed them in proficiency. Conversely, the intricacies of his martial arts were likely beyond their comprehension. Do not use opening stone palm and 9 shadow step. Disrupt his rhythm. Zhao Longfei, believing himself to be the master strategist, failed to realize that Lu Chong had also perfected the heart-piercing kick he had just employed. The 4 students no longer hesitated. Converging from all directions, one wielded the iron line fist, another the piercing cloud finger, a third the eagle claw hand, and the last the mountain pressing technique. It must be noted that these 8th tier students from Class 1 were indeed formidable. They had not only practiced the opening stone palm and 9 shadows step, but also possessed at least one inferior technique of the micro realm. Naturally, it was not that they lacked the desire to perfect their techniques. Rather, after reaching the micro realm, advancing to perfection was no longer merely a matter of effort. Instead of continuing to spend time on the opening stone palm and 9 shadows step, they opted to explore and cultivate other martial arts. Thus, Lu Chong now faced a synchronized assault of iron line fist, piercing cloud finger, eagle claw hand, and mountain pressing technique. Had he not practiced these techniques, he might have found himself flustered upon first encounter. Alas, he had long since mastered them. Consequently, the varied martial techniques being employed against him appeared riddled with flaws. Although the micro realm and perfection were merely one step apart, the distinction was stark and significant. Lu Chong deftly sidestepped a student charging at him, using their momentum to propel them into the path of their teammate behind them. Almost simultaneously, he closed in on the student executing the iron line fist, meeting their punch head-on with a perfectly executed opening stone palm. The student, preparing to unleash their full force to repel Lu Chong, suddenly felt as though their strike had met nothing but air, and they helplessly found themselves guided by Lu Chong's palm right into the path of their fellow combatant. Bang! The iron line fist collided with the eagle claw hand, while the mountain pressing technique clashed with the piercing cloud finger, leading to a chaotic melee among themselves. At this juncture, Lu Chong did not linger. He employed the continuous motion of a nine shadows step, weaving through the four students, delivering precise strikes that effortlessly knocked them unconscious. In the context of the assessment, once a student was knocked out, it meant direct elimination. From a distance, Zhao Longfei watched in disbelief, his eyelids twitching. He could not fathom how Lu Chong had accomplished such a feat. To dispatch four opponents of equal rank with such ease was something he could not even dream of achieving himself. In truth, this seemingly effortless victory was far from simple. Had it not been for Lu Chong's ability to discern the martial techniques of the four individuals and exploit their vulnerabilities, engaging in a direct confrontation would have undoubtedly required considerable effort. Within the monitoring hall, numerous instructors were captivated by the unfolding spectacle. However, their perceptive abilities far surpassed those of Zhao Longfei. These were seasoned warriors and high-ranking officials, each having endured countless battles. It was implausible to believe that he could anticipate the students' techniques and exertions so effortlessly, utilizing their own momentum against them. If he had not practiced those particular martial arts, I would find it utterly unbelievable, one instructor mused. As for other matters, I cannot say for certain, but this student, Lu Chong, has previously employed the eagle claw technique and the heart-piercing kick, both of which are at least at the subtle level. You cannot dismiss the possibility of his mastery over the iron wire fist, the piercing cloud finger, and the mountain embrace technique. In the hunting ground, Zhao Longfei began to entertain thoughts of retreat as he doubted his ability to easily subdue Lu Chong. However, Lu Chong was unwilling to allow him such an easy escape. Weren't you the one who intended to eliminate me? Is this the outcome you envisioned? Lu Chong inquired, advancing steadily toward Zhao Longfei. Caught in a dilemma, Zhao Longfei chose to remain steadfast, forcing a facade of calm as he retorted, "Do not grow overly confident. Had I not chosen to refrain from oppressing the weak? Do you truly believe you could stand here now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chong chuckled. "Is that so? Then by all means, test it and see who among us will be the first to be eliminated." Zhao Longfei intended to sabotage him during the mock examination, while Lu Chong seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Such a forthright opportunity to engage in combat was rare. Yet at this moment, Zhao Longfei had regained his composure. "You want me to strike you, only to incur penalties? Unfortunately, I am not so easily deceived." Lu Chong continued to close the distance. Shaking his head, "I believe you have misunderstood. My intention is not to have you penalized, but rather to assist you in scoring points. You wish to prevent me from claiming the top spot, do you? Very well. I shall present you with 100 points. What say you?" With that declaration, Lu Chong executed the nine shadows step, charging fiercely toward Zhao Longfei. He had resolved that even if he were to lose 100 points, he would first eliminate this potential adversary. A mere 100 points, even if lost, would not prevent him from retaining his position at the top. Zhao Longfei muttered a curse under his breath, steeling himself and charging toward Lu Chong. He could not fathom that as a ninth-tier martial apprentice, he would not be a match for Lu Chong. Besides, his martial skills were not solely derived from school. Within the monitoring hall, many cautiously glanced toward Principal Wei in the front row, uncertain of how this esteemed figure would react to Lu Chong's proactive assault. To their surprise, the old principal erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Well done. A true man must act with clarity of purpose. When confronted, there is no room for hesitation. Do you see? This is true bravery." Surrounding individuals were momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend the principal's reasoning. "Old Wei, your student has mastered numerous campus martial arts, even achieving a rare level of perfection. His prowess indeed surpasses that of his peers." Principal Fong from the 3rd High School stroked his goatee and continued, "Yet, he is now directly challenging the Zhao family's 9th-tier martial apprentice. I do not wish to diminish his spirit, but the Zhao family's mid-tier body refinement techniques are not to be underestimated. It is said that this young man has been training since childhood, and his scale armor body has reached a subtle level, nearing perfection. Most opponents at his level would find it nearly impossible to breach his defenses." Principal Wei leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the floating tea leaves, ignoring Principal Fang's commentary. In the hunting ground, Lu Chong and Zhao Longfei finally met in direct confrontation, with Lu Chong executing a standard opening stone palm, while Zhao Longfei unleashed a forceful iron wire fist, both striking with vigor. Boom! The ground beneath them resonated with the impact, and they both staggered back several paces to absorb the force. This opponent is no slouch. His foundational strength as a ninth-tier martial apprentice, coupled with the amplification of the iron wire fist, is indeed on par with my perfected opening stone palm Lu Chong used. Simultaneously, Zhao Longfei recognized that Lu Chong's explosive power was certainly not inferior to his own. Nevertheless, his opponent was merely an 8th-tier martial apprentice, which left him feeling quite disconcerted. Today, I shall leave you battered, Zhao Longfei bellowed, initiating the 9-shadow step once more. However, instead of using the iron wire fist, he employed the more penetrating and agile piercing cloud finger, which had also reached the subtle level. Yet, regardless of whether it was the 9-shadow step or the piercing cloud finger, Lu Chong had already mastered both, and thus he had no reason to fear his opponent. He refrained from utilizing the piercing cloud finger, instead employing the perfected 9-shadow step to evade the sharpness of Zhao Longfei's attack. Swiftly maneuvering to Zhao Longfei's left side before delivering a powerful palm strike. Smack! Zhao Longfei reacted with remarkable speed, although his movements did not match Lu Chong's agility. He raised his arm just in time to shield his face, barely managing to block Lu Chong's opening stone palm. Lu Chong's strike was executed with full force, landing heavily on Zhao Longfei's hastily raised arm. However, just as Lu Chong anticipated that his palm should have toppled his opponent, he discovered that it felt as though he had struck a slick, elusive serpent. The force of his blow was significantly diminished, and the residual energy failed to inflict any harm upon Zhao Longfei. At that moment, a smirk crept upon Zhao Longfei's lips as he seized the opportunity presented by Lu Chong's overextended attack, delivering a punch to Lu Chong's abdomen that sent him staggering back several steps. Even with your perfected 9-shadow step, what does it matter if you cannot harm me? Zhao Longfei triumphantly waved his hand. Upon closer inspection, the hand he raised shimmered with a scale-like luminescence, smooth and resilient, an indication of his family's treasured mid-tier body refinement technique, the scale armor body. Upon mastering this technique, not only was his defensive capability greatly enhanced, but it also possessed a passive, energy-dissipating effect, which explained the Zhao family's pride in it. Body refinement techniques, you say? Lu Chong pondered, sensing a glimmer of interest. However, he remained curious whether it could withstand the might of his mid-tier martial techniques. Chapter 34. His martial techniques are all perfected. Different martial techniques yield varying enhancements to foundational qualities. Even among techniques classified as inferior tier, there exists significant disparity. For instance, the opening stone palm and iron wire fist primarily augment strength, while the 9-shadow step enhances agility and speed, and the piercing cloud finger emphasizes penetration. Moreover, within the same martial discipline, the degree of enhancement varies according to the practitioner's level of mastery. In the case of similar martial techniques at comparable levels, the enhancement effect is contingent upon the inherent quality of the technique itself. In such instances, the enhancement effect of a mid-tier technique is at least double that of an inferior tier technique, if not more, and the moves are inherently more intricate. Lu Chong possessed the perfected mid-tier technique, the Gale Leg, which he had previously compared to the perfected heart-piercing kick, finding its power to be at least 3-fold stronger. However, in the face of Zhao Longfei, who had just employed body refinement techniques, he did not hasten to unleash his own mid-tier Gale Leg. With such an excellent target before him, it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his various martial techniques. Lu Chong fully unleashed the 9-shadow step, circling around Zhao Longfei with a series of afterimages. A total of 9 afterimages appeared, flickering in and out of existence, rendering it nearly impossible to discern his true form. This was the true essence of the perfected 9-shadow step. When executed with full force, it left behind 9 afterimages. Confronted with such a level of agility, Zhao Longfei found himself at a loss, compelled to employ his scale armor body, awaiting the chance to counterattack while maintaining his position against the onslaught. Bang! A sudden flicker of shadow materialized into reality, surging forward to strike Zhao Longfei on the back. In an instant, Zhao Longfei pivoted to retaliate. Yet Lu Chong was already gone, leaving him no opportunity to counter. While the blow failed to penetrate the protective scales that shielded Zhao Longfei, it significantly wounded his pride. Lu Chong, too, recognized the formidable prowess of the body-refining martial arts. His full-force strike had failed to affect Zhao Longfei in the slightest. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, accelerating to circle around, transitioning from a strike to a grab, and in a swift assault, he tore away one of Zhao Longfei's sleeves. Before Zhao Longfei could mount a counterattack, Lu Chong had already shifted to another side, employing his eagle claw technique to snatch away yet another sleeve. Of course, the eagle claw technique was not intended for the mere rending of garments, but Lu Chong found himself at a disadvantage, his grip slipping on Zhao Longfei's arm, which was remarkably smooth, making it almost impossible to break the skin. Lu Chong, possessing his own body-refining martial arts, which were even superior to Zhao Longfei's, understood that this was solely due to the opponent's formidable defensive capabilities. Enough, Lu Chong. If you have any skill, face me head-on. Tearing clothes is beneath you. Zhao Longfei seethed, unable to reach Lu Chong, his anger boiling over. Lu Chong struck again, ripping the fabric from Zhao Longfei's back, leaving a jagged scratch upon his skin. Suddenly, Lu Chong leaped, delivering a heart-piercing kick to Zhao Longfei's back, leaving an imprint of his foot and sending Zhao Longfei staggering several meters forward. Fuming, Zhao Longfei shouted. Though his body was protected by his body-refining martial arts, and he had sustained no serious injury, the sense of being relentlessly on the defensive was utterly humiliating. Regaining his composure, he noticed Lu Chong had ceased his pursuit, simply watching him with a gleeful grin. It dawned on Zhao Longfei that this was a deliberate act of humiliation. You cannot defeat me. If this continues, your stamina will dwindle, and then will come your demise. Zhao Longfei retorted defiantly. Is that so? Lu Chong replied with a grin. I too have had my fill of this. Let us see how many blows you can withstand next. Barely had he spoken when Lu Chong left another shadow in his wake, his feet shattering the stone ground beneath him. His speed had intensified, and as he neared Zhao Longfei, he leaped, sweeping a leg out in a powerful arc, a gust of wind trailing behind. Rather than being alarmed, Zhao Longfei felt elated. For this time Lu Chong was not toying with him, but was prepared for a direct confrontation. With the advantages of body-refining martial arts, Zhao Longfei feared no frontal assault. He needed only to focus on targeting his opponent's weaknesses. With this thought in mind, Zhao Longfei disregarded Lu Chong's sweeping kick aimed at his neck, concentrating all his energy on delivering a punch to Lu Chong's chest. Abandoning defense for offense was Zhao Longfei's greatest strength. However, when Lu Chong's kick landed first against Zhao Longfei's neck, the gravity of his mistake became painfully clear. The force was unlike any he had felt before. It felt as though he had been struck by a heavy axe, leaving him dazed. His powerful punch never reached Lu Chong. As he lost all balance and was sent flying, twisting midair, Zhao Longfei crashed to the ground nearly 5 meters away. Lu Chong's kick was not merely a heart-piercing strike, but a devastating wind-splitting kick, a perfected mid-grade martial technique. Against an unguarded and careless Zhao Longfei, even his refined scale armor could not withstand such a blow. How could this be? Zhao Longfei's head spun as he attempted to force himself upright. Yet Lu Chong, unwilling to grant him respite, swiftly closed the distance, delivering another kick that sent Zhao Longfei sprawling several meters, landing beside his classmates, unconscious. In his disheveled state, Zhao Longfei appeared far more ragged than his peers. With the battle concluded, Lu Chong paid Zhao Longfei no further heed and turned to depart. Soon, emergency personnel would arrive to escort them away, and Zhao Longfei would be unable to interfere with his scores in the coming days. In the monitoring hall, a silence ensued before a cacophony of discussion erupted. Lu Chong has broken through Zhao's scale armor. He did not employ the school's techniques, but rather a mid-grade martial art. Indeed, it was the wind-splitting kick also perfected. They murmured in disbelief. The notion that Lu Chong had not only mastered the 9-shadow step and eagle claw technique, but had also completely grasped a mid-grade martial art was astonishing. This level of talent had not been seen in the many years across the high schools of Guanyin City. Li Chungjun cast a glum glance at the displeased Wang Tong, aware that this mid-grade martial technique must have been passed down to Lu Chong by the former class leader. What are you staring at? If it weren't for your student-esque provocations, Lu Chong would not have needed to reveal his wind-splitting kick during the mock exam. Once exposed, his advantage in the college entrance examination will be significantly diminished. Li Changjun quickly turned away, not daring to retort. In the middle of the front row, Principal Fong from the 3rd high school side, Old Wei, perhaps passing on the tiger howl technique to this lad, was indeed a commendable choice. To nurture such a student, I, Old Fong, am content. Principal Wei shot him a sidelong glance, uninterested in exposing Fong's underlying intentions. This old fellow clearly recognized Lu Chong's immense potential. It seemed he wished for a minor student title. Yet regardless, Lu Chong hailed from their 1st high school and would always represent their glory. As for how many mentors Lu Chong might have in the future, that was beyond his concern. Chapter 35. The Undisputed First. Lu Chong was oblivious to the multitude of eyes upon him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. It was merely a deduction of points. He could easily reclaim them later. However, Zhao Longfei was a nuisance that needed swift resolution. He had long realized that this was a world of fierce competition, where weakness would not be met with kindness. Casting his gaze down, he noted his score had indeed been reduced by 100 points, leaving him with 772. Nonetheless, he still held the top position. The 2nd-place contender, Xiang Yuya, had closed the gap, reaching 763 points. Sensing an awareness, Lu Chong looked up and spotted 2 figures standing on a rooftop several hundred meters away. It was Xiang Yuya and Huang Junyan, clearly observing the clash between Lu Chong and Zhao Longfei. As if sensing Lu Chong's gaze, the 2 figures swiftly descended from the rooftop and vanished from sight. Lu Chong remained uncertain whether Xiang Yuya had instigated Zhao Longfei's actions against him. However, as long as she did not seek him out, he had no intention of causing her trouble. After all, regardless of her status as the school belle or a martial arts heir, Lu Chong held no sentimentality. With 3 days remaining, he pressed on. Lu Chong continued to traverse the territory of the 8-section Shadow Cats, tracking his targets by scent. Securing the top position in the mock exam was imperative, especially with a reward of 300,000 at stake. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Chong had successfully captured 3 more detection devices, raising his score to 1156, a considerable lead. By nightfall, most students had once more retreated into hiding, while Lu Chong remained invigorated, awaiting the emergence of the Shadow Cat Pack. After an afternoon of wits and strategy against the 8-section Shadow Cats, Lu Chong now felt confident in his ability to handle these beasts under the cover of night. That night, once again, it was Lu Chong's personal showcase. He refrained from employing the mid-grade martial technique, wind-splitting kick, instead utilizing the 9-shadow step, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick, weaving effortlessly among the Shadow Cat Pack, reaping abundant rewards. By the time the dawn broke on April 1st, Lu Chong's score had soared to an impressive 2052 points, while the 2nd-place contender, Xiang Yuya, lagged far behind with a mere 1078 points, the gap between them widening inexorably. Although there remained 3 days until the practical assessment concluded, those monitoring the hall could discern that Lu Chong was undoubtedly the rightful 1st-place winner, unless he recklessly sought out the 2 level 2 Shadow Cats within the hunting grounds. No one could surpass him. Lu Chong, however, did not act impulsively. Instead, after awakening that afternoon, he directly ventured into the territory of the level 9 Shadow Cats. This realm was one that even seasoned martial artists like Xiang Yuya and Huang Junyan had yet to dare enter. It was not due to a lack of courage, but rather a strategic choice to reserve this area for the final day of hunting, ensuring that any misstep resulting in elimination would have minimal impact on their overall scores. Lu Chong was acutely aware of such examination tactics. After all, in his previous life, he had participated in numerous tests where the most challenging questions were invariably left until the end. Having traversed from the outermost perimeter to this inner sanctum, Lu Chong felt a sense of assurance, recognizing that the level 9 Shadow Cats posed no true threat to him. While he might encounter challenges, elimination was not a concern, and that was sufficient. After all, this was merely a simulation. Gaining more experience would bolster his confidence for the actual high-stakes examination. The territory of the level 9 Shadow Cats was notably smaller. As soon as Lu Chong set foot within, he was fixated upon by a level 9 Shadow Cat perched atop a treetop. With a piercing cry, the creature wasted no time and leapt from its 5-meter-high perch, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed that even surpassed Lu Chong's own 9 shadow steps, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake as it aimed its claws at his head. "Come at me." Lu Chong advanced rather than retreating, meeting the shadow cat's dual claws with a powerful opening palm strike. In that instant, he felt an intense, tearing force transfer through his palm. Nevertheless, having cultivated the golden cicada cloak to an exquisite level, his skin and bones had become impervious to blades and bullets, rendering the shadow cat's claw ineffective as it shattered its razor-sharp talons against his hand. Liu Chong's counterattack was far from over. His perfected opening palm strike was not merely for show. With a decisive blow, he sent the shadow cat flying, causing it to spin through the air and lose its balance. Almost simultaneously, Liu Chong activated his 9 shadow steps, and, just as the shadow cat was about to land, deftly removed the positioning device from around its neck. A swift heart-piercing kick followed, rendering the bewildered shadow cat unconscious. The speed and agility of the level 9 shadow cats have far surpassed me. Were it not for the protection of the golden cicada cloak, capturing it would have proven exceedingly difficult, Liu Chong reflected, suppressing any sense of hubris. While onlookers failed to discern his use of the golden cicada cloak, Liu Chong understood that without its stillness countering movement, he too would have sustained injuries, diminishing his combat effectiveness. Without lingering, Liu Chong continued to scour the surroundings for traces of other shadow cats. Throughout that night, he amassed considerable rewards, securing 4 positioning devices and accumulating ample practical experience. Facing adversaries of such caliber truly applied pressure, enabling him to swiftly progress. Had it not been for the extraordinary speed of the level 9 shadow cats, several of which fled upon sensing danger, his score could have been even higher. By the dawn of the second day, Liu Chong's score had risen to 3,076 points, undoubtedly startling many teachers and students alike. By the time the final day of assessments arrived, a cohort of students, including Xiang Yuya and Huang Junyan, finally ventured into the territory of the level 9 shadow cats. However, what awaited them were either shadow cats that had been frightened into fleeing or prey from which the positioning devices had already been extracted. Liu Chong had thoroughly cleared this territory multiple times. As for the deeper territory of the level 2 shadow cats, Liu Chong ultimately refrained from entering, not out of fear, but because it was unnecessary. His score was firmly secured at the top. Furthermore, engaging with shadow cats that could rival human martial artists would require him to reveal his full capabilities, including the golden cicada cloak at its pinnacle, which would be detrimental to his prospects in the upcoming high-stakes examination. With the simulated practical assessment concluded, the scores of all candidates were locked in. The results were as follows. First place, Liu Chong with 4,100 points. Second place, Xiang Yuya with 1,850 points. Third place, Shui Chong with 1,638 points. Fourth place, Huang Junyan with 1,569 points. As for Zhao Longfei, who had been eliminated the previous day, he managed a meager 424 points. Liu Chong was undoubtedly the uncontested champion, claiming the title of the top scorer in the city for this mock examination. Chapter 36, The Pitiful Zhao Longfei. The efficiency of the Municipal Education Bureau and schools was remarkable. The day following the conclusion of the mock exams, they held a commendation ceremony and rally for the high-stakes examination at the Grand Playground of High School No. 1. As the overall top scorer, Liu Chong was invited to speak on behalf of the students. However, what he valued most was the allocation of 30,000 in training expenses. Although not in cash, he could select how to utilize it for nutritional supplements or medicinal solutions. With this substantial resource, Liu Chong was confident that he could achieve a breakthrough in his martial arts before the high-stakes examination, elevating the golden cicada cloak to its perfected state. It is worth noting that Liu Chong's meteoric rise to prominence, securing the title of the city's No. 1 with the audacity of a dark horse, had rendered him quite renowned. Particularly striking was his origin from an ordinary class, achieving remarkable progress from the bottom of the rankings to the pinnacle within a mere month. This representation of significant improvement was naturally something the Education Bureau and various schools were eager to leverage for promotion. Look at that student Liu Chong, who ascended from the 3rd-level martial disciple to the 8th level within a month, claiming the title of the city's top scorer. Do you still say you lack the time to sprint forward? They would say, take a leaf out of Liu Chong's book. There are still 2 months left, and everything is still achievable. In no time, Liu Chong became the epitome of the ideal student in the senior class of Guanyin City, inspiring some students to buckle down for a final push. Others, however, lamented, feeling that Liu Chong had caused them great distress. Yet, regardless of the swirling winds of public opinion, Lu Chong returned home, equipped with ample resources, ready to continue his solitary pursuit of excellence. Following the mock examination, the students were allowed a 2-day respite before he was to join the elite students selected by the school for specialized training organized by the Education Bureau. In Class 5, only he and Lu Qingqing remained. Lu Qingqing had also performed admirably in the mock exam, thus earning this opportunity. Upon returning home, Lu Chong first examined his personal data. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 8th level martial disciple, 43. Martial skills, perfected 9 shadow steps. Perfected opening palm. Perfected piercing cloud finger. Perfected mountain lean. Perfected eagle claw technique. Perfected iron wire fist. Perfected heart piercing kick. Perfected wind cleaving leg. Golden cicada cloak at exquisite level 2. After reaching the 8th level martial disciple, the speed of my cultivation's natural progression has become excruciatingly slow. Moreover, the final step for the golden cicada cloak is even more sluggish. This is what truly concerns Lu Chong. If this trend continues, his advantageous edge will diminish rapidly. The same applies to the cultivation of martial skills. As the level of martial techniques increases, the speed of automatic cultivation will inevitably slow down. There must be a way to further accelerate this process, particularly regarding the speed of automatic cultivation. Lu Chong is acutely aware that this is his greatest advantage, one that must not be overlooked. For the time being, he can enhance the accumulation of his cultivation by consuming higher-grade nutritional substances. For instance, the intermediate nutritional bar he exchanged for today has doubled the speed of his Qi gathering technique cultivation. Furthermore, regarding the medicinal baths required for cultivating the golden cicada garment, he previously dared to use them only once a day, but now he can indulge in them without limit. Let's begin. Lu Chong, disregarding the potential pangs of regret, consumed the intermediate nutritional bar while immersing himself in a medicinal bath. He prepared to spend the next 2 days in the tub. Lu Chong calculated that each hour would consume 5,000 units of the medicinal liquid, totaling over 200,000 in just 2 days. Alas, even with such expenditure, his golden cicada garment would still not reach perfection. It truly is a relentless drain on his finances. Lu Chong could not help but sigh inwardly. At this rate of expenditure, he would soon revert to being utterly impoverished. Meanwhile, while Lu Chong accelerated his cultivation despite the financial strain, he found a certain satisfaction in the process. On the other hand, within the Zhao family martial arts hall located in the northern part of the city, Zhao Longfei knelt despondently in the training chamber, facing his father Zhao Jingcheng, who was livid with rage. "You wretched child, do you have any idea how much you've humiliated me? The old principal personally summoned me for a scathing reprimand. I truly wish I could send you back into your mother's womb." Zhao Jingcheng was almost beside himself with fury. Having only learned of his son's misdeeds in the hunting grounds after the mock examination had concluded, not only had Zhao Longfei forfeited his ranking in the mock exam, but he also lost the opportunity for special training before the college entrance examination. Most importantly, his actions had incited the ire of the esteemed principal, resulting in a severe scolding. In truth, Zhao Jingcheng was indifferent to being reprimanded by the respected old principal. Countless high-ranking officials in Guanyin City had been educated through the old principal's rigorous discipline. However, the problem lay in the fact that the monitoring hall was filled with acquaintances of Zhao Jingcheng, making this a public disgrace. Given the character of those teachers, it was likely that his son would become a cautionary tale for future students. Zhao Longfei, feeling intimidated in front of his father, could only express his grievances. "Dad, I was merely following your advice to get close to and please Xiang Yuya. That fellow offended her, and I saw a perfect opportunity to deal with him." Who could have known? Before Zhao Longfei could finish, Zhao Jingxing interjected, "What do you mean, who knows? Did you think it wouldn't be broadcast live? Can't you think for yourself? That kid performed so exceptionally. Did you really believe no one would notice? Is this how you sought out your opportunity?" Zhao Jingcheng reprimanded him, his disappointment palpable. "What should I do now, Dad? I can't just let that kid off the hook," Zhao Longfei lamented, unable to shake off his resentment toward Lu Chong. Not only had Lu Chong repeatedly belittled him, but he had also caused him to lose face in front of his family, a profound humiliation for someone as proud as Zhao Longfei. Zhao Jingcheng scoffed and replied through gritted teeth, "Indeed, it is unworthy of a gentleman to let a grudge go unavenged. This matter cannot end here. Before the college entrance examination, we must make him pay the price." Zhao Jingqing's tone turned sinister. Isn't he about to participate in the wilderness training organized by the Education Bureau? Let us use this opportunity to show him the strength of the Zhao family. Zhao Longfei's eyes brightened at this, but he hesitated. But I can't attend the special training this time. How can I deal with him? Zhao Jingqing snapped back impatiently. Leave that to me. It's not just you. Even I cannot intervene. That kid is currently in the good graces of the old principal and is on the verge of becoming a public role model. We cannot act openly against him. What do you mean, Dad? Zhao Longfei was confused. Foolish child. Do you not understand where the wilderness is? It is the territory of true beasts. A paradise for bounty hunters, Zhao Jingqing replied, a dark smile creeping across his face. It would be easy to hire a few unfamiliar martial artists for a price. With newfound enthusiasm, Zhao Longfei exclaimed, Yes, you're right, Dad. With real martial artists involved, let us see how that kid meets his end. You stay here and kneel. I will personally arrange this. Chapter 37. I just want to make money. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 8th Stage, 88. Martial Skills, Perfected 9 Shadows Step. Perfected Wind, Cleaving Leg. Subtle Golden Cicada Garment, 57. On April 7th, under clear skies. Lu Chong did not attend school, but instead gathered at the military camp outside the suburban hunting grounds. He was on the verge of reaching the Martial Apprentice 9th Stage. As for the Golden Cicada Garment, his cultivation progress was commendable, yet his funds were rapidly depleting. He intended to seize the opportunity during the special training to earn some money. A mere 100 students from the third year of high school were participating in this special training, with 30 slots allocated to his school, number 1 high school, which was the best in the city. Lu Chong quickly spotted Lu Qingqing and her companion, Sister Yu, among the other students not from Class 5. Lu Chong recognized a few faces but had little direct interaction with them. Notably, there were Xiang Yu and Huang Junyan from Class 1, alongside 4 students at the 8th stage and 11 at the 7th stage, making up more than half of the school's quota. Although Lu Chong did not know the others, all the students recognized him, largely due to his outstanding performance in the mock exam, which had been heavily publicized. Lu Chong, over here. Lu Qingqing warmly beckoned him. Having spent some time together, she had grown quite familiar with Lu Chong and no longer appeared shy. Hello, Sister Yu. Lu Chong greeted politely as he approached Lu Qingqing. As a 9th-stage martial artist, it was wise to maintain a good relationship. Sister Yu, clad in a black suit and wearing oversized sunglasses that concealed half her face, merely nodded coldly at Lu Chong. He was unfazed, knowing that Sister Yu was actually warm-hearted beneath her icy exterior. She had never shortchanged him on his private tutor fees. What brings Sister Yu here? Lu Chong leaned closer to Lu Qingqing and curiously inquired. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, Sister Yu is a bit worried about me. So she is coming along to the wilderness. Ah, I see. Lu Chong understood, and he also noticed that several students had brought skill guardians with them. Given the nature of the wilderness, where they would face genuine beasts, it was reasonable for families with resources to provide protection. Moreover, it appeared that the training camp did not prohibit such arrangements. For instance, both Xiang Yuya and Huang Junyan were accompanied by martial artists. Are you Lu Chong? At that moment, a sharp-looking male student with a crew cut, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, approached Lu Chong and inquired. Yes, I am Lu Chong, Lu Chong replied, intrigued by the newcomer, who he realized was not from number 1 high school. The male student, with a stern expression, introduced himself. I am Xue Cheng from Class 1 number 3 high school. The teachers speak highly of you. But I wish to compete with you once more during this special training to see who can earn more military merit. Lu Chong recalled that Xue Cheng was indeed the top student from number 3 high school, having ranked 3rd in the mock examination and was a 9th-stage martial artist. However, Lu Chong had little interest in comparing himself to Xue Cheng. What truly mattered to him was how much military merit he could earn through hunting beasts during the training. As he understood, during the specialized training, tasks such as hunting exotic beasts and gathering medicinal herbs could be directly exchanged for military merit, which in turn signified resources. This presented him with a lucrative opportunity. After all, following the consumption of his rewards from the simulation exam over the past 2 days, he was nearly depleted. To fully cultivate the Golden Cicada cloak, he would require an expenditure of around 200,000. I am disinterested. Lu Chong decisively declined the offer. While they were busy comparing their strengths, he had to toil for his livelihood and the resources necessary for his cultivation. Alas, The children of the impoverished are forced to mature early. However, Xueqing clearly had no intention of conceding. He seemed well acquainted with Lu Chong's financial situation and boldly dangled a tempting bait. If you can defeat me again, all my military merit will be yours. Had you mentioned this sooner, I would not have felt fatigued. Lu Chong replied with renewed enthusiasm upon hearing the prospect of money. Agreed, it's a deal. What if you lose? Xueqing nodded in satisfaction and countered. Lu Chong had not contemplated the possibility of defeat, yet he humbly inquired, what do you desire? If you lose, I want you to provide a month of private coaching to Xiang Yuya, practicing with her for an hour each day. Xueqing stated without hesitation. Lu Chong paused momentarily, unable to suppress a glance at the distant figure of Xiang Yuya, who was turned away from him. Goodness! The methods employed by this campus belle were impressive, capable of influencing students from other schools. Fortunately, Xueqing exhibited a modicum of rationality, being somewhat more aware of his own deficiencies compared to Zhao Longfei. Very well, Lu Chong readily assented. Satisfied, Xueqing departed. Lu Chong, should you lose, will you truly be obligated to coach Xiang Yuya? Lu Qingqing, who had been eavesdropping, approached him with reluctance. Lu Chong laughed heartily. How could I possibly lose? Rest assured, with the generous reward you've offered, I would never consider providing free coaching to others. Lu Qingqing beamed with joy, yet a subtle discomfort lingered. Students gathered in small clusters, discussing animatedly, until they waited until 10:30 in the morning for the instructors of this specialized training to arrive, albeit fashionably late. The training instructors were no longer mere teachers from various high schools, but rather authentic martial artists hailing from military camps. 7 instructors, each exuding an aura of formidable presence and poise, gathered before them. In stark contrast to their high school counterparts, these instructors radiated a palpable sense of gravitas, clearly veterans who had survived the rigors of battle. In addition to the 7 instructors, 2 distinguished figures were present, Colonel Huang and Principal Feng Yuan from the 3rd High School. With their arrival, the students quickly fell silent, focusing their attention on the 2 leaders. Dear students, I am your lead instructor for this specialized training. You may address me as Teacher Feng or simply Old Feng, announced Principal Feng. Hello, Principal Feng. The students, recognizing the esteemed Principal second only to Principal Wei, chorused in unison. Principal Feng chuckled and gestured for calm before continuing. The students selected for this annual training are our city's promising candidates for the college entrance examinations. The purpose of this specialized training is to immerse you in the harsh realities of wilderness combat, as it is far more akin to the actual examination than the simulation tests. The 7 instructors before you are all seasoned warriors from the military, each having engaged in battles with exotic beasts. Furthermore, every instructor has mastered at least one martial art to perfection. Thus, during this training, their guidance will be most efficient. As for the precautions necessary upon entering the wilderness, I will leave that to Colonel Huang to elaborate. Chapter 38. A distinctive roar of the tiger. The pre-examination specialized training organized by the Education Bureau was indeed meticulously arranged, under the leadership of Principal Feng Yuan from the 3rd High School. Expert martial artists from the military served as instructors, accompanied by soldiers for protection as they ventured into the wilderness. Particularly, the 7 instructors dispatched by the military were carefully selected true martial artists, each proficient in at least one school martial art. Techniques such as the stone tablet hand, 9 shadow steps, iron wire fist, cloud-piercing finger, heart-piercing kick, mountain embrace, and eagle claw were all represented. With such resources, the 100 students participating in the training could find instructors tailored to their individual needs for martial skill development. Colonel Huang did not elaborate extensively. After briefly outlining some precautions for the wilderness, he departed. Although they were to experience genuine wilderness combat, it was in fact situated near the base, with military soldiers on standby to ensure the students' safety. Let us set off. With Principal Feng's command, the 100 students boarded the prearranged military vehicles, circumventing the hunting grounds until they reached the fortress at the edge of the base. This location served as the first line of defense for the Guanyin city base, featuring towering walls over 100 meters high, multiple layers of energy barriers, and a permanent garrison of heavily armed soldiers. Their encampment was situated atop the walls, sharing accommodations and meals with the station military personnel, collectively undertaking various reconnaissance and hunting missions beyond the city. Students, Only by experiencing the true trials of the wilderness can you aspire to become warriors who bring glory to our nation. This is also the most crucial course you will encounter after entering university. Of course, at this stage, you will be under protection, focusing primarily on honing your skills and broadening your horizons. Each year, the practical assessments for the college entrance examinations feature a different hunting ground. So seize this opportunity to encounter a wider range of exotic beasts and enhance your adaptability. When not engaged in external missions, you may cultivate independently at the fortress camp or practice martial skills under the guidance of the instructors. After reiterating the rules of the specialized training, Principal Fong entrusted the students to the 7 instructors. However, before departing, his voice resonated within Lu Chong's mind. "Lu Chong, come see me after class tonight." This method of communication was a capability afforded only to those who had reached the martial sect realm. Lu Chong was perplexed as to why the principal, whom he had never met, wished to confer with him privately. "Fellow students, I am Chung Dong-ye, a 7th-tier martial artist proficient in the stone tablet hand. I am Lian Yinfeng, a 6th-tier martial artist skilled in the 9 shadow steps. Lu Ziqiang, a 6th-tier martial artist, adept in the mountain embrace." Once Principal Fong departed, the 7 instructors from a military introduced themselves succinctly, particularly highlighting their areas of expertise in foundational martial arts taught in schools. It must be said that the military was indeed a gathering of exceptional talent. Merely in a tertiary-based city could they easily assemble such proficient masters of various foundational martial arts. It is worth noting that among the 108 high schools in Guanyin City, it was no simple feat to gather 7 such distinguished instructors. Naturally, the theoretical knowledge and breadth of martial skills possessed by these instructors surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. For instance, the homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, as Lu Chong knew, had not perfected any single school martial art, yet was proficient in all 7 to a profound level. In the upcoming month, we will immerse you in authentic military life, tempering your will and allowing you to engage closely with true exotic beasts. Be advised, this is no longer a mere game as in the hunting grounds. The beasts you encounter will not be those domesticated creatures stripped of their fangs. Following a sharp-tongued admonition from the instructors, led by Chung Dong-ye, the students were then guided to their resting quarters. Each student was assigned a tent, and any accompanying aides were also permitted to stay at the camp, though they were required to adhere to the instructor's directives. As the day progressed, the students began to form a preliminary understanding of the fortress. After dinner, while other students retreated to rest or cultivate their skills, Lu Chong found himself alone at Principal Fong's residence. "Come in," came Principal Fong's voice before Lu Chong could knock. He pushed the door open and beheld the amiable figure of Principal Fong, clad in a long robe. "Good day, Principal Fong," Lu Chong greeted respectfully. "No need for such formality. Just call me Teacher Fong," the principal replied with a warm smile. "It seems Old Wei hasn't informed you. You have demonstrated remarkable prowess in the hunting grounds, which prompted me to propose to Principal Wei that I pass on a martial art I created called the Tiger Roar Technique. After all, both our schools now, 1 and number 3, belong to Guanyin City, and we must present a united front during the National College entrance examination against other academies." Though Principal Fong's words were eloquent, Lu Chong remained skeptical, suspecting a more plausible explanation, that Principal Wei had advocated for him to learn a new martial art. Nonetheless, in his current need for martial skills, Lu Chong felt a surge of interest towards the so-called Tiger Roar technique. "Thank you, Teacher Fong," he said, curiosity piqued. "Might I inquire about the rank of this Tiger Roar technique?" With a hint of pride, Principal Fong replied, "It is of the human tier, top grade, merely slightly superior to Principal Wei's golden cicada garment." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's spirits lifted. A top-grade human tier technique was the pinnacle of martial arts accessible to those below the realm of warriors. He never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming and somewhat whimsical Principal Fong could devise a martial art of such caliber. However, Principal Fong continued, a touch of bashfulness creeping into his tone. "In terms of actual combat effectiveness, the Tiger Roar technique may not surpass the golden cicada garment. My technique is quite unique. It focuses not on offensive maneuvers, but on refining the spirit." "Refining the spirit?" Lu Chong inquired, astonished, as he had only heard of such martial arts in passing. "It's not as mystical as you might think. It essentially trains one's mental will and enhances your neural responses," Principal Fong clarified. He was not being modest. He merely wished to avoid exaggerations, knowing Lu Chong would undoubtedly consult Old Way later. A blend of truth and embellishment was necessary to captivate the young man. The notion of mental will and neural responses reminded Lu Chong of a previous simulation test, where he had realized that his neural response score was merely average. He was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of soon discovering a martial art capable of enhancing his neural reactions. Old Way truly understands me, he thought to himself. The golden cicada garment had indeed improved Lu Chong's overall capabilities. Aside from physical defense, it had also significantly boosted his foundational strength and speed. Yet, it failed to address the most enigmatic aspect of neural function. To his astonishment, Principal Fong had managed to create such an extraordinary martial art. You will understand its specific effects once you begin your practice, Principal Fong stated, producing a jade slip of inheritance for Lu Chong to receive in his presence. Naturally, Lu Chong accepted without hesitation, for such a martial art was invaluable and could not be easily found elsewhere. Soon, Lu Chong had firmly etched the cultivation method of the Tiger Roar technique into his mind. The Tiger Roar technique also comprises certain moves, but its essence lies in the concept of the roar. When mastered, it can generate sonic waves that instill mental intimidation. However, as a top-grade martial art, it poses significant challenges and cannot be aided by medicinal solutions. You may come to me for guidance after class each day. I believe you will achieve initial success before the college entrance examination. Principal Fong continued to elaborate, oblivious to Lu Chong's burgeoning excitement. As Lu Chong fully absorbed the inheritance of the Tiger Roar technique, a notification resonated in his mind. The Tiger Roar technique has drawn inspiration from the Eagle Claw technique, 9 shadow steps, and the close mountain embrace, entering the realm of initial mastery, with cultivation speed doubled. The Tiger Roar technique has benefited from the guidance of a master, further doubling the cultivation speed. To his astonishment, achieving initial mastery of such a top-grade martial art and doubling his cultivation speed was a windfall he had not anticipated. However, upon reflection, he discerned a semblance of logic behind it. The 7 martial arts he had learned at school were foundational, designed to prepare him for more advanced techniques. The moves within the Tiger Roar technique, such as the Tiger Claw and Tiger Lunge, indeed shared commonalities with those foundational techniques. While ordinary individuals would require time to assimilate and transform these concepts, Lu Chong could seamlessly integrate them into his new martial art. Thus, he realized that foundational martial arts were far from trivial. Even as his cultivation advanced, they held significant value. It was akin to the essential knowledge acquired during primary and secondary education. Would such knowledge lose its relevance upon entering university or the workforce? Without these basics, he would struggle to comprehend university courses and even to manage everyday calculations in society. Consequently, Lu Chong felt a deep sense of gratitude for having perfected the 7 martial arts during his high school years, which would save him considerable time in the future. Lu Chong, are you listening? Principal Fong, noticing Lu Chong's distraction, called out with a mix of amusement and exasperation. At such a crucial moment, this young man can afford a daydream. Does he not find the Tiger Roar technique worthy of his attention? Yes, I'm listening, Teacher Fong. Please continue, Lu Chong responded, snapping back to focus. Excellent. Principal Fong rose to his feet. Now, I shall demonstrate the tiger form stance. When you have grasped the essence of the tiger form, it will signify your entry into the discipline. With that, the seemingly elderly Principal Fong suddenly straightened his posture, exuding an unexpected vigor. He then bent his legs slightly, leaned forward, and extended his arms, curling his fingers to mimic tiger claws. Not stopping there, he proceeded to traverse the confines of the 30-square-meter stone chamber with increasing speed, embodying the essence of a tiger in full stride. Lu Chong watched in rapt fascination, envisioning a majestic tiger descending from the mountains in search of prey. Now you try it, follow my lead, Principal Fong called as he completed 3 laps, slowing down as he passed Lu Chong. Eager to partake, Lu Chong mirrored the stance without hesitation and began to stride alongside the principal, embodying the same powerful gait. It felt natural, given that he had already achieved initial mastery. However, upon completing a lap, Principal Fong grew visibly flustered. He halted abruptly, turning to confront the eager Lu Chong, his eyes wide with disbelief. Young man, have you already practiced the Tiger Roar technique? Unfazed by the inquiry, Lu Chong simply shook his head earnestly. No, Principal Fong, did you not just impart to me? Indeed, I did, Principal Fong scratched his beard. But do you realize that you have already surpassed mere initiation? You have achieved initial mastery of the tiger roar technique. The tiger form is taking shape. You can begin to emulate its spirit. Principal Fong's incredulity was palpable. He had heard of Lu Chong's exceptional comprehension, yet he had never witnessed such extraordinary aptitude. Is this merely a matter of high comprehension? This is sheer luck. Principal Fong was aware that among the students, there existed a gaming term that seemed to encapsulate this very notion. However, in deference to his own dignity, he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, stroking his beard and regaining his composure to admonish, do not let pride take hold. While your understanding is commendable, you have yet to grasp the essence of the tiger roar technique. Therefore, you must diligently practice under my guidance henceforth. Lu Chong modestly replied, Understood, Principal Fong. Let us dispense with formalities. From now on, refer to me as teacher, Fong reiterated. Very well, teacher, Lu Chong acquiesced. Practicing the tiger roar here may not be entirely appropriate. Principal Fong surveyed his surroundings and decisively stated, Come, let us venture outside to hone the tiger roar technique. Lu Chong, ever respectful, complied without hesitation. However, he was taken aback when an elderly principal seized him and leaped directly off the 100-meter-high fortress wall. Astonishingly, their course led not inside the fortress, but into the ominous wilderness beyond. Principal Fong intended to conduct their training in the desolate expanse. Beneath Fong's feet, a current of air swiftly emerged, aiding in their descent as they glided gracefully for hundreds of meters before landing softly. Lu Chong was taken aback, while Fong dismissed the feat nonchalantly, merely a minor technique of a martial master to traverse the skies. When you reach such a level, you too shall be capable. Lu Chong nodded, though his curiosity about the surrounding wilderness intensified. This place was vastly different from the hunting grounds. It was a genuine wilderness, sparsely populated and claimed by fierce beasts. A low, eerie howl echoed around them, and Lu Chong caught sight of pairs of crimson eyes emerging from the shadows. This sensation was entirely distinct from the caged beasts of the hunting grounds, causing the hair on Lu Chong's body to stand on end. When the true forms of the creatures were revealed, Lu Chong recognized them as two-headed hounds, which he had encountered in textbooks and videos. Moreover, he could discern from their size that these 6 two-headed hounds were Level 1, Section 8 beasts. He had to concede that the 8-section hounds of the wilderness were indeed far more formidable than the shadow cats of the hunting grounds, not merely in strength, but in an indescribable ferocity, as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. Suddenly, Lu Chong realized the profound significance of this training session. You see, these creatures are the result of mutations from once domesticated dogs, Principal Fong remarked casually, glancing at the restless two-headed hounds. Thus, within human settlements, it is strictly forbidden to keep pets. You have yet to encounter the truly ferocious beasts that have mutated from wild animals, which are far more savage than these. Noticing Lu Chong's slight apprehension, Principal Fong's tone lightened a bit. Of course, do not overestimate them. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you could be even more fearsome than these creatures and keep them at bay. To illustrate his point, Principal Fong, who had been restraining his aura, assumed the tiger stance. Lu Chong watched intently as the elder's chest and abdomen surged like waves, an invisible force coalescing in his throat. Then, with an open mouth, Principal Fong unleashed a roar that reverberated through the wilderness. This roar transcended mere human vocalization, resembling the call of a tiger, imbued with the majesty and dominance of the king of beasts. Despite Lu Chong covering his ears in anticipation, he felt his head thrum with a dull ache, his limbs growing weak. Observing the two-headed hounds encircling them, he noticed that the once menacing beasts now emitted pitiful whines, turning tail and fleeing in haste. How terrifying! Is this the true power of the tiger roar technique? Lu Chong thought, astonished. At that moment, Principal Fong had concluded his demonstration, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casually stating that was merely 10% of the tiger roar technique's potential. Had I unleashed my full power, those little beasts would not have fled, but rather succumbed to terror. Lu Chong was momentarily stunned, realizing he had underestimated this extraordinary martial art. Very well. The area seems secure now. No ferocious beasts will dare approach tonight. Let us commence our practice here, Principal Fong declared after clearing the vicinity with his roar. officially beginning Lu Chong's training in the mental refinement aspect of the Tiger Roar technique. As Principal Fong elucidated, the most remarkable aspect of the Tiger Roar technique was not its offensive capabilities, nor even its sonic attacks, but rather the cultivation of one's own mental fortitude. Much like the earlier roar, the auditory assault was merely superficial. The true tremor was a refinement of one's spirit. Over time, this would naturally lead to a more potent and resilient mental state. This was the essence of the Tiger Roar technique. With the guidance of the consummate Principal Fong, Lu Chong swiftly entered a productive state, and his progress in mastering the Tiger Roar technique exceeded the speed at which he had learned the Golden Cicada garb. The technique flourished under the tutelage of a master, doubling in training efficacy. By 11 that night, Lu Chong had remarkably advanced to a state of great accomplishment in the Tiger Roar technique. All right, we shall conclude our session for tonight. I must return to rest, Principal Fong said, feeling the strain on his heart, insisting on escorting Lu Chong back to the fortress. My goodness, in one night. To go from novice to mastery, am I still human? Principal Fong began to comprehend why Old Wei held such high regard for this student. And it became clear why Lu Chong had achieved mastery in so many martial arts. Not only Principal Fong, but even Lu Chong himself was astonished by how smoothly his training in the Tiger Roar technique had unfolded. Even more surprising was when, upon reaching mastery, a notification chimed in his mind. The Breath of Qi technique recognizes the master's invigorated spirit, training speed quadrupled. The Golden Cicada garb acknowledges the master's uplifted spirit, training speed quadrupled. This was an unexpected delight. Lu Chong, feeling dazed, returned to his tent, unable to fathom why the training speeds of the Breath of Qi technique and Golden Cicada garb had suddenly surged. Wait, could it be due to the Tiger Roar technique? Lu Chong suddenly realized that the transformation he experienced that night stemmed from practicing the Tiger Roar technique. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he pondered, to be precise. It must be the mental enhancement from the Tiger Roar technique that elevated my spirit and, consequently, boosted my external abilities. How to articulate this phenomenon? Lu Chong felt as though he had fundamentally upgraded his external abilities, resulting in an overall enhancement of his martial arts training speed. Remarkable. This means I can employ similar methods to upgrade my external abilities. With this realization, Lu Chong's heart brimmed with joy as it addressed his greatest concern of late. If this were indeed the case, then even as he advanced in cultivation, facing increasingly formidable martial arts, he would no longer need to worry about his external abilities becoming obsolete. The Tiger Roar technique held immense significance for him. Just then, Lu Chong felt a warm current flowing into his body, followed by a long-lost sensation of hunger. He quickly glanced at his personal panel. What is this? A breakthrough in cultivation. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice, 9th Stage, 1. Martial Arts. Mastery of the 9 Shadow Steps. Completion of the Wind, Cleaving Leg. Subtlety of the Golden Cicada Garment, 58. Great success in the Tiger Roar technique, 1. Truly a double celebration, as I have finally ascended to the 9th stage of Martial Apprentice. Lu Chong rejoiced, particularly because he had just resolved the dilemma of his external enhancement. Even after breaking through to the 9th stage, the speed of his automatic cultivation would not diminish. Moreover, with the deeper cultivation of the Tiger Roar technique, his mental fortitude would continuously strengthen, resulting in a corresponding increase in all aspects of his training, thus creating a virtuous cycle. What a delight! Just this single achievement made the journey worthwhile. Chapter 41. My apologies, but I have pre-reserved it. On April 8th, as dawn broke, a resounding and urgent trumpet call awakened the students about to embark on their special training at the fortress. Lu Chong had only slept for 3 hours, yet he rose, invigorated, and swiftly made his way to the assembly point. After breaking through his cultivation last night, he had spent several hours analyzing his condition, checking for any signs of regression. Fortunately, the automatic cultivation system had indeed shown growth. The most notable aspect was that after his breakthrough to the 9th stage, the speed of his automatic cultivation had not only remained stable, but had subtly improved. With the provision of intermediate nutritional bars, his cultivation could increase by 10 points daily. At this rate, within 10 days, he could potentially break through to become a true martial artist. 18-year-old martial artists are rare, yet they are not uncommon nationwide, often emerging during the college entrance examinations each year. However, It should not be forgotten that Lu Chong had only progressed from the third stage of a martial apprentice to this point in just 1 month. To achieve such a leap from the third stage to a martial artist in just over a month is not to say there will be no successors, but it is certainly unprecedented. Yet, Lu Chong remained humble, fully aware that talent or external enhancements merely constitute an innate advantage. Without diligent effort, he would inevitably be surpassed by others. Furthermore, should he encounter ferocious beasts or enemies, they would not care whether he was a prodigious talent, but would rather exert their utmost to overpower him. A genius that has not matured can only be regarded as a potential asset, not a true powerhouse. Students, today you will accompany our warriors into the wilderness to conduct reconnaissance and cleanup tasks. However, this time the protagonist will not be the warriors, but you. The warriors will merely assist you in maneuvering the formations, recording military achievements, and consolidating the spoils. We will depart at 8 o'clock and return to camp punctually at 2 o'clock, where we will tally your daily military merits. You may allocate these military merits as you see fit, exchanging them for monetary resources or even martial techniques from the military. Furthermore, Colonel Huang has personally decreed that the top military merit holder after the special training may be awarded military rank honors, depending on the circumstances. I trust you understand the implications of this. As the chief instructor Chong Dongye's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the 100 students. While Lu Chong contemplated what he should exchange his military merits for, the other students engaged in discussions about the military rank honors mentioned by Chong Dongye. Although it did not confer direct command authority, the vast majority were acutely aware of the significance of such military honors. To put it simply, these honors served as a protective talisman. They could avail numerous benefits from the state, bask in public admiration, and symbolize a prestigious status. Most importantly, individuals possessing military honors could receive corresponding salary benefits and enjoy priority access to military resources, gaining many opportunities for inheritance not available to the general populace. As Lu Chong caught wind of these discussions, he became increasingly animated. Salary benefits and military resources. These were precisely what he needed. The resources and martial techniques available in schools and the marketplace could not possibly compare to those offered by the military. Moreover, accepting military honors would not necessitate service restrictions, allowing him to attend university and pursue his desired endeavors. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Without a doubt, I, Lu Chong, have pre-reserved the first position in this special training. Lu Chong resolved with determination, feeling an invigorating surge of motivation as the shimmering military honors seemed to beckon him. He was not alone in this sentiment. The students around him were equally eager, itching to leap from the fortress and confront the feral beasts. The chief instructor, recognizing the fervor, refrained from further inciting the eager students and began to organize them into groups. Each instructor would lead a group of 14 or 15 students, accompanied by a squad of warriors. Lu Chong was paired with Lu Qingqing, while the other students were unfamiliar to him. The leading instructor for their group was a 6th-stage martial artist named Lu Ziqiang, a second lieutenant squad leader. According to military organizational structure, squad leaders are generally mid to high-stage martial artists, while class leaders are typically lower-stage martial artists, with the ordinary soldiers in a class mostly being martial apprentices. The 7 instructors present were clearly all second lieutenants, while the warriors tasked with escorting the students into the wilderness were predominantly high-stage martial apprentices. Depart. At 8 o'clock, with Chong Dongye's command, the students filed through the open light barrier and emerged into the wilderness. This wilderness was starkly different from the desolate town ruins of the base's hunting grounds. It was a true expanse of wild mountains and forests. The 7 student groups dispersed, each heading in different directions to conduct reconnaissance. Their mission was to explore the wilderness within a 50-mile radius, identify potential hazards, gather rare medicinal herbs, and eliminate any feral beasts encountered. The students forged ahead while the instructors, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, followed closely behind, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Additionally, some students had brought personal escorts, such as Yujia, who quietly trailed behind, unless faced with insurmountable crises. These external aids were not permitted to disrupt the students' special training. Lu Chong, if you encounter danger, call for me immediately, and I will have Yujia assist you. Lu Qingqing cautioned Lu Chong nervously. Lu Chong smiled in gratitude, but resolved not to seek help unless absolutely necessary, as doing so would hinder his efforts to earn military merits. Squad leader, Isn't that the top score from the simulated exam a few days ago? In the rear of the formation, the class leader leaned in to inquire quietly of Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang nodded, his tone serious as he replied, "Indeed, that is Lu Chong. It is said that his techniques, including the 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick, have reached perfection. Hence, Colonel Chong instructed me to accompany this team and provide guidance on his training. Such favoritism? I wonder whose connections facilitated this special treatment." The young class leader inquired with curiosity. Lu Ziqiang shot a glance at him, giving him a swift kick that sent him stumbling 3 meters away, retorting, "Focus on your duties. Do you even comprehend what it means to be the nation's flower, to be a genius?" He instructed all warriors to remain on standby for fire support, emphasizing that these precious students were merely there to gain experience and that not a single one could be allowed to come to harm. Once the class leader had retreated, Lu Ziqiang cast a glance at Lu Chong in the distance, recalling Cheng Dongya's warning that this student was highly valued by Colonel Huang and that he must not suffer any setbacks. He was curious to see just how capable this student, so esteemed by the colonel, truly was, hoping he would not be reduced to a frightened mess in the wilderness. Chapter 42. I'm a specialist in seizing opportunities. The wilderness was fraught with peril, yet simultaneously abundant with opportunities. Perhaps due to the rampant feral beasts. The soil here nurtured a variety of special herbs, which held considerable value for humanity. For instance, the phoenix tail grass required by Lu Chong for cultivating the golden cicada garment primarily originates from the wilderness, making it exceedingly challenging to procure through artificial cultivation. As a result, bounty hunters, martial artists, and reconnaissance soldiers from the military frequently venture into the wild, hunting and eliminating exotic beasts while simultaneously searching for various precious herbs. Both the exotic beasts and the medicinal plants are considered scarce resources in the human realm. "Look, it's a first-tier medicinal herb, the blazing sunflower," exclaimed a student, his eyes lighting up as he pointed toward a striking tri-leaf red flower. As he bent down to grasp the vivid blossom, he knew that while this elementary herb was not particularly valuable, it could still fetch a few hundred coins. The crucial aspect was that gathering medicinal herbs could also earn him military merit. However, just as the student's hand approached the fiery red petals, a shadow suddenly lunged out, aiming directly for his throat. "Be careful," a fellow student shouted urgently. Yet, the shadow moved too swiftly for the student to react. At that moment, a dark projectile shot through the air from a distance, accurately striking the shadow and sending it flying away. The assailant was none other than Lu Chong, who stood several meters away, having clutched 2 small stones that were now put to good use. A collective sigh of relief washed over the students as they turned to gaze at the fallen shadow, their expressions tinged with astonishment. It was a 3-segmented black mosquito, capable of siphoning away half of one's life with a single bite. How perilous. Indeed, the creature that had been dispatched by the stone was a mosquito, albeit one significantly larger than any Lu Chong had encountered in his past life, with its blood-sucking proboscis measuring the length of his pinky finger. "Thank you, Lu Chong," the student who had intended to pick the flower exclaimed, his face pale with fright. Had it not been for Lu Chong's timely intervention, he would have needed urgent medical assistance by now. "Not at all," Lu Chong replied with a genial smile as he collected the blazing sunflower from the ground and handed it to the soldiers trailing behind him. Both the flower and the mosquito were worth military merit, and he naturally felt entitled to them. The student, undeterred, continued to express his gratitude profusely. As the students pressed onward, they became increasingly cautious, acutely aware that they were in the wilderness, where lethal dangers lurked at every turn. Meanwhile, instructor Lu Ziqiang discreetly holstered his pistol, acknowledging that had Lu Chong not intervened, he too would have acted to neutralize the mosquito. These seasoned soldiers understood better than anyone that in the wilderness, any creature could conceal a lethal threat. Just like the 3-segmented black mosquito earlier, capable of launching a surprise attack to claim the life of even a high-ranking martial artist. This was not a drill, it was genuine combat, and no one would announce their intentions ahead of time. As the students methodically scoured the wilderness, they encountered an increasing variety of medicinal herbs and various inconspicuous first-tier mosquitoes. These insects, which typically resided only in textbooks, would often manifest unexpectedly, launching direct attacks. Fortunately, the students demonstrated commendable adaptability, quickly blending theory with practice. and finding their rhythm without stepping into traps. However, it was rather vexing for them that nearly half of the exotic beasts and mosquitoes that emerged were swiftly claimed by Chong. Only those herbs that had been spotted first by other students escaped his grasp. After all, military merit was at stake, and Chong was quite adept at seizing opportunities. He felt no embarrassment over this. They were competitors by nature, and as long as the instructor remained silent, it was tacitly accepted that he could claim the spoils. Moreover, most of the students, accustomed to a life of privilege, were largely indifferent to the monetary value of these finds, finding the brutal scenes far too unsettling, preferring that Chong take them instead. "This fellow truly fears no bloodshed," the class leader murmured, a hint of surprise in his voice as he approached Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang shrugged nonchalantly. "It's merely a matter of dispatching a few low-tier insects and smashing a handful of mosquitoes. What is there to fear? True courage is measured when one remains unflinching at the sight of their comrade's blood," he remarked, his tone laden with significance. The class leader recalled his own initial encounters with soldiers who had suffered grievous injuries and nodded in understanding. Before they knew it, noon had arrived, and they had successfully scouted 40 miles beyond the fortress, just 10 miles away from a safe return. Despite the lack of danger along the way, the students exhibited signs of fatigue. The constant tension in such an environment placed an immense psychological burden upon them. The mere thought of returning to the fortress allowed their taut nerves to relax significantly. This was no place for the faint-hearted. However, as they prepared to turn back, Chong's nose suddenly twitched, and he abruptly turned to gaze at a towering tree several meters away. What he saw sent a jolt of shock through him. Coiling around the brown trunk was a serpent that bore an uncanny resemblance to tree bark, its flattened head concealed among the drooping branches, fixated on a student passing below. Mere inches away. Suddenly, the serpent's head sprang into motion with the swiftness of a spring, launching itself towards the unsuspecting student. Not good. Both Chong and the instructor reacted almost simultaneously, one hurling a stone, the other drawing his firearm. The stone struck the serpent's head, while the bullet penetrated the creature's vital point. Yet, this snake was no mere low-tier mosquito. It was an 8-segmented drywood serpent, its vitality far more resilient. Though wounded, it merely swayed its body momentarily before descending rapidly, its gaping maw clamping down on the student's forearm. The startled student, albeit frightened, managed to react in time, raising his arm to shield his head, but that was the extent of his awareness. He had long forgotten the martial techniques he had learned, relying solely on instinct. The bite elicited a horrified scream from him as he flailed desperately, attempting to dislodge the serpent. At that moment, Chong was the first to arrive, employing the eagle claw technique to seize the serpent by its vital point. His fingers plunged into the serpent's flesh, drawing forth a torrent of blood. With a fierce pull, he yanked the drywood serpent from the student's arm, tearing away a chunk of bloody flesh in the process. In agony, the serpent writhed violently, its 2-meter-long body whipping around like a lash aimed at Chong. "I've got you now," Chong thought resolutely as he gripped the serpent's tail with his other hand, refusing to relent. With a sudden, forceful tug, he managed to sever the creature in two, a spray of blood misting the area. The scene turned gruesome, sending the surrounding students scattering in terror. "Good heavens, this kid is more savage than the exotic beasts," the class leader muttered in disbelief. "What are you standing there for? Go help him," Lu Ziqiang shouted after casting a glance at Chong, now drenched in blood. Chapter 43, Seeking Guidance from the Instructor. The student from the other school had sustained a gruesome bite to his forearm, severing flesh and damaging an artery, resulting in a profuse flow of blood. However, given the medical capabilities of this world, even severed limbs could regenerate, and this injury would not necessarily be fatal. The surrounding students were pale with fear, hesitant to approach, while the class leader quickly organized 2 soldiers to administer first aid, temporarily staunching the bleeding. Chong accepted a handkerchief from Lu Qingqing, wiping the serpent's blood from his face, displaying no significant discomfort, having long prepared himself mentally for such circumstances. He had even taken the time to watch numerous relevant and gruesome videos. However, Chong once again sensed the peril of the wilderness, which was entirely incomparable to the tamed beasts of a hunting ground. The shadow cat from the previous simulation, though untamed, lacked the raw ferocity exhibited by the wild creatures. "Are you all right, kid?" Instructor Lu Ziqiang approached Chong, his tone laced with concern. Lu Chong, observing his fellow warriors gathering the spoils, smiled and shook his head. Instructor, may I inquire how many military merits I currently possess? After laboring for an extended period and reaping numerous kills, Lu Chong was indeed eager to know his military accolades. Lu Ziqiang appeared momentarily taken aback. This young man showed no concern for his classmates nor any trepidation, instead prioritizing his own military merits. It was difficult to ascertain whether to deem him cold-blooded or simply carefree. You have 352 military merits. Rest assured, you are currently in first place. Lu Ziqiang replied, his tone somewhat brusque. Lu Chong mentally calculated. Based on common knowledge, each military merit was valued at over 100 yuan, meaning he had earned more than 30,000 today. Excellent. This is far more lucrative than working as a personal trainer, he mused with delight. The pivotal aspect was that military merits held a value surpassing mere monetary exchange, as they could be redeemed for resources unavailable in the market. Oh, how I wish I could receive a few free martial arts lessons from the instructors, just like in school, Lu Chong thought wistfully. Yet he understood the difficulty of such a wish. Soldiers were soldiers, and the military was not a charitable institution. Everything revolved around military merits. Of course, private instruction would not count towards this. As his thought crossed his mind, Lu Chong glanced meaningfully at instructor Lu Ziqiang. Surely, this martial arts instructor must have some resources to offer. What are you staring at? Lu Ziqiang felt uneasy under Lu Chong's gaze. Lu Chong replied earnestly, report, instructor. I would like to seek your guidance on my martial skills. Lu Ziqiang finally relaxed, realizing that this talented young man understood the value of humility and learning. We'll discuss it later. This afternoon is reserved for martial arts training. Their group's reconnaissance mission had concluded, and they soon returned to the fortress in an orderly fashion. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all students gathered at the training ground. Some were injured, others despondent, and a few appeared highly energized. Clearly, the first day in the wilderness had provided these students with an experience unlike any other. Lu Chong also noticed that the electronic bulletin board of the training ground displayed the military merit rankings of all students. As Lu Ziqiang had mentioned, Lu Chong held the first position with 352 military merits. The second place was claimed by Xue Cheng from Class 3, who had 297 merits, while Xiang Yuya and Huang Junyan occupied the third and fourth spots, both exceeding 200 merits. Xue Cheng shot a distant glance at Lu Chong, still brimming with determination. Lu Chong smiled back, calculating that with his 352 plus Xue Cheng's 297, he now possessed a total of 649 military merits. Chief Instructor Cheng Dongye addressed the group. You are undoubtedly aware of your performance in the wilderness. I must say, you're the worst cohort I have ever trained. If there is no improvement moving forward, my advice is to pack your things and return to school. Upon hearing this, a significant number of students bowed their heads in shame, believing he was addressing them directly. Now, you have half an hour to rest. After that, we will commence martial arts training, where you'll find instructors suited to your needs for sparring. As he spoke, Cheng Dongye's smile took on a somewhat sinister edge, causing the students to shiver involuntarily. They had heard from previous cohorts that sparring with these instructors was akin to enduring torment. After all, the military training motto was to push oneself to the limit and beyond, embracing the philosophy of survival through adversity. Many students, even newcomers, had expressed a preference for facing wild beasts over sparring with the drill instructors. Lu Chong, however, was unfazed, his mind preoccupied with how to capitalize on the instructor's guidance. During the brief respite, he glanced at his personal status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 9th Stage, 4. Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Steps, perfect. Wind, Cleaving Leg, perfect. Golden Cicada Garment, 59. Tiger Roar Technique, Major Accomplishment, 2. The automatic training speeds of the Golden Cicada Garment and Tiger Roar Technique are still somewhat sluggish. Lu Chong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The Golden Cicada Garment required medicinal assistance, and he planned to exchange military merits for the necessary elixirs that very evening, intending to soak them during his sleep. The Tiger Roar Technique, being a premium skill, naturally exhibited slower progress after reaching a major accomplishment. Nevertheless, with Principal Fong's additional training, he was confident that within a month, he could approach perfection. Thus, he concluded that he could certainly pursue additional martial skills. The more, the merrier. Especially after recognizing the significance of foundational martial techniques, Lu Chong was eager to acquire more, as this would save time in his future training endeavors. Half an hour swiftly passed, and instead of seeking out other instructors, Lu Chong headed straight for Lu Ziqiang. With his 7 martial skills already perfected, the choice of instructor mattered less than who could impart new techniques to him. Lu Qingqing's open stone hand and 9 shadow steps had reached a profound level under Lu Chong's practice, prompting her to join his group. To Lu Chong's surprise, Xiang Yueya, Huang Zhenyan, and even Xue Cheng had opted for instructor Lu Ziqiang as well. Were they all seeking to learn the pressing technique? Standing proudly, Lu Ziqiang addressed the 15 students who had chosen him. I may not possess the teaching skills of your regular instructors, but I can suppress my own cultivation level to engage in authentic martial sparring with you. What I aim to teach you is not merely the logic of the pressing technique, but how to utilize it to defeat your opponents. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own abilities. Who will step forward first? Lu Ziqiang's fierce gaze swept across the students. One by one, they lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact, none daring to volunteer. Then I'll call on someone. Lu Ziqiang suddenly turned his attention to Lu Chong in the crowd. Lu Chong, step forward. Lu Chong complied, stepping out and cupping his fists in respect. I seek your guidance, instructor. Very well. I will spar with you using my cultivation at the Martial Apprentice 9th stage. Lu Ziqiang nodded and announced. 9th stage. A wave of commotion rippled through the students. When had this occurred? Wasn't Lu Chong at the Martial Apprentice 8th stage? Moreover, following the buzz on the campus forum, the students were aware that Lu Chong had only recently broken through to the 8th stage. Yet, it had barely been a few days. How could he have ascended to the 9th stage? Did he think this was as simple as eating and drinking? Unbeknownst to Lu Ziqiang, Lu Chong had only just achieved his breakthrough, nor was he aware of Lu Chong's previous rate of progress. He had merely deduced Lu Chong's level based on his performance in the wilderness. Silence, Lu Ziqiang roared, commanding the students to pay attention. This would be beneficial for them as well. Once the students quieted, Lu Ziqiang turned to Lu Chong and bellowed, "Young man, watch closely. This is the perfected pressing technique." Before his words had fully settled, Lu Ziqiang charged toward Lu Chong, each step resonating with a thunderous sound, as if intending to shatter the ground beneath him. His presence formidable. As he closed the distance, Lu Ziqiang suddenly bent his elbow and pivoted, unleashing a burst of speed aimed directly at Lu Chong's chest. Lu Chong, unperturbed, equally executed the technique of Taizhan Cow. Drawing in his chest, it appeared as if it had collapsed, effectively neutralizing half of the instructor's force. Simultaneously, Lu Chong's right knee surged upward, striking toward Lu Ziqiang's leaning torso. With a resounding thud, Lu Chong staggered back several steps, while the previously imposing instructor also retreated 2 steps before stabilizing himself. Lu Ziqiang was astonished. In a confrontation between masters, a single clash suffices to gauge the opponent's prowess. From Lu Chong's reaction and the subtlety of his counterattack, he discerned the intricacies of Lu Chong's Taizhan Cow. This lad, his technique is perfected, without a doubt. Lu Ziqiang felt an urge to curse, perplexed at how the Educational Bureau had vetted the submitted credentials. How could someone with such a perfected Taizhan Cow still require my guidance? Quickly, he realized that this young man, Lu Chong, was no ordinary opponent. He had concealed such a skill, intending to embarrass Lu Ziqiang publicly. You have already achieved perfection, yet you still seek my assistance? Lu Ziqiang was troubled. Having boasted earlier, he now faced the dilemma of how to instruct his subsequent students if he could not even guide his first. At that moment, Lu Chong, silent, had already launched an offensive, his movements and momentum rivaling those of instructor Lu Ziqiang. Bang! The two collided, entangled in close combat using the Taizhan Cow technique. Appearing evenly matched, Lu Ziqiang could no longer restrain himself, lowering his voice to inquire, "What exactly do you intend, having reached perfection yet still jesting with me?" Lu Chong chuckled inwardly, maintaining an outward calm, replying in a similarly hushed tone, "Instructor, I merely seek your guidance on my martial skills." "Guidance on what?" "Aside from Taizhan Cow, I am not proficient in other campus martial arts," Lu Ziqiang retorted, vexed. Lu Chong replied earnestly, "No matter. I have no interest in other campus martial arts. So I wish to learn some new techniques from you. Anything of middling quality will suffice. I shall not complain." Lu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing Lu Chong's intentions, nearly cursing aloud. "This young man seeks to take advantage of me. What audacity! Chapter 44. Instructor, you are somewhat lacking. Lu Ziqiang had not anticipated that his attempt to suppress Lu Chong's arrogance would instead leave him feeling cornered. If he failed to subdue Lu Chong soon, how could he command respect among his other students? However, yielding in such a manner left Lu Ziqiang feeling deeply unsatisfied. Would he not be ridiculed for it? At that moment, Lu Chong, having been firmly rebuffed, executed a close-quarters throw, which Lu Ziqiang narrowly avoided. Instructor, consider this. I'm also helping to enhance your reputation. When I employ the techniques you teach me, it will reflect glory upon you, will it not? Switching tactics, Lu Chong softened his approach, hoping to provide Lu Ziqiang with a graceful exit. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Chong's conciliatory words, Lu Ziqiang relented, gritting his teeth. Fine, you little rascal. I shall help you exchange for a military technique, the 7 steps killing fist. Rest assured, it is of middling quality. Lu Chong's heart soared with gratitude. Thank you, instructor. Soon after, Lu Chong intentionally exposed a flaw in his defense, allowing Lu Ziqiang to seize the opportunity with an elbow strike that sent him careening into the group of students. Lu Chong, feigning a stumble, clasped his fists in thanks. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. I now have a renewed understanding of Tieshan Cao. Lu Ziqiang stood with his hand behind his back, slightly nodding, casually remarking, You are already quite proficient. Your mastery of Tieshan Cao is nearly complete. Yet, internally, he felt a pang of regret. The transmission of a middling martial technique was not without cost, requiring him to sacrifice nearly 1,000 military merits and to vouch for the young man. However, Lu Ziqiang considered Lu Chong's potential, provided he did not falter. He would undoubtedly achieve great renown, and Lu Ziqiang's contributions to his training would not go unnoticed. If he did not genuinely believe in Lu Chong, he would not be willing to sacrifice so much for the sake of pride. The surrounding students failed to perceive the depth of Lu Chong's mastery of Tieshan Cao, merely astonished by Lu Ziqiang's mention of its intricacies. They knew Lu Chong's techniques, such as the Kai Bei Shou, 9 Shadow Step, and Eagle Claw skill, were perfected, yet they were astonished to learn that even Tieshan Cao was at such a high level. Is this truly a student of our age? However, observing the instructor's performance, they noted he was not as formidable as rumored, alleviating their worries. With this mindset, the remaining students eagerly approached to practice Tieshan Cao with the instructor. Thus, an agitated Lu Ziqiang relentlessly bested the remaining students, nearly all of whom ended up in a military medical facility. Only the 2 girls, Xiang Yuya and Lu Qingqing, managed to escape unscathed, though they too required recovery for their concealed injuries. Huang Junyan and Xue Qinglin, as they were carried away, cast resentful glances at the seemingly unaffected Lu Chong, bewildered by their disparate treatment. By around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Chong remained the sole student in the training area. In fact, similar scenarios unfolded in the other 6 groups, with each instructor being equally rigorous, leaving Lu Chong to wait. Lu Ziqiang promptly exchanged for the aforementioned middling fist technique, the approval process proceeding smoothly. Remember, do not disclose this matter to anyone for the time being. Upon returning to the training area and imparting the 7 steps killing fist to Lu Chong, Lu Ziqiang could not resist emphasizing, if you have any hidden talents, go seek other instructors tomorrow. I cannot be the only one to suffer. Lu Ziqiang smirked. Lu Chong's eyes lit up indeed. He still had the iron wire fist and cloud-piercing finger yet to reveal, presenting him with 2 opportunities to capitalize. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Lu Chong expressed his genuine gratitude once more. This trip to the military camp had indeed been fruitful. Upon receiving the 7 steps killing fist, a notification chimed in his mind. The 7 steps killing fist absorbed experience from the iron wire fist and 9 shadow step, achieving initial mastery. With guidance from a master, the training speed of the 7 steps killing fist was quadrupled. Lu Chong felt immense joy. Evidently, the 7 steps killing fist shared commonalities with the iron wire fist and 9 shadow step, facilitating direct enhancement. Moreover, due to Lu Chong's elevated mental fortitude, the automatic training speed of the 7 steps killing fist had already doubled, and with the instructor's guidance, it had quadrupled again. At the current stage, having achieved initial mastery, the 7 steps killing fist could be improved by 16 points each hour. After 2 hours, Lu Chong checked his progress with the 7 steps killing fist. 7 steps killing fist. Initial mastery, 32. To avoid startling the amiable instructor, Lu Chong refrained from practicing, merely observing from the sidelines. Lu Ziqiang, believing Lu Chong was still in the digestion phase, concluded his training session, stating, "Remember, the 7 steps killing fist is a technique that layers killing intent. It can accumulate power through footwork and intention. Each step intensifies the killing intent. Each punch must be stronger than the last, and it must not be interrupted." Lu Chong nodded, having already gleaned some understanding of the technique after achieving initial mastery. "The reason I chose this technique for you is that I have mastered the 7 steps killing fist and can personally guide you. I can spare an hour each afternoon to help you train in this technique. You may return for now." While Lu Ziqiang spoke, he contemplated how Lu Chong had taken advantage of him, thinking that starting tomorrow, Lu Chong would know his strength. If Taizhan Cao could not subdue him, would the 7 steps killing fist not send him to the medical facility? Lu Chong, on the other hand, mused why, despite being a middling quality technique, the training speed of the 7 steps killing fist seemed inferior to when he practiced the Pifeng leg under the homeroom teacher's guidance. It turns out that the martial skill taught by the instructor is rather weak, only now reaching its peak mastery. Tomorrow afternoon, Lu Chong calculated his cultivation speed and time, realizing he would achieve full mastery by then. At that point, it would be uncertain who would be guiding whom. Nevertheless, Lu Chong earnestly expressed his gratitude to the instructor once more before returning to the camp. The day's training had concluded, yet his evening was already fully scheduled. He first needed to practice the tiger roar technique with Principal Fong, then exchange military merit for medicinal liquid, and indulge in a medicinal bath to cultivate the golden cicada garment. The days are both busy and fulfilling. That evening, Lu Chong's progress astonished Principal Fong. However, what was even more astonishing was his advancement in the tiger roar technique. Principal Fong felt that this exceptional martial skill was advancing in Lu Chong's hands with each passing moment, and it was likely that within a month, he would master it completely. After another night of medicinal bathing, Lu Chong eagerly checked his cultivation progress first thing in the morning. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 9th Stage, 15. Martial Skills, 9 Shadows Step, complete. Wind Cleaving Leg, complete. Golden Cicada Garment, Subtle, 65. Tiger Roar Technique, Peak, 22. 7 Steps Killing Fist, Minor Success, 80. Not bad. At this rate, a month from now would unveil an entirely new realm for him. Lu Chong felt quite satisfied. Although last night's medicinal bath had nearly depleted his accumulated military merit from the previous day, it was of little concern as his golden cicada garment was progressing rapidly. Moreover, Xuecheng was still accumulating merit for him. Today, he would continue earning military merit. Which instructor should he seek for martial skills in the afternoon? Chapter 45. This student is beyond teaching. On this day, the students advanced another 20 miles into the wilderness. The aberrant beasts in the wild proliferated like weeds, appearing in waves that seemed impossible to eradicate. Fortunately, within 100 miles surrounding the fortress, there were few second-tier aberrant beasts, making it suitable for the students' training. Although some students were injured, most had adapted significantly, no longer forgetting how to engage when facing first-tier aberrant beasts. Lu Chong, of course, persisted in his headhunting style, earning over 300 points of military merit by midday. There was no alternative. Without seizing opportunities, he would be left wondering where tonight's medicinal bath would come from. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Chong specifically checked Xuecheng's military merit, which was fairly good, exceeding 300 points, just a few less than his own. This was preferable. Otherwise, Lu Chong feared that if the gap were too vast, the lad might give up midway and cease earning merit for him. When the afternoon training session for martial skills began, Lu Chong opted not to choose Lu Ziqiang again, but instead approached another instructor skilled in iron wire fist. Following the same method, he successfully acquired another mid-tier martial skill, Gale Step. This technique purely enhances sprinting speed, which greatly differs from the 9 Shadows Step's limited range maneuverability. Lu Chong gladly accepted this and returned to Lu Ziqiang to share the good news. Haha, splendid. Old Zhang has been outsmarted by me. Lu Ziqiang laughed heartily, then cast a mischievous glance at Lu Chong. Your 7 steps killing fist has also been cultivated for a day. Let us spar today. He had longed to spar with this lad, and such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. Indeed, I humbly request your guidance, instructor. Lu Chong welcomed the challenge, aware of the instructor's intentions, but felt a tinge of embarrassment as his 7 steps killing fist had already reached peak mastery. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, Lu Ziqiang, once again frustrated, called for a halt, repeatedly exclaiming, "Not human, this isn't real. Have you really never practiced this fist technique before?" Lu Ziqiang asked multiple times, receiving only affirmative replies from Lu Chong. Fortunately, he had already sent the other students to the military doctor beforehand. Otherwise, he would have likely been outsmarted by Lu Chong again that day. "All right, I can no longer instruct you. You should seek higher grounds." Ultimately, Lu Ziqiang saw Lu Chong off as if sending away a revered elder, while he himself was left scratching his head in confusion. Why is there such a vast difference among humans? However, by the third day, Lu Ziqiang came to realize that another instructor, Zhang, had experienced the same predicament, witnessing Lu Chong defeat him using Gale Step. On the same day, Lu Chong again fulfilled his desire, obtaining a mid-tier martial skill, 3-inch palm, from another instructor, Chong, using his final undisclosed skill, Cloud Piercing Finger. This martial skill possessed its own unique attributes, emphasizing lethal force within 3 inches, categorizing it as a close-quarters killing technique focusing on inch power. Lu Chong, of course, welcomed this as well. Thus, by the fourth day, Instructor Chong, under the supervision of Lu Ziqiang and Instructor Zhang, was defeated by Lu Chong using the 3-inch palm. When the fifth afternoon martial training session arrived, all the instructors ignored Lu Chong, leaving him isolated. Clearly, the 7 instructors had become aware of his antics and opted to steer clear. After class that day, the 7 instructors sought out Principal Fong to lament, "This student is impossible to teach. We are nearly drained." Upon learning of Lu Chong's actions, Principal Fong burst into hearty laughter, for he too had been driven nearly to madness by Lu Chong over the past few days. Who could have anticipated that his exceptional Tiger Roar technique would be nearing mastery in merely 5 days under Lu Chong's tutelage? The vexation of being outshone by another was maddening, and finally, he no longer had a shoulder alone. Naturally, Principal Fong, shrewd as ever, would not disclose this matter to the instructors. Instead, he contemplated how to implement specialized training for Lu Chong. He couldn't allow him to remain idle, as it would affect the other students' cultivation. With this thought, Principal Fong addressed the instructors. Daily wilderness training is still necessary. It will allow him to continue gaining experience. And this lad requires military merit. However, the afternoon martial skill training will indeed need targeted adjustments for Lu Chong. Principal Fong pondered, "What are your thoughts?" Chang Donya hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why not let him spar with the soldiers, without restrictions on martial skills?" Principal Fong immediately slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Excellent. Then it shall be so." The soldiers were battle-hardened warriors. Without restrictions on martial skills, it would constitute true combat and killing techniques. Not just Lu Chong, but once other students had honed their skills for half a month, they too would participate, allowing them to understand what it truly means to be a warrior. Instructor Lu Ziqiang suddenly interjected, "But if they are soldiers of the same realm as Lu Chong, they may struggle to pose a threat to him." "You don't understand. That lad can be brutal." He was the one who had taken Lu Chong into the wilderness and was most aware of Lu Chong's ferocity. The soldier's fierceness might not necessarily be enough to subdue him. Chong Donya scoffed, "No need to worry. If one isn't enough, we'll send 2. If that doesn't work, we'll send an entire squad of soldiers." Hee. I refuse to believe he can slay 100. Principal Fong, relishing the spectacle, nodded in agreement. "Well said, this lad must learn a lesson during specialized training. In the barracks, who fears whom? If one is unwilling, they shall engage. Whoever is strong is the elder brother." Lu Chong remained blissfully unaware that he had been clearly arranged for this, as he relaxed in his tent, enjoying a bath while reflecting on his gains over the past few days. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 9th Stage, 65. Martial Skills, 9 Shadows Step, complete. Stone Tablet Hand, complete. Cloud Piercing Finger, complete. Mountain Lean, complete. Eagle Claw Technique, complete. Iron Wire Fist, complete. Heart Piercing Kick, complete. Wind Cleaving Leg, complete. Jin Chan Iru Wei, 85. Hushao Gong De Chung, 59. Chibusha Quan Ru Wei, 50. Ji Fengbu Ru Wei, 35. San Siyuan Zhang Ru Wei, 10. As Lu Chong gazed upon the 13 martial arts techniques he had mastered, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment enveloped him. 7 of these were of inferior quality, 4 of medium quality, 1 of superior quality, and 1 of exquisite quality. Lu Chong mused to himself that it was unlikely he would encounter another martial artist at the apprentice stage who could rival his diverse mastery of techniques. Chapter 46, I aim to break through the Special Operations class. On April 13th, with less than 2 months until the National College entrance examination, the students returned from the wilderness, preparing for intensive martial arts training, only to discover that the consistently outstanding Lu Chong was nowhere to be found. Chief Instructor, are you going to provide me with personal guidance? Lu Chong inquired earnestly, his curiosity piqued as he met with Chong Dongye. After all, this chief instructor had yet to impart any knowledge to him. Might he also share a military technique or two? Cease your fanciful thoughts, Chong Dongye interjected, accurately anticipating the young man's intentions, having already been on guard against such entrapments. I have nothing to teach you. Not only I, but the other instructors are also currently preoccupied and cannot assist you in honing your martial skills. The instructors are far too modest. I have much I wish to inquire about. Lu Chong lamented, his expression filled with regret. Chong Dongye's lips twitched slightly. What Lu Chong referred to as inquiries were, in truth, demands for military accolades. Enough of your banter. While we may lack the time to instruct you, I have arranged for a more suitable form of specialized training. Chong Dongye stated, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. I have found a soldier from the Special Operations class to engage in practical combat drills with you. These soldiers are seasoned veterans, all 9th-tier martial artists. They may not be able to teach you techniques, but you can learn invaluable combat skills and experience from them. If you can surpass them, you will prove yourself a true warrior, not merely a student of theoretical knowledge. Do you understand? Chong Dongye asked solemnly. Lu Chong comprehended the instructor's intent. A flicker of determination ignited within him. This was precisely what he needed at this juncture. From these battle-hardened warriors, he would undoubtedly glean practical knowledge of immense value. Understood. Thank you, Chief Instructor, Lu Chong replied, his voice tinged with gratitude. Very well. Follow Sergeant Lee to the soldier training camp. Chong Dongye instructed, satisfied. Beside him stood a brawny soldier, Sergeant Lee, a true martial artist. However, Lu Chong did not rush to depart. Instead, he posed a question. Chief Instructor, if I manage to defeat all the soldiers in the Special Operations class, will there be any rewards? Rest assured, I do not seek much. Just a few thousand military accolades or a superior martial technique will suffice. I am not picky. Lu Chong seized this opportunity to negotiate rewards. Chong Dongye felt a surge of irritation. Did this mean he had to prepare lavish rewards for training the lad? Rather than outright refuse, he turned to Sergeant Lee. It appears this Lu Chong has quite the confidence. What do you think? Sergeant Lee immediately stood at attention and proclaimed in a thunderous voice, Report, Squad Leader, we do not agree. We will certainly take good care of this student. After all, he has made bold claims. What if you lose? Chong Dongye pressed further. Of course, Sergeant Lee replied, ready to affirm his commitment. Chong Dongye quickly added, I meant that the entire squad would engage him together. Sergeant Lee seemed taken aback. Did the squad leader underestimate their Special Operations class? It should be noted that each of the 10 soldiers in their class, aside from himself, was a 9th-tier martial artist with extensive combat experience. To gang up on a single student seemed unfair. Answer me, Chong Dongye demanded, not allowing Sergeant Lee the opportunity for rebuttal. He understood that with Lu Chong's aptitude, once he discerned the soldiers' combat styles, defeating one or two would be relatively easy. Therefore, it was crucial not to set his sights too low. Sergeant Lee promptly stood at attention again, declaring, Report, Squad Leader, we will not lose. If we do, we are willing to pool resources to meet this student's demands. Chong Dongye nodded in approval before turning back to Lu Chong. So do you dare? Lu Chong's face broke into a broad smile, and he expressed his gratitude to Chong Dongye. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Oomph. Chong Dongye scoffed. You are quite confident, but what if you fail? I am saying, within 10 days, you must break through Special Operations class. Lu Chong paused, surprised that the Chief Instructor was not adhering to conventional expectations, seemingly attempting to take advantage of the student. All right, Chong Dongye continued, not wishing to place undue pressure on Lu Chong. If you do not succeed, you will assist the soldiers in honing their martial skills during the subsequent training sessions. This will not be a loss for you. Chong Dongye smiled amiably. Lu Chong reflected. This was akin to serving as a martial arts instructor for the soldiers, certainly not a negative outcome. I will heed the Chief Instructor's wishes, he affirmed earnestly. Very well. Off you go. Chong Dongye gestured dismissively, wishing to avoid further conversation with the young man. Once Lu Chong followed Sergeant Lee away, Chong Dongye chuckled inwardly. Amused by the audacity of the boy, thinking he could gain an advantage over him. Regardless of the outcome, Chong felt he had little to lose. "Sergeant Lee, I do not yet know your full name," Lu Chong inquired as they made their way to the Special Operations class. "Li Yibing," Sergeant Lee replied tersely, his tone somewhat cold. It was clear that the sergeant harbored some disdain for Lu Chong's arrogance. Lu Chong refrained from further irritating himself and silently followed Li Yibing to a camp far removed from the student training area. Before they reached their destination, Lu Chong could already hear the thunderous shouts of the soldiers, filled with an adrenaline-fueled intensity, punctuated by intermittent cheers. This atmosphere was certainly beyond what the students could muster. Merely listening to the sounds stirred a fervor within Lu Chong. Upon arriving at the soldiers' training ground, Lu Chong was astonished to see over 100 soldiers engaged in fierce combat. Though weapons were absent, each soldier fought bare-chested, showcasing their muscular builds and numerous scars. Most were young, with some even not much older than Lu Chong himself. After all, many high school graduates chose to enlist directly into the military rather than attend a martial arts university, dedicating themselves to serving their country. Lu Chong also noticed that the intensity of these soldiers' confrontations far surpassed the practice battles they had during school. Many of the soldiers sustained severe injuries, with blood flowing freely. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. This was no mere training. It resembled a brutal clash between former comrades turned adversaries. Lu Chong understood the rationale behind such intensity. Enduring blood and sweat in practice would mitigate casualties in actual combat. Regardless of Lu Chong's confidence, he held the utmost respect for these soldiers who defended their homeland, recognizing them as the most admirable and noble individuals in the world. "Hold!" Li Yibing's commanding voice rang out across the training ground. Instantly, the soldiers ceased their actions, standing at attention in unison, their gazes fixed on Li Yibing. This student, Lu Chong, is preparing to sit for the college entrance examination soon. The squad leader has allowed him to practice with our soldiers. This student has boldly claimed he can break through our special operations class within 10 days. Behold, it is a feat of 1 against 10, proclaimed Li Yibing, his voice resonating with fervor. "Warriors, do you affirm this challenge?" "Not at all." A chorus of over 100 soldiers resounded, their voices echoing with the might of 1,000 troops. Lu Chong displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. This squad leader, Li, was certainly stirring the pot. Chapter 47. This little firebrand is a tough nut to crack. Over 100 pairs of fierce, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Lu Chong, causing a flicker of trepidation to rise within him. These soldiers were not mere students. Each had blood on their hands, having slain both beasts and men. Their gazes infused with an intimidating intensity. Though the aura of malevolence is intangible, it is palpably felt, and Lu Chong sensed it keenly. "Squad leader, since this student is so confident, allow me, old Neo, to experience his prowess firsthand and determine if his words are mere empty boasts." A robust soldier, more formidable in stature than even Li Yibing, stepped forward. "Let's engage. Let's engage." "Obri!" The surrounding soldiers erupted with excitement, some even leading a round of applause. Li Yibing nodded in satisfaction, bellowing, "Excellent. If you bring shame upon our special operations team, old Neo, you shall take it upon yourself to run 20 kilometers with a heavy load." Old Neo took his stance, while the others swiftly cleared a space for the duel, ensuring not to intimidate our young student. The soldiers moved with remarkable efficiency, creating a vast arena in which Lu Chong and the soldier known as Neo Ben were encircled. Lu Chong humbly clasped his fists, introducing himself. "I am Lu Chong, a student of Class 5, senior year at High School Number 1. Neo Ben thundered with a voice akin to rolling thunder, striking his chest with resounding force. "There are confidentiality protocols. All you need to know is that I am Neo Ben. Youngster, unleash your strength. Should you injure me, I shall treat you to a drink. Though only during our time off, of course." Laughter erupted from the surrounding soldiers, revealing their good-natured intentions towards Lu Chong. Within the military camp, combat was the least feared and the utmost respect was reserved for those who emerged victorious from such contests. Lu Chong ceased his words, adopting a fighting stance as he focused intently on the seemingly relaxed Neo Ben. He remained vigilant, for he could not discern the martial technique that Neo Ben would employ, yet he sensed an inner tension beneath the surface calm. This was the essence of true combat. No one would divulge their next move, nor would they rely solely on a single technique throughout. Authentic battles often consisted of a fusion of skills, fluidly transitioning between various techniques to deliver the most appropriate strikes at critical moments. As Niu Ben refrained from initiating the attack, Lu Chong opted for a preemptive strike, advancing with a series of swift steps that conjured multiple afterimages as he surged toward his opponent. He executed the perfected 9 shadow steps. Uncertain of Niu Ben's forthcoming maneuvers, Lu Chong chose to mask his own intentions with the elusive 9 shadow steps, making it difficult for Niu Ben to anticipate his actions. Only when he was within 3 feet did Lu Chong unleash his lethal blow, a straight punch propelled by a fierce wind, aimed squarely at the soldier's face. It was the direct and forceful iron wire fist in its perfected form, harmonizing with the equally perfected 9 shadow steps for an even greater impact. Well done! Niu Ben's eyes widened like bronze bells, and, as he shouted, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He struck with palms that resembled 2 large fans. One hand swept horizontally, employing a gentle force that effortlessly ensnared Lu Chong's forearm, while the other hand thrust forward, targeting Lu Chong's exposed chest. Lu Chong struggled to identify the specific martial techniques at play, only managing to surmise that the 2 strikes stemmed from different schools of thought, one rigid, the other supple. Yet they harmonized seamlessly. Niu Ben's techniques, however, were clearly not fully mastered. They lacked the finesse of flawless execution. Faced with this unpredictable combination, Lu Chong remained undaunted, boldly absorbing the impact of Niu Ben's thrust. However, with one arm already bent, he seized the moment as Niu Ben's palms made contact, driving his elbow forcefully into Niu Ben's side. Close the gap. Lu Chong excelled in close-quarters combat, a tactic known as countering the strike. And with the invulnerable golden cicada garb as his foundation, he feared not the clash. Bang! The collision sent shockwaves through both fighters. Yet, Lu Chong's formidable physique remained steadfast. While Niu Ben was propelled backward, his hand stinging from the impact, stumbling back 3 meters. Seizing the moment of Niu Ben's disarray, Lu Chong pressed the attack, the 9 shadow steps shadowing him as he transitioned back to the iron wire fist, striking down upon the off-balance soldier. Yet, to Lu Chong's surprise, even in pain and instability, Niu Ben managed to adjust swiftly, executing a vicious and crafty low-sweeping kick aimed at Lu Chong's lower body. This was a tactic to thwart the enemy's advance. Should Lu Chong continue his assault, he risked being toppled by the sweeping kick, a perilous trade-off. Fortunately, Lu Chong's reaction was equally swift, particularly after cultivating the Tiger Roar technique, enhancing his reflexes. He retracted his fist and leaped, executing a seamless counterkick. The techniques of 9 shadow steps and iron wire fist morphed into a heart-piercing kick, soaring through the air like a descending icicle toward Niu Ben's chest. Although Niu Ben instinctively reacted, raising his arms in defense, he was ill-equipped to withstand Lu Chong's perfected strike. Boom! Niu Ben, who had not even managed to rise, was forcefully driven into the stone floor by Lu Chong's kick, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air. Yet, this soldier did not relent. With a fierce roar, he slammed his hands against the ground, using the momentum to rebound and lunge toward the airborne Lu Chong. Even in the face of grave injury, the soldier's spirit remained unyielded. Lu Chong sighed inwardly, not viewing Niu Ben's persistence as unreasonable, but rather feeling a sense of respect. He deftly sidestepped the soldier's grappling attempt, positioning himself beside the slowing warrior. With a powerful palm strike, he delivered a decisive blow to the back of Niu Ben's neck, rendering him unconscious. Lu Chong understood that had he not acted, this soldier would have fought to the bitter end. This was not an instance of a soldier playing tricks. It was simply the nature of their rigorous training. Inflicting injury was inconsequential. A visit to the military physician would ensure a swift recovery. Yet, in facing such a formidable opponent, Lu Chong did not wish to truly harm him. The surrounding soldiers fell into a hushed silence upon witnessing this turn of events. Before Lu Chong could process the moment, applause erupted around him. Good. This student is no pushover. Old Niu did well. He did not falter. Li Yibing regarded the composed Lu Chong with surprise, finally realizing what sort of extraordinary individual the squad leader had introduced to him. He was a true martial artist, with discernment surpassing that of most soldiers present. In the brief exchanges that transpired, Li Yibing recognized that Lu Chong had employed the open monument palm, 9 shadow steps, close the gap, and heart-piercing kick, 4 distinct techniques. Moreover, the most alarming aspect was that all four of Lu Chong's techniques were perfected. Damn it, I've been duped by the squad leader. This little firebrand is indeed formidable. Chapter 48. If I did not seize the moment, I shall break through. Take him to the military physician, and once he regains consciousness, do not forget the 20-kilometer weighted run Li Yibing commanded, prompting nearby medics to swiftly approach and carry Niu Ben away on a stretcher. Subsequently, Li Yibing turned his gaze towards Lu Chong and nodded, acknowledging, indeed. I admit I underestimated you. He then inquired, how about a brief respite before we continue? Lu Chong nodded, retrieving a nutrition bar to take a bite, promptly responding, let us proceed. I am quite fine. Li Yibing glanced at Lu Chong once more, sensing an air of impatience about the young man. Meanwhile, Lu Chong contemplated. It is not impatience that drives me, but rather the urgency to seize the moment before my imminent breakthrough into the realm of martial artists. Not to mention 10 days. As per Lu Chong's calculations, he anticipated that within 4 to 5 days, he would be poised to ascend to that level. Therefore, prior to that, he must fulfill the commitment of defeating the Special Operations class, which would grant him the coveted martial arts reward. Class leader, I shall step in. A lean-looking soldier rose from the ranks, volunteering eagerly. Well done, old Zhu. The surrounding soldiers cheered in approval. Li Yibing cautioned, Zhu Chongfeng, do not underestimate your opponent. Should you lose, you will be training alongside the cattle. A true expert reveals their prowess immediately. Having witnessed the previous bout, Li Yibing no longer underestimated Lu Chong. Zhu Chongfeng, with a serious demeanor, leaped into the arena and clasped his fists towards Lu Chong, declaring, Zhu Chongfeng, I seek your guidance. Lu Chong, at your service. Lu Chong reciprocated with a fist salute. Before Lu Chong could utter more, Zhu Chongfeng charged forward, employing a martial technique familiar to Lu Chong, the middle-grade 7 steps killing fist, which was evidently mastered to a significant degree. Rather than waiting idly, Lu Chong propelled himself forward, executing the 7 steps killing fist he had only recently begun to train in. Bang! Their fists collided, and they parted almost instantaneously. Following this, both engaged in a series of steps and punches, their intensity surpassing that of the initial strike. The second punch met with an equally forceful confrontation, neither yielding an advantage. However, by the time they reached the third and fourth punches, Lu Chong's movements had become swifter and more fluid than Zhu Chongfeng's. As the fourth punch landed, Zhu Chongfeng's rhythm was thoroughly disrupted, leaving him unable to continue. The essence of the 7 steps killing fist lies in its continuity and cumulative power. Once interrupted, its effectiveness diminishes significantly, perhaps even falling short of inferior martial techniques. In contrast, Lu Chong's fifth punch arrived as anticipated, its force magnified threefold compared to the first. With this blow, few at the martial apprentice level could withstand its impact. In a dire moment, the soldier altered his approach, transitioning from offense to defense, retreating while alternately absorbing the force with his hands, momentarily contacting Lu Chong's fists to dissipate their power. The onlookers erupted in applause. Recognizing this as a purely defensive technique that Lu Chong had not practiced, yet he discerned it had reached a middle-grade level. Without halting his 7 steps killing fist, Lu Chong unleashed an even heavier and swifter 6th punch, enhanced by the Gale step for added speed. As the velocity of the Gale step combined with the might of his 6th punch, the soldier's expression changed drastically. He found himself cornered, unable to evade or sufficiently mitigate the force with his technique. Bang! Lu Chong's 6th punch struck Zhu Chongfeng squarely in the chest, propelling him 5 or 6 meters away and forcing him to expel a mist of blood. Though the soldier attempted to rise and retaliate, Lu Chong swiftly followed, delivering a palm strike akin to a blade, halting just an inch from his throat. I concede, he declared, refraining from rendering the soldier unconscious. Recognizing that the current situation required no further severity, Zhu Chongfeng was about to protest when Li Yibing interjected, "That is enough. Had this been the battlefield, you would already be counted among the fallen." Next, Lu Chong stood ready, undeterred, casting his gaze towards the remaining soldiers. "I shall take my turn. I shall, without fear." The soldiers eagerly anticipated their chance to face Lu Chong. Yet, Li Yibing had already discerned that Lu Chong had further mastered the intricacies of the 7 steps killing fist and Gale step, realizing this student was indeed formidable. Most critically, He recognized Lu Chong's combat experience was rapidly evolving, allowing him to adeptly adapt and employ combined techniques. With exceptional perception, outstanding combat awareness, rapid improvement, and decisive action, Li Yibing mused, "How fortunate it would be if you were one of my soldiers." He realized that within his special operations class, it would be challenging for anyone to independently overcome this senior student. No wonder this young man dared to challenge an entire special operations class. He truly possessed the potential to do so. The remaining 8 soldiers of the special operations class subsequently took turns facing Lu Chong, each with distinct combat styles, some aggressive and bold, others embodying a blend of strength and finesse, some adept in speed, while others specialized in defense. Yet, all were undeniably fearless. However, Lu Chong's foundational skills and martial techniques proved overwhelmingly superior, as he continuously adapted to the soldiers' combat rhythms. Ultimately, none of the soldiers could withstand more than 10 exchanges against Lu Chong. In fact, as the matches progressed, Lu Chong's victories became increasingly effortless. The soldiers failed to uncover the extent of Lu Chong's capabilities, while he, with his robust foundation, perceived them with clarity. In less than 2 hours, half of the 10 martial apprentice 9th-level soldiers were sent to the medical facility due to their encounters with Lu Chong. The soldiers from other classes, rather than casting hostile glares at Lu Chong, instead offered their praises and cheers. Li Yibing's expression softened compared to the beginning. As long as he was not confronted with empty boasts, he was willing to extend the respect that was due. "Lu Chong, let us resume tomorrow when they have recovered. For now, you may practice with the soldiers from other classes and provide them some guidance on their techniques." Li Yibing approached Lu Chong earnestly. Although there was an agreement between them, Li Yibing did not wish to waste time waiting so long. He recognized the squad leader had not sent him a troublemaker, but rather a gem capable of efficiently training soldiers. "Certainly, I shall spare no effort," Lu Chong replied, harboring a favorable impression of the soldiers and willing to lend his humble assistance to these admirable warriors, even without the prior agreement. Naturally, he would not forsake the high-grade martial technique he sought. That day, the medical facility bustled more than usual. The students participating in the special training lay on their beds, observing one bruised soldier after another being brought in, not faring much better than themselves. "Brother soldier, what happened? Are they fighting outside the fortress?" One student inquired curiously to a fellow injured soldier. The young soldier chuckled, giving a thumbs up. "You all have a classmate named Lu. He is truly remarkable, having bested all of us veterans." The students were taken aback, suddenly realizing what the missing Lu Chong had been up to during the intensive training. Chapter 49. This is the breakthrough to becoming a martial artist. On April 14th, after returning from the wilderness, Lu Chong arrived once more at the training grounds of the Special Operations class. Following his impressive display the previous day, no soldier dared to underestimate him. Rather, they regarded him with newfound respect and camaraderie, grateful for his unreserved guidance in martial techniques. Nevertheless, Li Yibing adhered to their prior agreement, dispatching soldiers from the Special Operations class to engage Lu Chong in combat. This time, however, it would not be a one-on-one match, but rather 2 soldiers teaming up against him. For the soldiers, their greatest strength had always resided not in solitary combat, but in their seamless cooperation. Transitioning from one fighter to 2 working in tandem was far more complex than a mere sum of their parts. This was a realization that resonated deeply with Lu Chong as an opponent. The soldiers shared an unwavering trust, fully confident in entrusting their backs to one another. With a mere glance or gesture, they intuitively understood each other's next moves. Lu Chong felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, compelling him to concentrate fully. Relying on his solid foundation, he skillfully maneuvered, ultimately discovering an opportunity for victory. "You 2 go first, and then 3 more will join," ordered Li Yibing. He was even more astonished than Lu Chong, for the young man seemed to be improving moment by moment. Just a day had passed, and his mastery of the intermediate martial technique was approaching perfection. Moreover, Lu Chong quickly adapted to the rhythm of the warriors' cooperative combat, achieving a resounding triumph. With 3 warriors attacking simultaneously, Lu Chong faced even greater pressure, necessitating the revelation of another intermediate technique, the 3-inch palm, which he used to defeat one warrior in close quarters before ultimately breaking through. The 7-step killing fist combined with the swift wind step now brought forth yet another manifestation of the 3-inch palm at the subtle level. How many times had the officers been duped by this young man? Li Yibing's forehead was lined with concern, as he could easily deduce the origins of this 3-inch palm. After returning home yesterday, he had inquired with instructors like Chong Dongye about Lu Chong's background, particularly the origins of the 2 military techniques, Swift Wind Step and 7-Step Killing Fist, only to discover that 2 instructors had fallen victim to Lu Chong's cleverness. However, they had not informed Li Yibing that Lu Chong possessed another intermediate 3-inch palm at the subtle level. In retrospect, it seemed they had not concealed this intentionally, but rather were reluctant to admit it out of embarrassment, leading to their vague explanations. Nonetheless, Li Yibing dared not confront the squad leaders. The crux of the matter was that in just a few days, the young man before him had managed to refine 3 intermediate martial techniques to the subtle level. Was he even human? Li Yibing once again recognized the disparity between individuals. He now found himself anticipating how far this batch of dark horses from Guanyin City could go in this year's National College entrance examination, and how many would be astonished. Yet, his cultivation still fell short. The top contenders from previous years were all martial practitioners. Perhaps their martial techniques did not match Lu Chong's solidity, but their cultivation could easily suppress him. Across the nation, the gifted were far too numerous. Could he truly break through the encirclement? Returning to the present, Li Yibing dispatched the remaining 5 warriors without further contemplation. This time, Lu Chong could no longer conceal his perfected wind-splitting leg. Relying on his array of intermediate martial techniques, he managed to break through the siege once again, astonishing the gathered warriors. All right, we'll conclude for today. Lu Chong, tomorrow I'll have them all engage you in battle. I want to go easy on you, Li Yibing declared, casting a stern gaze at the still-spirited Lu Chong. He now believed that even if he applied more pressure to this lad, it would not crush him. Rather, it might propel him further before the entrance examination. Thank you. Squad leader Lu Chong expressed his gratitude, sensing the goodwill behind the words. On April 15th, the Special Operations Squad's warriors arrived at the training ground, bursting with vitality. Today, Lu Chong would take on their entire squad single-handedly, and the number of observing warriors had doubled, creating a lively atmosphere. Challenging an entire Special Operations Squad as a 9th-level martial apprentice was indeed a rarity within the military. Such a feat had not been witnessed in the Guanyin City barracks for quite some time. However, Lu Chong appeared markedly more relaxed than the previous day. This was not due to blind confidence, but rather because this morning he had achieved perfection in the 3 intermediate martial techniques he had learned here. Name: Lu Chong. Level: Martial Apprentice 9th Stage, 99. Martial Techniques: Perfected 9 Shadows Step. Subtle Golden Cicada Technique, 95. Great Tiger Roar Technique, 85. Perfected 7-Step Killing Fist. Perfected Swift Wind Step. Perfected 3-inch palm. Not only were 3 military techniques perfected, but his Golden Cicada technique was also nearing completion. Lu Chong mused. What excited him most was his cultivation. After such a prolonged period of accumulation, he was finally on the verge of breaking through to the true martial practitioner realm. Perhaps due to the enhancement from the Great Tiger Roar technique, his cultivation speed surpassed his expectations, and he was just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. The distinction between martial practitioners and martial apprentices, though merely a single character apart, represented an insurmountable chasm, with a clear demarcation between the two. This disparity was evident in the statuses of martial practitioners. Within high school campuses, martial practitioners were qualified to serve as teachers. In society, they could command high remuneration at martial arts schools or venture into the wilderness as bounty hunters. Within the military, martial practitioners were capable of serving as squad leaders, independently completing missions. Such privileges epitomized the transformation from youth to adulthood, signifying the possession of the capability and strength to stand alone. Hence, Lu Chong was particularly eager. Additionally, the unique abilities that distinguished martial practitioners from martial apprentices, as well as the earth-level martial techniques that could only be cultivated after becoming a martial practitioner, remained beyond the reach of martial apprentices. This step had ensnared countless martial apprentices. There exists a stark statistical reality in Huaxia. Among 30 martial apprentices, only one may emerge as a true martial practitioner, let alone a young one. It was not that they lacked the desire to break through, but rather that their talents and resources were limited. Not everyone could traverse that threshold. Lu Chong stepped forward. Li Yibing's commanding voice snapped Lu Chong back to reality. Yes. Lu Chong responded, stepping forward to face 10 fierce warriors from the Special Operations Squad. "What's wrong, kid? Feeling timid?" Warrior Neo Ben teased, noticing Lu Chong's momentary distraction. This battle was indeed the center of attention. Even Principal Fong and the 7 instructors had come to observe nearby. To maintain Lu Chong's confidentiality, they had not allowed other students to approach, instructing them to practice among themselves. Should Lu Chong retreat now, it would be quite anticlimactic. Just as Lu Chong was about to retort, he suddenly felt an inner surge of warmth and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, turning to Li Yibing. "I'm sorry, squad leader Li, but I fear this match cannot proceed." "Why not?" Li Yibing frowned slightly, not believing Lu Chong would shy away from battle at this moment. Lu Chong, feeling the warmth swelling within him, innocently replied, "Because I'm about to break through." "A breakthrough to martial practitioner?" Principal Fong leaped forth, astonished and elated. "Is it really happening?" Li Yibing stood frozen, taken aback by the gravity of Lu Chong's breakthrough, questioning whether the young man took such a significant transition too lightly. Auto-Cultivation Technique. Li Yibing had been contemplating how Lu Chong's cultivation seemed to lag behind, never anticipating that in an instant he would achieve a breakthrough. An 18-year-old martial practitioner, this was indeed a prodigious feat, at the very least qualifying him to compete for the provincial top spot. Principal Fong landed before Lu Chong. Addressing the eager instructors nearby, "Instructor Chong, please secure this area. We cannot allow any disturbances. Also, let us keep this breakthrough confidential for now." Instructor Chong nodded gravely, promptly issuing commands to escort the surrounding soldiers away, ensuring Lu Chong had a tranquil space. The breakthrough to martial practitioner was a monumental event, demanding absolute focus without interference. He had not expected Lu Chong to achieve it so casually. Regarding the confidentiality, this was hardly a challenge for the obedient soldiers. Once all soldiers within 100 meters of Lu Chong had retreated, Principal Fong turned to the young man, who stood blissfully in place, and exhaled in exasperation. "Kid, could you be a bit more serious? This is a breakthrough to martial practitioner, not a casual meal. At least give me a heads up next time. If anything goes awry, how will I explain it to Old Wei?" As he spoke, Principal Fong retrieved a high-grade nutritional bar from his pocket, preparing to sit cross-legged and circulate the breathing technique. Lu Chong gratefully accepted the nutritional bar, an item he seldom had the luxury of enjoying. Sitting cross-legged, he pondered the perceived dangers of his situation. Was it truly as perilous as suggested? Hadn't he already achieved a breakthrough from level 99 to 100 with relative ease? To him, it seemed there was no significant bottleneck, nor a notable reaction. But there was indeed a hint just moments ago. The Qi gathering technique, with its principle of accumulating grains to build a tower, was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. That was all. Naturally, Lu Chong could not disclose such thoughts to Principal Fong. He merely complied, settling into a meditative posture while taking a bite of the exceptionally pure energy nutritional bar, and began to actively cultivate the Qi gathering technique. At this moment, Lu Chong felt a subtle difference. Previously, while practicing the Qi gathering technique, he could only extract energy from ingested food, particularly from nutritional sources, to fortify his body. However, now he had stumbled upon a new realization. He seemed to sense the ambient Qi outside his body. Furthermore, he could utilize the Qi gathering technique to draw this Qi into himself, merging it with the energy from the nutritional sources throughout his flesh. Principal Fong's voice echoed again in his mind, urging him to continue his cultivation with steady resolve. "You should have felt it by now. You are capable of absorbing the wandering Qi of the world around you." This discovery, born from the aftermath of calamity, reveals that this Qi is known as Yuan energy, the source of all power, invisible and intangible, yet undeniably real. Yuan energy exists within nutritional substances, and it also permeates the heavens and earth, even the vast expanse of outer space. It is through the widespread practice of the Qi gathering technique that we can sense this ethereal Yuan energy, thereby enhancing our bodies and reviving the splendor of ancient martial artists. In an era where technological means are restricted, only by revitalizing ancient warriors can humanity confront the mutated beasts and establish our own bastions of survival. Returning to the matter of cultivation, Principal Fong continued. Before one becomes a martial artist, it is impossible to sense the external Yuan energy. Thus, during the martial apprentice phase, we can only absorb Yuan energy through nutritional substances to strengthen our bodies. Once our physique reaches a critical threshold, we can resonate with the external yuan energy and draw it within. This is what defines a martial artist. However, it is worth noting that in most places, the scattered yuan energy is exceedingly rare. Therefore, to accelerate the accumulation of yuan energy, the assistance of nutritional substances is indispensable. As for the evolution of yuan energy within us, once it accumulates to a sufficient level, specifically at the moment of your breakthrough as a martial artist, it transcends mere integration into muscles, bones, and internal organs. At this juncture, the intangible yuan energy will give rise to tangible vital essence within the martial artist's body, further enhancing physical prowess while also allowing for the release of external energy in the form of qi. Though this qi dissipates once expelled, diminishing in potency with distance and time, it remains a viable means of long-range attack. This method of projecting vital essence to harm foes is a defining characteristic of Earth-tier martial techniques. Earth-tier techniques can engage in close combat as well as range assaults, inherently more powerful than human-tier techniques, albeit with greater consumption of vital essence and stamina. Thus, do not abandon your human-tier techniques. They can conserve energy when facing ordinary opponents. Additionally, the difficulty of mastering Earth-tier techniques far exceeds that of human-tier techniques. The vast majority of martial artists spend their lives mastering only one or two Earth-tier techniques. These techniques are also exceedingly rare and costly, with few capable of creating their own, most being derived from ancient martial relics or theoretical advancements. As for the even higher-tier celestial techniques, there are scarcely more than 20 extant in all of Huaxia, and over half of those are incomplete. Breaking through to become a martial artist is crucial. It marks the first transformation of yuan energy, giving rise to vital essence. Therefore, my young friend, absorb as much as you can. This will lay the foundation for your future. Rest assured, there will be ample nutritional supplies. Chong committed these words to memory, having encountered such teachings in his theoretical classes. What resonated most with him was Principal Fong's final remark: ample nutritional supplies. How splendid! At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. The Qi gathering technique had undergone an evolution. Its efficiency and potential doubled. The Qi gathering technique is insatiable and lacking in energy. Please replenish as soon as possible. Chong realized that this was likely what Principal Fong referred to as the foundation and essence, his own opportunity. What truly delighted him was that his Qi gathering technique had evolved, distinguishing itself from the ordinary practices of others. Not to mention, he felt his absorption of yuan energy accelerating, as if his body had transformed into a high-capacity converter, continuously generating new vital essence that coursed through his limbs. Chong could distinctly sense his bodily functions being enhanced. Hungry? Eat. After all, Principal Fong had his back. Without hesitation, Chong stuffed the majority of a nutritional bar into his mouth. Each high-grade nutritional bar was valued at 100,000, yet Chong felt no remorse. However, within a minute, he sensed his body once again depleted, the yuan energy from the bar entirely consumed. Principal Fong continued to impart his wisdom, only to suddenly notice Chong opening his eyes and gazing at him. Principal Fong, imungi. Principal Fong paused, quickly retrieving another high-grade nutritional bar from his robes and handing it over. Eat slowly and be careful not to choke, he advised. He felt no regret. Rather, he was satisfied, recognizing that this young man was indeed absorbing at a much faster rate than the average person, demonstrating a greater demand. This was a positive sign, indicating a more robust foundation. Principal Fong mused that typically 2 high-grade nutritional bars would suffice for a person breaking through to become a martial artist. This lad could likely manage 3 at most, a resource he could certainly provide. Yet, just as he contemplated this, he saw Chong's eyes widen again, filled with a desperate longing. So soon? Principal Fong was taken aback. Logically, the absorption rate should have slowed by the time the second bar was consumed. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he handed over the 3rd nutritional bar. Indeed, Chong's speed of absorption had slowed somewhat. After another 2 minutes, he extended his hand once more toward Principal Fong. More? Principal Fong was slightly astonished, but still complied. This was the 4th bar. This time, he closely observed Chong, watching as he consumed the entire bar without attempting to conceal it. Patting his own pocket, Principal Fong realized he only had 1 bar left. That should suffice. For bars already. He began to feel a twinge of concern, as that amounted to 400,000. However, before he could blink, Lu Chong opened his eyes again, extending his hand. Taking the last nutritional bar from Principal Fong, Lu Chong managed to smile and express his gratitude. Thank you, Principal Fong. Damn. Principal Fong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Would he need to seek reimbursement from Old Wei? Despite his concerns, Principal Fong was reluctant to delay and quickly sought assistance from outside, urging Instructor Chong and others to gather more nutritional bars. Eat, eat. I refuse to believe I can't satiate you. Chapter 51. Breaking a record unintentionally. 6, 7, 8. Until the 10th high-grade nutritional bar was consumed, Lu Chong finally felt a sense of satisfaction as his internal vital essence reached a temporary state of saturation. Upon reviewing his cultivation level, Lu Chong was once again filled with astonishment. Level: Martial Artist Stage 180. The rhythm suggests he is on the verge of breaking through to Stage 2. Most importantly, he feels an abundance of power coursing through his body, a relentless flow of vital energy that creates an overwhelming sensation of fullness. However, Lu Chong has yet to encounter Earth-level martial skills, leaving him unaware of how to externalize this vital energy into the so-called Gongqi. Disregarding his current state, Lu Chong opened his eyes, only to see several pairs of crimson eyes staring back at him. Mr. Fong, instructor, do I have something on my face? Lu Chong queried, puzzlingly touching his cheek. Principal Fong sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Never mind, it's just 10 high-grade nutrition bars. I want to hold it against you this time. 10 nutrition bars equate to 1 million in value. Beside him, Chung Dongya lamented, Principal, that's rather unfair. The rest of us instructors contributed 5 bars each, all earned through our own military merit. Principal Fong cleared his throat and turned back, nonchalantly stating, What's yours and mine? As special training instructors, you have little to teach. Shouldn't you at least provide some nutrition bars for the students? Hey, it seems we instructors cannot escape this young man's schemes. The instructors exchanged glances, realizing that this military merit was irretrievable. Nevertheless, to be honest, they were not overly concerned. Witnessing such a student emerge from the special training camp filled them with contentment. Chung Dongya interjected, but the high-grade martial skills we discussed earlier are now off the table. Lu Chong quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, instructor. I am satisfied. If he were to overreach, he genuinely feared that these instructors might turn against him. All right, let us not dwell on that. Principal Fong regarded Lu Chong with renewed seriousness. What piques my curiosity now is your foundational data post-breakthrough. Lu Chong was equally eager to discover how his strength compared to that of an average novice martial artist. After all, his energy absorption technique had undergone evolution, and the nutrition bars consumed for his breakthrough far exceeded the norm. There's a testing point here. Follow me. Chung Dongya promptly declared. The other instructors trailed closely behind, clearly eager to witness Lu Chong's current state. Entering the testing area alone, Lu Chong found Principal Fong and the 7 instructors awaiting outside, all eyes glued to the screen at the entrance. For a typical novice martial artist, the standard metrics are a strength of 1,000 kilograms, a speed of 25 meters per second, and a neural response of 100 turns. It remained uncertain what level Lu Chong would achieve. Chung Dongya glanced at Principal Fong and ventured a remark. Principal Fong shook his head. It's hard to say. This young man possesses too many peculiarities, making predictions challenging. Another instructor, Lu Zifeng, added, the military records show 3,500 kilograms, 30 meters per second, and 120 turns. Overall, he is nearly on par with a stage 3 martial artist. Do you think Lu Chong has a chance of breaking the military record? Chung Dongya mused, slightly shaking his head. It's unlikely. How many talents has the military absorbed over the years? Yet none have shattered this record. Principal Fong concurred. Indeed, to my knowledge, no candidates have surpassed this record since the Martial Arts College entrance examination began. Just then, the screen flickered, revealing Lu Chong's strength data. Base strength, 4,500 kilograms. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such strength was indeed extraordinary, comparable to that of an average stage 4 martial artist. Principal Fong, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, strength alone does not guarantee speed. However, before he could finish, the screen illuminated with the speed data. Base speed, 32 meters per second. The 7 instructors remained fixated on the screen, ignoring Principal Fong's expression. This was shaping up to be a record-breaking performance, and they were mere witnesses to it. The final metric, neural response speed, was delayed but eventually appeared. Neural response, 150 turns. Aside from Principal Fong, the other instructors collectively inhaled sharply. This neural response was notably more impressive than the strength and speed metrics. This was no longer the profile of a newly advanced martial artist. He was approaching the caliber of an 8 or 9-stage martial artist. Principal Fong, however, was not surprised, having personally taught Lu Chong the Tiger Roar technique, which inherently enhanced neural response. He regarded the 7 instructors gravely. This matter must remain confidential. Aside from Colonel Huang and Principal Wei, it cannot be divulged. Understood, Principal Fong. Rest assured, the instructors promptly affirmed. You all know better than I do. In recent years, as humanity's survival base is stabilized, certain foreign forces have begun to stir restlessly, even devising so-called eradication plans targeting our promising talents. Hence, the foundational data of candidates is sealed by the state and not made public. Given the potential this young man has displayed, should any foreign spies become aware, they might recklessly resort to assassination. Principal Fong spoke earnestly, and the instructors' faces reflected indignation. In the face of an impending invasion from unknown civilizations, humanity has fought hard to preserve their survival bases, yet foreign forces continue to reveal their predatory ambitions. An embarrassment to contend with. As they conversed, Lu Chong emerged from the testing area, prompting them to abruptly fall silent. Principal Fong greeted him with a broad smile. Excellent. Very impressive. Lu Chong, you need not participate in special training today. Return to rest. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to engage in martial practice. Yes, teacher. Lu Chong, trusting in the principal's words, departed. However, he soon heard Principal Fong's voice echo in his mind. Come find me tonight. Once Lu Chong had left, Chong Dongye turned to Principal Fong. Principal, if we report Lu Chong's situation, he could be directly recommended for admission to the Zhenwu Military Academy without needing to take the entrance examination. Chong Dongye emphasized this point. Principal Fong pondered for a moment, neither opposing nor supporting the idea, simply stating, you may discuss this matter with him. As for whether he wishes to accept the recommendation to the military academy, I cannot say. However, given what I know of Lu Chong, I suspect the likelihood is low. At this moment, Lu Chong had returned to his tent, examining his martial skills. Just moments ago, his martial techniques had begun to undergo inexplicable changes. Chapter 52. My martial skills can also evolve. The golden cicada garment sensed its master's surge in strength and felt inadequate, achieving perfection. The tiger roar technique, unwilling to lag behind, also reached its pinnacle. Thus, aside from the tiger roar technique, all of Lu Chong's practiced martial skills attained complete mastery. Yet, now that he had truly become a martial artist, these human-tier techniques seemed less appealing. What Lu Chong craved were the more precious and powerful earth-tier martial skills. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. The stone opening hand, unwilling to be dismissed, was attempting to evolve into an earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chong's eyes widened in excitement. Could such a thing truly happen? If so, it would save him a great deal of trouble. But soon after, another notification appeared. The stone opening hand lacked sufficient momentum. Evolution failed. Lu Chong was left speechless. If it couldn't evolve, then why not refrain from such pretensions? Wasn't it cruel to instill hope only to extinguish it? The notifications persisted, one after another. The 9 shadow steps, unwilling to be overlooked, were also attempting to evolve into an earth-tier martial skill. The 9 shadow steps lacked sufficient momentum. Evolution failed. The cloud-piercing finger, unwilling to be disregarded, was likewise attempting to evolve into an earth-tier martial skill. The cloud-piercing finger lacks sufficient afterpower, leading to a failed evolution. The iron wire fist, unwilling to be dismissed, is independently attempting to evolve into an earth-rank martial art. However, it too falters, its evolution unsuccessful. Failure, and more failure. Lu Chong can hardly bear to witness it. Since all results are failures, why subject oneself to such torment? The wind-cleaving leg, striving to avoid disdain, is also endeavoring to evolve into an earth-rank martial art. Remarkably, the wind-cleaving leg succeeds in its evolution, transforming into a low-grade earth martial art. Lu Chong is suddenly struck with astonishment. Wait, has it truly succeeded in its evolution? He had already given up hope, especially after the previous 7 campus low-grade martial arts also failed to evolve. To his utter surprise, The wind-cleaving leg has brought him joy by successfully evolving into an earth-grade technique. Chong hastens to examine his martial arts panel, and indeed, a change has occurred. The wind-cleaving leg has reached great success 50. This signifies that the wind-cleaving leg, after its evolution, possesses further potential for enhancement. Suddenly, Chong recalls that when his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, first introduced him to the wind-cleaving leg, he mentioned that this martial art is derived from an earth-grade axe technique. Could this be the reason for its successful evolution? Chong ponders, if that is the case, what distinguishes my evolved wind-cleaving leg from the original axe technique? Are there two distinct paths of evolution? Chong's thoughts spiral into confusion. Meanwhile, the prompt in his mind continues. The seven-step killing fist, unwilling to be disregarded, is independently attempting to evolve into an earth-rank martial art. Unfortunately, the seven-step killing fist lacks sufficient afterpower, resulting in failure. The 3-inch palm, similarly unwilling to be overlooked, strives for evolution into an earth-rank martial art, but also meets with failure. The Gale step, not wanting to be neglected, is endeavoring to evolve, and it succeeds, transforming into a low-grade earth martial art. Chong feels a renewed surge of spirit, while the 7-step killing fist and the 3-inch palm have failed to evolve. The Gale step has triumphed. He wonders if perhaps medium-grade martial arts can successfully evolve. It now seems uncertain, as there may be other influencing factors at play. He resolves to inquire with the instructor tomorrow whether the Gale step has a direct relationship with a specific earth-grade martial art. Chong continues to observe the remaining two martial arts, the superior-grade Golden Cicada Cloak and the exceptional-grade Tiger Roar technique. He harbors high hopes for both. Indeed, a prompt soon appears. The Golden Cicada Cloak, unwilling to be overlooked, is successfully evolving into a low-grade earth martial art. Chong experiences another surge of joy, albeit tinged with disappointment, as he had anticipated that the Golden Cicada Cloak could evolve directly into a medium-grade or even superior-grade technique. As he continues to wait, Chong is puzzled by the lack of any changes in the Tiger Roar technique. Why is this so? Even if it cannot successfully evolve, there should at least be a failure prompt. Filled with confusion, Chong soon realizes that his Tiger Roar technique has not yet reached perfection. Indeed, all of his current martial arts, except for the Tiger Roar technique, have reached the state of completion. Thus, only perfected martial arts hold the qualification for evolutionary attempts. As for the success of the evolution, it depends on whether there is sufficient potential, or what one might call afterpower. After calming himself for a full quarter of an hour, Chong once again examines his panel. Name, Chong. Level, Martial Artist, Level 1, 81. Martial Arts, 9 Shadow Steps, Perfection. Heart-Piercing Kick, Perfection. Wind-Cleaving Leg, Great Success, 50. Golden Cicada Cloak, Great Success, 50. Tiger Roar Technique, Subtle, 1. 7-Step Killing Fist, Perfection. Gale Step, Great Success, 50. 3-inch Palm, Perfection. It's all rather chaotic. Adjustments are necessary. Moreover, the names of the 3 martial arts that have evolved to the Earth rank require modification. With a thought, Chong's panel undergoes another transformation. Name, Chong. Level, Martial Artist, Level 1, 81. Martial Arts, Human Rank Low Grade. 9 Shadow Steps, Perfection. Heart-Piercing Kick, Perfection. Cloud-Piercing Finger, Perfection. Mountain Pressing Technique, Perfection. Eagle Claw Technique, Perfection. Iron Wire Fist, Perfection. Heart-Piercing Kick, Perfection. Human Rank Medium Grade. 7-Step Killing Fist, Perfection. 3-inch Palm, Perfection. Human Rank Exceptional Grade. Tiger Roar Technique, Subtle, 1. Earth Rank Low Grade. Wind Blade Leg, Great Success, 50. Golden Bell Shield, Great Success, 50. Gale Shadow Step, Great Success, 50. Notably, the Wind Blade Leg, Golden Bell Shield, and Gale Shadow Step are all derived from the Wind Cleaving Leg, Golden Cicada Cloak, and Gale Step, respectively. Chong is not arbitrarily naming them. Rather, he bases their names on the characteristics of these 3 evolved martial arts. After their evolution, each possesses a solid foundation, achieving great success, allowing Chong to distinguish their traits. The Wind-Cleaving Leg, post-evolution, can unleash wind-blade-like energy. The Golden Cicada Cloak, having evolved, harmonizes internal and external energies, forming an energy shield around the body, reminiscent of a martial art from his past life, the Golden Bell Shield. As for the Gale Step, its evolution has significantly increased its speed even allowing for a level of stealth that results in landing without a trace, hence its name. Nonetheless, Liu Chong still needs to test the actual power of these 3 Earth-rank low-grade martial arts to ascertain their effectiveness. He is now filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the speed of automatic cultivation for these martial arts. After all, they're Earth-rank techniques, and according to Principal Fong, the difficulty of cultivation surpasses that of human-rank martial arts. However, after breaking through as a martial artist, Liu Chong's mental fortitude has been significantly enhanced, combined with the support of the Tiger Roar technique. Therefore, he believes that the cultivation speed of his Earth-rank martial arts should not be lacking. Chapter 53. Is the difficulty of Earth-rank martial arts great? Utilizing his free time for rest, Liu Chong thoroughly observed for 3 hours before gaining a new understanding of his current cultivation speed. At this stage, the Qi Absorption Technique automatically increases by 1 every 2 hours, provided he has access to advanced nutritional supplements. If he actively cultivates, the speed could potentially double. Liu Chong is quite satisfied with this speed. The accumulation of cultivation is not achieved overnight. One cannot expect to become a master in a single day. And even with more advanced nutritional resources, the Qi Absorption Technique cannot digest them all at once. At this rate, it is feasible for him to reach Martial Artist Level 3 before the college entrance examination, which is sufficient. Next, he examines the 4 martial arts that have yet to reach perfection. The automatic cultivation speed of the Tiger Roar technique has significantly improved, rising from 5 per day to 1 per hour. This is merely the speed of automatic cultivation. When factoring in Principal Fong's guidance each night, the cultivation speed could double. Thus, he is confident that he will achieve perfection before the special training concludes. As for the 3 recently evolved Earth-rank low-grade martial arts, Liu Chong furrows his brow. After 3 hours, each is only improved by 0.5%. These 3 Earth-rank martial arts are still in the great success stage, and once they reach the subtle stage, the speed will diminish even further. Indeed, the cultivation difficulty of Earth-rank martial arts has escalated, and he will likely not achieve perfection until close to the college entrance examination. Moreover, Liu Chong finds himself unable to seek guidance from others to expedite his progress with these 3 evolved Earth-rank martial arts. Were Principal Fong present, he would likely dismiss Liu Chong's concerns with a scoff. The difficulty he refers to is in stark contrast to what Liu Chong perceives as arduous. Typically, a common martial artist requires at least 1 or 2 years to reach great success in an Earth-rank martial art. As for whether one can achieve the subtle or even perfection stages, that depends on compatibility and opportunity. Indeed, many martial artists dedicate their entire lives to mastering a single Earth-rank martial art. Who else can lie at home for over a month, allowing the Earth-tier martial skills to cultivate to perfection automatically, like Liu Chong? Of course, there are exceptionally gifted geniuses whose speed in mastering Earth-tier martial skills far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, yet none can match Liu Chong's pace and ease. Furthermore, Liu Chong's Earth-tier martial skills have evolved from pre-existing techniques, granting him immediate access to the realm of mastery. Should other martial artists learn of such circumstances, they would likely be driven to the brink of despair, perhaps even abandoning the path of martial arts altogether. It is profoundly demoralizing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Liu Chong met Principal Fong once more. This time, Principal Fong did not hastily usher him into the wilderness for training in the Tiger Roar technique. Instead, he smiled and said, "Now that you've become a formal martial artist, I suppose you have many questions? Feel free to ask them." Liu Chong nodded and boldly posed a question that nearly caused Principal Fong to spit out his drink. Principal Fong, after breaking through to become a martial artist, is there any possibility that the school or the education bureau could reward me with an Earth-tier martial skill? Principal Fong chuckled, admonishing him lightly. "What are you thinking, you rascal? Do you really believe Earth-tier martial skills are as common as cabbages? Let me put it this way. The inheritance price for the most ordinary Earth-tier low-grade martial skill exceeds $1 million. Moreover, high schools and local education bureaus are not qualified to reward students with Earth-tier martial skills. Typically, high school teachers lack the ability to impart Earth-tier martial skills. That is a domain reserved for universities. Only lecturers and professors who specialize in martial arts possess such capabilities." Principal Fong asserted emphatically. "$1 million. Liu Chong's eyes sparkled as he grasped the crux of the matter. This meant that his 3 martial skills, which evolved automatically, were akin to a windfall of $3 million for him. remarkable. As for Principal Fong's remarks about the difficulties and complexities surrounding Earth-tier martial skills and the necessity of university professors to teach them, Lu Chong paid little heed. Perhaps noticing Lu Chong's indifference, Principal Fong continued earnestly, "Never let your previous achievements lead to arrogance. Lu Chong, the difficulty of cultivating Earth-tier martial skills is beyond your current comprehension. Take your homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, for instance. I know him relatively well. He has been practicing the Earth-tier wind cleaving axe for 10 years and remains stagnant at the mastery stage." Lu Chong was taken aback, pondering to himself, is Earth-tier martial skills truly that challenging? However, he refrained from disclosing his own situation, fearing it might alarm Principal Fong and because it was somewhat difficult to explain. A newly promoted martial artist who has mastered 3 Earth-tier skills at the mastery level would undoubtedly be subjected to experimental scrutiny. He would have to wait at least 10 days to half a month before discussing it further. With this thought, Lu Chong felt a spark of inspiration and asked, "Principal Fong, is there a possibility of deriving Earth-tier martial skills from human-tier martial skills?" Principal Fong regarded Lu Chong with curiosity, seemingly perplexed by his line of thought. Nonetheless, after careful consideration, he responded earnestly, "Theoretically, it is indeed possible. In fact, some esteemed professors at martial arts universities have conducted research on similar topics. If we could derive a vast number of human-tier martial skills and Earth-tier skills, it would alleviate the scarcity of Earth-tier martial skills. Moreover, martial artists could build upon the corresponding human-tier martial skills to expedite their mastery of Earth-tier techniques." Lu Chong nodded repeatedly, understanding the rationale. "So, has there been any success in this regard?" Principal Fong slightly nodded, affirming that there are indeed rare successful cases, but the time and effort involved are immense. Lu Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This validated his future revelations of evolved martial skills. Principal Fong continued, "Many believe that rather than expending so much time and energy, it is more efficient to reverse the process. Existing Earth-tier martial skills can be decomposed and simplified into human-tier skills. While this approach may not increase the number of Earth-tier martial skills, it can facilitate a gradual and manageable path to mastering them. For instance, the wind cleaving leg you train in is a simplified version of Wang Tong's wind cleaving axe. When you eventually have the opportunity to practice the wind cleaving axe, it will be significantly easier." Principal Fong provided a concrete example. Lu Chong grasped the opportunity and inquired, "Is the swift wind step I learned from the instructor a similar case?" Principal Fong recalled thoughtfully before nodding, "Indeed, I remember a technique called the wind command step in the military, which is the source of the swift wind step." Lu Chong was enlightened. So that was the case. What about the golden cicada garment and the tiger roar technique? Lu Chong pressed further. The golden cicada garment is similarly derived. It was extracted from an Earth-tier mid-grade body refinement technique by Old Wei and can barely be considered his original creation. However, my tiger roar technique is entirely self-created. I simply have yet to develop a corresponding Earth-tier martial skill. Principal Fong admitted, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that the tiger roar technique currently lacked potential for evolution. From what he gathered, the few successful evolutions of his human-tier martial skills were not entirely spontaneous. Rather, they stemmed from their origins in Earth-tier martial skills, which granted them such potential. However, it appeared that the evolutionary direction diverged somewhat from the original Earth-tier techniques. Thus, he wondered, is there a possibility to find a method to evolve those martial skills that had failed to evolve? Lu Chong remained reluctant to concede. Chapter 54. Are you planning to assassinate me? With 50 days remaining until the college entrance examination, Lu Chong continued his forays into the wilderness alongside his fellow students, none of whom were aware that he had officially become a martial artist. In fact, unless Lu Chong deliberately revealed his innate energy, even Yujie, who trailed behind him, would remain oblivious. In truth, hunting beasts in the wilderness posed no challenge for him anymore, given the scarcity of second-tier exotic beasts near the fortress. However, he greatly valued the military merits earned here, as they were his means of acquiring resources. Moreover, he had Xuechang waiting to deliver military merits to him. Currently, Lu Chong found himself in greater need of money than ever before. It was a pressing necessity. Enhancing his cultivation required high-grade nutritional substances, each costing 100,000, and he consumed one approximately every 10 days. Furthermore, after the golden cicada garment reached perfection, it evolved into the earth-tier golden bell shield, which similarly demanded even more advanced medicinal liquids for support, not to mention the expense. Thus, each morning, Lu Chong awoke with the pressing need to devise ways to earn a living. Despite becoming increasingly adept at securing kills, the military merits obtainable near the fortress were limited, averaging just over 300 points daily, which was barely more than Xue Cheng's score. This was acceptable, as Xue Cheng had steadfastly refused to give up, and it was just in time for him to return the favor once the special training concluded. Lu Chong calculated that by the end of the special training, Xue Cheng should be able to amass nearly 10,000 military merit points, just enough to sustain him through the college entrance examination. In the afternoon, Lu Chong once again refrained from training with the students. Instead, he sparred with a martial artist from the military, specifically the Special Operations class leader, Li Yibing. This class leader, who had reached the third stage of martial arts, increasingly admired Lu Chong and was willing to wholeheartedly engage in sparring sessions with him, helping him familiarize himself with the combat style of formal martial artists. Although Lu Chong concealed his earth-tier martial skills, he was able to witness various applications of innate energy through Li Yibing, from which he benefited immensely. Meanwhile, Li Yibing was astonished to discover that, with his third-stage martial artist cultivation combined with an earth-tier martial skill at mastery, he could only manage to match Lu Chong evenly. While Lu Chong employed human-tier martial skills, he possessed an abundance of them, all perfected, rendering him virtually impeccable. What left Li Yibing utterly astonished was that Lu Chong, who had recently transcended the realm of a martial artist, exhibited a strength, speed, and neural response that was in no way inferior to his own. After 3 days of intense sparring, Li Yibing found himself compelled to seek assistance, enlisting other squad leaders to take turns training with Lu Chong. Lu Chong, in turn, generously dedicated an hour each day to instructing the soldiers in their martial arts training. Eventually, many of the younger warriors began to refer to Lu Chong as Instructor Lu. When this peculiar scene unfolded before Principal Fong and instructors like Cheng Dongye, their shock was palpable. Cheng Dongye could not help but exclaimed that if this young man were to remain in the military camp, it would not be long before he rose to the rank of chief instructor. Alas, Lu Chong had no such aspirations. Cheng Dongye, acting on the directive of Colonel Huang, had personally approached Lu Chong regarding a special recruitment to the military academy, but Lu Chong politely declined. It was not that he looked down upon the Zhenwu military academy. Rather, he had grown accustomed to his freedom and understood that he could not endure the regimented life of a military institution. As time flowed like water, the end of April approached, leaving only a week until the conclusion of their specialized training. The other students' martial skills training had reached a conclusion, and every afternoon they began engaging in real combat with the soldiers from the military camp. However, they soon realized that Lu Chong was nowhere to be found. Instead, the soldiers they sparred with spoke highly of him, even referring to him as instructor. The students then understood that Lu Chong's specialized training was entirely distinct from theirs. He had begun to train the soldiers in return. What a peculiar turn of events. At that moment, Lu Chong was still mingling with the squad leaders. Just half a month after breaking through to become a martial artist, Lu Chong had already advanced to the second stage of martial arts, his strength having multiplied, allowing him to spar with instructor Cheng Dongye, a martial artist at the second stage, without any earth-level martial techniques, was able to hold his ground against a martial artist at the seventh stage like Cheng Dongye, which left the squad leaders feeling utterly humiliated. Consequently, during this period, the squad leaders had indeed been subjected to rigorous training, each making rapid progress. Name, Lu Chong. Level, martial artist, second stage, 72. Martial techniques, human level low grade. 9 shadow steps, perfect. Heart-piercing strike, perfect. Human level medium grade. 7 steps kill fist, perfect. 3-inch palm, perfect. Human level top grade. Tiger roar technique, perfect. Earth level low grade. Wind blade kick, minor mastery, 16. Golden bell shield, minor mastery, 12. Swift wind shadow steps, minor mastery, 16. After concluding the day's training, Lu Chong glanced at his status panel, realizing it had been yet another day of surpassing himself. He believed that if he were to truly employ these 3 earth-level low-grade martial techniques, even Cheng Dongye would not stand a chance against him. After all, his 3 earth-level techniques had already reached the minor mastery stage, far exceeding that of Cheng Dongye, the chief instructor. That night, under the cover of darkness. In a cave situated over 100 miles from the fortress, two men clad in dark attire were quietly discussing their plans. "Big brother, we have grasped the young man's patterns of movement. Shouldn't we act swiftly?" One of them inquired. The other nodded. "Indeed, it is time. Damn it. It's not easy to ambush a student right under the noses of the regular army. If it weren't for this kid's penchant for showing off, we would have struggled to find an opportunity," the first man remarked. "Yes, although we are martial artists, there are several high-stage martial artists nearby. Even if we manage to ambush him, we might not escape with our lives," the older brother replied with a scoff. "If we pull this off, we can leave Hudong province with a fortune and take the time to cultivate in peace before resurfacing." "Brother, that's brilliant. To employ the method of a mother and son rat to assassinate that kid. The young rat perished at his hands yesterday. We can release the second-level mother rat at dawn to track him down and deliver a fatal bite." The cave echoed with their muffled laughter. Unbeknownst to them, a young man dressed in black athletic wear had silently appeared at the cave's entrance. Once the two men concluded their discussion, the young man cleared his throat and gently inquired, "Are you looking for me?" "Who?" A startled cry rang out from within the cave, and the two figures in dark clothing darted out, exposed to the moonlight. Chong turned to face them, grinning as he said, "Weren't you just plotting to assassinate me?" Chapter 55. This assassin is rather weak. The two dark-clad men stared intensely at Chong, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings. "Rest assured, no one will intervene. It's just me here," Chong reassured them, fully aware of their anxieties about potential reinforcements from the military camp. "It's you." The leader of the black-clad men snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on Chong. "How did you know us and find our hideout?" The second black-clad man pressed. Chong did not respond directly, but instead expressed curiosity. "It seems you truly know me and wish to kill me. Since I've come to you, why don't you tell me your reasons?" The two men exchanged glances, choosing not to answer Chong's inquiry. Instead, they synchronously drew their long knives from their sides. "Since you've come out on your own, it saves us the trouble," the leader announced. Before he could finish his sentence, the black-clad leader lunged forward, his knife aimed at Chong. Meanwhile, the second black-clad man positioned himself nearby, ready to prevent Chong from escaping while remaining alert for any signs of his potential allies. Faced with the murderous intent of the leader's long knife, Chong merely stood still, arms hanging limply at his sides, as if paralyzed by fear. The leader growled coldly, leaping into the air, his knife slashing down like a bolt of lightning, descending upon Chong's head. Just as the blade was a mere 3 inches from Chong's head, and the two black-clad men believed he was doomed, Chong finally moved. Within that 3-inch space, he unleashed the power of the military's 3-inch palm technique at a critical moment. The black-clad men could not even discern when Chong had raised his hand or how it suddenly appeared before their leader's chest. The leader's attack was already too predictable, and he had no time to adapt. In that instant, Chong's palm struck with a speed that surpassed the knife, landing effortlessly against the leader's chest. Bang! Crack! The black-clad leader was sent flying, spewing a cloud of blood as his left chest caved in. His weapon slipped from his grasp, and by the time he hit the ground, his eyes had already dimmed. When a second black-clad man rushed over to assist his fallen brother, he was horrified to find that the leader was already gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Not only was the second black-clad man stunned, but even Chong was taken aback. "My apologies. I truly didn't expect him to be this weak. I had intended to leave him alive," Chong said coolly, expressing his regrets. After all, he was a second-stage martial artist. With such a sharp blade, who would have thought he would be nothing more than a decorative pillow? Unable to withstand a single strike from Chong's human-level medium-grade 3-inch palm, the second black-clad man glared at Chong, his anger boiling as he silently cursed the rumors that claimed this young man was merely a martial apprentice. "Kid, consider today a lesson learned. I will seek revenge for this." With that, he abandoned the leader's corpse and fled without a second thought. A jest, for he is no fool. How could he still regard Chong as an ordinary martial student? Which pupil possesses such ferocity, capable of dispatching a martial artist in a single strike, when he himself is no match? Just as Chong was beginning to settle the tumultuous emotions arising from his first kill, he observed another assassin turn and flee. What manner of contenders are these? Is their dedication too lacking? Regaining his composure, Chong swiftly employed the wind step technique. unleashing a speed that far surpassed his pursuer's as he gave chase. Your leader has already been slain by you. What need have you to pursue me? The second assassin, clad in black, exclaimed in a state of panic upon realizing Lu Chong was in pursuit. Fear not. This time I shall show mercy and spare your life, Lu Chong reassured as he sprinted. Liar, the assassin retorted vehemently, drawing a handgun from his cloak and firing several shots behind him. Yet to Lu Chong, the ordinary firearm posed no threat whatsoever. He could even anticipate the trajectory of the bullets, effortlessly evading them or enduring the impact with his golden cicada garment. With a single bound, Lu Chong leaped 2 zhang away, executing a kick that landed squarely on the back of the black-clad assassin, sending him sprawling like a dog eating feces. This kick, merely a low-tier martial technique, was delivered with caution as Lu Chong feared it might result in the assassin's demise. In his usual practice with warriors, he would always restrain his strength, suppressing his cultivation and power to match his opponents. He never anticipated that when he unleashed his full might, he would be so formidable. Even more surprising was the weakness displayed by a seasoned assassin. By the time the black-clad assassin had staggered to his feet, Lu Chong was already at his side, kicking the long knife from the assassin's grasp and delivering a heavy blow to the back of his head, rendering the assassin unconscious. What a disappointment. I didn't even get to utilize my Earth-tier martial skills, Lu Chong mused inwardly, having thought he had found formidable adversaries, only to discover their ineptitude. At that moment, a towering figure descended from the tree above. It was Principal Fong, who had been concealed in the shadows. You were correct in your instincts. There truly are individuals intent on assassinating you during your special training, Principal Fong remarked with a tone of astonishment. Lu Chong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, You see, I have cultivated Principal Wei's golden cicada garment, which heightens my sensitivity. In truth, the sensory enhancement granted by the golden cicada garment was not so acute. Otherwise, Lu Chong would have sensed the danger much earlier. It was only after the golden cicada garment evolved into the golden bell shield, and he refined it to a delicate level, that he felt the presence of someone watching him as he entered the wilderness. The sensitivity provided by the golden bell shield far exceeded that of the golden cicada garment. Being maliciously scrutinized from the shadows is unsettling for anyone. Thus, Lu Chong discreetly confided in Principal Fong, imploring him to accompany him deep into the wilderness that night to trace the enemy's whereabouts. With Principal Fong's prowess, it would not be overly challenging to locate the 2 assassins based on subtle clues. Once it was confirmed that the intruders were indeed assassins, Lu Chong, taking advantage of the situation, suggested that Principal Fong remain hidden to assist him, granting him the opportunity to confront the assassins alone. Having already become adept at dispatching aberrant beasts, Lu Chong bore no psychological burden in doing so. However, he had yet to encounter a foe of the same race, making this an excellent opportunity for him. Principal Fong agreed to Lu Chong's request. Yet, neither anticipated that the martial artist of the second tier would prove so feeble, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lu Chong. Originally, Lu Chong had intended to spare one of them, but unexpectedly, he ended up slaying one with a single blow. In the face of such treacherous enemies, there was no need for leniency or guilt. Seeing Lu Chong lost in thought, Principal Fong assumed it was due to his first kill and continued to counsel him. Killing is as simple as this, as long as your target deserves it. It is no different from slaying aberrant beasts. In that moment, Lu Chong sensed a palpable aura of lethality emanating from the seasoned principal. It was evident that he had traversed the fires of battle and had taken the lives of many. However, upon reflection, Lu Chong did not feel any sense of discomfort. Remember, sometimes the human heart can be far more terrifying than aberrant beasts. Principal Fong sighed, then turned his gaze to the unconscious black-clad assassin. To dare assassinate his student under his very nose, did they truly believe the tiger would not show its claws? This matter was grave. Principal Fong could hardly fathom the consequences had the 2 succeeded. From a moment Lu Chong transcended into a martial artist, he ceased to be an ordinary student, instead becoming a key development subject recorded in confidential files. Should Lu Chong indeed be assassinated, the repercussions would extend beyond Guanyun City, with the provincial authorities demanding accountability. Naturally, for Principal Fong, Principal Wei, and even Colonel Huang, Lu Chong's significance was considerable. They had long regarded him as a cherished student. Even the hope for Guanyun City's resurgence. Thus, Principal Fong's extraordinary ire was only subtly concealed from Lu Chong. Fortunately, Lu Chong's recent surge in strength enabled him to detect the assassins early and even resolve the situation independently. Confronting the assassins and turning the tables on them also presented an exceptional opportunity for Lu Chong's growth, a point which pleased Principal Fong immensely. Let's investigate the cave, Principal Fong suggested, snapping back to focus. Lu Chong, in agreement, cautiously entered the cave and retrieved a black pouch left behind by the assassins. A faint squeaking sound emanated from within. This must be the mother rat they mentioned, a level 2 gold-eating rat, Lu Chong informed Principal Fong. Principal Fong gestured for him to open the pouch, and in an instant, a dark shadow sprang forth, charging directly at Lu Chong. However, before Lu Chong could react, Principal Fong had already unleashed a fiery aura that enveloped the gold-eating rat. The level 2 gold-eating rat darted wildly, but it was scorched and squealed in pain, unable to escape the confines of Principal Fong's energy. To condense one's energy externally without dispersing it. Was this the prowess of a martial grandmaster? Lu Chong's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was an extraordinary leap from his current capabilities. He examined the gold-eating rat closely, and indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the one he had slain the previous day. With a palm-sized body, its fur was glossy and black, adorned with a tuft of golden hair on its forehead and exceptionally sharp teeth. This was the gold-eating rat. Despite its diminutive size, its lethality should not be underestimated. This type of aberrant beast possesses remarkable speed, and its primary offensive capability lies in its razor-sharp teeth. A level 2 gold-eating rat can even bite through 2 centimeters of high-strength steel. Gold-eating rats primarily feast on various hard metals, rendering their bodies remarkably resilient, akin to being impervious to blades and bullets. Of course, they also consume humans to expedite their evolution. Had Lu Chong not broken through to become a martial artist, he would likely have been no match for such a level 2 gold-eating rat targeting him. Principal Fong calmly returned the gold-eating rat to the black pouch, stating, "These 2 assassins have indeed gone to great lengths. To avoid detection, they even procured a pair of mother and offspring rats. Releasing the offspring for you to kill ensures that the mother rat will remember your scent and pursue you. When you venture into the wilderness tomorrow, the lurking mother rat will strike decisively, leaving no time for the instructors to react." A clever scheme, indeed. From start to finish, they need not reveal themselves. Principal Fong scoffed. Lu Chong now comprehended the method by which they plotted against him, a chill creeping into his heart. Who could possibly want him dead? Lu Chong naturally pondered this matter. It seemed he had not made any deadly enemies. If he had inadvertently encroached upon someone's interests. The first person who came to mind was Zhao Longfei, whom he had forcefully expelled from the hunting grounds last time. Could it be him? Lu Chong dared not confirm. Such matters were impossible to decipher. Nevertheless, he felt a growing sense of vigilance towards Zhao Longfei in his heart. There was no need for excessive contemplation. Principal Fong seemed to perceive Lu Chong's thoughts and waved his hand, saying, "I will assist you in investigating this matter. However, remember, the envy of others is often a sign of talent. This is not a novel concept. Therefore, one must remain cautious." Lu Chong promptly replied, "Thank you, Teacher Fong. I will remember that." "Very well," Principal Fong declared with a robust voice, "but do not let this make you timid. If anyone dares to confront you openly, do not hesitate to come to me. I believe Old Wei would not condone it either." Lu Chong felt a touch of gratitude, but chose to remain silent, merely etching these words into his memory. "Return now," Principal Fong instructed. "In a few days, the special training will conclude. I will do my utmost to find you some second-tier exotic beasts deep in the wilderness for you to hone your skills. The military merits from defeating second-tier exotic beasts, including that of the gold-eating rat, will be quietly accumulated for you." Lu Chong expressed his heartfelt thanks. Although second-tier exotic beasts posed a danger, they were treasures in themselves, worth considerable value. A mere ordinary second-tier exotic beast could yield 500 military merits, roughly equivalent to 50,000 Chinese yuan. Upon returning to the fortress, Lu Chong went directly to rest, while Principal Fong took the assassin and began his investigation overnight. The following morning, Principal Fong approached Lu Chong, somewhat disheartened, and said, "I was unable to find anything. All I could ascertain is that they are registered foreign bounty hunters who have previously engaged in nefarious activities in the wilderness. However, The person who contacted them this time did not reveal themselves. They merely issued tasks and transferred funds through an overseas virtual platform, making it impossible to trace the source. Chong had already anticipated this. If the two assassins were so cautious, their backer would undoubtedly not surface easily. He consoled Principal Fong, saying, "It's all right, Teacher Fong. I will be more careful in the future. Once I become a formal warrior, I will possess some capacity for self-defense." Principal Fong nodded. "If you have any suspects, do not hesitate to inform either me or Principal Wei. Fortunately, it is not foreign spies targeting you. Otherwise, they would be even more ruthless. During this period, refrain from entering the wilderness alone. Our base remains quite safe." Chong nodded solemnly, yet a thorn remained lodged in his heart, as he contemplated the necessity of finding an opportunity to remove it. On May 1st, the students continued their hunting in the wilderness as usual. By the afternoon, news arrived that among this group of students, another had broken through to become a warrior. It was Xiang Yuya. The students erupted in excitement, as it was exceedingly rare for a student to achieve such a breakthrough before the college entrance examination in the small city of Guanyin. However, Chong paid little mind. After all, who was not a warrior now? He himself was already a second-tier warrior. In the following days, perhaps due to the effects of the special training or the students' accumulated efforts, several more students achieved breakthroughs. Among them, Lu Qingqing reached the 7th tier of warrior status on May 3rd, significantly enhancing her strength. On May 5th, the day before the special training concluded, yet another warrior emerged among the students, Chong from Class 3. Thus, this newly minted warrior sought out Chong later that afternoon, boldly declaring his intent to challenge him. Chapter 57. The classmate who insisted on offering military merits. On the afternoon of the 5th, at the student training grounds, upon learning of Chang's challenge, Chong hurriedly excused himself from the ongoing matches with his classmates and made his way over. This good fellow clearly intended to bestow military merits upon him. How could he refuse? Chong, during the special training, I accumulated military merits and lost to you. I willingly accept defeat and offer all my military merits to you, Chong stated candidly upon seeing Chong. How gracious of you. We are all classmates, after all. Chong replied politely while calculating how many military merits Chong had accumulated over the month. It was quite commendable, second only to his own, now totaling over 11,000 military merits, which could be exchanged for more than 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. Although Chong's military merits were the highest, most had already been spent. He glanced towards the indifferent chief instructor Cheng Dongye, who seemed to understand Chong's thoughts, and interjected. You may use his military merits to exchange for resources, but they cannot be added to your personal military merit honors. Understood. Thank you, instructor, Chong acknowledged. Military merits from a military could not only be exchanged for resources, but also pertain to future honors, so one had to rely on personal achievements to earn them. Chong was more than satisfied to use Chang's military merits for resource exchange. Chang's face flushed slightly. After all, he had boldly declared his challenge to Chong, only to be so thoroughly defeated that he now offered over 1,000,000 worth of military merits. Nevertheless, he was no longer the 9th-tier warrior he once was. He had become a formal warrior. Thus, he sought to reclaim his dignity. Chong, do you dare to compete with me once more in a fair contest? Chong inquired, radiating confidence before all the students and instructors. Chong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, We are classmates. Why must we damage our camaraderie? Chong scoffed, seemingly well acquainted with Chong, and pressed on, If I lose, I will give you 500,000. If you lose, the same condition applies. Chong felt a surge of delight. He knew this classmate was quite astute. However, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Xiang Yuya, who remained aloof nearby. The allure of this girl was undeniable, silently commanding so much attention from her male classmates. Did they not understand the folly of pursuing someone who could leave them with nothing? Regardless, earning money was paramount. Chong had no time to pity these sycophants and held no interest in the pretentious Xiang Yuya, as he lamented Chang's apparent wealth. Chong gritted his teeth and said, Very well, I shall accompany you, but do show some mercy, classmate. At that moment, Cheng Dongye, who had been observing the spectacle, suddenly spoke up. I forgot to inform everyone that Chong from Class 1 had already broken through to become a formal warrior over 10 days ago. Therefore, if any students have questions in the future, they can seek guidance from Lu Chong. After that, Chong Dongye couldn't help but cast a triumphant glance at Lu Chong, thinking to himself, "You little rascal, you've managed to trick us. At least I've managed to turn the tables this time." The surrounding students erupted in astonishment, especially those from Class 1 who knew Lu Chong, feeling as though they were dreaming. They distinctly remembered that Lu Chong had only recently advanced from the 8th tier to the 9th tier in the training camp. How was it possible that just a few days later, he had become a formal warrior? Was this the typical cultivation speed of a normal human? However, upon reflection, Lu Chong did not quite seem like an ordinary human. After all, he was able to reverse roles and act as an instructor in the military. Was that normal? Lu Chong, unfazed by Chong Dongye's revelation, maintained his composure and, thickly skinned, addressed the now slightly pale Shui Chong. "It was merely a stroke of luck that I broke through. If you are afraid, we can cancel our competition." Listening to this, Chong Dongye could only exclaim in admiration. This kid truly has a dark heart. To earn a bit of money, he has resorted to provocation. Indeed, the impetuous Shui Chong could hardly withstand such provocation, shaking his head and declaring, "There's no need. Since we are both formal martial artists, let us engage in a fair battle." Fair, my foot. Lu Chong had already attained the 2nd tier of martial arts. Cheng Dong silently scoffed. The students were oblivious, but he was certainly aware of Lu Chong's prowess. Even with Shui Cheng's recent breakthrough, he doubted whether he, as a 7th tier martial artist, could triumph over Lu Chong. This was akin to delivering money directly into Lu Chong's hands. Nevertheless, Cheng Dong refrained from further comment, wary that the avaricious youth might hold a grudge, leading to his own misfortune in the future. Lu Chong, overjoyed at the prospect of financial windfall, felt it would be impolite to refuse. Yet, he maintained an air of calm as he replied, "Very well, I welcome your guidance." Shuecheng ceased his idle chatter, unleashing the full force of a formal martial artist. With dust swirling around him, his body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, wielding a martial technique unlike any taught in their school. Clearly, given Shuecheng's family background, he had long been training in superior martial arts at an external dojo. As his fist approached, a chilling gust of wind accompanied it. In the face of Shuecheng's advanced fist technique, Lu Chong relied solely on his 1st-tier martial arts strength and a lower-grade skill, the stone palm. There was no choice. Lu Chong had to temper his strength, lest he inadvertently crush this eager contender. Upon their fists colliding, both Lu Chong and Shui Chong staggered back 2 steps. Shui Chong was pushed back by Lu Chong's power, while Lu Chong, of course, was merely feigning. While it was amusing to toy with him, a modicum of dignity was necessary to leave the prospect of future donations intact. Gritting his teeth, Shui Chong charged forward with renewed vigor, delivering an even more forceful punch. Lu Chong met it with the stone palm again, merely increasing his strength slightly. The two exchanged blows in a riveting display, each strike more intense than the last. However, to the discerning eyes of the instructors, it was evident that Lu Chong was merely playing around. Given their knowledge, Lu Chong should have secured victory after the initial clash. The two students were simply not on the same level. Yet, Shui Chong remained unaware, convinced that victory was within his grasp, believing Lu Chong was not as invincible as he seemed. As he launched another strike, Shuecheng's powerful punch was met with an ominous chill, building within his fist. Intrigued, Lu Chong sensed the impending danger even before the blow landed. This was no ordinary martial technique. He could distinctly feel the rich vitality surging within Shuecheng's fist. Ready to erupt. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as their fists collided, and a wave of frigid energy surged forth from Shuecheng's punch, aimed directly at Lu Chong's palm. However, the force of the blow, reminiscent of an earth-tier technique, resulted in Shui Chong being sent reeling backwards, his arm hanging limply by his side. His expression changed dramatically as he looked up at Lu Chong, incredulous that he could withstand such an empowered strike. Chapter 58. His potential is inferior to ours. In truth, Lu Chong had sensed the peculiarity of Shuecheng's punch just before it descended. Unlike typical first-tier techniques, this strike was infused with vitality, manifesting as a potent energy. Yet, Lu Chong was certain it did not qualify as a standard earth-tier technique, which is why he refrained from employing any other skills, opting only to augment his strength slightly. As anticipated, at the moment of impact, Lu Chong not only felt Shuecheng's punch, but also the icy energy that erupted from it, coursing through his palm and into his body. Had he not previously encountered earth-tier techniques, Lu Chong might have been harmed by this penetrating force. However, through daily sparring with his classmates, Lu Chong had become well acquainted with the dynamics of such energy. Thus, as Xue Cheng's energy burst forth, he quietly channeled his own vitality to dissipate it. With Xue Cheng's attack thwarted, Lu Chong's amplified palm strike shattered his opponent's arm, rendering half of Xue Cheng's strength null. Stunned, Xue Cheng could not fathom how Lu Chong had managed to break through his mastery of energy techniques, yet he was still reluctant to concede. Before he could continue, Lu Chong took the initiative to step forward and placed a palm on Xue Cheng's forehead, signaling his victory. "I concede, classmate Xue," Lu Chong said, retracting his hand and stepping back. Xue Cheng realized he had been thoroughly defeated. Despite his lingering resentment, he had no words left. "When I return, I will transfer the money to you," he said, acknowledging his loss with a sense of dignity. "There's no rush," Lu Chong replied with a smile, helping Xue Cheng to his feet and insisting on escorting him to the military doctor. Cheng Dong and the other instructors watched in disbelief. This lad was truly motivated by the prospect of wealth. Once Lu Chong had taken Xue Cheng away, the students could no longer contain their chatter. Martial artists. This special training had surprisingly produced 3 formal martial artists among them, a rarity in previous years at Guanyin City. Particularly, Lu Chong had not only maintained his lead after his last mock exam victory, but had also successfully surpassed the deeply rooted Xue Cheng. They began to ponder whether the other martial student, Xiang Yuya, could stand against Lu Chong. Luo Qingqing watched Lu Chong's retreating figure, clenching her delicate hands in determination. "Qingqing, you must keep striving, or you will fall behind him," she encouraged herself. Huang Junyan stood beside Xiang Yuya and quietly asked, "Do you have confidence in defeating him now?" Xiang Yuya withdrew her gaze, contemplating before responding, "Not yet, but it should not be difficult by the time of the exam." Huang Junyan did not question her, finding it perfectly reasonable. Although there were no teachings of earth-tier techniques in high school, given Xiang Yuya's background, acquiring one at the Xiang Family Martial Arts Academy would not pose a challenge. Without such techniques at his disposal, Lu Chong would find himself at a significant disadvantage when the time came. As the exam approached, the outcome remained uncertain. The importance of background and resources became increasingly evident as one advanced in their martial journey. What did it matter if Lu Chong had been the first to become a martial artist? Could he support the resources necessary for martial training given his impoverished conditions? Did he have access to earth-tier techniques? Did he have esteemed mentors? Even Huang Junyan, an ordinary wealthy second generation, believed that Lu Chong would inevitably lag behind. The path of martial arts was long. They were merely at the beginning. The gains and losses of this moment were insignificant. Huang Junyan recalled his father's earnest teachings and found them profoundly logical. His and Xiang Yuya's aspirations extended beyond the confines of Guanyin City, looking toward the vastness of Hedong province, even globally. That realm was teeming with talent and opportunity. How could a destitute orphan, despite possessing some talent, comprehend the significance of familial background? Meanwhile, Lu Chong personally assisted Xue Cheng to the military doctor, attending to the young man he had just defeated with utmost care. Once Xue Cheng's arm was treated and he regained some vitality, Lu Chong, wearing a benevolent smile, inquired, "Classmate Xue, are you feeling all right?" Xue Cheng shook his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy and for bringing me to receive treatment. However, I will challenge you again when the opportunity arises. Not for Xiang Yuya, but for myself," Xue Cheng declared with unwavering conviction. Lu Chong immediately responded with a more sincere smile, saying, "You're always welcome. I merely triumphed by chance. It is nothing remarkable." Moved by Lu Chong's humility and sincerity, Xue Cheng rarely displayed a smile, and his esteem for Lu Chong grew a notch. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Chong ventured, "Xue, I have a question that I hope is appropriate to ask." Xue Cheng, with a grand demeanor, replied, "Feel free to inquire. We are not adversaries." Lu Chong then voiced his curiosity, feigning ignorance. "The martial technique you employed earlier, which concealed the power of blood and energy, could it be classified as an earth-tier martial skill?" Hearing this, Xue Cheng let out a wry smile, saying, "Of course, it is not a genuine earth-tier skill. I have just recently broken through to a martial artist. How could I possibly master such techniques? In truth, it is merely a method of exerting force, where the energy is unleashed at the point of contact to disrupt the opponent's internal flow. Compared to authentic Earth-tier techniques, its explosive power and density are vastly inferior. Xueqing spoke candidly. Lu Chong then understood that such techniques existed, resembling a transition from human-tier to Earth-tier martial skills. Why had Principal Fong and the instructors not taught him this? Lu Chong pondered, realizing that possessing such a technique would significantly enhance the efficacy of the various human-tier skills he had mastered. He refrained from asking Xueqing how he had acquired this technique, as it might involve personal training secrets that ought to remain undisclosed. He trusted that Principal Fong and the instructors comprehended the essence of it, and that he could simply consult them. That evening, Lu Chong sought out Principal Fong. However, the principal's response was that the technique had both advantages and disadvantages, which was why he hesitated to allow Lu Chong to engage with it. To put it plainly, it is a shortcut that can easily lead to dependency, potentially causing adverse effects on your future training of true Earth-tier martial skills. Many believe that the difficulty of mastering Earth-tier techniques is too great, prompting them to resort to such methods. But with your comprehension, pursuing Earth-tier martial skills is the proper path. You should not take this detour. Lu Chong finally grasped the implications, but remained insistent on having Principal Fong teach him. As for the potential impact on his future training of Earth-tier techniques, he felt no concern, as he could cultivate his martial skills independently. Why worry about such minor influences? Chapter 59. Returning with full hands and new skills. On May 6th, the final day of the students' special training, the students did not venture into the wilderness nor continue their martial training, but instead relaxed and rested. The 7 instructors, along with the various class leaders and soldiers who had accompanied them over the past month, enjoyed a rare day off, dining together and blending as one. Additionally, there was a ceremony to award Lu Chong for his military achievements. Colonel Huang personally presented Lu Chong with the rank of second lieutenant, a moment that elicited envy from the other students. A second lieutenant, while not a meteoric rise, certainly represented a humble individual ascending to prominence. The 7 instructors held only the rank of second lieutenant themselves, commanding hundreds of soldiers. Of course, Lu Chong's second lieutenant title was merely honorary, devoid of actual power. Nevertheless, he would receive a basic salary of 10,000 huaxia coins each month, a prospect that brought him immense joy. Most importantly, with the military rank came access to certain military resources, particularly the inheritance of martial arts within the military. It is no exaggeration to state that the military's martial arts heritage is arguably the most comprehensive and prioritized in all of Huaxia. Naturally, to enjoy these resources, one must contribute in return, as military achievements are the currency for such exchanges. Lu Chong was not an exception. In recent years, the military had opened a portion of honorary ranks to attract talent from society. This way, even those free-spirited elites and experts who hesitated to enlist could collaborate with the military, facilitating easier management. While the students admired Lu Chong, they understood well that he deserved this recognition. Were not even the soldiers and the 7 instructors thoroughly convinced of his capabilities? In the military, one cannot earn the respect of seasoned veterans without genuine skill. Lu Chong, don't slack off during the college entrance examination. If you can emerge as the top scorer in the province, we instructors will personally host a celebration for you in the city, promised Chong Dongya, putting his arm around Lu Chong's shoulders with a hearty laugh. Little instructor Lu, don't forget about us. Once the college entrance examination is over, if the opportunity arises, we'll take you into the wilderness for some game, invited a soldier sincerely, many of whom had received martial training from Lu Chong and held him in both affection and respect. Lu Chong graciously accepted each invitation. For these Huaxia soldiers had always been the most admirable and pure-hearted individuals in his eyes. Without their protection, there would be no thriving Huaxia, nor would there be opportunities for these students to learn. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the students reluctantly boarded military vehicles to return to their respective schools. Upon arriving back at school, Lu Chong was summoned to Principal Wei's office, where his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, awaited. "Well done, young man. You certainly did not bring shame to our school," Principal Wei exclaimed with hearty laughter upon seeing Lu Chong. Wang Tong, standing beside him, did not dare to interject but wore a broad smile. It was unprecedented for an ordinary class student to emerge as a martial artist before the college entrance examination. Furthermore, Lu Chong's accomplishments extended beyond merely breaking through to a martial artist. According to news from the military camp, Lu Chong had exhibited numerous astonishing feats during the special training. culminating in the honor of a second lieutenant rank. Wang Tong, having served a full decade in the military before attaining the rank of second lieutenant, could hardly fathom that his student had achieved such standing at such a young age. Even without commanding troops, he could boast to his old comrades. Would not Li Changjun divert his path upon seeing him? Contemplating this, Wang Tong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, growing ever more pleased with Lu Chong. At this moment, Principal Wei shifted the conversation, adopting a more serious tone. I heard that during the special training, you were targeted by assassins? Do you have any suspects? Wang Tong's expression also turned somber. The nature of this incident was appalling. Who could be so heartless as to harm an orphan still in high school, particularly the greatest genius in the history of their school? Although Lu Chong had his suspicions, he possessed no evidence, merely shaking his head and replying, I don't know. I should not have made any deadly enemies. The old principal nodded slightly, taking a sip of tea. For the time being, you should avoid returning home. Stay here in the teacher's dormitory. Don't worry, I will not charge you any rent. It's my own additional apartment. Noting Lu Chong's hesitation, Principal Wei smiled, aware that this young man had managed to swindle quite a few people during the training, being quite the money-minded individual. Lu Chong then replied with a grin, Thank you. Teacher Wei. Ah, that's trivial. Your safety is what truly matters, continued Principal Wei nonchalantly. Moreover, before the college entrance examination, I will personally impart the Earth-tier martial skills associated with the Golden Cicada Garment to you. While high schools cannot teach Earth-tier techniques, I will be passing them to you under my own name, and no one will dare to speak ill of it, Principal Wei declared with grandeur. On the side, Wang Tong was about to speak, but Principal Wei preemptively interjected, Let's refrain from passing the wind-cleaving blade to this lad for now. Your modest salary cannot sustain such a venture. Wang Tong was momentarily rendered speechless, as he indeed wished to impart the Earth-tier wind-cleaving blade to Lu Chong on a personal basis. However, he also needed to bear the expense of acquiring the inheritance jade slip, a hefty price exceeding 1 million, which weighed heavily on him. Principal Wei continued, moreover, weapons cannot be used during the practical assessment of the college entrance examination. Once Lu Chong enters university, he can choose to pursue it on his own. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong found the reasoning sound and acquiesced. Lu Chong felt a surge of gratitude, but chose to remain silent, cherishing the bond of teacher and student in his heart. Do not carry any psychological burden. Participating in the entrance examination is, after all, a matter of pride for our school. Now that you have broken through to become a martial artist, we will strive to provide you with the resources that other students possess. However, I must caution you that Earth-tier martial arts are far more challenging than the techniques you have previously practiced. I cannot guarantee how far you will progress before the examination, Principal Wei stated solemnly. At this juncture, the old principal recalled that he had made a similar remark when initially bestowing the Golden Cicada Garment upon Lu Chong. Was this so-called difficulty truly insurmountable for this young man? Yes, thank you, Teacher Wei. I will do my utmost, Lu Chong replied earnestly. The Earth-tier martial art known as the Golden Light Wave, akin to the Golden Cicada Garment, was categorized as a low-grade Earth-tier technique. It not only offered protection, but also possessed a degree of passive rebound efficacy. You shall receive the inheritance here and now, Principal Wei declared, retrieving a jade slip and handing it directly to Lu Chong. Lu Chong accepted it with reverence, his mind racing with thoughts of how this so-called Golden Light Wave differed from his Golden Bell Shield. After cultivating the Golden Bell Shield, would he still be able to practice this new technique? Would there be any conflict? This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time, and today he would finally have the chance to explore it. Chapter 60. The College Entrance Examination as a Lucrative Opportunity. The Golden Bell Shield and the Golden Light Wave harmoniously coexisted, merging and evolving into a mid-grade Earth-tier martial technique. Upon receiving the Golden Light Wave bestowed by Principal Wei, a melodious notification echoed in Lu Chong's mind. To his astonishment and delight, the Golden Bell Shield had evolved once again, ascending to the mid-grade Earth tier. These two low-grade Earth tier martial arts, both related to the Golden Cicada Garment, not only exhibited no conflict, but instead seamlessly fused and evolved into a more precious and rare mid-grade Earth tier technique. If an ordinary low-grade Earth tier martial art were valued at 1 million, the corresponding mid-grade variant would be worth at least double that. Moreover, since the Golden Bell Shield was an even rarer body-refining technique, it stood out among Earth-tier martial arts, commanding a value of at least 5 million. Of course, martial arts cannot be measured solely in monetary terms, and Lu Chong was not a person driven by avarice. Yet, this certainly served as a testament to the power and potential of this martial art. Eagerly glancing at his personal status panel, Lu Chong could not suppress a wave of joy. Name: Lu Chong. Level: Martial Artist Tier 3, 10. Martial Arts. Human Tier Low Grade. Perfected 9 Shadow Steps. Perfected Heart-Piercing Stab. Human Tier Mid Grade. Perfected 7-Step Kill Fist. Perfected 3-Inch Palm. Human Tier Supreme. Perfected Tiger Roar Technique. Earth Tier Low Grade. Wind Blade Leg. 30. Swift Shadow Step. 30. Earth Tier Mid Grade. Great Success Golden Bell Shield. 26. His cultivation had indeed reached Martial Artist Tier 3, a natural progression he had achieved 3 days prior. His primary focus now was on the newly evolved Golden Bell Shield. Indeed, after its evolution, the Golden Bell Shield's potential had increased, but its level had reverted to the Great Success stage. However, Lu Chong understood that this was a positive development. As long as there was potential, he was confident in his ability to advance swiftly. Furthermore, the Great Success Golden Bell Shield of mid-grade Earth Tier possessed power far surpassing that of the previous stage. He distinctly sensed that not only could he utilize the evolved Golden Bell Shield, but he could also deconstruct it into the Golden Light Wave and the prior version of the Golden Bell Shield. Even further, he could effortlessly break it down into the perfected Golden Cicada Garment. Very well, you should also take a moment to rest, Principal Wei remarked, noticing Lu Chong lost in thought. Today, let Teacher Wang assist you in bringing over the necessary items. With the college entrance examination approaching, refrain from taking on private tutoring jobs. Principal Wei added, I am aware that during your training period, you accumulated quite a bit of military merit without utilizing it, and even received a substantial sum of money, correct? Lu Chong understood that Principal Wei was referring to the military merit and 500,000 he had won from Shui City, and he smiled bashfully. It's nothing. As a martial artist, one must strive. There is no shame in supporting oneself through one's intellect. Principal Wei replied with a smile, indicating no intention of reprimanding Lu Chong. However, do not lose sight of what truly matters. Do not let money cloud your judgment. In the month leading up to the examination, focus your time and energy on your cultivation. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, Principal Wei advised earnestly. The college entrance examination represents the most pivotal turning point in a student's life, particularly for one from humble beginnings like Lu Chong. Moreover, you must understand that the college entrance examination is also an opportunity to acquire abundant resources. Principal Wei gazed at Lu Chong meaningfully and continued, seize this chance, and you may not have to worry about finances throughout your 4 years of university. Lu Chong nodded, fully in agreement. In truth, as his power surged, so too did his ambition, and the target for the college entrance examination loomed ever larger. If he could achieve the highest score in Guanyin City, both the Municipal Education Bureau and his alma mater would reward him generously. Even local enterprises or martial arts schools would seize the opportunity to sponsor the city's top scorer, both to promote themselves and to forge connections with promising students. Should he emerge as the top scorer in the Hedong province base during the college entrance examination, not only would the municipal rewards double, but provincial accolades would also follow. However, these rewards were not the true fortune Principal Wei referred to. The real opportunity for Lu Chong to amass wealth lay in the live-streaming aspect of the practical examination. During the practical phase of the entrance examination each year, in addition to the official live broadcast, each candidate would have their own unique streaming channel. Both the official and the candidate streams would be accessible to an audience of over 1 billion viewers across the nation. Was this live streaming merely for comprehensive supervision of the examination, or to provide candidates with a platform for self-presentation? Certainly not. Since it was a live broadcast, it would generate traffic and open avenues for rewards and incentives. Why? The Huaxia government was not merely seeking attention, but aimed to promote the martial spirit during this time of national focus. Simultaneously, the public, witnessing the students' performances, would selectively reward and encourage those who excelled or those candidates they favored. This was not a mere ploy to exploit. It was a genuine policy designed to benefit the students. All funds garnered through candidate live streams would be fully disclosed by the authorities following the examination and entirely awarded to the students, tax-free. The public generally supported this live streaming initiative, recognizing that it was the outstanding students who would, in due course, step onto the battlefield, securing Huaxia's survival and ensuring their safety. Shouldn't these students be incentivized? Thus, how could Lu Chong not be enticed? Earning a substantial sum through his own prowess during the college entrance examination livestream. Was that not an enticing prospect? He had also specifically reviewed the live recordings of the previous year's college entrance examinations, where students had earned over 10 million in incentive bonuses within a mere 6 days of practical assessments. While 10 million may seem insignificant to the signs of wealthy families, for Lu Chong, it represented the capital for his future cultivation. With this windfall, I can stage a remarkable comeback. For considerable time, I need not worry about finances. Lu Chong thought with renewed vigor. That very day, he returned to his somewhat modest home with his homeroom teacher, tidied up briefly, and moved into the teacher's dormitory located behind the school. Although Principal Wei had only provided him with a one-bedroom apartment, it came equipped with an underground training chamber. This training room, while not comparable to the entire cultivation building of Lu Qingqing's family, spanned over 100 square meters and was furnished with various training and testing apparatuses. Indeed, though it was small, it was remarkably well equipped. Lu Chong mused that once he accumulated sufficient wealth, he too would create a private space for living and cultivation. The college entrance examination. Surpassing this hurdle will unveil a truly vast world, he declared with determination, preparing to face his first major test since arriving in this world. This was an examination that held the promise of soaring to new heights. Chapter 61. The Great Exam Approaches, National Attention. The countdown to the college entrance examination was now at 1 month. The third-year curriculum had paradoxically lightened considerably, with nearly half of the time allocated for students to pursue their own interests. This was not intended for relaxation, but rather to offer them the freedom to explore their capabilities. Students with resources could even opt out of attending classes to engage in intensive training at external martial arts academies. Those from more modest backgrounds could remain at school, seeking last-minute guidance from their respective teachers. There were also students who had already given up. The school no longer imposed strict regulations on them, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. For instance, Chen Yufei, who spent most of his time at home indulging in various virtual war games, had essentially ceased attending school, since he had only recently reached the 4th rank of martial disciple. Even with intensive effort, it was unlikely he could qualify for a martial arts university. Gaining admission to a comprehensive university would be a notable achievement. Nevertheless, this close companion of Lu Chong still found time each day to chat with him, reminiscing about their high school lives, primarily his unrequited romantic pursuits. Chen Yufei had long since relinquished any hopes concerning his dream girl, Xiang Yuya, recognizing it as merely a figment of his imagination. Aside from Chen Yufei, the only other classmate to occasionally contact him was Lu Qingqing, who sought his advice on matters related to cultivation and academic subjects. Beyond that, Lu Chong had nearly withdrawn from interactions with other students, attending few classes and spending most of his time in Principal Wei's apartment practicing. It is worth noting that Xue Cheng from the third school had visited him specifically to deliver the 50,000 Huaxia coins owed to him. However, this time, Xue Cheng had learned his lesson, refraining from challenging Lu Chong to a comparison during the college entrance examination, which left Lu Chong feeling somewhat disappointed. As for the military merits that Xue Cheng had lost to Lu Chong, most had been used to exchange for medicinal baths and nutritional supplements, which Lu Chong intended to utilize before the examination. Thus, he had finally accumulated a sum of 500,000, which he could temporarily keep in his pocket. During this period, Zhao Longfei had not troubled him again. It was as if this student had vanished without a trace, not even returning to school. This left Lu Chong with no opportunity to test him. As time passed, June arrived, bringing an increasingly intense atmosphere among the third-year students. It was not a tension stemming from studies or training, but rather a psychological strain, as most students began to tighten their nerves. On June 4th, the official virtual platform finally activated personal accounts for each third-year student. This account held great significance for the students, marking their first virtual platform account, which would accompany them throughout their lives. In other words, even after the entrance examination, they would still be able to share their various statuses, including images and live broadcasts. Through this account, much like an identification card, this was not intended to promote any internet celebrities, but rather to provide everyone with a voice and a platform for creating personal value. Name: Lu Chong. Level: 3rd rank martial artist, 88. Martial skills. Human rank lower grade. Perfected 9 shadow steps. Perfected heart-piercing stab. Human rank middle grade. Perfected 7-step killing fist. Perfected 3-inch palm. Human rank superior. Perfected tiger roar technique. Earth rank lower grade. Subtle wind blade leg. 90. Subtle swift wind step. 90. Earth rank middle grade. Subtle golden bell shield. 8. In the underground training chamber, Chong awoke from his cultivation, examining his various data, feeling quite satisfied. He estimated it would take him another 4 to 5 days to achieve another breakthrough, just in time for the practical assessments of the college entrance examination. His primary concern remained his cultivation level. Although he had recently dedicated considerable time to practicing the nascent Qi technique, he still fell short of breaking through to the 4th rank. The wind blade leg and swift wind step were also close to perfection, needing just a final push. He believed that by the time of the practical assessment, he would likely achieve completeness in those skills. The golden bell shield had barely reached a subtle level, and progress had slowed somewhat. However, it should suffice for the forthcoming examination. With unwavering confidence regarding the impending great examination, Chong had but one objective: to emerge as the top scholar in the province. It was not that he did not aspire to be the national top scholar. It was simply that he lacked the necessary conditions. After all, China is vast, and with candidates from 34 provinces, both domestic and overseas, it was impossible to unify the competition. While the cultural courses and fundamental martial arts assessments might be standardized, the actual practical assessments could not be conducted in a unified arena due to differing conditions across provinces and varying competitive environments. Consequently, college entrance examinations typically only recognized provincial top scholars, and the concept of a national top scholar was seldom mentioned. Hoping to excel on a national level, there would be ample opportunities for that in university. In literature, there are no firsts. In martial arts, there are no seconds. Once in university, platforms for competition and prominence would naturally emerge, even extending across the entire Blue Star. Chong refrained from letting his thoughts wander further and, with a sense of curiosity, opened the official virtual platform named wuxianovel. Previously, he had found numerous instructional battle videos of experts through this platform. Now, he too was endowed with his own real-name personal account, clearly marked as a candidate from this examination session. I already have over 200 followers? Chong was somewhat surprised. Did he truly have such a wide social circle? Clicking through, he was greeted by a flashy avatar belonging to none other than Chen Yufei, adorned with the phrase "fighting for the college entrance examination" on his forehead. Chong dismissed this ostentation and continued browsing. He saw Principal Wei, Principal Fong, Class Leader Huang, and the 7 instructors from military training, along with a dozen class monitors and hundreds of soldiers. There was also Lu Qingqing and over 30 classmates from Class 5. Familiar names included Shui Cheng from the 3rd school, with whom he had crossed paths multiple times. Additionally, Chong was taken aback to see several unexpected individuals: Li Changjun, Xiang Yuya, Huang Junyan, and even Zhao Longfei. Chong was slightly bewildered. What could they possibly want with him? However, he paid it little mind. If they wished to follow him, so be it. Should they feel inclined to offer any gifts, he would not refuse. The platform operated on a basis of mutual consent. Neither party owed the other anything. Beyond those he recognized, there were another 20 or 30 individuals whom Chong did not know, leaving him puzzled as to why they would choose to follow him. A few individuals appeared somewhat familiar, as if they had been seen at a school assembly, presumably leaders from the Education Bureau of Guanyin City. Many had even left him private messages, likely wishing him success in the college entrance examination. Among them was Xiang Yuya, the so-called school beauty with whom he had never had any direct interaction. With a casual flick, Chong adjusted his privacy settings for followers and followed, opting not to respond to each private message. He pondered that this small number of people was hardly sufficient, not to mention the entire country. Even within the population of over 30 million in Hedong province, there lay immense potential. If he could gather a group of supporters before the examination, he could certainly reap greater rewards. Chapter 62. The examination commences. Popularity soars. Unfortunately, Chong had no opportunity to promote himself or garner attention before the examination. The myriad personal promotions by various self-media outlets typically required a hefty fee, and he was reluctant to squander his modest savings. Moreover, he had no aspirations of becoming an internet celebrity. There was no need to rush into establishing a public persona. Fortunately, the official media of Guanyin City was relatively impartial, releasing videos from previous mock examinations and student scores, inadvertently boosting Lu Chong's visibility. Yet, public memory is fleeting, especially on virtual platforms. Thus, despite holding the title of top scorer in the mock exams, Lu Chong's popularity paled in comparison to those who aggressively promoted themselves. For instance, Xiang Yueya, hailed as the heir of the Xiang family, had garnered significantly more attention. A second-stage martial artist and breathtakingly beautiful, coupled with eye-catching personal showcase videos. Who could resist following her? Her promotion reached beyond the 2 million population of Guanyin City, spreading throughout the province, attracting a massive wave of admirers, predominantly male. By the night before the examination, Xiang Yueya's follower count had surpassed 2 million, and she was the talk of the town, with calls for her to win the provincial championship echoing loudly. Familiar faces like Zhao Longfei, Huang Junyan, and Shuecheng also leveraged media influence to attract hundreds of thousands of fans. Even Chen Yufei, who had not showcased martial arts or engaged in real combat videos, managed to gather over 100,000 followers by releasing classic videos of himself playing virtual war games. Remarkably, he also took the opportunity to advertise Lu Chong on his account, urging his followers to support this emerging provincial champion. This led to a slight increase in Lu Chong's popularity, which, by the eve of the examination, barely crossed the 100,000 mark. While not insignificant, it was hardly impressive. The crux of the matter was that many young individuals who followed Lu Chong through Chen Yufei's endorsement posed numerous doubts beneath his solitary martial arts instructional video. They wondered why he had the confidence to challenge for the provincial title, questioning whether he was truly a seed candidate. He looks quite ordinary, apart from his handsome face. His abilities seem rather mediocre. In contrast, others defended him, exclaiming their admiration for his striking, masculine features and well-built physique. Amidst the cacophony of skepticism, Lu Chong chose to remain indifferent, confident that the examination would provide him with the opportunity to prove himself. On June 7th, the National College entrance examination officially commenced, a rigorous 8-day event that captured the attention of the entire nation, including powerful figures monitoring the examination via virtual platforms. Why would students who were not financially constrained spend lavishly on promotion to attract attention? Unlike Lu Chong, their primary aim was to catch the eye of influential figures. Should any of these powerful individuals remember them and take them on as disciples, it would indeed be a meteoric rise. This phenomenon was not mere fantasy. It occurred annually as those in power sought to pass on their legacies. The nationwide unified examination presented an excellent opportunity for identifying promising talent. The cultural assessment days of June 7th and 8th were relatively uneventful, with limited attention on the candidates. By the night of the 8th, Lu Chong's cultural scores and rankings were released, just 35 points shy of a perfect score. His results placed him first in the province and 5th nationally. This achievement was prominently displayed on his personal account, drawing another wave of attention. Even some official accounts of prestigious universities began recruitment in the comments section, offering remarkably favorable conditions. While Lu Chong did not look down upon these institutions, his ambitions lay elsewhere, so he paid them little heed. As for the mixed reviews from fans, he entirely disregarded them. He awaited the real test of practical combat that would commence the following day, which was where he would truly showcase his abilities. However, starting the next day, all candidates would enter a closed examination setting for 6 days, unable to access their personal accounts. He hoped for a pleasant surprise upon his return from the examination. Lu Chong took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset in preparation for the true challenge beginning on the 9th. He would not underestimate any opponent. Based on the information that had surfaced over the past few days, there were already at least 20 formal martial artists among the provincial candidates. Additionally, there were likely others who preferred to remain undisclosed, all of whom were his competitors. Nevertheless, Lu Chong refused to belittle himself. His singular focus was to achieve the title of provincial champion. On the morning of June 9th, all candidates began their foundational martial arts assessments. From this moment forward, the entire nation began to flock to the platform, intensely watching the candidates' performances. National, provincial, and municipal live broadcast accounts, alongside numerous self-media channels, began streaming the examination dynamics, presenting viewers with a variety of perspectives. In an instant, parents of candidates, powerful figures, and onlookers converged. Statistics indicated that from this day onward, The number of viewers flooding into various live streaming platforms for the examination in Huaxiao exceeded 600 million and remained high. Some tuned into the official broadcasts, while others followed the candidates' personal streams, with many watching multiple screens simultaneously. As the foundational martial arts results were announced that morning, platform traffic began to shift dramatically, surging toward the accounts of students with outstanding performances. At this moment, Chong was unaware that with the announcement of his perfect scores in 4 foundational categories, his account had skyrocketed by 1 million followers within an hour, and the numbers continued to rise. Everyone understood what 4 perfect scores signified. It was a hallmark of a formal martial artist. The upper limit for the foundational assessment was 4 perfect scores, totaling 400 points. Even if one was a third-stage martial artist, no additional points would be granted on foundational items. This measure was intended to maintain confidentiality for the candidates and prevent the leakage of their foundational data. That day, the official live stream for Hudong province revealed that there were 51 students achieving perfect scores. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the official host passionately announced that these individuals were the leading candidates for this year's provincial champion. Although there were certainly dark horses capable of making breakthroughs during the practical examination, who would ultimately seize victory, we awaited the unfolding of events. Following this official reveal, Chong's account experienced another surge of followers, surpassing a total of 3 million. At this moment, his personal live broadcast was activated, allowing people to observe every move he made during the practical assessment. Chapter 63, I aim to outpace all. On the afternoon of the 9th, all candidates were transported by specially assigned military vehicles to the provincial hunting grounds at the Hudong base. This provincial hunting ground was significantly larger than the Guanyin City hunting ground, encompassing an area over 5 times its size. Situated within the Tian mountain range that runs north to south through Hudong province, and is also known as the Tian hunting ground, due to its geographical features. The Tian hunting ground serves as a natural barrier and link, functioning as a buffer zone for combat between the Hudong base and the alien species. It was the first time Chong had ventured beyond Guanyin City since arriving in this world. In fact, even his original self had never left Guanyin City. The cost of travel in this era was exceedingly high, as the areas between bases were wild terrains teeming with alien beasts that were impossible to eradicate completely. Although such formidable creatures above level 4 rarely appeared within national borders, traversing these lands was not something an ordinary person could easily accomplish. Thus, individuals wishing to move from one base city to another required formidable protective forces, which naturally incurred significant costs. The candidates from Guanyin City heading to the Tian hunting ground needed military escorts, with military vehicles transporting them, surrounded by various weapons for protection. Naturally, numerous skilled personnel from the military were also deployed, with even Colonel Huang personally leading the guard unit. And it was rumored that 2 martial arts masters had been invited to oversee the operation. The students participating in the examination were not like the bounty hunters who voluntarily ventured into the wild. Any mistakes were absolutely unacceptable should a powerful alien beast emerge mid-journey. The provincial military district would dispatch combat-level super warriors for support, striving to ensure the candidate's performance remained unaffected. Throughout the journey, Chong did not engage with any other candidates, merely gazing out the window at the primordial scenery of the wilderness while assessing his own condition. Name, Chong. Level, Martial Artist 4th Stage, 1. Martial Skills, Human Tier Low Grade, 9 Shadow Steps, Perfect, Heart-Piercing Stab, Perfect, Human Tier Mid Grade, 7 Steps Kill Fist, Perfect, 3-inch Palm, Perfect, Human Tier Peak, Tiger's Roar Technique, Perfect, Earth Tier Low Grade, Wind Blade Leg, Perfect, Swift Shadow Step, Perfect, Earth Tier Mid Grade, Golden Bell Shield, in Micro, 18. As expected, I successfully broke through to the 4th stage martial artist today. Firstly, my cultivation level elevated seamlessly after completing the morning test, allowing me to enter the 4th stage. Secondly, my 2 Earth Tier low-grade martial skills, Wind Blade Leg and Swift Shadow Step, also reached perfection just recently. As for the Earth Tier mid-grade Golden Bell Shield, its cultivation speed has slowed post-integration, and it will take at least another month to achieve perfection. Chong was not anxious. He believed that with his current cultivation and martial skills, along with the practical experience accumulated during special training, achieving the top score in the provincial examination should pose little difficulty. Although he had learned that several students at the key high schools in the provincial city had reached the 5th stage of martial artists, with even a few at the 6th stage, Chong remained unperturbed. His main focus was to maintain the pace of the examination and not allow others to disrupt him. In the distance, the faint roar of a beast could be heard, reminiscent of a second-level alien creature. However, Chong noted that before the beast could fully emerge, it was already dispatched by the surrounding military experts. Unperturbed, Chong, now a minor expert himself, was accustomed to such scenes. The journey proceeded without incident, and within 2 hours the multitude of students was delivered to the southern edge of the Taiyan hunting ground, the boundary closest to Guanyin City. The military vehicles began to disperse along the boundary, dropping off candidates at intervals, allowing them to wait for the hunting ground to open. Each candidate was equipped with only a distress signal device and a protective talisman. The distress signal device could display their scores and rankings, with the primary function being to call for help, while the talisman served as a means of protection in critical moments. Apart from these, the only companions left were the drones broadcasting their live feeds overhead. Additionally, they carried nutritional bars and drinking water sufficient for 6 days, all meticulously inspected to eliminate any possibility of cheating among candidates. After waiting in place for half an hour, around 4:30 in the afternoon, an alarm suddenly sounded. All candidates, please be advised, enter the hunting ground for the assessment within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the light barrier will reset and entry will no longer be permitted. A reminder to all candidates, if not entered within 10 minutes, it will be considered an abandonment of the examination. As this announcement echoed, the energy light barrier in front of Chong opened, revealing the forested hunting ground within. Without hesitation, Chong stepped forward, entering the area just as the light barrier closed behind him after 10 minutes. It had finally begun. Chong felt a surge of excitement. This was the true examination, the one with the highest weight in scoring. He glanced at his distress signal device, which currently displayed a score 0. However, within this 10-minute window, a flurry of names and scores had already appeared on the top 100 leaderboard. Although these scores were merely single digits, Chong understood that simply making an appearance on the leaderboard would catch the attention of millions of viewers outside, thereby enhancing the visibility of his personal live stream. Consequently, many students, even knowing they would soon falter, would exert themselves at the outset, aiming to ride the wave of popularity on the leaderboard. The longer one occupied a position on the leaderboard, the higher their ranking would be, leading to greater viewership and, subsequently, increased rewards. Realizing this, Chong hesitated no longer. His gaze fixed on the boundless northern forest, he employed the swift shadow step and surged forth with a whoosh, entering the Taiyan hunting ground from the southern line. His objective was clear: to navigate northward towards the core of the hunting ground in pursuit of high-level alien beasts and their corresponding positioning devices. This time, Chong would not wait. He intended to leave all competitors in his dust, dominating the provincial examination. Not just him, but at this very moment, surrounding the Taiyan hunting ground, hundreds of thousands of candidates were advancing towards the core. Through the overhead perspectives provided by the official live broadcast of the Hedong province, this scene unfolded before the viewers, as candidates surged towards the inner sanctum of the hunting ground like rivers flowing into the sea. It has begun, it has begun. The host of the official broadcast exclaimed with palpable excitement, capturing the hearts of tens of millions of citizens. It was reported that the preparations for the Taiyan hunting ground were exceedingly thorough. Not only did the hunting ground encompass territories for both first and second-level alien beasts, but in its most central area, there were even 2 ferocious third-level beasts awaiting the candidates for exploration and scoring. However, third-level alien beasts were akin to human martial master-level warriors. Would any candidate dare venture there? At this moment, the host camera shifted to an expert nearby. The expert shook his head slightly, proclaiming, "Very difficult indeed." As the audience is likely aware, among the candidates in this year's Hedong province examination, the highest-ranking student has already reached the 6th stage of martial artists. From what I understand, this student's martial skills are also commendable. However, they might only be able to penetrate the territory of 2nd-level, 8th-stage alien beast, and may have a slight chance at 9th stage. The core area housing the 3rd-level alien beasts, I fear, is beyond reach, the expert asserted confidently. Unable to restrain himself, the host inquired, "If that is the case, then why have we prepared the 3rd-level alien beast zone within the hunting ground?" Chapter 64. My student holds the potential for greatness. The expert cleared his throat before responding. This represents hope, the hope of Hedong province. Our nation, Huaxia, has produced a plethora of talented individuals. In recent years, certain first-tier bases, particularly those in the capital and the magical city, have witnessed instances of college entrance examination candidates triumphing over third-tier aberrations. Therefore, we naturally aspire for our illustrious Hedong base to also unveil such exceptional talents in the upcoming examination, enabling us to keep pace with the foremost. What if, I say what if, one year a dark horse truly emerges, and we find ourselves unprepared for the third-tier aberrations? Would that not be a source of ridicule? An expert quipped half in jest, not only in the official live broadcast room, but at this very moment, the Huaxia Heroes platform buzzed with fervent discussions. It has begun. Everyone, quickly tune in to watch my son, who has already secured the 90th position on the top 100 list. A parent of a candidate urged in the official live room. I have high hopes for Li Qianzhong from Longqing number 5 high school. His prowess as a 6th-tier warrior is unparalleled. Who could rival him? Various grassroots experts were also analyzing the situation in their own live rooms, attracting considerable attention. In the official live room of Guanyin City, alongside the host, 3 candidates' split screens showcased Lu Chong, Xiang Yueya, and Shui Chong. The 3 official warriors representing the hopes of Guanyin City this year, poised to compete with other municipal bases. Beside the host sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair yet brimming with vitality, none other than Principal Wei Jiangwo of number 1 high school. Principal Wei, you have dedicated over 30 years to martial arts education and have guided 21 cohorts of college entrance examination candidates. Surely, you possess unique insights into this year's candidates. Could you perhaps provide a forecast, especially concerning the final scores and rankings of our 3 candidates from Guanyin City? The host inquired with curiosity. With nearly 1 million viewers in the live room eager for Principal Wei's predictions, he calmly set down his teacup, gazed directly into the camera, and proclaimed, undoubtedly, the abilities of our 3 candidates from Guanyin City are commendable. It is inevitable that they will secure a place in the top 100. Old Principal, that's merely platitude. Who doesn't he know that these 3 official warriors would make it to the top 100? A viewer jested. However, no one dared to insult this venerable principal, who had rooted himself in Guanyin City for over 30 years. They neither dared nor desired to, as most were former students of his. Ha! Principal Wei chuckled mischievously. Stroking his beard, I was merely jesting. In truth, I can assure everyone that this year's provincial champion is already reserved for Guanyin City. Boom! The comments section erupted. The old principal truly speaks boldly. Who stands a chance to claim the provincial title? Other cities were not to be disregarded, yet his words clearly dismissed the provincial capital's base. It is noteworthy that among the 51 warrior candidates in the province, half hailed from Longqing, including several 5th-tier warriors and 1 6th-tier, so why should our modest Guanyin City aspire to compete? Some viewers from other cities even began to instigate conflict, claiming the principal was overly boastful and seeking attention. Even the host felt a bit awkward, interrupting the principal. Principal Wei, you jest, but I'm sure everyone understands. After all, it is a reflection of your expectations. Principal Wei, however, did not take the cue, instead stating solemnly, I am not joking, and I dare to guarantee with my own reputation that my prediction is largely accurate. The student I believe can seize the provincial champion title is Lu Chong from our number 1 high school. Young man, this is all I can do for you. Although it may provoke envy, at least it can help you garner some popularity, Principal Wei thought to himself. Nevertheless, the audience grew increasingly restless. Could the principal truly be serious? A warrior of great strength and the head of school. Vouching for something like this in such a public forum was no trivial matter. Yet, everyone remained perplexed. What was the basis for his confidence? Curiosity surged among the viewers, compelling them to focus on the candidate Lu Chong, eager to discover what made him so extraordinary as to earn the principal's high regard. Some viewers, unconvinced by Principal Wei, began to capture clips from the live broadcast, sharing them widely. The principal of Guanyin City number 1 high school boldly claimed his student possessed the potential for greatness. How absurd! A small high school from a 4th-tier city daring to aim for provincial dominance. Various discussions and ridicule spread across major platforms in Hedong province within half an hour, indeed attracting a significant wave of attention toward Lu Chong. Unbeknownst to him, his personal live room saw an influx of over 3 million viewers, nearing Xiang Yueya's figures. However, A substantial portion of this audience brought with them skepticism and a desire for amusement. Yet, as they began to truly observe Lu Chong, they couldn't help but be astounded. This candidate was exceptionally formidable. How did he penetrate the territory of second-tier aberrations so swiftly? How long had the candidates been in the hunting grounds? Barely an hour. Most candidates remained on the territory of first-tier aberrations, many likely to halt there. Even those who had attained the status of official warriors merely reached the realm of first-tier, ninth-level aberrations, pausing to acclimate to the Taiyan hunting grounds environment, or seeking a relatively safe area to rest for the night before delving deeper. In stark contrast, Lu Chong, currently under the scrutiny of over 3 million viewers, charged forward without pause, having already entered the domain of second-tier aberrations. The first-tier aberrations that obstructed his path were utterly ineffective. He traversed the perilous mountain forest with the ease of a stroll, effortlessly dispatching the aberrations that attempted to ambush him. Due to his relentless and hasty advance, the number of trophies he accrued was not substantial, presently totaling a mere 426 points, just enough to barely make the list. However, Lu Chong remained unperturbed, for this was his domain. After achieving the 4th tier of martial prowess, he had long since lost interest in first-tier aberrations. Only second-tier aberrations could ignite his fighting spirit. Moreover, the scores represented by second-tier aberrations were in a league of their own compared to those of first-tier aberrations. A first-tier aberration netted a mere 500 points, while second-tier garnered 1,000, and so forth, culminating in 12,800 points for a second-tier, 9th-level aberration. Before his departure, Principal Wei had expressly informed him that the Guanyun City Education Bureau promised that for every point Lu Chong earned in the practical examination, the reward would be multiplied tenfold. With such enticing benefits, who could resist? Thus, no one should dare to contest him for aberrations, or rather, for his reward money. The rewards offered by the Guanyun City Education Bureau were not exclusive to Lu Chong. They were intended for all local candidates capable of entering the provincial top 100. Regardless of the intentions of the other two candidates, Lu Chong knew he must secure his own position. As night fell, the roars of beasts echoed through the forest, reverberating in all live rooms. The majority of students had found relatively safe areas, such as concealed caves, or banded together for warmth, fearing elimination from nighttime attacks. Yet Lu Chong had already ventured into the territory of first-tier aberrations, unhidden and unyielding, deliberately exposing himself to the risks of ambush. Simultaneously, enhanced by his Golden Bell Shield training, his vision, smell, and hearing far surpassed ordinary individuals, allowing him to detect the movements of aberrations even in the darkness. The hunting ground here is entirely distinct from the one in Guanyun City. It is no longer a mere domain of singular species of extraordinary beasts, but rather a melange of various creatures, forming a miniature ecological chain that Lu Chong finds difficult to discern at first glance. Nevertheless, it matters not. He possesses the confidence to navigate through this region. Suddenly, a shadow leaps from a thicket 3 meters away, a foul odor assaulting his senses. Lu Chong had already caught a whiff of the creature's scent, and without needing to look, he sprang into action, his right leg launching him skyward like a coiled spring. A shriek pierced the night as the shadow was propelled backward at an accelerated pace. Lu Chong pursued swiftly, catching up to the off-balance creature in midair and deftly removing its tracking device. A unicorn wild boar, a fine delicacy, yet alas, it could not be taken back. Casting a glance at the shadow that lay incapacitated on the ground, he muttered to himself and hastened away. With 500 points secured, Lu Chong's score skyrocketed to 926, propelling him to the 79th position on the leaderboard. However, this was merely the beginning. During the first night of the practical assessment, Lu Chong's primary objective was to ascend to the summit. At this moment, not only was Guanyun City's live stream buzzing with activity, but even the provincial official broadcast was capturing every moment of Lu Chong's exploits. Consequently, the viewership in his personal live stream surged to over 5 million, surpassing that of Xiang Yuya. Yet, at this juncture, the patrons showering him with gifts were few, as most remained skeptical, waiting to evaluate Lu Chong's performance. After all, should Lu Chong be merely a show-off, reckless in his actions, and face elimination tonight, he would hardly be deserving of continued attention. In truth, it was not merely the provincial officials who esteemed Lu Chong. There were few candidates bold enough to venture into the realm of second-tier extraordinary beasts after nightfall. Among the 3 official martial artist candidates hailing from Guanyin City, only Lu Chong dared to enter the second-tier beast territory. Across the entire Hedong province, only 6 martial artists had thus far entered this area, with the remaining 5 all being renowned students from the provincial capital, 4 of whom were 5th-tier martial artists and 1 is 6th-tier. The presence of these 5 candidates in the second-tier beast territory was not particularly surprising, given their formidable prowess and reputation. However, Lu Chong, who had merely gained some local renown in Guanyin City, raised eyebrows regarding his audacity to traverse the territory of second-tier beasts at night. Soon, an expert in the live stream provided an analysis, noting that Lu Chong from Guanyin City No. 1 High School indeed possessed significant strength. Based on my observations, he appears to be a 4th-tier martial artist, and that wind-cleaving kick he executed has also reached an exceptionally rare level of perfection. The audience began to realize that Lu Chong was not merely a novice martial artist. His cultivation was commendably advanced, slightly trailing behind the other 5 candidates. Furthermore, attaining a perfected middle-grade martial technique is a rarity even in the elite high schools of the provincial capital. In the teacher's dormitory of Guanyin City No. 1 High School, Wang Tong was anxiously monitoring both the official live stream and Lu Chong's channel. Upon hearing the expert's remarks, he beamed with pride, tugging at his wife's arm and exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is one of our students. This lad has broken through to 4th-tier martial artist. And that wind-cleaving kick, that's my personal teaching." His wife, equally engrossed, smiled upon hearing this, well aware of how much her husband valued Lu Chong as a student. However, just as the audience across various live streams began to accept the expert's assessment and re-evaluate Lu Chong as a dark horse, they noticed something amiss. Lu Chong did not linger in the realm of first-tier extraordinary beasts nor seek opportunities to hunt them. Instead, he maintained a rapid pace, heading northward straight into the second-tier zone. What was he up to? He was nearly surrounded by extraordinary beasts. Did he dare to venture deeper? The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, questioning whether this was too reckless. Nighttime was indeed when extraordinary beasts were most active, and Lu Chong's audacity to delve further and provoke even more formidable creatures was astonishing. Within the hunting ground, Lu Chong pressed forward in a straight line, not pausing to deliberately seek out extraordinary beasts. However, his bold advance inevitably attracted numerous nocturnal predators. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 12 first-tier extraordinary beasts were in hot pursuit of this delectable yet audacious prey. As Lu Chong approached the second-tier beast territory, he finally slowed his pace, allowing the 12 beasts to catch up. This was indeed efficient. Nothing was wasted. "This is the way to do it," Lu Chong muttered, turning to charge at the snarling pack of beasts behind him. He unleashed a flurry of martial techniques: the stone tablet hand, 9 shadow steps, iron wire fist, and heart-piercing finger, among others. No longer adhering to a fixed routine, he employed a combination of techniques tailored to the situation, striving for maximum efficiency in dispatching the beasts. The extraordinary creatures that confronted him posed no match, falling one by one to his strikes. Throughout this encounter, Lu Chong did not even resort to middle-grade techniques or higher. As he wove through the 12 beasts, he acquired a corresponding number of tracking devices. None escaped. Indeed, under his deliberate restraint, no beast suffered significant injury. This was certainly intentional on Lu Chong's part. Had he annihilated or severely injured the beasts in this area, it would have alleviated pressure on other candidates, allowing them to contest his score. The first wave of harvest after nightfall dramatically inflated his score by several multiples, reaching 926 points and catapulting him to 3rd place on the leaderboard. The 2 individuals ahead of him, whom he did not recognize, were namely Qianzhong and Wang Shan, boasting scores of 8, 689, and 7, 955, respectively. Indeed, someone is vying for my points. I must expedite my efforts, Lu Chong mused, then without a backward glance, he stepped into the realm of second-tier extraordinary beasts. At that moment, his personal live stream and the 2 major official channels erupted with excitement. Chapter 66. The momentum begins to build. With the stone tablet hand, 9 shadow steps, iron wire fist, heart-piercing finger, and the previously employed wind-cleaving kick, all perfected, the experts in the provincial official live stream were astounded, their voices tinged with dryness, understanding now why Lu Chong, hailing from Guanyin City No. 1 High School, was so self-assured. Possessing such a repertoire of perfected martial techniques, his prowess was indisputable, allowing him to navigate effortlessly among the first-tier extraordinary beasts. In that moment, the host, brimming with excitement, interjected, "It is precisely due to these perfected techniques that Lu Chong can maneuver with such ease, obtaining tracking devices without inflicting serious harm on any of the creatures. It is akin to plucking the enemy's head from a pouch, a true demonstration of lightness in burden." As the host spoke, he glanced towards the expert beside him and inquired, "What level do you believe this Lu Chong has attained, and how far can he go?" At this juncture, the expert hesitated, weighing his words before responding. "It is difficult to ascertain. I can assure you that among all the candidates from various high schools in the province, there is no one else who has simultaneously mastered so many martial techniques to perfection. However, these techniques are ultimately of lower quality, and their power is quite limited. They are effective against beasts of a lower tier, but may prove inadequate when facing stronger opponents. For instance, several top students from Longshan No. 5, while not having mastered as many perfected techniques, have trained in upper-grade martial techniques and even earth-grade techniques. Moreover, to my knowledge, some individuals have already perfected their earth-tier martial techniques, their power undoubtedly surpassing that of human-tier martial skills. Thus, the extent to which this student, Lu Chong, can advance ultimately hinges on whether he has cultivated more potent high-grade martial arts," asserted the expert with unwavering conviction. Not only are provincial official live streams buzzing with discussions about Lu Chong's prowess and potential, but the official live stream of Guanyin City and various social media accounts are also abuzz with commentary. Particularly noteworthy is Lu Chong's personal live stream, which has reached a staggering audience of 8 million. These viewers, displaying remarkable enthusiasm, remain awake in the wee hours, accompanying the examinee through the live broadcast. I have long proclaimed that Lu Chong from Yunqi No. 1 High School is undoubtedly a dark horse. Have you seen? It has barely been any time, and he has already surged to 3rd place. Without a doubt, he deserves recognition. Indeed, I foresee a promising future for this child. He is certainly a beacon of hope for our nation's martial arts, bringing glory to Guanyin City. However, the overwhelming viewership of Lu Chong's live stream also invites skepticism. It's only the first day. What could be discerned? Moreover, delving into the depths of the night, is that not courting disaster? Should he be surrounded by those more formidable beasts, what chance for survival remains? The college entrance examination demands tactical acumen. I perceive this child as overly audacious, lacking worldly experience, and he may not progress far. He possesses merely some human-tier martial techniques. How can he compare with those who have mastered earth-tier skills? Simultaneously, those acquainted with Lu Chong are keenly following his live stream. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, Class Teacher Wang Tong, and even Li Qingjun, the head of Class 1, are all tuned into Lu Chong. Among the warriors escorting the students, a cadre of instructors and soldiers, led by Colonel Huang, is also engrossed in Lu Chong's live broadcast. Numerous warriors who have received martial guidance from Lu Chong are spontaneously cheering him on. Nevertheless, Lu Chong remains oblivious to these discussions and support. He is currently wholly focused on his endeavor, charging boldly into the territory of the Level 2, Stage 2 beasts, where the roars of countless creatures echo around him. However, Lu Chong's speed is extraordinary. He shows no inclination to linger, striking with astonishing swiftness, executing his moves with precision and barely a misstep. By the time Lu Chong breaks through the area inhabited by Stage 2 beasts, he has already secured 9 positioning devices, adding another 9,000 points to his score, propelling his total to an impressive 15,926. Consequently, his ranking ascends to the top, eclipsing the second-place contender, Li Qianzhong, by over 6,000 points. At this juncture, he stands on the threshold of the Level 2, Stage 3 beasts. It is now the early hours of the 10th. Typically, this would be a time for examinees to rest, yet many are too astounded to sleep. Who is this brash newcomer, charging through the night without fear of elimination? However, the vast majority of examinees merely express complaints tinged with envy before returning to their own concerns. After all, they had no hopes of ranking, let alone competing for the top position. As long as they safeguard their own territories, they need not venture into the Level 2 beast zones to contend with Lu Chong. Yet, those examinees who have attained the status of formal warriors find themselves bewildered. What is this rhythm? It should be a time for stealth and recovery. Yet here is a candidate seizing the opportunity to rack up points, and it's only the first day. Let us see how long this bravado lasts. Even if he claims the top spot on the first day, he may still be eliminated early, ultimately proving inferior to me. Some of the warrior examinees quickly recalibrate their mental state, choosing to disregard Liu Chang's flamboyant display. However, there are also those proud warrior candidates who can hardly remain seated, especially the top-tier students from Longqing No. 1 High School, who cannot tolerate such indignity. Without a doubt, they resolve to continue their efforts through the night, determined not to be overshadowed by a candidate from a lower-tier city. Thus, a considerable number of formal warrior candidates abandon their caution and begin to hunt in the Level 2 beast territory under the cover of darkness. Nighttime indeed poses greater risks. With no one to share the burden, the dangers multiply, yet correspondingly, so do the rewards. Provided one can stand their ground amidst the Level 2 beasts, they may prevail. Otherwise, the hunter risks becoming the hunted. As a result, the first night of this practical assessment becomes increasingly lively, especially in the Level 2 beast area, where battles erupt frequently. This is perhaps what is meant by internal competition. However, it soon becomes evident to some warrior candidates that they have strayed from their intended path. The hunting grounds of the night are truly formidable. Often, becoming ensnared by one beast can lead to an onslaught from several, even dozens of creatures. Just because Liu Chang can navigate freely through the throngs of beasts does not mean that every warrior candidate can do the same. Even candidates at the second or third stages of warrior status find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault of 10 or more Level 2, Stage 1 beasts simultaneously. Consequently, by the time dawn breaks on the second day, 2 candidates at the second stage of warrior status have been outright eliminated. 3 additional warrior candidates, while not eliminated, have sustained significant injuries and must take time to recuperate. It is only at this moment that they fully comprehend that not every warrior candidate can emulate Liu Chang's feats. They have been led astray by the sudden internal competition among candidates, resulting in an unbalanced risk-to-reward ratio. In stark contrast, Liu Chang's popularity continues to soar, with his personal live stream audience surpassing 10 million, firmly establishing him as the leading candidate. His ranking remains at the pinnacle, with a score soaring to 27,926. Although Li Qianzhong has also begun to accumulate points in the latter half of the night, his efficiency pales in comparison to Liu Chang's, now reaching only 16,689 points. As for the rest of the candidates, their standings are even less noteworthy. At this moment, Liu Chang truly stand apart, leaving all other candidates trailing in his wake. Earning 270,000 Huaxia coins in a single night is quite a windfall. Chapter 67. I aim to capture everything. At this juncture, Liu Chang has entered the territory of the Level 2 stage for beasts, where the number of beasts is noticeably diminished. However, Liu Chang calculates that each beast in this area yields 4,000 points, making it a lucrative yet sparse hunting ground. Despite the relentless night of pursuit, Liu Chang remains invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon reaching the warrior realm, even 3 days without rest would not impair one's mental acuity. Moreover, Liu Chang has trained in techniques such as the Golden Bell Shield and the Tiger Roar, endowing him with exceptional physical and mental fortitude. Let the hunt commence here. Liu Chang muses, choosing not to plunge deeper, but rather to utilize his heightened senses to locate the tracks of Stage 4 beasts in this area. His plan is straightforward: to begin here and capture all the beasts in one fell swoop, converting them entirely into personal points. Or rather, to be precise, into currency for his coffers. Once the beasts in the depths of the hunting ground have been cleared, he will then sweep the periphery for the lesser, but more numerous creatures. This approach will enable him to maximize his scoring and earning potential. This scene, observed across various live streams, finally allows many viewers who had been holding their breath to exhale in relief. They genuinely feel as though they are part of the experience, fearing Liu Chang might recklessly plunge deeper and risk early elimination. Such an outcome would not only disappoint the audience, but also squander their fervor. It seems he possesses a modicum of self-awareness. A martial artist of the 4th rank can indeed contend with a Level 4 beast of the 2nd rank, making their match fairly even. Moreover, as fortune would have it, it is daylight, alleviating fears of being surrounded by beasts of the same realm. This classmate Liu Chang demonstrates a degree of intellect. However, as the day wore on, they realized they had underestimated Liu Chang. Within the territory of the Level 4 beasts, this martial artist of the 4th rank, Liu Chang, surprisingly advanced with little resistance, overpowering foes with remarkable ease. Moreover, it was perplexing how he managed to identify and defeat the majority of concealed beasts in such a short span of time. By the time night fell on the 10th day, Lu Chong had amassed 32 positioning devices, earning an impressive score of 128,000 points, bringing his total to 155,926. Is he even human? How should Li Qianzhong, who has barely over 50,000 points, perceive this? That very day, even the official live stream of Huaxia began to take notice of Lu Chong, establishing a dedicated segment for him. Consequently, Lu Chong's live stream attracted a multitude of viewers from outside provinces, with numbers soaring past 20 million. Wow! It turns out there are formidable talents in high schools of Hedong province. Is it merely that the other competitors are too weak? This was the speculation among viewers from other provinces, as obtaining 150,000 points in a single day is indeed extraordinary. Even on a national scale, Lu Chong's score would place him among the top 10. Although the examination environments differ across provinces, the practical scores hold a certain objective value. Especially for a candidate to achieve such a high score on the first day, few can claim similar feats across the nation. Already, official accounts from prestigious martial arts universities had entered Lu Chong's personal livestream, keenly observing this aspirant who would soon be selecting his university. Once the college entrance examination concludes, the candidate scores will be revealed, marking the time for major universities to vie for top talents. At this moment, Lu Chong chose not to linger further and, as night descended, headed straight into the territory of level 5 beasts. While he had not entirely cleared the positioning devices of level 4 beasts, other candidates were already arriving, and Lu Chong wished to avoid direct confrontation that would waste precious time. Additionally, some beasts adept at burrowing would not surface for a while, and he could not afford to wait. Seizing the opportunity on the second night of the practical examination, he aimed to continue his sweeping progression. With the cultivation of a 4th-rank martial artist, entering the territory of level 5 beasts, especially under the cover of night, was a daring move that sparked heated discussions. It was undeniably audacious to treat the beasts of the hunting ground as mere decorations. The influx of spectators from other provinces resulted in the local audience rallying in support of Lu Chong, hoping he would not falter at such a critical juncture. Yet, watching Lu Chong charge forward recklessly left them feeling helpless, merely wishing for his survival. Howling. Shortly after Lu Chong entered, he was confronted by an enormous howling moon silver wolf. Upon sighting Lu Chong, the beast wasted no time, lunging ferociously. Before the wolf's claws could reach him, it unleashed arcs of silver light from its mouth, slicing toward Lu Chong. This exemplified the characteristics of a level 2 beast, capable of executing external attacks similar to those of human martial artists through innate bloodline abilities. While the beasts may not comprehend martial arts, their post-mutation innate abilities, although less refined than human techniques, were nonetheless formidable. Faced with these lethal arcs, Lu Chong did not engage directly. Instead, he executed the perfected wind step for the first time, deftly evading all attacks. In a swift motion, he found himself above the howling moon silver wolf, delivering a powerful kick that sent the airborne creature crashing to the ground. What a level 5 beast! Even when Lu Chong was merely a 2nd-rank martial artist in the military camp, he could contend with a 7th-rank commanding officer in a fierce battle without resorting to advanced techniques. Before the silver wolf could regain its footing, Lu Chong effortlessly seized the positioning device from its form and vanished like a whirlwind. However, before he could escape too far, the chilling howls of wolves echoed from all directions. This was dire. A pack of wolves. The audience, more anxious than Lu Chong himself, realized he had grown complacent. Wolves are social creatures with a natural aptitude for tactics, and he was ambushed. Defeating a single level 5 silver wolf was one thing, but being encircled by a pack left Lu Chong with little chance of escape. Alas, this is the peril of nighttime operations. If only there were other candidates to share the burden, the situation might have been different. Lu Chong mentally counted the wolves. 1 wolf, 2 wolves, 3 wolves. 18 howling moon silver wolves, adding up to 144,000 points, equating to 1.44 million Huaxia currency. Marvelous. He relished the thrill of counting money. Howl! With a resounding roar, pairs of glowing green eyes surged from all directions, fixating on the solitary figure of Lu Chong. As the howl subsided, The pack seemed to receive a command, collectively baring their razor-sharp fangs and unleashing a barrage of arcs, densely converging upon Chong. Above and below, there was no escape for him. Even with the most agile of movements, evading the relentless onslaught of arcs was impossible. In a live stream, numerous viewers gasped, urging the officials to intervene promptly. A poor examination result is minor, yet should a candidate be devoured by beasts, it would be a grave incident. Even with protective talismans, they could only provide a few minutes of respite. Yet, soon these discussions fell silent as millions of viewers fixated on Chong in disbelief. Chapter 68. How has he not been eliminated yet? Just as the audience in the live stream oscillated between concern, mockery, and schadenfreude for Chong, he found himself engulfed by a deluge of arcs. Without defensive weapons, how could he withstand such blade-like assaults with mere flesh? Chong swiftly provided an answer. Look, what is that? Apotectivoha. Is it an earth-tier martial technique? A flash of golden light emerged from the myriad arcs, quickly radiating outward like ripples. This golden glow repelled all arcs, rendering them ineffective. As the arcs settled, revealing the figure enveloped in golden light, the audience erupted in astonishment once more. It truly is an earth-tier martial technique, and moreover, it is a finely tuned earth-tier technique. Who can tell me what technique this is? Soon, someone responded, identifying it as a low-grade earth-tier technique focused on body refinement, the Golden Wave. Unexpectedly, among this year's candidates from our province, there exists someone who has mastered this technique to such a level. In terms of martial technique cultivation alone, Chong is undoubtedly the undisputed #1 in the province. Not only the general populace, but even the hosts and expert advisors in various official live streams engaged in discussions about Chong's debut use of this earth-tier body refinement technique. In the official live stream of Guanyin City, the host gazed excitedly at the self-satisfied principal beside him. Principal Wei, you must be the one who knows Chong best. Could you elaborate on this technique? At this moment, many citizens had flocked into the Guanyin City live stream, drawn by Chong's influence, resulting in a surge of viewers from outside the province. At this juncture, few remained skeptical of the principal's previous exuberant claims. At least for now, Chong truly held a firm grip on the top position, with the title of provincial champion merely a matter of time. Principal Wei appeared to possess an uncanny foresight, remaining composed yet unable to conceal a sense of triumph, as he remarked, "This inferior-grade, earth-level golden light wave was indeed imparted to Chong by me. That young man has shown commendable tenacity, successfully cultivating it to an intricate level before the college entrance examination. When it comes to Chong's aptitude for mastering martial techniques, I must elaborate further. Regardless of how the old principal boasts in the live stream, Chong, currently situated in the hunting grounds, is indeed employing earth-level martial skills. Not the mid-tier golden bell shield, but the golden light wave derived from it. While its potency is somewhat diminished, it effortlessly deflects the arcane strikes of these howling moon silver wolves. After erecting the golden light wave to fend off the pack's onslaught, Chong certainly would not remain stationary to absorb the blows. Adorned with shimmering golden light, he fearlessly charged into the midst of the wolves. The pack showed no trepidation, with claws, fangs, and tails converging from all directions to target Chong's vital points. However, the intricate golden light wave was no trivial matter. Chong, without needing to evade, effortlessly countered the onslaught with the rebound force of the golden light wave, shattering the wolf's claws and fangs, allowing him to traverse the pack as if in an uninhabited realm, sustaining not a single scratch. As Chong emerged from the fray, a multitude of howling moon silver wolves lay defeated behind him, while his attire remained remarkably intact. This was still Chong exercising restraint. Had he truly unleashed his full might, these level 2, 5-segment silver wolves would have found it impossible to recover in a short span of time. Consequently, Chong's total score soared to 2,99926, while the second-place contender, Li Qianzhong, had barely surpassed 80,000 points. Chong maintained a commanding lead, achieving a remarkable distance ahead of his competitors. Yet, he was still unsatisfied, feeling the pressure of the pursuing candidates, as they were encroaching on his hard-earned points. Thus, under the cover of deepening night, Chong ventured further into the fray. Simultaneously, in a region inhabited by level 2, 3-segment beasts, 3 candidates convened in a concealed cave. their expressions darkening as they observed the fluctuations in the leaderboard. This kid hasn't been eliminated yet. At this rate, we won't have many points left to claim, lamented one of them, his freckled nose betraying his frustration. This was Chun Yuan, hailing from Launcher Number 5 High School, a standout in the provincial capital, boasting a martial cultivation level of 5 segments, currently ranked 4th. The other 2 candidates outshone him, one male and one female, namely Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan, who ranked just behind Lu Chong on the leaderboard. One was at the 6-segment level, while the other was at 5 segments. These 3 shared the same school, but were embroiled in a competitive rivalry during the examination. However, over the past 2 days, they had been profoundly stirred by the exceptional performance of a candidate from a lower-tier city. Had it not been for Lu Chong, they might have pursued their individual ambitions to claim the top spot. Yet, Lu Chong's meteoric rise in points and ranking had rendered them restless. They noted the fluctuations in Lu Chong's score, realizing he had already ventured into the territory of 5-segment beasts and was advancing with fervor. At this rate, if they did not alter their strategy, the deeper beasts would be entirely depleted by Lu Chong. Initially, they believed Lu Chong's reckless approach would lead to his elimination, allowing them to seize the opportunity. But with Lu Chong's score continuing to climb, even through the night, the trio could no longer remain passive. Thus, the 3 most promising candidates for the provincial top spot united in the 3-segment beast region to confer. When faced with an attempted encroachment on their prey, they instinctively leaned towards collaboration. Wang Shan, an ordinary-looking girl with a hint of sternness, broke the silence, stating, "We cannot sit idly by. We must not rely on the hope of his elimination. Instead, we should temporarily team up to seize points. After all, the deeper one delves into the hunting grounds, the scarcer the beasts become. Whoever gains the advantage will maintain the lead." Agreed. That aligns with my thoughts, Chun Yuan quickly concurred. If we form a team, we can protect ourselves even when entering the regions of 5- and 6-segment beasts at night. Only then can we suppress him. Afterward, we can part ways and see who ultimately claims victory. Chun Yuan and Wang Shan turned to Li Qianzhong, seeking his opinion. Li Qianzhong, bearing a mature demeanor with pronounced brows and a square jaw, exuded an air of determination. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The trio of candidates from the provincial capital's prestigious high schools swiftly united, shedding their previous reservations, and boldly ventured into the territory of 4-segment beasts. However, 2 hours later, the trio found themselves fatigued. This kid Lu Chong is truly insidious. We have battled through this area, defeating dozens of beasts. Yet we have only managed to locate 3 positioning instruments, Wang Shan remarked, maintaining her composure. Their coalition had engaged in fierce combat with various beasts in the 4-segment territory, only to end up nearly empty-handed. Most of the beasts in this region had already lost their positioning instruments, yet their combat prowess remained intact, posing significant challenges for the trio. Let us not lament our misfortune. We must not linger here any longer. We need to catch up to him as soon as possible, Li Qianzhong asserted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If Lu Chong were to clear out the deeper beasts, even if they united to pursue him, there would be no points left to contest. Chapter 69, A Fruitless Pursuit. Upon entering the territory of 5-segment beasts, Li Qianzhong and his companions were greeted by a pack of wolves that had just been bested by Lu Chong, who had seized their positioning instruments. These howling moon silver wolves, having been ruthlessly trampled by Lu Chong, were seething with rage. The trio, upon noticing that the wolves had already lost their positioning instruments, had no desire to engage in a desperate battle and merely sought to intercept Lu Chong. Thus, the 3 candidates found themselves in a high-stakes chase within the realm of 5-segment beasts, entertaining millions of viewers in the live stream. The wolves pursued relentlessly, as the trio continuously sought to break free and escape. Given their collective strength, they could have held their ground against the wolves if they had fully exerted themselves. However, the lack of reward rendered such an endeavor unwise. Meanwhile, Lu Chong had already entered the territory of 6-segment beasts, eagerly searching for his next quarry. A level 2, 6-segment beast was worth 16,000 points, fueling Lu Chong's motivation. In this region, the beasts were no longer howling moon silver wolves, but rather iron-shelled yak, known for their formidable defenses. While these beasts were not particularly swift or aggressive, their fur was as resilient and sharp as steel needles. When their fur was fully spread, it resembled a heavy iron armor, and when provoked, they could launch their fur like detached steel needles, making them exceedingly troublesome. The first encounter Lu Chong faced was with a level 2, 6-segment iron-shelled yak. Without hesitation, he prepared to engage. With a deep, resonant bellow, the iron-shelled yak, incensed by the intrusion of a human into its territory, lowered its head and charged with its horns poised. However, despite being a level 2, 6-segment beast, its speed appeared painfully sluggish in Lu Chong's eyes. With a deft application of the 9 shadow steps, Lu Chong evaded the horned assault and deftly positioned himself alongside the iron-shelled yak, delivering a resounding strike to its neck. It is not that Lu Chong hesitates to seize the opportunity to retrieve the locator from his adversary. Rather, the creature's luxuriant and lengthy fur completely obscures the device, rendering it elusive to him. The force behind his strike was formidable, yet Lu Chong soon realized he had underestimated the defensive capabilities and mass of this extraordinary beast. A blow powerful enough to overturn a large truck merely caused the iron-armored yak to stumble without even dislodging a single strand of its fur. Intrigued, Lu Chong's fighting spirit ignited, and he transformed his palm into a claw, lunging at the yak's neck in an attempt to part its fur and locate the device. However, at that moment, the iron-armored yak seemed thoroughly enraged. Its fur bristled, each strand standing erect, resembling a quiver of arrows poised to be unleashed. Before Lu Chong's claw could descend, hundreds of hairs from the yak shot forth like beams of light, piercing towards him. He did not dare to underestimate the threat. Quickly, he summoned the golden light wave, enveloping himself in a shimmering aura that also flowed over his hands. The yak's hairs failed to penetrate the protective barrier of the golden light wave, yet the sheer force of the impact forced him to stumble back several paces. Instead of dismay, Lu Chong felt exhilaration as he finally spotted the locator on the yak's neck. Choosing not to engage head-on with the formidable beast, he once again employed the shadow step, swiftly darting past the yak, which was preparing to charge. By the time the iron-armored yak realized what had transpired, Lu Chong had already made his escape with the locator in hand. The yak let out a thunderous roar, stamping its hooves in pursuit, but soon lost track of Lu Chong's presence. Subsequently, Lu Chong encountered another iron-armored yak, employing the same strategy of provoking it to unleash its fur, only to deftly retrieve the locator without confronting these robust creatures directly. As dawn approached, he had successfully cleared the area of its iron-armored yaks. Upon assessing his haul, he found 10 locators, amounting to a staggering 160,000 points, and with his previous score, his total soared to an impressive 450,000. Meanwhile, Li Qianzhong and his companions had just escaped the encirclement of wolves and entered the territory of the iron-armored yaks, having achieved little in the way of rewards that night. With the formidable beasts already stripped of their locators, their efforts had borne no fruit, leaving them exhausted. Awaiting them now were the furious yaks, incensed by Lu Chong's antics. Fortunately, they quickly realized that the locators had been taken, eliminating the need for confrontation. The trio accelerated, easily outpacing the yaks. We are close behind him. Lu Chong must have ventured into the territory of the second-level, 7th-rank beasts, Chen Yuan declared, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yet, even he was unsure of the source of his exhilaration, having pursued all night with nothing to show for it but fatigue. At this juncture, Wang Shan calmly interjected, "The territory of the 7th-rank beasts is far more perilous than the previous zones. We cannot proceed without caution." Chen Yuan, taken aback, realized the truth in her words. Even if they reached the 7th-rank territory, what would it matter if they were unable to defeat the beasts there? With their current strength, their original goal had been the 2nd-level, 4th, 5th, and 6th-rank beasts, where they had both assurance and efficiency. But now, Lu Chong had nearly swept the locators from those 3 regions, leaving them empty-handed after a night of pursuit, a poignant reminder of futility. Now, even knowing Lu Chong had entered the territory of the 7th-rank beasts, what could they do? Li Qianzhong composedly remarked, "It is daytime. Together, the 3 of us should be capable of handling a 2nd-level, 7th-rank beast without too much trouble. We have already lost our advantage. We must catch up." Realizing the opportunity before them, Chen Yuan agreed. Even if he entered the 7th-rank territory before us, can he truly contend with them? Wang Shan echoed his sentiment. At this point, our only hope lies in our combined strength to surpass him. Resolute, the trio stepped into the territory of the 7th-rank beasts. In various live streaming rooms across Hedong province, excitement reached a fever pitch. In just 2 days, someone had amassed a staggering score of 450,000 points, overshadowing even the top contenders. Li Qianzhong, in second place, had yet to break 100,000 points, a significant gap indeed. In previous years, a score like Li Qianzhong's would have undoubtedly secured the top position at this stage of the competition. However, this year's high-stakes examination in Hedong province seemed poised for a dramatic shift. Experts in the provincial livestream candidly stated that the focus had shifted from who would claim the title of provincial champion to how far Lu Chong could go. The 70th chapter, Conservative or Challenge, reveals that for Lu Chong, the most prudent approach may not be to delve deeper into challenges, but rather to capitalize on the remaining 4 days to solidify his lead. By returning to the areas populated by lower-level beasts and swiftly accumulating points, he could secure the title of provincial champion. In stark contrast to the provincial livestream, the host in the official Guanyun City broadcast expressed a different narrative, resonating with the sentiments of many locals. They did not wish for Lu Chong to compete against champions from other provinces. They simply hoped he could secure the title of provincial martial arts champion, a feat that had eluded Guanyun City for years. The local government and educational leaders echoed this sentiment. After the host's remarks, the camera turned to Wang Tong, who had recently been invited as Lu Chong's homeroom teacher. Facing millions of viewers, he shyly stated, "Based on my understanding of Lu Chong, he is not a reckless individual. If he does not feel confident, he will not press further." Despite his assurances, the audience remained skeptical. Few dared to mock Lu Chong now. Most had taken to supporting this dark horse, offering guidance from afar or speculating on the outcome of the examination. I believe the host is correct. If Lu Chong were to retreat to the untouched areas, he could safely secure his position as provincial champion. However, should he continue to push deeper and challenge stronger beasts, he risks disqualification. In that case, his competitors could easily leverage the remaining time to catch up to his score. Various analyses flooded the live streams, including Lu Chong's own channel, which had seen its viewership soar to over 25 million, with a considerable portion hailing from outside Hedong province, drawn in by his remarkable performance. Yet, the total amount of audience donations received during this period remained uncalculated. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had entered the territory of the second-level, 7th-ranked beasts, where the creatures were increasingly scarce, yet formidable. With daylight breaking, he had to actively seek out those resting beasts. Within the depths of the forest, Lu Chong strode forward with purpose, deliberately revealing his presence in hopes of enticing nearby beasts to make the first move. At a certain moment, he felt a familiar sensation as his nostrils flared. Was it a shadow cat? Just as an absurd thought of guessing an exam question flickered through his mind, a sense of foreboding surged within him. A vague shadow descended from the heavens, lunging for his forehead. Indeed, it was a shadow cat, yet it was far more formidable than the one he had encountered in the hunting grounds of Guanyin City. Firstly, there was its speed. This sudden manifestation of the shadow cat was as swift as a bolt of lightning, having gone from perched upon a tree to standing before Lu Chong in the blink of an eye. Its claws, sharp as blades, gleamed with a chilling, ethereal light. This was the bloodline ability of a shadow cat. Lu Chong barely had time to raise his hand. At the moment the claws descended, he summoned the protective aura of the golden wave. The piercing sound of friction echoed through the forest. The shadow cat's claws scraped against the golden wave barrier, but failed to breach this earth-tier martial technique. Although Lu Chong was merely a 4th-stage warrior, his foundation was incredibly solid, and his internal energy was undoubtedly on par with that of an average 9th-stage warrior. Moreover, his golden wave had reached a subtle level of mastery, allowing him to easily withstand this 2nd-tier, 7th-stage shadow cat. However, the recoil from the golden wave did not shatter the shadow cat's claws. Both parties separated instantaneously, and by the time Lu Chong glanced again, the shadow cat had already leapt onto another towering tree, warily observing him. Such speed could only be matched by employing the earth-tier technique. Wind shadow steps, Lu Chong mused, his brow slightly furrowed. Although he was unafraid of the shadow cat, retaliating and catching up to it would prove to be quite a challenge. Yet, Lu Chong did not wish to unveil his wind shadow steps in plain sight. It was not a matter of concealing his abilities, but rather that this technique was an evolution of the human-tier wind steps, the origins of which were difficult to clarify. Nevertheless, Lu Chong quickly conceived an alternative solution. With a hint of provocation, he gazed at the shadow cat atop the tree and beckoned with his fingers. Meow. The shadow cat, incited by his taunt, roared in anger and leapt down once more, its speed even more ferocious than before, and the sharpness of its claws intensified. Lu Chong remained undeterred, once again summoning the protective aura of the Golden Wave. Simultaneously, he prepared his fingers like a sword, employing the more focused technique of the piercing cloud finger, striking toward the shadow cat's abdomen like a sharp blade. The shadow cat's eyes flickered with disdain as it abruptly altered its trajectory mid-air, slashing at Lu Chong's shoulder with its claws, aiming to rebound and escape, denying him the opportunity for a direct confrontation. Lu Chong let out a cold laugh, and the momentum he had been building erupted suddenly. His abdomen caved in while his chest expanded, unleashing a roar akin to a tiger's that reverberated like thunder in the shadow cat's ears. This was the tiger roar technique, a supreme martial art of the perfected realm. It was this soul-stirring roar that caused the shadow cat, poised to flee, to momentarily stiffen, its body hesitating for a fraction of a second. For Lu Chong, that fleeting instant was sufficient. As if he had anticipated the shadow cat's landing, he did not withdraw his right hand, but rather his left hand transformed into a palm knife, exploding with full force in a mere moment, striking the shadow cat. The perfected realm's 3-inch palm. Moreover, this was not an ordinary human-tier 3-inch palm. It utilized the force application techniques of an earth-tier martial art, surging with overwhelming energy at the moment of contact. This strike was a veritable explosion of power, sending the shadow cat flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the trunk of a tree. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chong rushed forward, unceremoniously grasping the dazed shadow cat in his claws and retrieving the locator device from its neck. 32,000 points secured. Satisfied, Lu Chong discarded the shadow cat and hastened away, continuing his search for the next target. Magnificent! Did you see that? Lu Chong's instantaneous change of tactics was nothing short of classic. The various live streaming rooms erupted with excitement once again. In Lu Chong's personal live stream, gifts poured in like a tide, accompanied by endless applause. This is a skillful endeavor. Rewards are in order. Chapter 71. It seems we were outmaneuvered. Ha! This is my self-created tiger roar technique, which I personally imparted to Lu Chong in the faculty dormitory of Guanyin City, number 3 High School. Principal Fong finally witnessed Lu Chong utilizing the martial technique he had taught, instantly overjoyed like a child, completely forgetting that Xue Chong was a student of his own school. There was no reason for him not to be happy, for various live streaming rooms had already noted that this martial technique originated from him, Old Fong. The shadow cat moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly traversing its surroundings. Unexpectedly, Lu Chong managed to unleash the fearsome tiger roar technique, just as the shadow cat approached. Everyone take note. The most crucial aspect lies in his subsequent actions. The shadow cat was constrained for but a moment. Had Lu Chong failed to capitalize on that fleeting opportunity, he would have returned empty-handed. Yet, it is here that Lu Chong's calm demeanor and anticipatory prowess, coupled with his explosive potential, truly shine. If I am not mistaken, he had already predicted the shadow cat's landing. No, that is not quite right. It was not merely anticipation, but also the essence of the piercing cloud finger that forced the shadow cat into a position of hesitation, driving it to the predetermined spot. Then came the sudden change in tactics, unleashing yet another technique focused on explosive power, the perfected 3-inch palm. It was this expertly timed strike that caused the shadow cat to lose the initiative, falling into Lu Chong's control. Had any link in this chain faltered, we might have missed witnessing such a memorable moment. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong remained oblivious to the fervent discussions sparked by his encounter. In truth, during actual combat, he had no time to ponder such matters. Everything was merely a matter of adaptability and instinctual response. Of course, this was also a testament to the results of his specialized training in the military camp. Without the daily practice against seasoned warriors, Lu Chong would not have developed such combat instincts. While not extraordinary, it certainly allowed him to navigate battles with greater ease. Having dealt with one shadow cat, Lu Chong continued his search. The simulated exam in Guanyin City had indeed aligned with the exam questions, granting him a significant advantage. He had long memorized the habits and scents of the shadow cats, making it relatively effortless to locate the hidden ones during the day. Sure enough, half an hour later, Lu Chong followed a scent trail to discover yet another second-tier, 7th-stage Shadow Cat. Applying the same tactics, Lu Chong executed his combination techniques with even greater finesse, subduing the Shadow Cat in 3 moves and securing the locator device. With this, Lu Chong's score soared past 500,000, reaching 523,926 points, still maintaining a considerable lead. When converted to his own calculations, this amounted to over 5 million Chinese yuan. Whether in his past life or this one, Lu Chong had never encountered such wealth. An excitement surged within him as he continued his search. However, when he encountered the 3rd Shadow Cat, Lu Chong could not help but furrow his brow. Someone was already closing in. Were they intent on stealing his hard-earned points? A sense of urgency blossomed within him. Indeed, before him, the Shadow Cat was being besieged by 3 candidates, Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and Chen Yuan, who had been hot on his heels. Although Lu Chong had never encountered the 3 individuals before, he had noted them as potential rivals in the pre-examination platform notifications, memorizing their appearances and cultivation levels. Indeed, it was them. Lu Chong glanced at the scoring device and confirmed that the total scores of these 3 were remarkably high, just trailing behind his own by a mere 400,000. It appeared they had formed a trio, intent on shattering his monopoly. He mused with a twinge of concern. This simply would not do. While scores could be shared, monetary rewards were non-negotiable. At that moment, Li Qianzhong and his companions unleashed their full prowess, skillfully combining Earth-grade and human-grade martial techniques to ensnare the agile and swift Shadow Cat, rendering it unable to escape. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the trio subdued the creature. Witnessing this, Lu Chong thought, this is unacceptable. He could no longer afford to merely observe. Summoning the golden light wave and executing the perfected gale steps, he surged forth like a tempest. The battle raged on as Li Qianzhong and his companions prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the Shadow Cat, aiming to seize the positioning device. However, just as victory seemed within their grasp, a sharp gust of wind suddenly whipped up from behind them. In an instant, a figure shimmering with golden light barreled through the remnants of their martial techniques, breaching their encirclement. By the time they regained their composure, the Shadow Cat had vanished, whisked away by that very figure. "Did you see that? Who was it? It seems we've been outmaneuvered," Chen Yuan remarked, bewildered by the recent turn of events. "What are we waiting for? We've been intercepted. Hurry, pursue." Wang Shan snapped, hastily employing her agility to chase after the fleeting golden silhouette. "It's Lu Chong." Li Qianzhong's expression soured as he gritted his teeth and gave chase. While inter-student combat was prohibited during the examination, the competition allowed for the acquisition of each other's prey. Lu Chong had not directly engaged them. Instead, he had simply snatched away their impending quarry with breathtaking speed, which was not considered a breach of rules. Not only were the 3 students stunned, but even the previously darting Shadow Cat seemed dazed, questioning its identity and purpose. Before it could comprehend its situation, it was abruptly tossed back toward the trio, landing before them. However, it felt a chilling absence around its neck. The locating device bestowed by humans had vanished. The 3 students, witnessing the return of the Shadow Cat, were elated until they realized the locating device was missing, and their hearts sank. Is this truly the work of a human? Now, even if they caught up with Lu Chong, it would be futile, as the moment the device was removed, the points had already been secured by him. Li Qianzhong's expression darkened as he commanded, "Chen Yuan, you are the fastest. Pursue him without engaging. Just interfere to prevent him from scoring further. Wang Shan and I will search for other prey. Rest assured, we are now a team, and the points can be shared." Chen Yuan sighed, begrudgingly gritting his teeth as he continued the pursuit, his Earth-grade martial techniques excelling in speed, making this task well-suited for him. What a ridiculous situation. We aim to catch up and seize his prey, only to have the tables turned. Chen Yuan lamented, frustration boiling within him. He unleashed his full speed, fervently chasing after Lu Chong's aura. This dramatic scene in the hunting grounds sent waves of excitement through the various live-streaming platforms, captivating millions. Is Lu Chong not being a bit too reckless, daring to snatch away from 3 opponents of higher cultivation? One commentator quipped, but it was those 3 who initially targeted him. This is what we call a thief who loses his own rice. I love watching this unfold. The eyes of millions in the live stream were sharp. Most did not perceive Lu Chong's actions as improper. After all, the trio from the provincial city had teamed up with the intention of suppressing Lu Chong. His actions were merely a small act of retaliation. Furthermore, the practical examination ought to foster such a competitive atmosphere. Otherwise, they might as well have staged human-beast arenas without all the fuss. Historically, audiences have always relished tales of the underdog rising against the odds, and Lu Chong embodied this narrative, aiming to dethrone the favored son of a renowned family. Although they could not witness a direct confrontation, a contest over the beast served as an engaging spectacle. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had just claimed a shadow cat, reveling in his success when he heard a rush of wind approaching from behind. To his surprise, one of the three competitors had closed in on him at a speed that exceeded his own. The other two competitors were nowhere to be seen. Piecing it together, Lu Chong understood their strategy. One was to distract him, while the other two would seize the opportunity to claim points in the area. If this were nighttime, they would certainly be outmatched by the level 7 beasts. However, it was daytime, and they could handle a solitary level 7 shadow cat, diminishing Lu Chong's advantage. Moreover, he discerned that Chun Yuan was exceptionally swift. Without employing his gale steps, he could not shake him off. Unless, of course, he could eliminate or intimidate this contender first. With that thought, Lu Chong ceased his flight, turned to face Chun Yuan, and coldly inquired, "Do you wish to challenge me to a duel?" Chun Yuan halted abruptly, warily maintaining a distance of 10 meters, waving his hands dismissively. "You misinterpret my intentions. I am merely in search of prey and have no intention of violating the rules." By now, Chun Yuan and his companions had recognized that Lu Chong's true prowess was undoubtedly on par with theirs. In a direct confrontation, Chun Yuan held no confidence. Lu Chong felt a sense of helplessness. If the other party initiated an attack, it would not be considered a breach of rules, allowing him to eliminate Chun Yuan without consequence. However, if he struck first, he would incur penalties, which were of little concern, but he was wary of the audience's reaction. Discontent from viewers could be detrimental, impacting his revenue from donations. Should he abandon this beast and venture into the territory of level 8 creatures instead? Lu Chong contemplated. He believed the trio would lack the capability to handle the level 8 beasts if they dared to enter at all. Yet, he was reluctant to concede. Never mind. For the sake of cultivation resources, revealing a fraction of my true abilities is hardly shameful. Lu Chong sighed, then squared his shoulders and surged forward, propelled by an unseen wind beneath his feet. Indeed, a palpable rush of energy enveloped him, visibly enhancing his speed to twice that of before. This was the Gale Steps, perfected to the pinnacle of Earth-grade martial techniques. Goodness! Chun Yuan was left dumbfounded, realizing pursuit was now futile. Although both were adept in speed, Chun Yuan had only mastered his technique to a high level, while Lu Chong had achieved perfection, rendering any comparison utterly inequitable. Do not speak of pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yuan could no longer even see the dust trailing behind Lu Chong. This simply would not do. He had to hastily seek out the two for a meeting, for this young man was truly formidable. Chun Yuan made a swift decision and turned to depart. The disparity was vast. It was not merely a matter of hindering Lu Chong, but rather, he could not even catch a glimpse of him. This scene, broadcasted across various live-streaming platforms, sparked another wave of fervor. This classmate Lu Chong continued to astonish all, showcasing yet another Earth-level martial skill following the Jing Guang Bo of the subtle realm. Furthermore, have you noticed? This exceedingly swift Earth-level martial technique had already been perfected by Lu Chong. Such comprehension of martial arts is rare among the nationwide candidates, easily countable on one hand. Allow me to enumerate the martial techniques Lu Chong has employed: the 9 shadow steps, fully mastered; the monumental hand, fully mastered; the cloud-piercing finger, fully mastered; the mountain embrace, fully mastered; the eagle claw technique, fully mastered; the iron wire fist, fully mastered; and the heart-piercing kick, fully mastered. In other words, he has achieved perfection in all 7 foundational school martial arts. Additionally, for the intermediate human-level skills, such as the Gale Steps and the Wind Cleaver Kick, he has also attained perfection. Moreover, he has mastered the ultimate human-level skill, the Tiger's Roar technique, coupled with the Jing Guang Bo of the subtle realm, and the recently revealed perfected Earth-level martial technique. It is astonishing to conclude that Lu Chong undeniably stands as the foremost martial artist among this cohort of examinees, and indeed, on a national scale. Yet, has anyone encountered a martial skill specializing in speed like this? At this point, some analysts voiced their confusion, directing inquiries to martial arts experts or theoretical scholars. The experts in the official live stream quickly provided an answer, stating that if they were not mistaken, this should be the wind step of inferior earth level, also the source of gale steps. However, the wind step exhibited by this classmate Lu Chong appeared to differ slightly from any they had previously encountered. In the official live stream of Guanyin City, Principal Wei was once again invited and posed the same question. The old principal now found himself in a bit of quandary. Who could know when this young man developed yet another earth-level martial skill? To his knowledge, no one had imparted the wind step technique to him. Moreover, the wind step utilized by Lu Chong indeed bore some distinctions from the authentic version. Nevertheless, with millions of viewers fixated on him, Principal Wei could not feign ignorance. Thus, he began to stroke his beard and concoct an explanation, affirming that this was indeed the wind step, yet acknowledging its subtle differences from the original. In truth, it was Lu Chong who, upon mastering the wind step, experienced a surge of insight and, after numerous discussions with me, developed a novel application. While it may seem self-glorifying, Principal Wei was, in fact, providing Lu Chong with a means of defense. Otherwise, should someone inquire about the origins of this martial skill on the spot, Lu Chong would face unwarranted scrutiny. The old principal contemplated the need to promptly contact the relevant officials to mitigate this issue for Lu Chong. The formal transmission of martial skills necessitates registration. Lu Chong must clarify how he acquired the wind step. However, the principal thought it prudent to postpone any investigations until after the college entrance examination, so as not to disrupt Lu Chong's testing. This child is undeniably exceptional. A source of concern for those around him, the old principal mused with a smile. Chapter 73, The Unattainable Pinnacle. I now find myself eagerly anticipating what hidden strengths this classmate Lu Chong might yet reveal. Previously anticipated challenges did not manifest in the realm of second-level, 7th-tier beasts. What the 8th or even 9th tiers? Could he continue to forge ahead with such unstoppable momentum? The fervent discussions across the various live streams persisted. While Lu Chong had indeed become a force of nature, sweeping through the territory of second-level, 7th-tier beasts with great vigor, since the unveiling of his gale steps. The shadow cats here had been rendered utterly defenseless, to the extent that Lu Chong did not even need to employ the tiger's roar technique. As for the small team comprising Li Qianzhong and others, they could only look on in awe at Lu Chong's prowess. Not only were they incapable of seizing Lu Chong's prey, but they could not even keep up with the shadow. When they finally spotted a shadow cat, it was already in a frenzied state from having been struck by Lu Chong. Just as Lu Chong resolutely entered the territory of second-level, 8th-tier beasts, the trio had no choice but to retreat from the competition and hasten back. Are we really giving up just like that? Chen Yuan expressed his reluctance. Li Qianzhong, having endured repeated setbacks, quickly regained his composure and calmly analyzed. The beasts of the 8th tier are beyond our capacity to handle. We cannot impede Lu Chong's progress and risk being eliminated ourselves. Why cling to this any longer? Indeed, Wang Shan concurred. Fortunately, in the earlier territories of 1st to 3rd tier beasts, he has yet to sweep them clean. We can still make it back in time. Chen Yuan sighed in resignation, conceding to the situation. Alas, while we watch him feast, we are left with only scraps. If we don't hurry, we might not even get the scraps. Wang Shan retorted sharply. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was busy examining his score. In the 7th tier area, he had found 8 shadow cats, propelling his total score to an impressive 715, 926 points. This was indeed a figure that others could only aspire to. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Chong were to lie idle in the hunting grounds from this moment forth, he would undoubtedly secure the title of the top scorer in the entire province. Yet, Lu Chong remained unsatisfied. Every point represented resources for his future cultivation, and he could not afford to stagnate. The deeper he delved into his training, the more substantial the resources required. Hundreds of thousands, or even millions, might not suffice to sustain him through to graduation. In the territory of second-level, 8th-tier beasts, each creature represented 64,000 points, and Lu Chong felt his eyes glimmering with golden light at the prospect. His concern now lay with whether the city's education bureau would fulfill its promise and be able to provide such a significant sum for educational funding. Before he could thoroughly assess the surroundings, he spotted a large green python coiled upon a tree not far away. The second-level, 8th-tier Qinghuomei. Recognizing this beast, Lu Chong wasted no time and charged forward, his body radiating golden light. Faced with a creature of such caliber, Lu Chong did not dare to underestimate it and immediately summoned the Jing Guang bow for protection. The Qing Huamang, with a girth greater than that of a tree trunk and a length exceeding 10 meters, fixated its gaze upon Lu Chong the moment it spotted him, flicking its tongue in anticipation of a meal. Before Lu Chong could close the distance, the Qing Huamang unleashed a torrent of searing flames, spanning over 10 meters to engulf him. This was no ordinary fire. It was a blue flame imbued with elemental energy, reaching temperatures around 6,000 degrees. Even before the fiery tongue could reach him, Lu Chong could feel the air around him begin to distort. He chose not to confront the flames directly with his protective aura, but instead executed the gale steps once more, transforming into a whirlwind to evade the blue flames. Subsequently, Lu Chong leaped into the air, preparing to engage the Qing Huamang in close combat. Striking a snake at its vital point, Lu Chong aimed to target the beast's critical weakness. Yet before he could close in, a shadow descended from above. Indeed, it was the long, scaled tail of the Qing Huamang, whipping down like a long whip with tremendous force. In terms of close combat, the Qing Huamang was no less formidable, with its tail strikes and the lethal combination of its coiling body and razor-sharp fangs serving as its weapons. The two fangs of the Qing Huamang did not possess traditional venom, yet they could generate temperatures exceeding that of the blue flames, injecting their fire toxin into their prey. In midair, Lu Chong found himself without any leverage, struck head-on by the rapidly flailing tail of the serpent. However, the serpent's tail collided with the golden aura, causing only a slight ripple, leaving Lu Chong unscathed within the protective barrier of his qi. The immense force merely propelled him backward. Yet, Lu Chong was not merely a passive target. At the moment the serpent's tail struck him, his hands transformed into talons. Gripping the tail of the azure fire python with fierce determination, his fingertips piercing deeply into its scaly hide. Now it was my turn. As Lu Chong landed on the ground, he rooted himself and exhaled powerfully, his hands maintaining a vice-like grip on the serpent's tail. A surge of strength erupted from within him, enabling him to pull the colossal azure fire python taut. Having cultivated the golden bell shield, Lu Chong's explosive power was unparalleled, even surpassing that of ordinary ninth-tier martial artists. Crack! Crack! The upper body of the azure fire python remained tightly coiled around a massive tree. Yet under Lu Chong's extraordinary strength, it snapped the 20-meter-high tree at its trunk. With no means to leverage itself, the azure fire python crashed to the ground, attempting to twist and coil around Lu Chong. At this moment, having seized the initiative, Lu Chong would not allow it to succeed. He exerted his immense strength, spinning around the serpent's tail in a full circle, causing the azure fire python to become rigid and straight under the high-speed rotation. Boom! Boom! The 10-meter-long azure fire python, akin to a small plaything in Lu Chong's grasp, collided violently with nearby rocks and trees, the sound echoing like thunder. The serpent roared in agony, spewing flames, yet failing to reach Lu Chong, who remained unscathed at the center. After several dizzying spins, the azure fire python was left disoriented, nearly retching its lunch. At the opportune moment, Lu Chong surged forward along the serpent's tail to its head, delivering a precise 3-inch palm strike that severely injured the azure fire python, before effortlessly retrieving the locator device. At this juncture, Lu Chong could no longer afford to hold back. Should the azure fire python possess any residual strength and join forces with other beasts to assault him, he would face dire consequences. With an additional 64,000 points secured, Lu Chong wasted no time and hastened to seek out other beasts. By this time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon on the 11th. Nearing the third night of the practical assessment, Lu Chong aimed to cleanse this region of beasts before nightfall. In the live broadcast, excitement surged among viewers. The moment Lu Chong seized the azure fire python and spun it around, the enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. What a thrill! So fierce. I am completely captivated. He truly is a formidable man. Without a doubt, he deserves accolades. It is only fitting that Lu Chong claims the provincial top spot, trampling the beasts with mere mortal prowess. I cannot help but revel in this spectacle. Waves of rewards flooded into Lu Chong's personal livestream. Chapter 74. No Mercy for Us. One azure fire python represented 64,000 points. By the time night fell, Lu Chong had vanquished 5 Azure Fire Pythons in the territory of second tier, 8-stage beasts. His total score finally surpassed the million mark, reaching an astonishing 926 points, a figure that left other students in awe. The practical assessment had only just crossed the halfway point, with 3 full days remaining. However, both the candidates in the hunting grounds and the audience in the live streams understood that even if Lu Chong were to be eliminated now, he would still be at the pinnacle. The second-place competitor, Li Qianzhong, had barely exceeded 120,000 points, even if he pushed himself tirelessly over the remaining 3 days. He could not hope to match Lu Chong's half. Moreover, Lu Chong was nearly cleansing the area of second-tier, third-stage beasts. Would Li Qianzhong dare to provoke the remaining second-tier, ninth-stage beasts, let alone the even more fearsome third-tier ones? Not only him, but even if he rallied all the other martial artist candidates, they might not dare to venture forth. After all, candidates were fundamentally competing for their own scores. No one wished to become a sacrificial pawn. Would he continue to challenge the beasts in the ninth stage area? This question lingered not only in various live streams, but also among the remaining half of the candidates in the hunting grounds. The candidates actually hoped that Lu Chong would persist in challenging stronger beasts since the scores there had no bearing on them. Furthermore, if Lu Chong were to be eliminated due to overestimating his abilities, he would not return to compete for the lower-scoring beasts. Meanwhile, the millions of viewers following Lu Chong in the live stream also wished for him to keep advancing, as that would provide excitement and allow him to compete with the top scorers from provinces nationwide. Across the nation, the competition among top scorers was no longer merely about points, but rather about who could challenge the mightiest beasts. Currently, Lu Chong, as a 4th-stage martial artist, had transcended 4 stages to defeat beasts at the second-tier, 8th-stage level. This capability to battle beyond his level had already eclipsed the majority of provincial top scorers. If he could continue in triumph over the second-tier, 9th-stage beasts, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top scorers from the 5 major first-tier bases. Even more impressively, if Lu Chong could, with his 4th-stage cultivation, surpass the critical 3rd-tier beasts, even achieving a draw, he would earn the title of the uncrowned king among national candidates. Even if another candidate could achieve this feat, they would still fall short of Lu Chong. The current top scorers from other provinces, such as those from the experimental high school in Magic City and Capital City No. 1 High School, had already reached 8th-stage cultivation. How to choose was a question that all awaited with bated breath. Yet, ultimately, they were disappointed to discover that Lu Chong did not heed their wishes. As night fell, after sweeping through the territory of second-tier, 8th-stage beasts, he chose to turn back, heading straight for the area of lower-tier beasts. Was he abandoning the challenge? It seemed this dark horse's journey was at an end. After all, with his current score, there was no need to return for more points. Even if he were to fail in further challenges, it would not impact his position as the top scorer. The audience in the live stream felt a tinge of disappointment, not because they doubted Lu Chong's excellence, but because they wished to see him exhibit even greater dominance. They could not possibly know that Lu Chong's choice to turn back was precisely motivated by a focus on scoring. After all, the more points he accumulated, the greater the rewards from the city would be. He was pursuing the highest efficiency in scoring, since no candidates dared to venture into the territory of second-tier, 9th-stage beasts to vie for his points. It was only logical for him to return and claim points from others instead, maximizing his efficiency. Otherwise, by the time he overcame the final 2 hurdles, the remaining points in the lower-tier area would likely dwindle. This was the true thought process behind Lu Chong's strategy and objectives for this assessment. As for the beasts in the second-tier, 9th-stage area and the core 3rd-tier area, he would certainly find time to test his mettle on the final day of the assessment. With 3 days remaining, his cultivation and golden bell shield could advance further, increasing his chances at that time. As night deepened, it was the perfect opportunity for me to take action. Lu Chong surveyed the now darkened forest. Traversing through the woods felt effortless. In less than half an hour, he dashed into the territory of second-tier, 3rd-stage beasts. This area was significantly larger than the depths of the forest, with a correspondingly greater number of beasts, unlike the meager few in the deeper regions. Even on the 3rd night of the assessment, numerous beasts remained, having not yet lost their locator devices. With the night at hand, the beasts here were particularly active, and Lu Chong was utterly unrelenting. Each beast in this area represented 2,000 points, and Lu Chong did not deem it insignificant. On that fateful night, the other martial aspirants lingering in the second-tier, third-segment beast zone were once again startled by Lu Chong's whirlwind-like prowess, reminiscent of a fierce tempest. Was he mad? He was leaving no path of escape for us, the unfortunate souls. Chun Yuan, who was resting in the third-segment area, was on the brink of madness. Initially, he, Li Qianzhong, and Wang Shan had returned here, having parted ways to rely on their own abilities to accumulate points. Who could have anticipated that? In less than half a day, Lu Chong would make his triumphant return, though they had yet to encounter him. The sight of the leaderboard's scores escalating in increments of 2,000 made it abundantly clear what was transpiring. Chun Yuan was indeed eager to challenge Lu Chong to a duel, yet he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies, knowing he would only bring humiliation upon himself. Furthermore, after witnessing Lu Chong's astonishing speed, he realized that even should he rejoin forces with Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan, they would likely be unable to catch even a glimpse of Lu Chong's shadow. The efficiency with which he amassed points was simply extraordinary. After such prolonged and intense combat, didn't he feel weary? As Lu Chong's scores continued to soar, Chun Yuan's eyelids twitched with anxiety. With no alternatives left, he begrudgingly joined the nocturnal hunting party, hoping to accrue whatever points he could, for he could not afford to wait until morning with nothing to show for his efforts. It wasn't just him. Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and two other martial aspirants in the third-segment beast zone were similarly compelled. By dawn, after a night of chaos, the third-segment beast zone returned to an uneasy calm, while Lu Chong had already ventured into the second-tier beast area to continue his relentless pursuit of prey. Consequently, the candidates in that zone suffered a fate akin to Chun Yuan's, losing more than half of their quarry to Lu Chong's voracious appetite. Another day passed, and by the morning of the 13th, Lu Chong had swept through the first segment of the second-tier beast zone, preparing to infiltrate the first-tier beast area. The remaining martial aspirants, left with no other recourse, could only retreat to the first-tier beast zone, where they would contend with the student aspirants. The level of competition among the candidates had reached unprecedented heights, marking a miraculous first for the examination in Hedong province. At this juncture, Lu Chong's total score had surpassed an astounding 120,000. Upon entering the first-tier, ninth-segment beast area, besides continuing to accumulate points, he harbored another intent: to engage in conversation with one of the candidates. Chapter 75. The Tragic Demise of an Adversary. Zhao Longfei was now engulfed in trepidation, unable to perform at his usual level. On the fifth day of the practical assessment, he had barely crossed the threshold of 1,000 points. With the cultivation of a ninth-tier martial aspirant, such a score could only be classified as mediocre. Not to mention the 3 prestigious universities of Huaxia and the top 10 elite institutions. Whether he could even gain admission to one of the 36 key martial arts universities remained uncertain. It was not due to a lack of skill. Rather, since entering the assessment hunting grounds, Zhao Longfei's mind had been in disarray. He was constantly fixated on the leaderboard, anxiously tracking the name that sent shivers down his spine. The initial half of the day had been tolerable, as that name barely scraped by on the leaderboard, posing little threat. However, once night fell on the first day, Zhao Longfei's nightmare commenced. It felt as though he had returned to the simulation exams, where that name had ascended to the top in a single night, subsequently remaining there without falter. But this was no mere simulation in Guanyin City. It was a grand examination, with 300,000 candidates under the watchful eyes of tens of millions. How can an inconspicuous, impoverished orphan like him possibly dominate in an arena filled with prodigies? Despite his resentment, he could only watch as that individual's score soared, surpassing 10,000, 50,000, and ultimately breaking through the million mark. Zhao Longfei felt an ever-deepening weight upon his heart, a stifling sensation that rendered him breathless. He recalled his father's word from earlier. The assassin sent to eliminate Lu Chong had failed, 1 dead and 1 captured. Yet he need not worry, for they remained unaware of who had orchestrated their mission. Thus, as long as he kept the matter buried, no one could trace it back to him. Following that incident, Zhao Longfei had scarcely attended school, claiming to be in seclusion at home. In truth, he was apprehensive about encountering Lu Chong, now a martial artist, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal his true self. Nevertheless, even in isolation, he could not dispel the psychological shadow that Lu Chong cast over him. which ultimately led him to miss his final opportunity to break through as a martial artist before the examination. Once he finally entered the examination grounds, after struggling to adjust his mindset, Zhao Longfei faced Lu Chong's remote assault on the very first day. Lu Chong's ever-increasing score struck him like a series of increasingly powerful blows, reverberating deep within his soul and filling him with fear, anxiety, jealousy, and hatred. Why? Why was he so exceptional, leaving Zhao Longfei so far behind? With the support of his father and family, he reassured himself that he could certainly catch up. He had repeated this to himself countless times. He had no reason to fear him. A talent yet to fully mature could very well meet his demise in the wilderness. Zhao, I've searched high and low for you. So this is where you've been hiding. Just as Zhao Longfei languished in his thoughts during a brief respite, a calm yet ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his ear like a specter. It was now past 11 o'clock on the night of the 13th, and Zhao Longfei was concealed within the canopy of trees in the 8th segment area. He could never have anticipated the sudden emergence of a voice behind him. The key was that when he turned to look around, not a single figure was in sight. The voice seemed like an auditory hallucination, ephemeral and elusive. Just as he began to lower his guard, that cold, haunting voice reemerged. You've caused me immense suffering to aid you in your schemes. I was slain and left to be devoured by beasts. It's you. The voice grew shrill. You're the reason I was left without a complete corpse. You owe me your life. Zhao Longfei was on the verge of insanity. In the pitch-black forest, such a voice suddenly emerged, with no visible source. He had only just come of age. How could he possibly withstand such terror? Coupled with his guilty conscience and the psychological shadow cast by Lu Chong, he found himself unable to think rationally. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that every move he made, every utterance, was being scrutinized by tens of millions of viewers through live-streaming platforms. It wasn't me. It was my father. He is the one who paid you to kill him. It was your failure to kill Lu Chong. You can't blame me. In a state of panic, Zhao Longfei's face turned pale as he turned around, desperately explaining. This outburst was akin to poking a hornet's nest, causing the streaming chat to erupt in chaos. An assassination attempt on a prodigy. Who could it be? They must be severely punished. We must expose them. When Zhao Jincheng, from the Zhao family in Guanyin City, witnessed Lu Chong's relentless pursuit into the 8th segment area, he realized that trouble was brewing. Especially as Lu Chong had found Zhao Longfei that afternoon and began to tail him, Zhao Jincheng grew increasingly anxious. He could not comprehend Lu Chong's intentions. If he aimed to personally eliminate Zhao Longfei, why not act during the day? Only when Lu Chong's stealthy figure appeared beside Zhao Longfei in the dead of night did Zhao Jincheng finally comprehend. He realized that the junior he had dismissed was far more cunning than he had anticipated. Lu Chong was clearly orchestrating a ghostly facade to extract words from Zhao Longfei, thereby gathering evidence of the assassination plot against him for the audience nationwide. At that moment, Zhao Jincheng still held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing for his son to regain his composure. In the examination hall, as long as Zhao Longfei gritted his teeth, Lu Chong would find himself at a loss. At worst, he would simply be eliminated early. Zhao Jincheng was acutely aware of what truly mattered. However, he never anticipated that his son would be so ineffectual. A dignified, 9th Dan martial artist, reduced to a state of madness by mere supernatural tricks, spouting all manner of words. Zhao Jincheng understood that it was over, not only for Zhao Longfei, but for himself, a distinguished martial master. To confess in front of a national audience was no trivial matter. Even with his years of influence in Guanyin City, he could not shield himself from the repercussions. The crime of hiring a hitman during a student training program bore severe consequences. How could this barely adult boy be so cruel, leaving no room for retreat? Zhao Jincheng's eyes turned crimson, his mind in a daze. Crash! Before Zhao Jincheng could devise a countermeasure or take any remedial action, his door was forcibly breached. A squad of military police stormed in, led by a martial artist, and approached Zhao Jincheng. Mr. Zhao, you are suspected of hiring a hitman. Please accompany us. Meanwhile, shortly after Zhao Longfei's confession, the supervising personnel patrolling the skies swiftly descended to escort him away. It was only upon Zhao Longfei's departure that Lu Chong revealed himself, internally musing. This lad is far too easily frightened. I never expected it to go so smoothly. He then turned to the drone's live-streaming camera and bowed in gratitude from multiple angles, apologizing for inadvertently monopolizing public resources. However, this was necessary to flush out the perpetrator. I simply refused to allow the culprit to roam free and harm more people. Liu Chong's personal live-streaming room was inundated with a wave of support and a surge in donations. Chapter 76. This hardly qualifies as a challenge. Within the live stream, some viewers unfollowed, yet many more came to support Liu Chong. Some deemed his actions overly aggressive, but the vast majority appreciated his clear sense of justice and the true martial spirit of retribution. In an era where the nation encourages martial artists to take a stand, why should one cower before a murder suspect? Furthermore, Liu Chong's clever approach to extracting the suspect garnered countless supporters. Regardless of how the outside world critiqued his actions, Liu Chong felt no psychological burden. This controversial trial had eradicated the lurking threat posed by the Zhao family of Guanyin City, which could have harmed him at any moment, certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Otherwise, with such a family's ruthless methods, one could only imagine the future dangers they would pose. After dealing with Zhao Longfei, Liu Chong chose not to continue his hunt, instead opting to safeguard his score of over 2 million points, and for once, rest for the night. Since the commencement of the practical assessments, Liu Chong had been incessantly on the move, never daring to pause. Of course, he bore no grievances for earning resources. He merely needed to rest adequately to optimize his condition for the formidable challenges of the final day. While Liu Chong enjoyed a moment of respite, the audience in the live stream grew restless. Was Liu Chong preparing to relax and savor his victory? With only 18 hours remaining, there was still time for one last push. Perhaps he was gearing up for the deepest challenge yet. Various discussions erupted, with some expressing skepticism while others offered praise. Yet most were simply awaiting a miracle. Would anyone dare to confront the formidable second-level 9th Dan beasts and the even more fearsome 3rd-level beasts? The final day would tell. And so they waited for a full 6 hours. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 14th, Liu Chong awakened promptly. Stretching luxuriously, he felt invigorated. Upon checking his personal panel, his confidence swelled. Name: Liu Chong. Level: 4th Dan Martial Artist 5. Martial Techniques: Human Grade Low, 9 Shadow Steps, perfected. Heart-Piercing Kick, perfected. Human Grade Mid, 7-Step Killing Fist, perfected. 3-Inch Palm, perfected. Human Grade Top, Tiger Roar Technique, perfected. Earth Grade Low, Wind Blade Leg, perfected. Swift Wind No Shadow Step, perfected. Earth Grade Mid, Golden Bell Shield, 21. Though he had not yet surpassed his cultivation and the Golden Bell Shield, he was undeniably stronger than he had been just days prior. With this thought in mind, Liu Chong hesitated no longer, setting his sights on the heart of the forest and resolutely embarking on his journey. Not only, but the remaining tens of thousands of candidates in the hunting grounds began to take action, all choosing to challenge their limits on this final day in a bid for one last effort. However, for Liu Chong, their limits barely constituted a starting point. Thus, the spotlight remained solely on him. Conversely, the other martial candidates had lost their motivation to pursue further challenges. It was not that they lacked desire. Rather, they found themselves unable to implement it. The second-level beast area, from 1st to 8th Dan, had been thoroughly cleared. Now, even if they wished to challenge their limits, there were no points left to gain. Liu Chong surged northward at full speed, darting through one zone after another, swiftly arriving at the territory of the second-level 9th Dan beasts. It had begun. Liu Chong truly intended to press on with his challenge. Look, even the supervising official's aircraft hovered above him, poised for immediate rescue. Naturally, Liu Chong was now a precious gem for our Hedong province. There could be no mishaps, even in the event of failure. Go, Liu Chong. If you conquer the last 2 challenges, you will claim the national title. Let us go. I'm here to bear witness. Should Liu Chong triumph in the final challenge, I shall donate 3 months' salary. How much is your monthly salary? Less than 100,000. It's just over 3,000. The various livestream rooms buzzed with excitement, especially Liu Chong's personal account, which was flooded with lively banter. The national official livestream presented Liu Chong's highlights, while the Hedong province livestream, Guanyin City livestream, and even other regional livestreams all focused solely on him. Hosts and expert commentators analyzed the potential outcomes of Liu Chong's challenge. Most believed that the second-level 9th Dan beast would serve as his limit. Look, it's here, someone exclaimed, fixated on the beast that appeared in the livestream. What species is that? It's the spiked mountain swallower, a mutation of the pangolin. This creature is no easy adversary. Without overwhelming offensive power, it's virtually invulnerable. In the hunting grounds, Chong observed the short-legged, long-tailed beast before him, immediately recognizing its species. The spiked mountain swallower, a true master of burrowing and tunneling, bore an iron-like armor capable of grinding stone to dust. Its scales were extraordinarily tough, boasting defenses several times stronger than those of the iron-shelled yak. Though its scales could not detach for offensive strikes like the iron-shelled yak, they could be raised to form razor-sharp, resilient blades, even more formidable than alloy steel weapons. Additionally, the spiked mountain swallower's long tongue served as a terrifying weapon of attack. Despite its 1-meter length, it concealed a tongue over 2 meters long, slender and whip-like, nearly impossible to break. At this moment, the spiked mountain swallower regarded Chong with great caution, its lower body hidden beneath the earth, poised for a quick escape. Should it burrow away, there would be no recourse. Thus, only a single decisive strike would suffice. Chong thought to himself as he cautiously approached the creature. Step by meticulous step. Puff! Before Chong could approach within 3 meters, the spiked armored mountain beast abruptly turned and burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. How excessively cautious! Chong mused. Nevertheless, he recalled from his textbooks that the spiked armored mountain beast possessed considerable aggression, albeit its methods of attack were somewhat insidious. Thus, this creature had not fled, but was instead concealing itself underground, waiting for its opportunity to strike. Indeed, before Chong could ponder further, a crimson whip suddenly erupted from the soil beneath his feet, ensnaring his legs with astonishing swiftness. This was not merely a whip, but rather the long tongue of the pangolin. You hide away, but since you have revealed yourself, prepare to meet your demise, Chong muttered under his breath. With no further pretense, he unleashed the low-grade wind blade leg technique, which he had never employed during the assessment. A surge of razor-sharp energy erupted from beneath his feet, forcefully severing the pangolin's tongue. Simultaneously, Chong halted abruptly, the violent energy penetrating the ground and erupting downwards. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The earth beneath him was blasted away, revealing a 2-meter-deep pit, at the bottom of which lay an unconscious spiked armored mountain beast. As for Chong, he had already leaped beyond the pit's confines, awaiting the pangolin's emergence. The perfected wind blade leg was no trifling matter, as long as it connected. Even this creature would be unable to withstand the impact. For Chong, a level 2, 9-stage beast posed no significant challenge. At most, it would require some time to locate these reclusive creatures. Is that all? What technique did Chong just use? The chat room erupted in astonishment. Chapter 77, disdained by a level 3 beast. So swift, a practitioner of the 4th stage overcoming a level 2, 9-stage beast with such ease. What is the principle behind this? Moreover, it was the spiked armored mountain beast, known for its defensive and burrowing prowess. Isn't it supposed to be the most challenging to hunt? I discerned it. The critical factor was that ground strike, a single blow that ensured a kill. However, I cannot identify that martial art. The audience's enthusiasm in the chat room surged, with most discussing the new technique Chong had employed. Soon, an expert from the official livestream offered an explanation. It appears to be the wind split kick evolved into the wind split axe technique, albeit executed without a weapon. One thing is certain, Chong's leg technique is also at the perfected stage. This is truly astonishing. Yet another perfected ground-level martial art. Even the experts in various official live streams were once again taken aback. In the live stream of Guanyin City, Principal Wei took a moment to sip his tea, exhaling deeply, sighing. Could this boy not give me a heads up beforehand? Well, I suppose I'll need to explain once more. The last time Chong showcased the swift wind shadow step, he and T fully clarified it. Now, he had revealed an entirely new wind blade leg. The old principal was genuinely feeling somewhat fatigued. The pain and pleasure intertwined. He was too weary to respond further in the livestream, as he found himself at a loss for words. Ignoring the commotion in the livestream, Chong had already sought out another spiked armored mountain beast and, employing the wind blade leg once more, swiftly defeated it. Faced with such a beast, renowned for its formidable defense and stealth, Chong had to strike decisively, for there was scarcely a second chance. Thus, he was compelled to reveal his wind blade leg. In terms of offensive power, The wind blade leg was undoubtedly the strongest technique at his disposal. The ground-level offensive methods were somewhat limited. He could only hope to find opportunities to enhance them after entering university, Liu Chong thought with dissatisfaction. The Golden Bell Shield was adept at defense, while the Swift Wind Shadow Step excelled in speed, but it was only the wind blade leg that truly mastered the art of attack. As for the human-level martial arts he had acquired, although they were not without merit, they paled in comparison to these ground-level martial arts. Like autumn winds sweeping through fallen leaves, Liu Chong traversed the area, ultimately securing 4 positioning devices. Each device represented 128,000 points, bringing his total score to an astounding 8 million, making him the first in the history of the martial arts examination in Hedong province. However, Liu Chong did not cease his efforts. After a brief respite, he resolutely stepped into the territory of level 3 beasts at 10 past 1 in the afternoon. A level 3 beast represented a substantial 300,000 points. Though only 2 existed, Liu Chong would not abandon the pursuit. With only 5 hours left in the final exam, he was determined to give it a try. This scene ignited an unprecedented fervor across numerous live streams. As a 4th-stage practitioner entering the realm of level 3 beasts, Liu Chong was the first in this examination. Although 2 students from Beijing First High School and Shanghai Experimental High School had already succeeded, they were both at the 8th stage of martial arts. If Liu Chong were to succeed, he would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of history. If not for martial arts, at least for posterity. Various discussions filled the live streams, with Liu Chong's personal account surpassing 40 million viewers, even more popular than the official Hedong live stream. When the 2 level 3 beasts finally made their appearance, the atmosphere in every live stream suddenly cooled, plunging into an unusual silence. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Upon entering the level 3 beast zone, Liu Chong immediately heard the sound of rushing water. Following the noise and an inexplicably potent aura, he navigated through a thicket and swiftly located its source. Before him was a 10-meter-high cliff, adorned with a cascading silver waterfall, the waters flowing into a pool below, disappearing into unknown depths. Yet, Liu Chong's primary focus was on the 2 towering beasts frolicking by the water's edge. It was the Storm Strength Ape. Countless viewers gasped in astonishment before their screens. The Storm Strength Ape. Liu Chong fixed his gaze intently on the 2 creatures, his expression turning solemn. Majestic and towering, they stood over 3 meters tall, their azure fur sleek and glossy, appearing remarkably anthropomorphic. However, this species, known as the Storm Strength Ape, was exceedingly formidable. The term Storm highlighted their rapid movement and extraordinary bloodline abilities, while Strength underscored their innate power, akin to divine strength. Statistics reveal that Storm Strength apes of the same realm surpass human martial artists in defense, speed, and strength, and coupled with their bloodline talents, they epitomize comprehensive development. Many martial artists of the same level would choose to avoid them altogether. These simian beasts also possess considerable intelligence, making it challenging to contend with them. As Liu Chong observed them, the 2 Storm Strength apes became alert, ceasing their playful antics and turning to face him. Roar! One of the Storm Strength apes bared its teeth and let out a furious roar directed at Liu Chong, as if urging him to leave, before returning to its playful demeanor with the other. Oh, how delightful! It seems they are a pair, perhaps even preparing to mate in the hunting grounds. Liu Chong sensed the disdain from the 2 beasts but paid it no mind. Such intelligent creatures understood their circumstances. They knew they would not find human flesh to feast upon in the hunting grounds, so they chose not to engage. Otherwise, they would likely have charged at him already. Ahem! Clearing his throat, Liu Chong called out, "Could you 2 pause your love show and indulge me in a battle?" The 2 Storm Strength apes merely shook their rears at Liu Chong, showing no inclination to respond to him. This is sheer negligence. The hunting grounds provide ample sustenance. Yet you refuse to lift a finger? Liu Chong remarked with irritation. One of the storm monkeys scratched its rear and, with evident reluctance, turned to face Liu Chong, beckoning him with a taunting gesture. Damn it, this beast is almost becoming sentient. Liu Chong muttered under his breath, then summoned a golden wave of energy. Stepping into the wind shadow step, transforming into a streak of golden light that surged forward, colliding with a mocking storm monkey. Roar! Seemingly intrigued by Liu Chong's sudden burst of momentum, the storm monkey let out a furious roar, standing upright and pounding its chest as it charged back. As it charged, a blue whirlwind erupted beneath its feet, propelling it forward with astonishing speed, meeting Lu Chong in a fierce clash. The two, man and monkey, engaged without any flamboyant maneuvers. Amidst the thunderous impact, Lu Chong's relatively diminutive frame was sent flying, landing several meters away after crashing into a large tree. The storm monkey, however, merely took a step back before stabilizing its towering form, casting a disdainful glance towards Lu Chong in the distance. Lu Chong was unharmed. The defense of his golden wave was formidable, yet he was still shaken by the sheer power of the storm monkey. This creature was indeed formidable. Chapter 78. Lu Chong in full force. The vitality of a third-tier beast far surpasses that of a second-tier ninth stage, excelling in every aspect. The storm monkey was particularly exceptional, exhibiting almost no weaknesses. Reaching this point had been no small feat for Lu Chong. But overcoming a third-tier storm monkey was akin to grasping at the moon in water. His sole advantage lay in his mastery of various martial techniques. Yet, whether he could indeed shake the third-tier storm monkey remained a matter of grave concern. The live stream filled with various analyses, some even presenting specific data to corroborate Lu Chong's deficiencies. It wasn't until Lu Chong once again charged forth, seemingly unfazed, that the stream fell silent. Boom! Another collision, and Lu Chong was flung away once more. Again, the same result. Again, time and again, Lu Chong collided head-on with the storm monkey until he finally paused, panting heavily after approximately 15 or 16 attempts. He had yet to inflict any harm on the storm monkey. Though the storm monkey had sent him flying each time, it had failed to breach Lu Chong's golden wave, so he had not truly been injured. However, Lu Chong's seemingly futile assaults were not without merit. He had discerned the general speed, defense, and strength of the storm monkey. Yet, this realization left Lu Chong feeling somewhat helpless. The storm monkey resembled an impenetrable mountain, impossibly difficult to dislodge. All of the martial techniques he had mastered were simply incapable of inflicting damage upon it. His strength couldn't even penetrate the dense fur that enveloped its body. The only opportunity. Lu Chong fixated on the storm monkey, which stood calmly before him, its throat area. He had noticed that each time they clashed, the storm monkey instinctively protected its throat. Thus, this must be its critical flaw. With this thought, Lu Chong refrained from further direct confrontations and once again employed the wind shadow step, becoming a whirlwind as he circled the storm monkey, seeking an opening. The storm monkey's speed was commendable, but after several clashes, Lu Chong had realized that his wind shadow step still held a slight advantage. Thus, the storm monkey remained atop a massive rock, adopting a defensive posture instead of pursuing Lu Chong. Suddenly, Lu Chong's swift figure momentarily halted, his right leg lifting to deliver a powerful kick. Instantly, an arc of wind energy shot forth, aimed at the storm monkey's chest. The storm monkey had just turned around, but its reflexes were swift. It raised its arms to block Lu Chong's wind blade. Its arms were even enveloped in a protective energy, safeguarding its prized fur. The wind blade struck the storm monkey's long and sturdy arms, but failed to break through. However, Lu Chong's second wind blade followed closely behind, seamlessly connecting and targeting the storm monkey's throat. Having just blocked one wind blade, the storm monkey was unable to react in time to counter Lu Chong's follow-up attack. Yet, just as Lu Chong felt a surge of triumph, he suddenly noticed the storm monkey's mouth opening. Roar! Accompanying this roar was a surge of blue whirlwind energy that erupted forth, engulfing Lu Chong's wind blade and dissipating it in midair. Damn! How can I fight like this? The storm monkey's bloodline attacks are formidable too. Lu Chong's expression shifted slightly. His meticulously planned wind blade had proven ineffective. Moreover, this incident had clearly made the storm monkey wary of him, complicating any future attempts at a similar strategy. Cackling, a nearby female storm monkey laughed mockingly, seemingly ridiculing Lu Chong's audacity while applauding her mate. It was incredibly challenging. The storm monkey appeared nearly flawless. Lu Chong's cultivation level was still too low to penetrate its defenses. Yet, have you noticed? The storm monkey, too, was unable to contend with Lu Chong. With a golden wave and wind shadow step at his disposal, Lu Chong was virtually in an invincible position. If this stalemate continued, it would ultimately conclude in a draw. Still, there was a lingering sense of regret. He was just a hair's breadth away from victory. The discussions in the live stream were lost on Lu Chong. who continued to execute the wind shadow step, evading the relentless whirlwinds unleashed by the storm monkey. Although his previous strike had failed to injure the beast, it had not been entirely in vain. At the very least, it had provoked the proud old monkey. Relying on the wind shadow step and his ability to predict movements, Chong skillfully navigated through the storm monkey's gusts. While he could withstand them with the golden wave, doing so would deplete his stamina. Angering the beast was a positive development. Otherwise, it would have been far more difficult to find a flaw. Confronted by the enraged storm monkey, Chong felt a strange sense of exhilaration, for this was precisely the opportunity he needed to strike. In a moment, the winds around the pond howled, stirring up sand and debris, while Chong deftly evaded every attack, remaining untouched. The perfected wind shadow step allowed him to effortlessly respond to such attacks. The storm monkey, realizing its whirlwinds were ineffective against Chong, attempted several aggressive charges in a bid to crush him. Yet, Chong's speed and agility were too great, making it impossible for the storm monkey to catch up. Thus, the two engaged in a playful game of chase around the pond, each attempting to outmaneuver the other. As Chong ran, he continually taunted the old monkey, provoking it further and further, causing its eyes to blaze with rage. "Come on, if you can catch me. Then you have some guts. Aren't you so tough? Yet you can't do a thing to me. No matter how formidable you are, you're still trapped here." Chong's taunting voice echoed through the live stream, drawing many viewers into the role of the storm monkey, eager to leap in and give Chong a beating. The storm monkey clearly understood Chong's words, becoming increasingly agitated. His laughter resonated like a haunting melody, reverberating through the air. The storm monkey's vitality and strength indeed surpassed Chong's. However, in its frenzied state, it would eventually exhaust itself. After a relentless tirade lasting a quarter of an hour, Chong, still pursued, finally sensed the storm monkey's energy beginning to waver. Now was the moment. As Chong sped past, he executed a splendid ground-level spin, colliding head-on with the furious old ape. The storm force ape evidently did not anticipate such an unexpected encounter, unable to alter its course in time before crashing into Chong. However, the old ape displayed no fear when it came to a direct impact. It certainly did not regard this diminutive human with trepidation. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded as Chong approached, transitioning from forceful to supple. He performed a maneuver that allowed him to curl his body, slipping through the intertwining arms of the old ape, and subsequently leaned against the ape's abdomen. Here we go. Chong's next move followed swiftly, his right leg springing up like a coiled spring, akin to a giant axe being swung, with his toes striking heavily at the storm force ape's throat. Wind blade leg. The ape emitted a muffled sound from its throat, its large eyes glazing over, before its massive frame toppled backward with a resounding crash. Roaring in rage, another storm force ape, which had been observing coldly, charged forward, intent on avenging its fallen companion. Chapter 79. The Record and the Cheers. We won. We actually won. How did Chong manage such an astonishing triumph with a single blow? A record has been broken. With a martial artist's rank of 4, he has vanquished a level 3 exotic beast. Has anyone ever accomplished such a feat in previous college entrance examinations? This year, a prodigy has emerged in Hedong province. At the very moment Chong incapacitated the storm force ape with a single kick, the various live streaming platforms erupted with excitement. Countless individuals cheering in jubilation. This was no ordinary examination. It was a record-breaking achievement of overcoming a foe of a higher tier. Furthermore, within this cohort of examinees, Chong's total score and performance were undoubtedly worthy of the title of top scholar, not just within Hedong province, but on a national scale, unmatched by anyone. Although examination conditions vary across provinces, Chong undeniably deserves the crown of this undisputed champion. Wait, having triumphed, why hasn't Chong chosen to withdraw? Is he intending to confront the second storm force ape as well? Observers in the live stream began to notice a new development, prompting many viewers to pay close attention. In the hunting grounds, upon Chong's victory over the first storm force ape, the other female ape charged in a fit of rage. Reacting swiftly, Chong seized the positioning device and deftly evaded the fierce assault of the enraged female ape. To the audience watching from outside, Chong's achievement of defeating a level 3 exotic beast was already a commendable success, having even shattered records. His total score had surged to the top nationally, and any additional points seemed inconsequential. However, for Lu Chong, the stakes were much higher. 30,000 points equated to a 300,000 reward from the city. He could not afford to relinquish this opportunity so easily. With over 3 hours remaining until the conclusion of the examination, he was determined to exhaust every effort to defeat this female ape. Of course, the previous battle against the first Storm Force ape had taken a significant toll on him. Therefore, he quickly consumed half of a high-grade energy bar to replenish his strength while evading the furious female ape with the swift agility of a shadow. The female ape's strength was evidently slightly weaker than the first, granting Lu Chong a precious chance to recover. After evading for half an hour, he regained his stamina and began to counterattack. This time, with the experience of combat under his belt, Lu Chong ultimately dispatched the female ape with his wind blade leg, successfully obtaining the positioning device. His final score amounted to 2,350,000 points, an impressive sum. Lu Chong felt exhilarated. Such a reward was a testament to his relentless efforts over the past few days. Without lingering for the examination's conclusion, Lu Chong gestured to the proctor waiting in midair, who promptly escorted him from the testing grounds. Meanwhile, the live stream continued to buzz with fervor, but Lu Chong was too fatigued to pay it any heed. All he desired was a restful slumber. Upon returning to the military camp that had escorted the examinees from Guanyin City, Lu Chong immediately spotted many familiar faces, who greeted him with enthusiastic congratulations. The 7 instructors from the special training camp and the squad leaders he had trained with all warmly acknowledged him, basking in his glory. Even Colonel Huang personally approached to welcome him, expressing gratitude for Lu Chong's contributions. Guanyin City would undoubtedly take pride in him. After everyone dispersed, Colonel Huang insisted that Lu Chong take a well-deserved rest, guiding him into the camp and arranging for an independent tent. This was not favoritism. Lu Chong's accomplishments were monumental, benefiting not only Guanyin City, but also Colonel Huang's unit. It was clear that forthcoming governmental and provincial funding for the Guanyin City base would see a significant increase. Colonel Huang understood better than anyone that the educational fund awarded to Lu Chong was but a mere trifle compared to the anticipated governmental grants. This recognition was rightfully his. Once Lu Chong was settled into his tent, Colonel Huang remained vigilantly stationed outside to ensure no disturbances occurred. Most importantly, it was to safeguard Lu Chong's security. A record-breaking provincial champion, and indeed the nation's undisputed king of this examination, warranted such attention. Colonel Huang had even received directives from higher-ups to dispatch a high-ranking martial artist to escort Lu Chong back to the Guanyin City base. Over the years, there have been numerous assassination attempts on domestic prodigies. Lu Chong could not afford any mishaps. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, it was now the afternoon of the 14th. This year's college entrance examination had finally concluded. All examinees swiftly gathered to return to their respective city bases. Lu Chong did not encounter any other candidates, as Colonel Huang had directly arranged for him to board an armored vehicle, accompanied by a taciturn elder. Lu Chong refrained from conversing with his companion, as he was eager to log into his personal account to check his earnings. The live streaming platform had been shut down, and soon the total amount of donations over the past few days would be tallied, a prospect Lu Chong eagerly anticipated. Fortunately, the journey proceeded smoothly within the borders. There were rarely any exotic beasts or foreign spies daring to provoke regular troops. Upon reaching Guanyin City, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Lu Chong, come look. Colonel Huang beckoned, rousing Lu Chong from his half-asleep state to indicate the view outside the window. Responding obediently, Lu Chong leaned over to glance outside and was instantly taken aback. The streets were ablaze with lights, filled with crowds holding banners and glow sticks. The bold lettering on the banners was strikingly prominent. Congratulations to Lu Chong for achieving the top score in the province. The pride of Guanyin City. Lu Chong has broken records. Lu Chong, I want to marry you. This last exuberant declaration came from a 20-year-old girl brandishing a light board. Many other banners bore the names of martial arts schools or companies, providing an unsolicited wave of advertising. The throng spilled over the sidewalks and extended all the way to the entrance of Yizhong High School. What do you think? Should we step out and greet everyone? Colonel Huang inquired with a cheerful smile. Lu Chong immediately shook his head. I'd rather not. I can't handle this kind of scene. The armored vehicle rolled directly to the front of Yizhong High School, where a throng of junior students awaited Lu Chong's return. Even the old principal and numerous teachers stood at the forefront, eagerly anticipating his arrival. This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Chong thought helplessly as he stepped out of the armored vehicle, only to be enveloped by a swarm of students. Who is touching my bottom? Chong lamented inwardly, too timid to voice his discomfort. All right, the school will organize a celebration in 2 days, so everyone can disperse for now. Principal Wei's authoritative voice quelled the lively crowd. He then turned to Chong, saying, "Come with me. I have some inquiries to make." Chapter 80. The peerless genius and enormous wealth in the principal's office. It was just Principal Wei and Chong. The principal's demeanor was unexpectedly grave, as if the joy of Chong's remarkable achievement had been overshadowed. Chong, you must answer my questions with utmost seriousness, Principal Wei stated directly. Of course, teacher. Please go ahead. Chong nodded, already harboring suspicions about the nature of the questions. Where did you acquire the 2 additional Earth-tier martial skills that you utilized during the practical assessment? Principal Wei fixed his gaze on Chong's eyes, his inquiry earnest. As anticipated, Chong thought to himself, and promptly replied, "The golden light wave was imparted to me by you. The other 2 skills, the wind, cleaving leg, was taught by our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. The swift wind step was given to me by the instructor during my military training." He added with sincerity, "All these martial skills have been reviewed and registered." Principal Wei responded with irritation, "What wind, cleaving leg, what swift wind step? You know very well what I mean. The techniques you demonstrated are not merely human tier skills, but genuine earth tier skills, and ones perfected to their fullest potential. So many witnesses observed it. Do you think you can keep this concealed?" Chong quickly chuckled. "Teacher, please don't be anxious. I was just about to explain. The wind, cleaving leg, and swift wind step I performed during the examination indeed differ from the original human tier skills. They are not pilfered earth tier techniques, but rather insights I derived after becoming a formal martial artist and practicing the golden light wave. You know, my aptitude is quite strong, and having perfected the wind, cleaving leg, and swift wind step early on, it is only natural for me to have some understanding." Chong forcibly justified his claims, knowing he could not disclose the existence of his automatic cultivation feature. No one would believe it anyway, so he had to attribute everything to his own comprehension. After all, no one could fathom how he had grasped so many martial skills in such a short span. Principal Wei appeared momentarily taken aback before asking incredulously, "What you describe cannot merely be referred to as a slight comprehension. It is akin to conjuring something from thin air." Principal Wei, not an antiquated figure, was familiar with the term cheat in modern gaming. Unaware that his words were strikingly accurate, he continued sternly, "While it is not impossible to derive Earth-tier skills from human-tier ones, the difficulty involved would leave even the most seasoned scholars of prestigious schools utterly exasperated. Yet here you are, having only recently become a martial artist, capable of independently evolving human-tier skills into Earth-tier ones and achieving perfection. How many esteemed professors would that infuriate? And how many would actually believe it?" Chong hastily countered, "Teacher, you yourself mentioned that such a feat is achievable. Moreover, it is precisely because I derived these techniques myself that I could reach perfection so swiftly. This lends greater credibility to my claims, does it not?" Principal Wei waved his hand, nearly befuddled by Chong's reasoning, yet he vaguely sensed some merit in Chong's words. He pressed on with renewed seriousness. "Are you certain you did not learn these martial skills through any underground channels?" This time, Chong resolutely shook his head, affirming, "Absolutely not. You have seen for yourself that my earth-tier skills differ from the original wind, cleaving axe, and wind step. Have you encountered such techniques through other channels?" Principal Wei stroked his beard, letting out a sigh of relief. "Very well, just remember what I said today. I will personally report the situation and vouch for you. If anyone inquires, simply maintain this narrative. If others cannot achieve what you have, that is their own inadequacy. A true genius who matures late is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals." With Chong's assurance, Principal Wei confidently aligned himself with him once more. "Though, I wouldn't exactly call it maturing late. I'm not old," Chong muttered quietly to himself. Nonetheless, he felt immense gratitude towards the principal for his support and trust, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, teacher. Not at all. If anything, you will have the opportunity to showcase your understanding of derived martial skills again in the future, thus proving your innocence. This ability will afford you ample opportunities to demonstrate itself in university. I suspect you will become a cherished asset to those old fogies. Principal Wei chuckled, seemingly amused by the thought. You performed splendidly this time, exceeding my expectations and those of many others. Principal Wei resumed his warm smile. Teacher, regarding the promised reward from the Education Bureau. Lu Chong's expression shifted to concern upon hearing this. Principal Wei chuckled again. You rascal. Still fixated on that meager reward? Rest assured, you have brought immense glory to our Guanyin city. The Bureau would be more than eager to elevate you to great heights. If anyone dares to withhold your reward, I shall be the first to oppose it. That's a relief, Lu Chong sighed, contemplating the staggering sum of over 23 million. How could I not be anxious? Principal Wei remarked with a knowing smile. Do you truly care about this trifling bonus now? Lu Chong replied, perplexed. What do you mean? The live streaming fees, Principal Wei exclaimed, a note of astonishment in his tone. Do you have any idea how much reward money you accumulated from the live streaming of your 6-day assessment? Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's heart raced. Indeed, I haven't had the chance to check, he responded eagerly. Principal Wei nodded, leisurely sipping his tea before raising a hand, his face beaming with delight. 50 million. Lu Chong was taken aback, elated that his efforts had not gone in vain. 50 million. Principal Wei's voice soared. It's 500 million. With a jolt, Lu Chong sprang from his chair, losing control of his strength and breaking the chair in the principal's office. 500 million. How was that even possible? To his knowledge, past provincial top scorers typically received only 20 to 30 million in live streaming rewards. Where could this 500 million possibly originate? Seeing Lu Chong's astonished reaction, Principal Wei relished the moment, laughing heartily. Indeed, it's 500 million. You just exited the examination hall and had no way of knowing. This year, you are not merely the provincial top scorer. Your performance has surpassed expectations. To put it plainly, your total score is the highest in the nation, and you successfully defeated a level 3 beast as a 4-tier martial artist, setting a record. Consequently, your influence extends far beyond Hedong province. Countless viewers from across the nation were drawn to your livestream. Statistics indicate that at one point, your personal stream attracted over 60 million viewers. Do the math. 60 million people, each donating just 10 yuan. What does that amount to? 600 million. Lu Chong calculated swiftly, realizing he had inadvertently fulfilled a childhood fantasy of his. If everyone in the nation donated just 1 yuan, that would amount to over 1 billion. Such dreams were likely shared by many. When put together, 500 million seemed quite plausible. Lu Chong had never imagined that his desire for additional points would lead him to national recognition and record-breaking achievements. 500 million. How on earth would I spend that? He pondered absurdly. In both his past life and this one, Lu Chong had only seen such wealth in the news or dreams. So, can you still regard the Education Bureau's modest reward with any importance? Principal Wei laughed heartily. The more exceptional a student is, the greater his happiness. Witnessing Lu Chong reach this stage fills me, as his teacher, with immense pride. However, it is worth noting that I'm still in dire need of finances. Lu Chong quickly realized. Once he regained his composure, he calculated that over 500 million might not suffice for an extended period. Having spent just over 100 days in this world, his martial prowess had ascended from the 3rd stage of a martial apprentice to the 4th stage of a martial artist, which must have cost him at least 2 million. He pondered that the expenses would only escalate as he progressed further in his martial journey. To continuously grow stronger, one must expend ever-increasing resources, which is essentially an insatiable abyss. Principal Wei nodded, acknowledging that at least he had not been blinded by success. I must remind you that this wealth should not be squandered. It must be invested wisely to enhance your own strength. Remember, money is but a transient entity. Transforming it into your own power is the true wealth that belongs to you. Principal Wei admonished gravely. Yes, teacher, understand, Lu Chong replied earnestly. Very well. I hope you truly take this to heart, Principal Wei continued. Tomorrow, you will likely find yourself quite occupied. Numerous prestigious universities will soon come vying for your attention, and you must remain poised to secure the best conditions for yourself. Lu Chong anticipated this, having achieved national prominence. It was only natural for universities to compete for him. He nodded. I will rely on your guidance then, teacher. Of course, otherwise I would be remiss in my duty to your remarkable talent. Principal Wei chuckled, revealing a hint of mischief. By the way, I must inform you that Zhao Longfei and Zhao Jingsheng have already been apprehended and will soon be sent to a military tribunal for sentencing. You need not concern yourself with them any longer. They will not pose a threat to you. A military tribunal? Lu Chong questioned, perplexed. How did this escalate to the military? Attempting to harm you during military training is a grave offense, hence the need for military jurisdiction, Principal Wei simply explained. With a wave of his hand, the old principal dismissed him. You may return to rest now. Just as Lu Chong turned to leave, the principal added, Oh. And regarding the apartment I promised you, the ownership has been transferred. Do not refuse it. Consider it a personal reward from me. Remember, no matter how far you go in the future, this place will always be your home. Lu Chong was taken aback, and after respectfully bowing, he departed with purpose. Chapter 81. If you go, aim for the best. Upon returning home, Lu Chong finally had the opportunity to unlock his phone, only to be nearly overwhelmed by its incessant vibrations. There were missed calls, text notifications, and most notably, an influx of messages from the Huaxia Heroes platform. Setting those aside for the moment, he accessed his personal account on the platform. To his astonishment, he discovered that his follower count had exceeded 60 million and was still climbing. Glancing at the recent rewards summary, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. 5662388841. This lengthy string of numbers granted Lu Chong his first taste of what it meant to revel in wealth. The funds on this platform were directly linked to his personal account, allowing him to manage them at his discretion. After calming his excitement, Lu Chong refrained from reviewing his livestream replay and instead opened the single video he had previously posted. This seemingly ordinary martial arts practice video had amassed over 10 million likes and garnered countless comments. A brief glance revealed that most comments were congratulatory. However, a few caught his attention. Official recruitment invitations from several prestigious martial arts universities, collaboration offers from martial arts schools and major corporations, and even a few marriage proposals from admirers, which nearly brought a smile to his face. Of course, in a virtual realm, where accolades abound, critics also lurk. Lu Chong merely scanned the negative remarks and swiftly dismissed them. With so many rewards, I must express my gratitude. With that thought, he recorded a video thanking his supporters and mentioned that he would share insights on martial techniques in the future as a way to give back to society. This was merely a gesture of courtesy, and Lu Chong was not one to be stingy. Once he posted the video, thousands of comments poured in almost instantly, but he chose not to delve further. He had no desire to become an internet celebrity and did not wish to invest too much energy into managing his account, lest he be perceived as merely capitalizing on his fame. Silencing his phone, Lu Chong collapsed into bed, eager for a restful night before facing the myriad challenges awaiting him the following day. The next morning, June 15th, Lu Chong was awakened by Principal Wei and his homeroom teacher. The recruitment officers from North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Central Plains Town Martial University have arrived. Principal Wei began on the way. Additionally, representatives from the top 10 universities are here. It would be wise for you to meet them all. Just let you two handle it. I doubt I can manage these visitors on my own, Lu Chong replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In his heart, he leaned more towards North China Martial University or Jiangnan Martial University. Central Plains Town Martial University, being a military institution, offered the best conditions but was ill-suited for someone who cherished freedom. North China Martial University was located in the capital, while Jiangnan Martial University was in the bustling metropolis. Known for its power and financial strength, both boasting elite faculty. Thus, he found himself torn between these two choices. Principal Wei smiled. In truth, the conditions offered by the top 10 universities are quite commendable, only slightly inferior to those of the two giants. Moreover, the terms presented by the top 10 institutions will likely exceed those of North China and Jiangnan. So what do you suggest, teacher? Lu Chong countered. Principal Wei chuckled. Naturally, you should still opt for North China Martial University or Jiangnan Martial University. Lu Chong was momentarily speechless, but he listened as Principal Wei continued. However, when you meet them, do not reveal any clear inclination. Do you understand? Lu Chong quickly grasped the implication and smiled. I see. You mean to keep them guessing, right? Principal Wei and Wang Tong exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this young man was astute and would not be easily taken advantage of. The more indecisive you appear, the better offers they will present, Principal Wei remarked. The aim is to make the representatives from the two major universities anxious. As for why he should ultimately choose them, the quality of the faculty was one factor, but the most crucial aspect was that the information available there was often at the forefront. This included various ancient martial arts legacies and even ongoing explorations into extraterrestrial civilizations, all of which he might have the opportunity to encounter. Liu Chong nodded earnestly. Indeed, that was the crux of his decision-making. If he possessed the privilege of choice, he ought to aim for the best. As the three conversed, they arrived at the large conference room of the first high school. Upon entering, Liu Chong immediately felt a palpable pressure envelop him. Good heavens! The conference table was surrounded by mentors and leaders from various martial universities, each possessing formidable strength, all at least peak martial masters. The representatives from the 3 top-tier universities and the 10 prestigious institutions were present, while the 36 key martial universities had not even qualified to compete and had been sent home. Esteemed colleagues, this is our student, Liu Chong, Principal Wei introduced, guiding Liu Chong to the prominent seat with a smile. Even in the presence of these formidable figures from influential institutions, Principal Wei remained calm and composed. Greetings, esteemed teachers, Liu Chong said politely, bowing to those around him before taking his seat with a serious demeanor, allowing Principal Wei to lead the proceedings. The achievements of Liu Chong are well known to all present, and thus I shall refrain from elaborating further. Principal Wei commenced. As for which university he will ultimately choose, it depends on who can persuade him. The 3 venerable elders seated beside Principal Wei were in a state of tranquil contemplation, showing no inclination to speak first. These gentlemen were mentors hailing from North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Central Plains Town Martial University, and they were evidently adopting a stance of allowing other institutions the opportunity to present their cases. You may proceed first. We are in no rush. The esteemed professors from the top 10 universities, displaying their discernment, did not defer, but rather began to articulate their offers one by one. I am a faculty member of Chong Martial Arts University, and should Liu Chong choose to attend our institution, his tuition fees for 4 years will be waived. Moreover, we offer an annual educational fund of 20 million, along with unrestricted access to all martial arts techniques at the human and earth levels within our arsenal. Upon hearing this, Liu Chong exhibited a flicker of interest. The mere prospect of having full access to the martial arsenal was enticing. However, this was merely the beginning. The conditions proposed by the second professor were even more generous. I represent Heiha Martial Arts University. Should Liu Chong join us, not only will his tuition be fully covered, but he will also receive an annual educational fund of 30 million, complete access to our arsenal, and the privilege to select any professor, including the principal, to be his mentor. Oh, to have the principal as a mentor would be an extraordinary advantage. The heads of the top 10 universities were not merely martial sect leaders, but rather formidable figures, each a martial king. Currently, there are fewer than 100 martial kings recognized by the state, with each being a titanic presence in their respective domains. With such a master, Liu Chong could practically navigate the realm with ease. The subsequent 8 prestigious institutions presented equally compelling conditions, and one university from Taiwan even attempted to entice Liu Chong by highlighting their imbalanced gender ratio. As the discussions progressed, those who had initially made offers began to enhance their proposals, with conditions becoming increasingly extravagant. Liu Chong displayed interest in each institution, yet remained non-committal. Alas, it is rather unbecoming for these illustrious Chinese universities to engage in such a raucous display over a single student. One of the professors from North China Martial University finally interjected. Once he had quelled the fervor of the other institutions, he continued, "Come to North China Martial University. I cannot offer you their conditions. However, you may join our Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute as an assistant researcher." At this pronouncement, the other professors were left speechless. Your approach appears rather unseemly, and yet, you dare to critique us?